Chapter 1. The Navy Recruit. Clang, clang, clang. With a resounding thud, the two figures entangled on the field parted ways as a young boy's wooden sword was knocked from his grasp, while his opponent's weapon pressed against his throat, declaring the victor. The winner is Shoin, the loser is Shinji. Outside the arena, the colonel glanced at the outcome of the duel and announced in a tone devoid of emotion. Surrounding the field, the new recruits erupted in a wave of derisive laughter. Just as expected, the so-called Shinji has been defeated once again. This outcome was utterly predictable. Shoin is undoubtedly one of the strongest in this cohort, far beyond the likes of Shinji. It seems the genetic mutation failed Shinji has not inherited the formidable lineage of his family, showing no progress after a year. Not that he hasn't improved before he was obliterated in an instant, and now he can at least last several seconds. The surrounding mockery and schadenfreude reached the ears of the handsome young man with black tousled hair. Yet for the first time, he displayed no signs of despair or inferiority, his expression as tranquil as a gentle breeze. Am I, a distinguished soldier and king among warriors, truly unable to compete with these recruits of this world? What a bizarre world it is. The boy, named Shinji, turned calmly, the taunts and disdain still echoing in his ears. He indifferently walked to the back of the line, a figure out of place in this world. Smog, Zayu in strength, is rising rapidly, soon to rival your position as the strongest recruit of this cohort. Maybe Ristina is quite curious about the moment you are surpassed. A beautiful 12-year-old girl with pink hair teased the silver-haired boy beside her. Competition breeds motivation. Smog, age 14, replied with a smile. Next up, Smog versus Shoin. With this announcement, the derisive murmurs directed at Shinji abruptly ceased. All eyes filled with fervor and admiration shifted to Smog as he stepped onto the field. Clang, clang, clang. Watching the fierce battle, characterized by overwhelming speed and power, Shinji stood at the back of the crowd. His brow slightly furrowed, though he had long been aware. It remained difficult for him to accept that despite his relentless training, he fell short compared to these recruits who had only trained for a year or even less, stirring a sense of unfairness within him. Yet upon reflection, he realized he was in a world teeming with extraordinary beings. What was there to feel unjust about? He watched the battle intently, now also a recruit himself. Amidst the fervent cheers, the combat reached its zenith. What a beautiful sound, yet devoid of the painful Shunin Sudi does not like it. The surrounding crowd glanced at the golden-haired beauty with exasperation. Although they recognized her as a budding beauty, the surrounding males remained cautiously distanced. Boom! The battle concluded. Though intense, the ultimate victor was Smog, albeit it was a hard-won victory. They're all so strong. Smog remains consistently formidable, but Shoin is impressive too. Indeed. No wonder they are our cohort's top contenders. The spectators among the recruits praised fervently, a glory that Shinji could not partake in at that moment. Smog is impressive, his strength is increasing rapidly, and you, Shoin, have also done remarkably well. The colonel, now devoid of his previous indifference, smiled as he regarded the two, pointing out their combat shortcomings while acknowledging their progress generously. Next, Sudi will battle. Sudi wishes to hear your painful Shunin. With unwavering focus, Shinji observed each battle, missing no detail. For some reason, I find myself reverted to the age of 12, yet my strength remains unchanged. I am merely one among the bottom tier of recruits. The battles surpassing human limits on Earth are immensely beneficial to my current self. The training among the recruits continued until dusk. Today's battles have allowed me to witness each recruit's growth and advancement, though I also noted many who have made no progress at all. Smog, Shoin, and others performed admirably. Their strength increased. The colonel, responsible for the recruits' regular training, provided evaluations of each combatant, offering praise as well as criticism. Notably, Shinji was absent from the criticism, the only one left unmentioned. Though I may rank at the bottom in strength, my display of martial arts from Earth should not be disregarded. Should it? Shinji maintained a solemn yet calm demeanor, a wry smile escaping him. It seems that my current identity has brought considerable inconvenience. All right, disperse. Remember to train at home and prepare. In 3 days. We will have a shooting assessment, and General Zephyr himself will be present to observe. The shooting scores will be part of the graduation criteria, and I need not elaborate on its importance, do I? Yes. All the recruits responded with excitement. The general is coming to watch. How wonderful. If we perform well, perhaps he will take notice, and maybe even prioritize our training. Then a glimmer of hope ignited in many eyes. Simultaneously, several cast scornful glances at Shinji. Last time, it seems Shinji missed the target 8 times out of 10. I wonder if he can break his own record this time. 9 misses? The uproarious laughter rang out. Smog, General Zephyr has already taken note of you perhaps after the shooting assessment. He will. Let's hope so. Smog's eyes sparkled with determination. Every recruit favored by General Zephyr ultimately became a backbone of the Navy. This was an extraordinary opportunity for ascension. Zephyr, huh? As Qianjie drifted away with the crowd amid the mockery, he mused. The general who has nurtured so many formidable figures in the Navy? Even now, many pillars of the Navy were once Zephyr's students. Perhaps this truly is an opportunity. When it comes to shooting accuracy, Qianjie held no fear of any challenger. The journey from the recruit base to Qianji's home was not far. The recruit base lay at the heart of the Navy headquarters island. With the headquarters itself in front, recruits were forbidden from entering without orders behind the island. A bustling town housed Navy families and descendants, thriving with life. Qianji's home was nestled within. An independent two-story courtyard stood alone, its stillness almost eerie. Upon flicking on the light, a sliver of brightness pierced the quiet abode, yet it remained desolate, devoid of life. This rather spacious villa had but one occupant, Qianjie. He secured the house tightly. Without delay, Qianjie made his way to the basement entrance, descending into a steel-forged basement, measuring a mere 100 square meters. Cluttered with training tools, his gaze fell upon a solitary item, a book resting upon a stool. This was a martial arts manual left to him by his father. To the family of sinners. What a bizarre and surreal experience. He picked up the notebook, but did not rush to peruse it sitting on the iron stool. Qianjie sighed with a wry smile, lost in reflection. Despite his immense capacity to endure, he found it difficult to fully accept the reality before him. Often questioning, is this a dream? Here I am, a king among soldiers of the Chinese Special Forces, somehow transported to another world, inhabiting this body, gazing at himself. Qianjie was convinced he had not lost his sanity. A 30-year-old body had now reverted to that of a 12-year-old. All due to a single mission. Struck by artillery, with a deafening boom. Upon awakening once more, Qianjie discovered himself lying in this fortified basement. What shocked him further was the presence of a scarred corpse, long since deceased, lying beside him, a body identical to his own youthful form. He was indeed the Qianjie of the pirate world. After burying the body, the striking resemblance meant that Qianjie need not concern himself with his identity. Following days of silence and covert information gathering, Qianjie finally grasped the general circumstances. He had truly crossed over. Transported into the animated world he had observed on Earth, he had taken the place of a nameless recruit at the Navy headquarters, a character of little note in the original narrative, and had become a contemporary recruit alongside original characters Smog and Tina. His age reverted to 12, yet his memories and strength remained intact. Everything felt like a fantastical dream. Qianjie had acquired a new identity. Qianjie's name for his past life. Upon further reflection, he realized he had somewhat forgotten it. Enlisting at 18, entering special forces at 20, perpetually undertaking perilous tasks shrouded in secrecy, where names were irrelevant, only code names mattered. He bore no resentment towards adopting a new name. It was certainly far more melodious than the peculiar code names he had previously held. Embracing his new identity was imperative, otherwise the sudden appearance of an outsider at the Navy headquarters would yield dire consequences. Yet everything that came with this new identity naturally required Qianjie to shoulder the burden. He had been part of the Navy headquarters recruit camp for a year now. His father was a rear admiral, his mother a homemaker, and he had an older brother, a prodigy who had become a Navy lieutenant commander at the tender age of 19, the top recruit of his class. An undeniable son of privilege. Even within the Navy headquarters, his status was illustrious. Regrettably, all has long since crumbled. 8 months ago, Mother ventured to the Chambord Islands to procure goods and inadvertently offended a celestial dragon, resulting in her abduction, her fate now unknown. Upon receiving this news, Father was consumed with rage, yet was unable to rescue her. Defeated by a naval admiral and subsequently sent to Judicial Island for trial, he seized the opportunity to betray and escape. However, merely a month later, he was hunted down and met his demise. The Navy did not impose collective punishment. Qianjie and brother were allowed to remain at Navy headquarters, yet brother could not endure the disdainful gazes of the other naval personnel or the unjust reality regarding their parents, ultimately choosing to betray as well for months prior. Father and son, in succession, turned traitor, becoming pariahs of the Navy. This upheaval reverberated throughout the naval ranks, marking a significant stain on their history. Just a month later, brother was captured and executed last month. Only Qianjie remains. He is still a naval recruit, permitted to stay at Navy headquarters, yet must bear the weight of all the scrutiny. Upon learning of these events, A chill coursed through Qianjie as a soldier. He found a flicker of joy in knowing that he had crossed over and remained in the military camp, his most familiar environment. Yet now he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The Navy here was entirely different from the soldiers he had known in his previous life. Merely serving as enforcers of order, he was astounded by the ruthless and illogical nature of the system. Having watched One Piece, Shinji understood that in the world of pirates, morality was often subjective. With most conflicts arising from differing stances, he recognized that the Navy harbored both virtuous and nefarious individuals. As did the pirates, the only difference lay in their respective proportions. What a brutal world. This is everything is a facade, and only power is genuine. Clenching his fist tightly, he surveyed his surroundings. This courtyard belonged solely to him. This estate was not a gift from Navy headquarters to father due to his merits otherwise. It could easily be reclaimed following his betrayal. It was purchased with money, a sacred and inviolable private property. As long as Qianjie was part of the Navy, even as a recruit, they could not forcibly strip him of it, not without just cause. Though I must endure the scornful glances that do not belong to me, Navy headquarters is at least relatively secure, and being a recruit offers a pathway for training, which is quite favorable. What I need most now is to enhance my strength. Today's victories and defeats did not plunge Qianjie into despair, yet they had left a profound impact on him. These recruits, even if they are from Navy headquarters, are insignificant in the grand scheme of the seas, and I cannot be compared to them. I must swiftly augment my own power. His fists clenched, filled with determination. His eyes blazed with fervent fire, even excitement. Training, feeling the augmentation of his physique, and pushing his limits was something Qianjie had been utterly engrossed in on Earth. In his previous life, the era of warfare had been dominated by firearms. What did it matter if one were the world champion in boxing? They could not surpass an ordinary person wielding a gun yet. Even so, Qianjie remained passionate about physical training, relishing the thrill of breaking through his physical limits. Of course, in areas such as shooting and others, Qianjie excelled beyond other special forces marksmen, assassin, sniper. Too many titles adorned his status as a king among special forces. In my past life, I reached the limits. Yet here it is merely the beginning. There are innumerable thresholds for me to breach. The flames in his eyes intensified, and I possess the key to unlock the treasures of my body. He opened the book in his hand, devoid of a title. The pages, filled with densely packed, somewhat hasty handwriting, were easily decipherable to Qianjie. Record of a strongman's training. This was left by Qianjie's father, who documented all the methods and techniques he had cultivated before his betrayal, including various martial arts. A lifetime's essence from a vice admiral at headquarters. Though he never met his nominal father, Qianjie let out a faint sigh. A competent father and husband, who could still perceive the world's cruelty. Status does not guarantee safety, only strength can. 3. Unlocking the treasure of the body. Strength is fundamental. Power hinges upon the foundation. Martial arts and swordsmanship are inconsequential without sufficiently potent strength and physique to support them. This straightforward and comprehensible statement evidently considered Qianjie's youthful age. Qianjie nodded in agreement. He knew that on Earth, the differences in power were negligible, and technique held great importance. Yet, in the battles of the day, his combat skills were ingrained in his very bones, exceedingly high, but against adversaries whose strength far surpassed his own. He could only endure for a brief moment. Power is everything in the world of pirates. He continued to read the densely packed text, which detailed how to wield a sword more swiftly and powerfully, or to effectively harness explosive strength from all muscle groups, spanning over 20 pages. Qianjie's father was a master swordsman, particularly known for his swift sword techniques. It was said that once his sword was unsheathed, it resembled a cascading waterfall, with no chance of evasion. Qianjie read with great excitement. As he flipped to the next page, the focus shifted from techniques of power to martial arts. There were no rigidly defined sword techniques that allowed for even the slightest error. Only general movements were described. When the sword reaches its utmost speed, 2 swords can merge into one, yet possess the strength of 2. When 4 swords or hundreds of swords instantly overlap, they can cleave the seas. Qianjie felt his blood surge with enthusiasm. It was noted that Qianjie's father had only achieved the mastery of 24 swords overlapping in an instant. Unable to surpass that speed, or his physique could not support such explosive force at that moment. Nonetheless, this had earned him the rank of vice admiral at Navy headquarters. Indeed, the world of pirates is driven by sheer power. Intricate techniques are unnecessary. Being fast and strong suffices. Qianjie envisioned himself. Dozens of swords overlapping in an instant, cleaving through mountains. To achieve 2 swords, one must first attain the silent realm of instant slicing, With sufficient physical strength to support the explosive moment, the more overlaps, the greater the demands for strength and speed all relies on the most fundamental aspects. Slicing silently demands exceedingly high standards for speed and power, such a level Qianjie could hardly fathom on Earth. Yet this was merely the threshold. Taking a deep breath, he continued reading. The next section introduced another martial technique, the Soru from the Navy's 6 forms, demonstrating a burst of speed. It did not elaborate on the other 5 techniques of the Navy's 6 forms. If the blade's edge is swift enough, and the strength is formidable, combined with Soru, it would already be sufficient to stand firm upon the seas. Qianjie eagerly continued to flip through the final page. Haki, armament haki, and observation haki are the latent powers within the human body. To cultivate armament haki, one must first possess sufficient strength. The hasty handwriting abruptly ceased at the most crucial moment. The scrawl reveals an undeniable urgency. Was time truly so scarce? Qianjie, somewhat reluctant, continued to leaf through the pages, only to discover that he had reached the final one. It remains a mystery what challenges the author faced while inscribing these techniques. Yet, Qianjie is certain that he ultimately lacked the time to complete his thoughts. It is regrettable that the essential domineering aura was not documented, although a tinge of disappointment lingers. The presence of such meticulously detailed cultivation records is indeed fortunate. Many possess the ability to harness the domineering aura, and as a mere novice, I am confident that there will be opportunities to acquire it in the future. Achieving the rank of a middle general necessitates mastering this aura, but my ambitions extend far beyond. Surely, the rank of a grand general is within my grasp. In the depths of the abyss, the flickering flames danced within Qianjie's eyes. First, 1,000 push-ups, then 5,000 sword swings to loosen the stiffened bones. 1, 2, 3, 786. The most elementary of push-ups. In the frigid confines of a basement, a silent youth, an inconspicuous practitioner, repeatedly lifted his seemingly frail body. Sweat cascaded down like torrents, his breath came in ragged gasps. Time and again, accustomed to the exertion. After completing 1,082 push-ups, he lay exhausted on the cold iron floor. In his previous life, his limit had been 940 push-ups. Yet, after barely a week here, without any formal training, he had astonishingly increased his capacity. Was it due to the caloric richness of the food? Qianjie marveled at his own burgeoning strength. 2 hours later, within the somber basement, a gentle breeze stirred as he gripped his sword, crouched in a horse stance, executing the simplest of slashes, sweeping motions, direct thrusts, and upward cuts. Over and over again, the once simple act of swinging a sword had become increasingly arduous. After countless repetitions, his arms felt as if they were encased in lead, nearly impossible to lift. The ache was unbearable. The weight of the sword, once manageable, now felt insurmountable. Each increase in the number of swings tested both his physical endurance and willpower. At last, after 5,000 swings, his body was drenched in sweat. His arms ached as if they belonged to another, and his fingers had grown numb to sensation. Ultimately, he relied solely on his iron will to persevere. After collapsing onto the ground for an hour's rest, he dragged his utterly fatigued body back to his quarters, ravenously devouring the remnants of his midday meal. Hastily showering before collapsing onto his bed, within a minute, he succumbed to a deep, sweet slumber. For the next 2 days, the recruits enjoyed a brief respite, allowing them to focus on preparing for the shooting assessment scheduled 3 days hence. Except for retrieving food, Qianjie devoted nearly all his time to training in the basement, exhausting himself to the point of immobility, each session more grueling than the last. After a brief recovery, he plunged into yet another round of relentless practice, consumed by the fervor of his training. Within just 2 days, he perceived a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. Yet the elusive mastery of silent slicing remained a distant aspiration. Shooting competition? On the morning of the 3rd day, Qianjie donned his new recruit uniform. Reluctantly stepping out of his home, he had no desire to partake in the shooting contest. Although in his past life, firearms wielded immense power, he understood that in this realm, amidst the ocean, their might was far from supreme. Moreover, being a seasoned sharpshooter, he believed that time squandered on competition would be better spent honing his skills. Nevertheless, participation in this contest was mandatory for all recruits. The shooting assessment took place at an open-air range. Today marks your 2nd shooting evaluation, a test of your progress over the past 6 months. Your scores will contribute to your graduation results, so be sure to give it your utmost effort. Yes, the assembled recruits responded loudly, standing at attention with youthful vigor. The results of their graduation were crucial. influencing their post-graduation assignments and ranks. Exceptional performers might even be awarded the ranks of second lieutenant or first lieutenant upon graduation. The graduation score would be the average of all assessments, making each evaluation exceedingly significant. Various assessment types existed, with shooting being merely one of them. Future evaluations would include practical missions. Those who excelled in each assessment would naturally receive greater resources and might be allocated devil fruits suited to their abilities before graduation. Each recruit proceeded to their designated positions, their numbers corresponding to their previous rankings. Number 1, Smoker. Number 2, Shoen. Number 3, Tina. Yes. Each recruit presented their finest selves, standing tall and proud. Their fervent gazes cautiously drifted towards the viewing platform on the right, where naval officers from the headquarters were present to observe the recruit assessments. Today, however, only a few officers were in attendance. The recruits' eager eyes were fixated on one individual, a man with short purple hair, clad in a suit beneath a navy coat, who, even seated, emanated an imposing presence that weighed heavily upon them. It was Admiral Zephyr. At that moment, a similarly clad rear admiral, armed with a combat knife, approached Admiral Zephyr. "Sir, have you seen any promising candidates among this year's recruits?" The admiral responded, "The future of the Navy hinges on these recruits. I cannot afford to be negligent." He turned to the rear admiral, one of his former students, Weasel. "The O'Hara incident has concluded without further complications, correct?" "Indeed, there are no more remnants of O'Hara. Just a little girl who escaped," the rear admiral replied softly, his gaze sweeping over the recruits below. "Have you identified any noteworthy candidates?" "The top 3 are commendable," Zephyr remarked, directing his attention towards Smoker, Shoen, and Tina. "Oh, the top 3 of this cohort? Number 47, Suddy. Number 48, Chinjia." Chinjia followed the enchanting beauty, Suddy, to the location designated for his assessment, which was situated in the most secluded corner. In this class, there were only 48 individuals, with Chinjia being number 48. A testament to his last shooting examination, where he ranked at the very bottom. Of course, this was indeed a reflection of Chinjia's actual performance. As he checked his ammunition and listened to the instructions, he learned that there would be 4 rounds of shooting, at distances of 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, and a moving target at 10 meters. Each round would consist of 3 shots, and the overall score would determine the rankings. The instructor, a colonel, declared. Chinjia picked up the firearm, a slight frown etched upon his brow. How antiquated it seemed, akin to weapons from the late 19th or early 20th century. For someone from the 21st century, such as Chinjia, it felt excessively archaic. Yet, recognizing that all others wielded similar arms, he understood that requesting an exchange would only bring humiliation upon himself. Accepting his circumstances, he focused intently on the target a mere 10 meters away. So close. Even an outdated weapon should not pose a challenge. His mindset remained remarkably tranquil. Having expended countless rounds during his training on Earth, shooting was as effortless to Chinjia as the act of dining. With a serene disposition, his gaze casually swept over the other anxious and excited recruits, finally resting on Suddy beside him. She was number 47, having scored second to last in the previous assessment. Would she now be known as Suddy of the Propulsion Chamber? Her skills were commendable, yet her ranking was surprisingly low. "Why are you looking at me?" Suddy turned to Chinjia, her discontent evident as she muttered. "I absolutely detest the sound of gunfire. It possesses no aesthetic appeal. I much prefer the sounds of others' agonized moans." As if to say, "I'm not curious." Chinjia withdrew his gaze, his head filled with dark thoughts. Once the command was issued, the first shot had to be fired within 10 seconds. Remember, only 1 shot is permitted. Subsequent shots can only be taken after reading the target. Understood? Understood. Very well, take your positions. The colonel gestured emphatically. Begin. All the recruits were already prepared, raising their rifles to aim. 10 rings. Chinjia aimed at the very center of the target and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Each recruit's weapon erupted with bullets, creating a cacophony. Ceasefire. Await the reading of the targets. Yes. The recruits placed their weapons on the platform before them. Some beamed with confidence, while others hung their heads in despair. A row of targets stood ahead, with 2 officers stepping forward, one to read the scores and the other to record them. Number 1, Smog, 9 rings. This failed to elicit any excitement. The recruits had long since grown accustomed to it. Number 2, Shoen, 9 rings. Number 3, Tina, 9 rings. Most scores drew no reaction. Only those who performed exceptionally or who were fortunate enough to surpass their expectations would elicit cheers. Conversely, those who performed poorly or suffered from bad luck would be met with disappointed sighs. Number 45, Carl, 0 rings. The reading officer remained indifferent as he continued forward. Alas, which youthful lad has lowered his head in dismay? What terrible luck! I thought I could score 1 or 2 rings. It's all right, Carl. Just try harder next time. A friend comforted him. Yet, many others wore expressions of schadenfreude. Number 47, Suddy, 1 ring. It seems my luck is still holding up. Suddy lifted her chin proudly. While others lamented their scores, hers was a cause for celebration. In that moment, no one dared to display mockery. Many recruits had experienced Suddy's relentless prowess firsthand, a pain they wished to escape. In terms of skill, Suddy was among the elite of this cohort, not to mention her personality. Oh, it seems we are about to hear Qianjia's score. I wonder if it will be another 0 ring. For him, a 0 ring had become a commendable score, recalling times when his bullets strayed onto others' targets. The recruits could now watch Qianjia with a sense of amusement. Number 48, Qianjia, a pack of rubbish. Number 48, Qianjia, 0 rings. The reading officer announced the score, prompting laughter to erupt among the crowd. Ha ha. As expected, another 0 ring. What is there to laugh about? Isn't this to be expected? Learn from me. Simply don't laugh. That his score is anything but 0 should be the true surprise, as missing the target is not a rarity for him. True enough. However, the laughter only grew louder, intensifying, with the colonel offering no reprimand, allowing the recruits to mock unabated. Inescapable words hung in the air. 0 rings? Qianjia furrowed his brow, unsurprised by the results. The moment he pulled the trigger, he realized his mistake. This antiquated firearm was not merely old, but woefully underpowered, with insufficient bullet propulsion. He did not anticipate that at 10 meters, the bullet would deviate so drastically. It seemed that aiming too precisely was counterproductive. The other recruits, accustomed to these vintage rifles, instinctively elevated their weapons slightly when shooting, resulting in only minor deviations. Unbeknownst to Qianjia, his direct aim caused the bullet to graze the target below. Having learned this, he would surely know how to adjust in the future. Such a wretched firearm was intolerable for an elite sniper like him. Look at the tailing truck, sighing in its usual timid manner, truly pathetic. Yes, being orphaned and still clinging to that truck, how could one not feel sympathy? The mocking voices did not diminish. If anything, they grew more piercing. The young man lifted his head, his handsome visage and dark eyes sweeping over his derisive peers, with only a few, those in the front, remaining indifferent, utterly ignoring him. The top students had no reason to concern themselves with the performance of the underachievers. Humph! Qianjia let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. What a beautiful sound of lamentation, filled with despair and helplessness. Each time, he awaited this moment. Suddy, watching Qianjia intently, thought it amusing that such a handsome figure could display such weakness, his soft demeanor rendering his laments the most melodious. I merely sigh in sadness. It is not out of resentment or inferiority, Qianjia replied coldly. Oh? Suddy regarded him curiously, wondering how someone who had always appeared so meek could muster the courage to retort. Qianjia, marked by his own vulnerabilities and the betrayal of his father and brother, had become the target of everyone's scorn. Previously, classmates had only dared to mock him in silence due to his family ties. Now, they openly bullied him. Naturally, this had further weakened Qianjia's character. However, the current Qianjia hailed from Earth, a notorious thorn in the side of the officers. The incessant mockery intensified his cold demeanor. In every class, bullying the weak was commonplace, but this was excessive, just because they believed they could stand atop a moral high ground due to his family's betrayal. Did they truly think it justified? He recalled the moment he awoke, seeing a boy identical to him, covered in scars, who had been tormented by these so-called companions. Perhaps that was the greatest reason for his demise. A bunch of worthless scum. Qianjia regarded the repugnant recruits with icy disdain. He knew that in his past life, he could entrust his back to companions, but here, that was utterly impossible. He had never considered them friends. Nor did he view this place as home. It was merely a venue for strengthening his prowess. Which recruit? Surely in last place? 0 ring pondered, perplexed by the derision directed at Qianjia, who had drawn attention from the top ranks. Teacher, do you not know his name is Qianjia? Qian? Indeed. Qianjia's brother is Qianin, and his father is Qiansa, the weasel replied. So it is them? Zifa's brow furrowed in anger. Silence. Prepare for the second round of shooting. Finally, the instructor spoke, and the cacophony of laughter gradually subsided. I bet 10,000 Bailey that the tailing truck will miss again. Please, that's obvious. Who would bet with you? Ready. Are you not angry? Suddy queried, intrigued by Qianjia's lack of disappointment. Was he merely putting on a brave face? Or had he genuinely changed? Fire. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out. The targets awaited assessment. Smog, 9 rings. Carl, 3 rings. Suddy, 1 ring. Qianjia. The expressions of anticipation turned toward Qianjia. Qianjia, 6 rings. Humph, just 6 rings? Is he still unfamiliar with it? Qianjia glanced at the firearm in his hand, wondering if he had raised it insufficiently. What? 6 rings? Many faces contorted in mockery, only to be swiftly replaced by astonishment. Had they misheard, or was it simply a stroke of luck? Bang, bang, bang. The final shots at 10 meters. The cumulative scores revealed Smog with 27 rings. And both Xiaowen and Tina matching that score, the 3 achieving the highest results. In the realm of trials, the illustrious Qianjia has attained the 28th rank, a position slightly below the median, while at the culmination of the last round, he achieved an impressive 8 rings. The foremost contender, with resounding precision, scored a perfect 20 rings in fixed shooting at 20 meters. Across 3 attempts, Smog garnered 24 rings, Tina followed closely with 22, and Suddy managed a mere 2 rings. Yet, astonishingly, the first place did not belong to Smog, but rather to Qianjia, who achieved a flawless 30 rings with 3 perfect 10s. After 6 rounds, Smog and Shuan both stood at 51 rings, securing the top position, while Qianjia trailed in third with 43 rings. How? How is this possible? That tail-end shooter. How did he accomplish this? 3 perfect 10s could not possibly be attributed to mere luck. Suddenly, many fledgling recruits, who had taken to referring to Qianjia as the tail-end shooter, found themselves questioning their own standings. With 1 miss, and having merely surpassed half of the assessment, he entered the top 3. Initially finishing the first round in 28th place, he astonishingly claimed third by the end of the second round, an unprecedented leap in performance. The instructor stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to guide the forthcoming evaluations. That young lad. From the viewing platform, beneath the veil of sunglasses, Zifa's gaze shifted perceptibly. Is not that family extraordinary in its own right? General Weasel fixed his eyes intently upon Qianjia. Now, the 30-meter shooting commenced. The shots rang out. After 3 rounds, Smog's performance dwindled to 20 rings in the 3rd round, yet it remained impressive. Shuan, clinging tenaciously, also scored 20 rings, while Tina lagged behind with merely 17 rings, and many others barely accumulated 10 in total across 3 rounds. However, the rivalry between Smog and Shuan had become moot, for the first place was no longer within their grasp. In the realm of archery, the results after 3 rounds were as follows. Smog and Shun both achieved 71 rings. Tina 66 and Qianjia, with an impressive 74 rings, not only claimed the top spot of the current round but also emerged as the overall leader after 3 rounds. In stark contrast, Suddy languished at the bottom with a meager 7 rings after 9 attempts, having succumbed to despair, hoping merely to reach 10 rings in the final round. Although she recognized the faintness of that hope, the atmosphere at the tranquil outdoor shooting range was palpable. The new recruits tilted their heads, not in admiration of Qianjia, but rather in confusion, unsure of how to regard his sudden rise. Their astonishment and admiration were undeniable. Yet the transformation of a once derided underperformer into a figure of respect was a difficult adjustment for them. Next came the 10-meter moving target shooting, necessitating individual assessments. The first to go was Smog, who scored 17 rings, eliciting admiration from many new recruits. Such a score on a moving target was commendable, particularly for those who had only held firearms for less than a year. It required both talent and diligence. Shun followed closely behind with 16 rings, revealing the narrow margin between them. However, Smog's focus shifted to Qianjia at the end of the line. His initial disregard had transformed into a piercing gaze, accompanied by a rueful smile. Had it not been for Qianjia's unexpected prowess, he would have already claimed the top position. Smog found himself wishing for Qianjia to falter in the final round, a stark shift from his previous reliance solely on his own strength to secure victories. The memory of his substantial lead in the first round, now eclipsed, haunted him. Could it be that the disparity in their shooting skills was so pronounced? As more recruits completed their moving target shooting, many lamented their poor performances, expressing frustration at the rapid movement of the targets. Suddy, with a paltry 1 ring, bit her lip in despair, Her total of 8 rings was a bitter reflection of her efforts. She gazed enviously at Qianjia, who had once struggled to match her scores. How had he suddenly surpassed her? As Qianjia raised his firearm, he focused intently on the moving target. The pace of its movement seemed almost sluggish to him. After all, he had trained with moving targets that were far more challenging. This particular target's speed was akin to a leisurely jog, and its predictable back-and-forth trajectory made it all the more manageable. For him, this assessment was almost trivial, with a series of rapid shots. While others hesitated to take consecutive shots due to a lack of confidence, Qianjia fired 3 shots in quick succession. When the reading officer approached the target, anticipation hung in the air. Most recruits strained to hear the outcome, despite the officer's attempt to feign disinterest. To the officer's astonishment, he found only 1 bullet hole on the target. It was perplexing. If it were any other recruit, he would have presumed it to be a perfect 10 rings followed by 2 zeros. Yet, Qianjia was no ordinary recruit. After a thorough inspection, he discovered a deep indentation in the wall behind the target, indicating that not 1, but 3 bullets had struck in perfect alignment. The officer, unable to contain his disbelief, turned to General Zephyr in the stands, inquiring if he had witnessed this extraordinary feat. Zephyr, astonished, confirmed the precision of Qianjia's shots, all landing flawlessly in the 10-ring zone. The silence that ensued was heavy with disbelief. Could it truly be that Qianjia's marksmanship had reached such heights? The continuous stream of perfect 10s left the onlookers questioning their previous assumptions. If Qianjia had merely been lucky, why had he consistently achieved such results? The colonel felt a pang of frustration. Smog's position as the frontrunner seemed to have vanished. Tina expressed her disappointment for Smog, who could only smile in resignation, acknowledging the vast gap between their abilities. The recruits were left in awe, eyes wide and mouths agape. Achieving over 100 rings was a feat typically reserved for prodigious talents destined for high-ranking positions. The instructor, astounded, regarded Qianjia, a student he had previously dismissed, as he pondered how a score of 104 rings could be possible, especially with all 10 rings in the last 3 rounds. Zephyr's voice echoed again, questioning why Qianjia had performed poorly in the first round, which was ostensibly the simplest. I was unfamiliar with the firearm, Qianjia replied candidly. But Qianjia, you have attended weekly firearms training for a year. How could you possibly be unfamiliar? The instructor frowned, baffled. In the face of countless trials, Qianjia could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. Such was the reality, though it was difficult to elaborate. After all, he could hardly admit to being newly arrived in this world for a mere week or 2. His marksmanship was commendable, yet his attitude left much to be desired. Was he deliberately concealing his true abilities, only to stage a comeback and capture the attention of others? Indeed, he garnered the gaze of all. Yet this demonstrated a lack of seriousness toward his assessments. A lazy demeanor merits reprimand rather than praise. True strength lies in one's own formidable capabilities, Zfa stated sternly. For he could see through Qianjia's facade. His physical prowess was rather feeble, placing him in the lower tier among the new recruits. With that, he turned and departed from the shooting range. His actions had indeed drawn the attention of the general, though not in a favorable light. As dusk fell, Qianjia strolled leisurely home, acknowledging Zfa's words. True strength resides in genuine prowess. When night descended, Qianjia continued to forego rest, pushing his physical limits in abasement. Engaged in rigorous training, the new recruits, who should have succumbed to slumber, found themselves restless that night. Unexpectedly, the Taylor truck had clinched the championship. Humph. He had naively hoped to attract the general's notice through cunning means, oblivious to the fact that General Zfa was well aware of his. Humph. What does precise marksmanship amount to? At least that Taylor truck still held its ground in terms of strength. A few days prior, the new recruits had undergone combat testing, and Qianjia's abilities were glaringly evident. Very weak. Indeed, our strength far surpasses his, and the shooting assessment constituted the smallest portion of all evaluations. A sniper's role is crucial at sea, especially within pirate crews, as many lack precision and long-range capabilities, which snipers adeptly compensate for. Thus, each sniper holds an immensely significant position within a pirate crew. This is inherently linked to the structure of pirate crews, as their numbers are limited. However, in the Navy, technological prowess is formidable, and personnel are abundant, rendering the sniper's status less pivotal. When it comes to long-range attacks, the firepower of a warship's cannon far exceeds that of a sniper. In the Navy, renowned snipers are scarce. Most famous marksmen find their acclaim within the ranks of pirate crews. Beneath the dim light in the cold, steel-forged basement, the rhythmic sound of fists striking a swaying sandbag echoed. Thud, thud, thud. A youth, drenched in sweat and enveloped in mist, relentlessly hammered the bag with arms that seemed tireless, akin to machines. 998, 999, 1,000. 1,000 strikes, 1,000 agonies endured. His arms ached, drenched in perspiration. Yet Xianjie was already accustomed to it. As he completed his punches, Xianjie commenced practicing a series of martial techniques. They were gentle, reminiscent of Tai Chi or the 5 animal frolics, allowing his body's muscles and joints to recover. After several repetitions, the ache in his arms subsided. Good. Now on to push-ups. Thud. His entire body hit the ground, hands firmly planted. 1, 2, 3. Having practiced push-ups for over 20 years, Xianjie was well-versed. Now, however, his form was more precise, and his speed had increased. Indeed, the sensation of strength incrementally growing with each passing moment is truly exquisite. In the depths of night, Xianjie found himself irresistibly ensnared within his own fervor. The hour had grown late, and the young man was lost in a realm of his own making. His body an unyielding automaton, rising and falling with relentless vigor. 1506, 1507. 2018. 2,000 repetitions of weighted push-ups had left his hands devoid of sensation, numb to the point of insensibility, while beads of sweat cascaded onto the floor beneath him. He had surpassed yesterday's limits, now extracting every ounce of strength from his being. Each endeavor was a testament to his will, a new record forged in the crucible of his determination. 2,100. Once more. But this time he could not rise again. Xianjie collapsed onto the frigid floor, gasping for breath. After a prolonged moment, he gradually knelt up, panting heavily, drenched in perspiration, gazing at the distinct marks left on the ground. Despite gritting his teeth in endurance, the overwhelming fatigue beckoned him to surrender. Yet rest was a luxury he could not afford. His strength had doubled over the fortnight, but among the new recruits, he remained merely average. His ambition to surpass all newcomers within a year loomed large, a target set firmly in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely lifted himself once more. 2101, 2102. Until he reached 2003, his body awash in sweat, every muscle rendered non-existent as he lay on the ground, consciousness slipping away, far exceeding the limits of the previous day, pushing the boundaries of what he believed possible. As dawn broke, the shrill ring of the alarm clock, set to its maximum volume the night before, took a full minute to rouse the slumbering youth from his dreams. With bleary eyes, he endured the sharp ache in his arms, reluctantly rising from his bed. This could not continue, for his body would surely falter under the strain. He rose to dress, brush his teeth, and wash his face. In the sunlight, the recruits commenced their morning run, counting in unison, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Upon completion of 10 laps, the morning exercise session commenced, leading to breakfast. The morning's agenda was daunting, a 20-pound load to be carried over 5 kilometers, followed by an hour of military posture and 2 hours of physical training in the afternoon. The instructor's voice rang out. The recruits groaned in unison, lamenting the heavy burden of their tasks. "This is too much. We might perish," came the cries. In the far corner of the formation, Xianjie furrowed his brow in discontent. Was this really all there was to the training? Was it truly so simplistic? He felt a profound dissatisfaction. These exercises, even in his past life as a special forces soldier, had not been excessively grueling. Yet, despite their status as new recruits, their physical prowess surpassed that of seasoned commandos. To squander the most precious of moments on such training felt nothing short of a waste. Xianjie, suppressing his dissatisfaction, followed everyone to complete the morning exercises. He felt somewhat fatigued. The daily training for new recruits consumed the most precious daylight hours, leaving him with little choice but to engage in intense training at night. His rest time was relentlessly constrained, and he sensed that his body could no longer endure this strain. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Distressed, Xianjie's movements during the morning exercises became somewhat uncoordinated. "Xianjie, have you not eaten? You look so listless," came the teasing laughter from his peers. Although he corrected his form, Xianjie remained lost in thought. The philosophy behind the new recruit training is one of gradual progression and refinement, yet he was impatient, yearning for extreme training. This philosophy was incompatible with his desires, but he could not afford to miss the new recruit training. However, training during the day proved to be of little benefit, occupying his most valuable time and energy, leaving no opportunity for extreme training or rest. What was he to do? Throughout the day, Shinji pondered solutions. His distracted state naturally led to numerous mistakes, resulting in plenty of laughter at his expense. All right, today's training is concluded. Once we return home, do not be lazy. You must continue to train, the instructor proclaimed loudly. After such a tiring day, who wants to train? I just want to sleep, responded one recruit. Indeed, training at night? It's as if we're not meant to live, echoed another, filled with complaints. At last, it was over, and Shinji felt an overwhelming eagerness to return home and train. In 3 days, General ZFA will come to give us a lesson. Do not forget. The instructor announced. Now, you are dismissed. Yet, no one moved, all eyes fervently fixed on the instructor. Teacher, has General ZFA begun his lesson for us? Is it true? Will he finally teach us? Thoughts raced through their minds, wondering if General ZFA would notice him and choose him as a student. I must perform admirably. In an instant, everyone was filled with determination. 2 days later, Shinji lay early on his bed. Tonight, I shall not train. Otherwise, I will undoubtedly lack energy tomorrow. My body must recover, and I must present myself in the best possible condition. This was the first time Shinji allowed himself to rest early. He sank into a sweet dream, for tomorrow was the day General ZFA would come to teach. The daytime training for new recruits, coupled with extreme training at night, would leave him unprepared for the following day. Moreover, this had been the routine for half a month. Shinji could no longer endure the strain. Indeed, it was time for a well-deserved rest. He believed that only by approaching his endeavors with the utmost spirit could he capture the attention of a figure as esteemed as Admiral Zephyr. In the classroom, all the new recruits stood tall, their postures straight and their faces brimming with vitality, devoid of any trace of laziness. This included Shinji, who occupied a seat in the far corner. Today marked the commencement of the first lesson from the old master, so practical exercises were set aside for another time. Instead, the master intended to elucidate certain matters. He invited the recruits to express any uncertainties they may have encountered during their previous training. At the teacher's desk, Admiral Zephyr exuded a sense of approachability. In an instant, numerous hands shot up. Zephyr scanned the room and smiled. Excellent. Smoker, what is your inquiry? Rising to attention, Smoker respectfully saluted and inquired. Sir, during my training, I have found it challenging to achieve coordination. My physical strength never fully manifests. What could be the reason for this? It's a matter of not understanding your own body and being unable to control your muscles effectively, Zephyr explained. He continued to call upon various students, addressing their questions with clarity and simplicity, leading to a collective epiphany among the recruits, who admired him even more for his profound understanding of the training process. Shinji kept his hand raised, still waiting for his turn. Over the past half-month of training, he too had identified discrepancies but lacked guidance. He looked forward to Admiral Zephyr resolving his concerns. Zephyr glanced over the students, and his gaze lingered momentarily in the corner before he smiled and declared, It seems that there are no further questions. Now, I shall. Yet, Shinji remained unacknowledged, while others had their queries addressed. He was the only one still with his hand raised. Admiral Zephyr, I would like to ask. He reluctantly stood up, knowing that speaking out of turn was a disruption to the classroom order. As a soldier, his first words should have been a report. But he was cut off harshly and left hanging, only to be ignored further. Laughter erupted among the students, while Admiral Zephyr had already shifted his focus to a different topic. Feeling out of place, Shinji sat down silently, his fists clenched tightly beneath the desk. It seemed that Admiral Zephyr harbored significant discontent towards him. After all, was it not known that Shinji had once been a student of Admiral Zephyr, only to betray him? This betrayal was regarded as Zephyr's greatest disgrace. Throughout his career, Zephyr had fought countless pirates, yet never taken a life, earning the moniker of the Merciful Admiral. However, he had executed Shinji's father during a previous campaign, harboring a deep-seated hatred for traitors. Students in the front murmured amongst themselves, oblivious to Shinji's feelings. Hey, what do you want to ask? If you have any questions regarding training, let me know, and I can ask for you, whispered Suddy, Shinji's deskmate. No, I don't wish to ask anything anymore, Shinji replied, his resolve waning. The pursuit of mastery in training is not achieved overnight. One cannot expect to grasp all techniques in a single day. Today's discourse on training would conclude, with more to come in the future. Zephyr glanced at the clock on the wall, noting the time left before class ended. Now, I shall impart wisdom on how to become a just Navy officer. Integrity is as vital to the Navy as strength. The Navy stands as a bastion of justice upon the seas, and justice cannot tolerate betrayal. Zephyr's piercing gaze seemed to momentarily fixate on Shanks. In the past, many within the Navy have harbored treacherous intentions, ultimately choosing to abandon justice for piracy, a transgression that cannot be tolerated. This year, you are all surely aware of Major Qiansa and Captain Qianin, yes? The students responded in unison, yes. A mocking glance was cast toward Shanks in the corner, as if to imply knowledge of his familial ties. Major Qiansa and Captain Qianin had benefited greatly from the Navy's support and training, yet they ultimately chose treachery, marking them as disgraceful traitors despised by all. How can one with such talent and promise harbor a hard incline towards betrayal? I would not wish to be their teacher, Zephyr's authoritative voice echoed throughout the classroom. Sir, you have gone too far. Shanks boldly raised his head, his resolute gaze fixed upon Zephyr. Oh, how so? Shanks slowly stood up. Your words have erased their achievements, obliterated their efforts, and diminished their contributions to the world. Shanks has never regarded himself as the son of Qiansa, yet he has come to possess a profound understanding of him. The reasons behind General Qiansa's defection, as well as his conduct during his previous service in the Navy, are to be thoroughly examined. General Qiansa, ever steadfast in the front lines, has tirelessly waged war against pirates upon the vast seas, never resting in his relentless pursuit. He has vanquished countless marauders, earning the esteemed title of the most diligent naval officer. It is precisely for this reason that in his youth, Shanks seldom beheld his father, which ultimately shaped his introverted and timid disposition. Karma would not speak up for Admiral Kizaru simply because he had taken the place of Kizaru's son. Yet in this unfamiliar figure of Admiral Kizaru, he caught the first glimpse of a military bearing reminiscent of his past life. Such a man should not be mocked even in death. Moreover, Karma had already discerned that Zephyr had no genuine intention of mentoring him. There was no reason to linger here any longer. If he was to leave, then he would depart with dignity. Absurd, someone sneered. Just because he was your father. You defend him, but no one can erase the fact that he was a criminal, a traitor to the Navy, a betrayer of justice. That is undeniable. No, Karma replied coolly. Right now, I simply despise your tone. Shaking his head, he let out a self-deprecating chuckle. This was the world of pirates, where strength dictated everything. How foolish of him to approach it with the mindset of his past life. What a fool he had been. So, brat, Zephyr mocked, amusement glinting in his eyes. Are you here to clear your father and brother's names? A flicker of disgust passed through his gaze, especially as he took in Karma's resemblance to his brother, Qian. To think that one of his own students had turned traitor, it was the greatest disgrace of his life. Shanks had grown weary of speaking. It seemed you had nothing left to say. General Zifa coldly declared, a sinner is a sinner. No one can alter that. The students fell silent, astonished at the audacity of the boy who had dared to retort against General Zifa. Had he lost his mind? His boldness was staggering. Did he not fear that Teacher Zito would take offense and expel him on the spot? As new recruits, you had been chosen by the Navy headquarters, representing its future. However, to become a new recruit, one must possess either extraordinary talent and diligence or hail from a family of renowned heroes who had made significant contributions to the Navy. Zifa proclaimed loudly, with your mere sniping talent, do you truly believe you can become a new recruit of the Navy headquarters? As the child of a sinner and the brother of a sinner, you ought to know better. With such a lack of personal integrity, defending a sinner, and failing to understand the rules, I shall never instruct a recruit like you. Shall I allow another traitor to emerge within the Navy? If you can amend your reprehensible behavior, I might consider teaching you a thing or two, lest you remain an inept novice forever. Otherwise, I shall teach anyone but you. His resonant voice echoed throughout the classroom. The students swallowed nervously, none daring to utter a word. Shanks apologized to General Zita, perhaps. Suddy tugged at Shanks' sleeve from beneath the desk. Zifa looked on with pride, anticipating Shanks to plead desperately for his instruction, hoping to elicit a moment of pity that might grant him a lesson or two. You refuse to teach me? A smile of scorn slowly surfaced on Shanks' lips as he turned resolutely, disregarding the astonished gazes of his peers. He strode purposefully to the blackboard, bit his finger, and fervently inscribed upon the pristine wall. Blood fell, and his hand halted. The palm slashed across the wall, leaving a crimson mark at the end of his written words. If you refuse to teach, I have no need for your instruction. This is my application for self-study. From this moment forth, I, Shanks, shall resolutely refrain from attending your classes. You dare to withdraw from school? The instructor stared, wide-eyed, at the glaring, bloodied inscription on the wall, unable to believe that a mere recruit would have the gall to forsake the teachings of a general. Such determination, even General Zifa felt it was somewhat surreal. In the past, those fortunate enough to receive his guidance would be thrilled to the point of sleeplessness, and even current vice admirals yearned for his mentorship, let alone a recruit. Everyone felt the situation was implausible and hard to fathom. The recruits stood dazed and bewildered. You are insane. Withdrawing from school means you can no longer learn or attend classes here, the instructor exclaimed in anger. He was unconcerned about Qianjie's future, but feared the ire of General Zifa for his perceived failure in guidance. The new recruit camp offered numerous courses, although Zifa's classes were the most anticipated. Many others were taught by different officers. This is precisely what I desire. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of my blood? Qianjie coldly regarded the astonished crowd before resolutely turning away and stepping out of the classroom. Self-study was indeed a viable option for recruits. It required no attendance in classes, only participation in assessments. This system primarily catered to recruits with exceptional talents, who were spotted by vice admirals or generals willing to personally mentor them. However, such occurrences were rare, as vice admirals frequently taught classes, and General Zifa was the chief instructor, renowned for his high teaching quality. Even if an officer took notice of a student, they would typically only mentor them after graduation. Thus, for decades, not a single recruit had chosen self-study. Furthermore, Qianjie had not been selected by anyone. Self-study would mean true self-study. Hence, everyone felt the situation was utterly surreal and hard to believe. Even if faced with injustice, one could still learn a great deal at the recruit camp, which was far superior to solitary study, was it not? Such resolute character? Zifa stared blankly at the retreating figure, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses. Stepping out of the classroom, the silence was deafening. Thunder rumbled as the storm approached. Resolutely, he ventured into the rain, disappearing into the tempest. Walking through the downpour, he never glanced back. Next, he would train diligently on his own. It was for the best, sparing his precious time and energy from the rather futile new recruit training. In the basement, Qianjie trained with fervor, more intensely than ever. Previously, his training had been hellish. Now, he was pouring his very life into it. He was accustomed to proving himself as the strongest, believing that even alone, he could achieve that. With a flurry of strikes, he executed 10,000 sword slashes. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the cold ground. Next came 1,000 weighted push-ups, bearing an additional 20 pounds. He forgot everything else, dedicating all his energy to training, having erased the classroom from his mind. Rather than lament or ponder, nothing was more practical than training. Moreover, Qianjie had long been dissatisfied with the slow training regimen of the recruit camp. It wasted too much time and energy. Self-study was precisely the method he had envisioned. He had initially hoped for the general's guidance, which was why he chose to remain in the recruit camp, but the outcome of merely submitting an application had drawn a bit of attention. What of a general? I refuse to believe that I cannot become a general. In the cold, dark basement, the youth dripped with sweat. As dusk fell, having concluded his training, Qianjie lay on the sofa, too fatigued to move, when he heard a knock at the door, causing his brow to furrow. He knew he had no friends at Navy headquarters. And since his father and brother's companions had betrayed them, they had severed all ties, never to return. Who could it be? Suddy? What brings you here? He opened the door to find Suddy clad in tight leather attire, astonished, as he considered their relationship not quite that of friends. Their homes were far apart. Of course. I have business. Suddy slipped past Qianjie under his arm. Like a hostess, she entered the room, but instead of sitting on the sofa, she perched on the table with her legs crossed, her expression inscrutable. Qianjie, well done. You have no idea how everyone went wild after you left. Oh? Qianjie replied. Is there something you need? If not, I must return to my training. You truly want to return to school? Suddy selectively ignored Qianjie's dismissal, curiously observing him. He had caught her attention in ways she had never noticed before. In a brief time, he had not only ranked first in the shooting assessments but had also dared to confront a general. No one among the recruits possessed such courage. If you wish to chat, I have no time. Self-study requires even greater diligence. Qianjie shrugged nonchalantly, clearly indicating his desire for her to leave. Self-study? How will you learn? No one will teach you. Physical training is not like shooting. It requires a teacher. Suddy's peculiar smile seemed to grow even wider. What if I provided you with my notes from school, documenting everything they teach? Oh? Qianjie gazed at Suddy, who seemed overly kind, perplexed at her sudden interest, which felt excessive. What would I have to offer in return? Hee hee, Suddy chuckled mischievously. You shall pay with enjoyment. In the face of those spineless cowards at school. Bully them. The sound of moans and groans is not only unpleasant but also rather repugnant. Upon closer inspection, one would find you quite handsome and possessing such remarkable spirit. Surely, your voice must be melodious. With a swift motion, Suddy brandished her whip, striking the ground with a resounding crack. Perhaps her intentions were benevolent. Yet such kindness is hardly palatable. The term submissive flickered through my mind, an idea I found utterly unappealing. I proceeded directly towards the basement, declaring unilaterally, the agreement is established. With a flick of my wrist, the whip lashed towards Qianjie's posterior. I do not bully women, but heed my warning. I turned back to grasp the whip, relishing in the escalating amusement of her resistance. Suddenly, both of us seized opposite ends of the whip, exerting force simultaneously. Yet, Qianjie's feet began to slide across the floor, slowly being drawn towards Suddy. Despite her body being weary and unrefreshed, the disparity in strength was evident. Qianjie gritted her teeth, feeling inadequate against a mere woman, even knowing Suddy ranked among the top 5 in combat skills among the recruits. Accepting defeat to a woman was a bitter pill to swallow. Come here, darling. I promise I won't be too harsh. Damn submissive. Letting go of the braid, Qianjie dashed towards the basement, slamming the iron door shut behind her. Where do you think you're running, sweetie? By the time Suddy reached the falling iron door, it had already descended halfway, leaving no chance for passage, her frustration evident as she stomped her feet. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Come out, darling. Let me take care of you. Hearing the incessant banging on the door, Qianjie wiped the cold sweat from her brow in the basement, muttering, Damn that submissive. Beware. I might just turn you into a masochist. The banging persisted for quite some time before finally subsiding, yet Qianjie remained in the basement, choosing to uphold a man's dignity by staying put. This bastion of steel was certainly impervious to her efforts. Once more, she delved into her training. A man's dignity, damn it. Hiding here, what dignity could she possibly uphold? Could she hide every time she came? This is my home. I must train even harder to surpass her, or I would truly be stripped of all dignity. She trained fervently, the basement echoing with the sounds of her relentless efforts throughout the night. The following day, Suddy, who had stayed at Qianjie's home and slept in his bed, grew impatient waiting for him to emerge and, in frustration, decided to leave. The recruits had training during the day. It was not until the late morning that Qianjie finally emerged from the basement. Clang, clang, clang. The blade struck the stone, leaving behind a series of marks. A month had passed, yet this was the extent of my progress? The grooves were an inch deep. But I was far from mastering the art. Boom, boom, boom. 5 swords. Gazing at the shattered stones and the broken iron sword, I realized that after 3 months, though I had cleaved the 5 swords, it was more akin to smashing than slicing, resulting in a broken blade. My strength had increased. Yet I had failed to harness the inherent sharpness of the sword. What should I do? The absence of a mentor revealed its drawbacks. If only I had someone to consult. However, Qianjie could only navigate the waters of trial and error, striving to optimize his explosive potential through countless experiments. Though his father had left behind training notes, it was impossible for such documents to encompass every scenario encountered during practice. In the basement, Qianjie stifled a groan, blood trickling from his mouth. Mistakes were inevitable in experimentation, and injuries were to be expected without experience. He had to learn through the process of trial and tribulation. Swish, swish. 2 blades sliced through the air, producing a sound, albeit faint. Had I succeeded with 2 swords? The cuts were now smooth, and the debris was minimal. Success was tantalizingly close. With a smile, Qianjie entered the basement. First, physical training, followed by practicing footwork. Though he still had a distance to cover before mastering the art of the blade, over the course of 6 months, his strength had multiplied 7-fold. It felt as though he had been forgotten by the world, isolated in his small realm, practicing alone, brushing his teeth alone, sleeping alone, eating alone. Only Suddy would occasionally sneak in, attempting to catch him. Each time she left in frustration, yet notes from the instructor lay on the table, detailing the training regimen. Yet Qianjie had never once perused them, not even once. With a 50-kilogram weight, yesterday I managed 500 sword swings. What about today? Lifting the weight demanded immense willpower and strength. Bearing the burden, Qianjie gritted his teeth and swung the blade. 1, 2, 3, 156, 157. Boom. The entire basement shook violently, causing the exercise equipment to tumble to the floor. Qianjie quickly steadied himself against the wall. What was happening? The alarm resonated, piercing through the earth and steel walls, reaching Qianjie's ears. How could the sound travel this far? What had transpired? Amid the violent tremors, he bolted from the basement, emerging into a world drowned in the shrill alarm that masked all other sounds. No wonder it had reached the basement. The entire naval headquarters had been put on high alert. A situation of grave crisis must have arisen. What was happening? Rushing into the courtyard. The clock read 4 or 5 in the afternoon, yet the sky was cloaked in heavy clouds, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, with oppression and fear swirling in the air. In the town behind the headquarters, screams echoed relentlessly. All personnel, please proceed immediately to the designated safe zones. The amplified voice of the intercom reverberated across the island. Please remain calm. While the Golden Lion has invaded, General Sengoku and Admiral Karp are already engaging the enemy. Rest assured, we will repel the attackers. Please head to the shelters for safety. The Golden Lion? The notorious pirate? The Golden Lion? Panic began to spread. With Sengoku and Karp present, surely we would be protected. In the town, military families hurriedly fled to safety, chaos reigning supreme. Boom. The skies erupted with lightning and thunder. The violent explosions resonated from the front of the naval headquarters, causing the island to tremble. Mountains obscured the view of the battles raging both in front and behind the headquarters, but the terrifying clash soon enveloped the entire island. Sengoku Karp, tell me, have you truly captured Roger? Impossible. Roger is a man I respect. How could he be apprehended by your navy? At the naval headquarters, amidst the mountain of corpses, the Golden Lion wielded a sword in each hand, a multitude of warships and boulders floating behind him, while two commanding figures stood shoulder to shoulder in front. Golden Lion, I will not allow you to obstruct the punishment of Roger. A fleet of warships surged toward the naval headquarters under the Golden Lion's command. With each strike, the earth trembled. Is the Golden Lion fighting against Karp and Sengoku? At the entrance, the ground quaked, and the golden light flickered beyond the peaks, passing through the massive stone formations. Such power. In Qianjie's eyes, excitement shimmered. What shall we do, teacher? The new recruits, still in the training camp and yet to be dismissed, huddled in fear beneath the eaves, seeking solace in one another's presence. Follow me immediately to the safe refuge. It is absolutely secure and under the protection of a major general. Come with me. Under the vigilant guard of numerous naval officers, the recruits began their evacuation, for they represented the future of the Navy, which was diligently safeguarding them. Teacher, Qianjie is still at home alone. He is one of us. Shouldn't we go back for him? Sudi exclaimed loudly, her voice barely audible over the cacophony of immense boulders soaring through the sky. They crashed into the sea and the town behind them, eliciting continuous screams. Him? The instructor's gaze turned cold. I only protect the recruits within the school. He chose to study independently. He must learn to protect himself as well. All naval personnel, ensure the safety of the families and guide them to the refuge. The town is in crisis. Quickly dispatch the Navy to safeguard the civilians. The command reverberated through the air, but it was swiftly drowned out by the thunderous sounds of escalating conflict. Countless fragments of stone streaked across the sky like meteors, with many striking the town. While numerous defenseless citizens remained trapped, the wails of despair echoed incessantly, and although many naval officers were present, they were overwhelmed. This is dire. In the midst of the town, Qianjie witnessed buildings collapsing under the rain of debris and the cries of the people, while the distracted Navy could not attend to everyone. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the stormy chaos of the town. Be careful. Boom. Just before the deafening roar, Qianjie scooped up a young girl and leaped several meters away. Where she had just run, a boulder the size of a head crashed down, creating a deep crater. The girl, paralyzed by fear, trembled as she stared at the rubble, narrowly escaping death. When she regained her senses, she could only see the retreating figure of her savior, small yet resolute. Quickly, we must leave this place. Amidst the crowd, Qianjie assisted the elderly and children, helping them flee the devastated land. He also had to dodge the colossal stones plummeting from the sky and the collapsing structures, while many naval officers sustained injuries while rescuing others. Who will save my mother? Came a heart-wrenching cry. After aiding another individual, Qianjie hurried toward the sound of weeping. Discovering a woman trapped beneath a massive stone, her feet pinned, with a small girl crying beside her. Wait a moment, he urged, his hands grasping the enormous boulder that weighed several tons. The fierce roar of Qianjie echoed. Endure the pain. He lifted a massive stone, panting as he gazed at the little girl amidst her jubilant cheers. "This place is unsafe. I shall escort you to a more spacious area." Cradling the injured woman, he placed her several dozen meters away in a relatively open spot, all the while receiving her fervent expressions of gratitude. Upon setting her down, Qianjie turned towards the little girl. "Run," he urged. His eyes brimmed with anguish as a boulder, slightly larger than a grinding stone, hurtled towards the girl like fragments of a meteor shower. "Hurry," he shouted, racing forward with desperation. The tiny girl, scarcely 3 or 4 years old, was trapped beneath the rubble, unable to flee. "No," cried the safe woman, her voice hoarse with urgency. "Give it your all." Qianjie's silhouette appeared to stretch. An illusion of lingering motion, an afterimage. He could only surge forward for a fleeting moment, a singular chance to act. Yet, he realized that even with both swords drawn, he might not sever such a colossal stone. This was his solitary opportunity. With unwavering resolve, he dashed before the little girl, pulling her behind him as he confronted the descending boulder. "Slash!" he commanded, raising his sword to the heavens. The threat of death offers no time for contemplation. It strikes unexpectedly. It was a stark choice, either perish or survive. "Break, break, break!" Qianjie screamed, drawing upon every ounce of strength within him to unleash a singular, decisive strike. This was the only chance. Every living being, when faced with death, fights with ferocity. And Qianjie understood that failure would not only cost him his life, but also that of the little girl behind him, igniting his primal instincts for survival. The connection of tendons, the strain of muscles, the transmission of power throughout his being all converged to maximize his strength. Every ounce of energy was meticulously controlled, without the slightest waste, coalescing into a singular line that flowed from the razor-sharp edge of his sword. With a resounding crash, the boulder struck the ground, fragments pelting his face, jolting Qianjie into awareness. Had he succeeded? The stones on either side had been cleaved apart, the incision strikingly smooth. "I did it," he realized, understanding that he had finally earned the right to begin mastering the sword techniques left behind by his father. Yet, the cacophony of falling debris continued unabated. The brutal scene still unfolding above. "Go," he commanded, scooping up the little girl and racing towards the still crying woman. One in his arms, another on his back. His slight frame appeared somewhat burdened. As night deepened, the town lay in ruins, much of it devastated. "Little one, this is no place for you. Quickly find a safe spot. Do not assume the battle has concluded," a Navy officer barked, patrolling and checking for any civilians left behind. Even though many structures remained standing, they were riddled with cracks, posing a risk of further collapse. Danger lurked everywhere. With a weary nod, Qianjie acknowledged. The battle had ceased, tranquility returning to the town. After surveying the area several times, he confirmed that no survivors remained buried in the debris. Exhausted, he trudged home, his clothes damp with sweat, dried, and dampened anew. In the residence of Qianjie, fortune smiled upon him as he remained unscathed amidst the chaos. Exhausted, he lacked the energy to peel off his dust-laden garments or tend to his scraped hands, collapsing onto his bed and swiftly succumbing to slumber. Is this the formidable power of a top-tier warrior? When shall I? The faint whispers of dreams began to emerge. The battle concluded with the defeat of the Golden Lion, who was subsequently confined to Impel Down, yet the Navy headquarters suffered tremendous losses, with a significant portion laid to waste. This clash sent shockwaves throughout the world, soon overshadowed by another event. A week later, the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, was publicly executed in Logue Town of the West Blue. The Navy rejoiced while pirates fell into despair. Yet, Roger's final words resonated. "Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, it is all yours. Go and find it. I have placed all my riches there." Thus began the era of great pirates, plunging the seas into unparalleled turmoil. However, for the new recruits, this seemed an insurmountable distance away. Although the battle had ended, the severe destruction of the Navy headquarters prompted a decision to halt training for a week, dedicating efforts to restore the town, and all recruits were expected to participate. Understood? Yes, the new recruits chorused. How exhausting it is to clean the streets and move the refuse, they lamented in the mess hall. Isn't that Qianjie? They mocked, eyeing him as he collected his meal. Even after leaving the dormitory, Qianjie still came to the mess hall. Cooking for himself was too troublesome, and the military's allowance for recruits barely sufficed for sustenance, yet the Navy provided for all their needs. Alone in a corner, he dined, oblivious to the disparaging remarks around him. We toil endlessly while he does nothing, yet enjoys the same allowance as us. What gives? Many recruits glared at Qianjie. Exactly. How can he be so indifferent? No wonder Admiral Zephyr looks down on him. Surely he fears danger and fatigue, unwilling to help. Mom, enough, you should return now. All right. The mother smiled as she held her young daughter's hand. Suddenly, the little girl pointed at Qianjie, exclaiming, "Look, it's that big brother who saved us." With a cold demeanor transformed by warmth, Qianjie knelt and playfully pinched the shy girl's cheek, inquiring gently about her injuries. Her legs were wrapped in bandages. Yet she could walk, suggesting no severe harm had befallen her. "It's you," the woman exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she covered her mouth. "Son, quickly thank our benefactor," she urged her son, Carl, who stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. "Mom, you know him? Of course. Without our benefactor, you wouldn't see your mother or sister again. Why are you standing there? Hurry and express your thanks," she chided softly. What just happened?" Carl murmured, perplexed. "Did you say Qianjie saved you? That's impossible. When has he ever saved anyone? He can hardly save himself." The little girl pouted. "I don't like you, bad brother. How dare you treat our savior like this?" The mother's expression darkened. "Hurry and thank him." "There's no need for thanks. It was merely my duty," Qianjie remarked, smiling as he left the mess hall. "You." The mother, fuming, pointed at her son, speechless with anger. "You're a bad brother." "I won't call you that anymore," the little girl declared disdainfully. "Mom, sister, you must have mistaken him or been deceived by him. How could he possibly have saved you?" A resounding slap struck Carl's face, leaving him stunned, clutching his stinging cheek, bewildered by his mother's unexpected reprimand. "Do you realize that if it weren't for him, both your sister and I would have perished? Would anyone care for you then?" the mother shouted, her voice trembling with emotion. "Really, Mom?" Carl's disbelief began to waver. "What happened? Please, explain." In the cafeteria, the attention of the other recruits was drawn to the scene. Their curiosity piqued as they leaned in to listen. 10 days prior, the Golden Lion had invaded, and the aftershocks had caused our dwelling to collapse. My sister and I were unable to escape. I was pinned beneath a heavy stone, and had it not been for him, we would have perished amidst the ruins. Now, who could possibly look after you? Is that true? Carl questioned, skepticism etched on his face. 10 days ago, amidst such horror, he must have hidden away and dared not emerge. How could he have saved you? Smack. Another slap resounded. Do you dare doubt your mother? Surely not. During that tumultuous battle, Qianjie participated in the rescue? Impossible. In such terror, he would be fortunate to save himself, let alone rescue anyone else. Yet, the veracity of the tale seemed undeniable. The recruits were equally astonished, their memories haunted by the dreadful events. He was the savior of both mother and sister? A myriad of emotions left them in a stupor. Carl, feeling lost, struck his own face with a few resounding slaps. Mother, I was wrong. Look over there. Isn't that the one expelled from the recruit camp? 2 passers-by pointed at Qianjie. How pitiful, cast out by General Zifa, forbidden from training in the camp. As he walked home, Qianjie overheard the gossip. In the past 6 months, he had encountered such discussions frequently. Although he had voluntarily opted for self-study, the narrative had morphed. Others perceived it as General Zifa's dissatisfaction with him or deemed him inadequate. Consequently, he was forcibly expelled from the recruit camp. After all, the strength and reputation of General Zifa were immense. To receive guidance from such a figure was a tremendous honor. No one would believe that a recruit possessed the audacity to relinquish such an opportunity willingly. The truth of the matter had long been obscured, and perhaps a few had attempted to clarify the situation for Qianjie, but who would believe them? Thus, Qianjie had gained a modest notoriety in the town, albeit not a favorable one. He was known as the son of a sinner, a pitiful soul expelled from the recruit camp. I require you to exert yourself. Begin with physical training. 2,000 push-ups while bearing a 50-kilogram load. Once your body is sufficiently warmed up, you may commence your practice with the swift sword. Prepare some tea in the kitchen. You shall need it during training. Holding the teapot, he pondered. This time, you can't escape, can you? As he exited the kitchen, Qianjie found himself face to face with a shadow blocking the basement door. What do you want now? He asked, exasperation evident in his gaze as he regarded Suddy, who was relentless in her pursuits. Of course, I have come to express my affection for you. Suddy replied mischievously. I never imagined you to be such a valiant soul. My companions are astonished. They have suddenly realized how much I adore you, and thus, I must cherish you properly. With a crack, Suddy swung her whip, striking the floor. Obey and allow your sister to love you well. Raising her hand, the whip lashed towards Qianjie. Humph, I've evaded you long enough. This must come to an end. He set down the teapot and seized the whip, pulling it forcefully. Ah! A sharp scream escaped Suddy's lips as she was inadvertently drawn towards him. He surged forward, grasping her wrist and effortlessly tossing her aside, her body spinning before crashing onto the stone table. With lightning speed, Qianjie seized the hands on the table, retrieving the whip and swiftly binding her wrists to the table leg. You wanted to hear sounds, didn't you? Now you'll hear plenty. Suddy's upper body sprawled across the table, arms spread and tied to the legs, an undeniably alluring posture. Her hips arched upward, frozen in bewildered stillness. What just happened? One moment she felt weightless, the next immobilized. Let me go? Release me this instant. Struggling futilely against the stone table weighing hundreds of pounds, she writhed in vain. The position rendered her powerless. Acutely aware of Qianjie's gaze burning into her back. Sadist. His eyes scanned the room before settling on his own belt, swiftly unfastened with ominous intent. The metallic slide of leather sent tremors through Suddy's body. What are you? Listen, we're too young for. I swear I'll fight you if you, overthinking. I just intend to discipline you. Lift. And spread. The skirt lifted, revealing slender, shapely thighs forced apart. Crack. The belt struck the plush curve of her buttock with a sharp, resonant snap. Ah! A startled shriek escaped her as the stinging pain erupted. Well, pleasant acoustics? Within the enclosed space, the blossoming young maiden whimpered under the relentless strikes. Whether from anguish or something else remained unclear. Each lash sent searing heat through her flesh, her petite frame quivering unpredictably with the rhythm of the blows. Biting her lip to stifle sounds, Suddy's muffled moans twisted with humiliation and peculiar stimulation. Her voice morphing under the dual torment. Stop. Please, release me, I beg. Ah. Her body suddenly convulsed, tension melting into limp surrender. Had she not been restrained, she might have collapsed entirely. Surely I didn't strike that hard. At this moment, Qianjie was acutely aware of the magnitude of his own power. He understood that should he unleash his full strength, it could prove fatal. Although he was not exerting himself greatly, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt as he observed Suddy's transformation. Was it possible that in the throes of excitement, he had inadvertently unleashed too much power? Please, I beseech you, release me. Let me go. I promise I will not dare again, Suddy cried out in desperation, tears streaming down her face. Will you still indulge in your sadistic tendencies in the future? Sadistic tendencies? What do you mean? Suddy pleaded. I swear I will do whatever you ask. Just let me go, I implore you. Her legs were tightly pressed together, fidgeting with a hint of hesitation. Very well. It is good that you understand. As the thousand calamities unraveled the whip, he simultaneously prepared for Suddy's impending frenzy. At the moment of liberation, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a gust of wind rushing into the bathroom and the door slamming shut. What was happening? Inside. Suddy leaned against the door, her body weakly collapsing to the ground. It's over, Suddy, she murmured, her face flushed as she cast her gaze downward. Is everything all right? There was no rush to resume her training. Qianjie waited outside. Although Suddy's submissive demeanor left him feeling exasperated, her genuine concern for him was palpable, indicating that her previous exertion had not been excessive. Could you lend me a set of clothes and some pants? Huh, all right. He retrieved a clean outfit and slid it through a narrow opening before the door was firmly locked again from the inside. What do you need clothes for? Aren't they clean? Qianjie pondered, scratching his chin with suspicion. Furthermore, her tone had shifted entirely, lacking the usual assertiveness of her sadistic persona, now imbued with a hint of fragility. Surely, my single strike couldn't have altered her character so drastically? Had she truly transformed into a submissive? Curiosity piqued. He waited for several minutes. Finally, the closed door cautiously creaked open, revealing a pair of eyes. Upon realizing Qianjie still lingered outside, the door slammed shut once more. Are you that afraid of me? Could you perhaps leave? All right, I'll head to the basement to train. You can leave on your own afterward. I want to see you off, he said, stepping toward the basement. Please don't escort me. I can manage on my own. Inside the bathroom, Suddy listened attentively to the sounds outside, including the clank of the iron door falling shut, allowing her to exhale a long sigh of relief. Cautiously, she opened the bathroom door, peeking into the living room. Finding it empty, she timidly stepped out, clutching her clothes tightly. Currently, she wore Qianjie's outfit, which felt somewhat oversized on her. He didn't notice, did he? She thought, holding her clothes even closer, especially the freshly laundered undergarments. Casting a glance at the yard, she saw no one. In a whirlwind, she dashed outside, forgetting to close the gate behind her, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Upon returning home, Suddy was still far from calm, She immediately rushed into the bathroom to draw a bath. In the tub, she thought, wait, how did he possess such strength? A sudden realization struck her. How had she been defeated? Had he been concealing his true abilities all along? Or had she merely been careless? TCH. I didn't expect him to truly go all out. With a slight pout. Her eyes filled with resentment as they wandered to the neatly stacked clothes on the countertop, Qianjia's garments. They were remarkably clean and exuded a pleasant fragrance, far more refined than the stench of those vile men. The scent was not of perfume, but of soap, mingled with a touch of an endearing sweat aroma. This was the most captivating fragrance a man could possess. After completing a set of weighted push-ups, Qianjia, drenched in sweat, gripped his sword with both hands. Before him lay sheets of paper detailing the techniques for overlapping dual sword usage. The method was not overly complex. It simply required speed. When the speed of drawing the sword reached a certain threshold, identical moves seemed to overlap, thereby embodying the power of dual swords, provided the distance between them was negligible. With swords in hand, he gathered his strength. Whoosh! With blinding speed, he struck out with both swords. The arcs of the blades were clearly visible, not overlapping in trajectory. Qianjia swiftly recognized his shortcomings. His speed was insufficient, and his control over the swords was lacking. Again, he spent the entire night fervently swinging his blades. The outcome was that the continuous traces of his sword strikes began to show signs of overlap, yet the distinct marks of the two blades remained largely unchanged. It appeared he still had a long way to go. The book noted that his father had taken 2 years to master the art of dual swords. Every beginning is challenging. Only when his arms grew numb and could no longer lift the swords did he relent, letting them drop to the ground. Though his arms were fatigued, his legs still retained their strength, prompting him to practice the simpler technique of shaving. With each swift footfall, the powerful recoil propelled his body into a near imperceptible burst of speed, the foundation remaining steadfastly grounded in rapidity and strength. As long as his physical conditioning was exceptional, both power and speed would be at his disposal. Training in physical techniques was relatively straightforward. Perhaps one could master it in a day, provided one was sufficiently strong. Regrettably, Qianjia was starting from scratch, his physical prowess equally minimal. The rhythmic sounds of his right foot striking the ground echoed clearly, taking a full 3 seconds. Unsurprisingly, Qianjia remained stationary, having not moved an inch. Again, thud, thud, thud. Again. Time passed silently with each swing of his sword and every step he took. Within the steel-forged training chamber, the iron floor bore clear imprints of his feet, and the walls bore evident sword marks. A year later, beyond the town, atop a forested hillside, the naval headquarters lay before and behind the town, separated by 3 towering mountains. The Navy could freely access the town behind, yet the townsfolk could not approach without orders. This forest was devoid of wildlife and seldom frequented by people. With a sudden burst, he vanished from his position, reappearing atop a 3-meter-high branch, only to disappear once more, ascending to even higher limbs. After several successive leaps, he stood atop the treetops, gazing down at the city below. Reflecting on the towering mountains behind him, Qianjia understood that the naval headquarters, where all pirates trembled in fear, lay just ahead. Yet, he could not fathom how long it would take before he could enter such a place. Once again, he vanished, appearing in midair outside a tree that could only be embraced by 3 people. With a sharp clang, he unsheathed his sword. Dual swords overlapped. Whoosh! In an instant, Qianjia landed gracefully on the ground. Before him stood a massive tree, immobile, yet a slender gap, as fine as a finger, cleaved through the trunk from top to bottom. On the 565th day in this world, he finally felt a surge of power within him. Sheathing his sword, a smile crept onto Qianjia's lips. His relentless training had yielded results. He realized that his grasp of the techniques was not yet instinctual. For true speed and strength could undoubtedly achieve the feat of triple sword overlap. Surpassing all other recruits was surely within his reach. Training alone proved far more advantageous than what Zifa referred to as his students. With a buoyant spirit, he turned his stride toward the town. Moments later, a mysterious figure stood at the place where Qianjia had just trained. They sliced through the trees without disturbing a single leaf, showcasing a profound understanding of the sword. Could this be a mere youth? The enigmatic figure surveyed the solitary silhouette at the foot of the mountain, narrowing their eyes. At such a young age, is he a new recruit? Has a true genius emerged among this batch of recruits? The mysterious figure traced the fine gap in the trees, growing increasingly astonished. Is this the extent to which a mere boy can reach? And so young. Admiral Akiji, we have finally found you. Admiral Sengoku has summoned you. A major rushed forward, saluting as he spoke. Is that so? The enigmatic figure turned, revealing wavy black hair and a languid demeanor. Admiral Akiji, a renowned figure at the Navy headquarters and a candidate for the rank of general. Oh, is that not Qianjia? On the street, several youths ahead were pointing at Qianjia, members of the rookie camp. Qianjia, indifferent to the world around him, strode forward with an air of pride. Having spent a leisurely year and a half, it seemed he had hardly progressed at all. Huh, we have grown stronger. He is hardly worthy of being our Thailander now. Is he? Tomorrow, he shall face his doom. With a smirk, he produced a key and unlocked the door, pushing it open but refraining from stepping inside. Curious, he noticed a document lying on the floor behind the door and picked it up. To his astonishment, it bore a naval insignia. Tomorrow marks the day of the new recruits' assessment, a critical evaluation that would contribute to their graduation scores, with the content focusing on practical combat experience. Not a single recruit may be absent. The document contained a brief yet important message, alongside the time and location for the assembly. An assessment? Real combat? Qianjia furrowed his brows slightly as he read the details that indicated the assessment this time would be personally overseen by Admiral Zephyr, who would lead the troops into the sea for a practical combat exercise. The specific targets for this exercise, however, remained unrecorded. Do you see that island? Zephyr pointed towards a forested isle as the warship anchored nearby. The deck was filled with excited yet anxious recruits, staring at the uninhabited island that was a haven for ferocious beasts and ancient creatures. Fear mingled with awe on the faces of the new soldiers, as the serene beauty of the island transformed into something ominous. The air was punctuated by terrifying roars, as if colossal shadows flitted through the trees. This is a real combat exercise. Zephyr's piercing gaze swept across the recruits. It harbors danger, but it is far more suitable than facing pirates for your first encounter in the field. The assessment would measure their overall capability based on their ability to eliminate prey. Yet the specifics of the assessment were not merely about individual strength, it was also a test of their comprehensive skills. The assessment would last 3 hours, and once the time elapsed, it would conclude. Only 3 hours. The recruits glanced at the island, which, while not overly large, spanned several square kilometers. Many believed they could traverse it swiftly, but the time seemed insufficient. Furthermore, each recruit was permitted to eliminate only a single target, which puzzled many. Why is that? A chorus of confusion erupted among the recruits. The restrictions were not solely about strength. They demanded astute time management, tracking skills, and speed, rendering this a true test of their overall abilities. In the corner of the formation, Qianjia contemplated the implications. Zephyr's explanation echoed his thoughts. Eliminating only one target required significant discernment and decision-making. Qianjia nodded, recognizing that the assessment was indeed a serious affair. Within 3 hours, they would likely encounter few targets, and choosing to strike at the first opportunity could solidify their scores. However, if they were to encounter stronger prey later, they would lose their chance. Conversely, if they passed up the initial opportunity in hopes of finding something more formidable but failed, they would leave empty-handed. Thus, while strength was crucial, so too was self-awareness and the ability to assess the environment for weaker targets. New recruits, Zephyr continued. Some may rejoice while others may feel disheartened. Those less skilled might find this assessment slightly in their favor. The recruits were warned. You have been issued distress flares. If you encounter insurmountable danger, fire them immediately. Rescue will arrive within a minute. However, a request for assistance will result in a score of 0. This is an individual assessment, he emphasized. You cannot form alliances, engage in private disputes, or claim another's achievements. Those who violate these rules will not only receive a score of 0 but will also face severe penalties. Many recruits who had sought alliances before departure now wore despondent expressions. Teacher, must we bring back our prey? Smoker inquired, realizing this added another layer of difficulty. No. Zephyr replied sharply. Simply inscribe your name on the slain prey, and the Navy will tally the scores later. Let me reiterate. You must not erase another's name in order to claim their kill. Do you understand? His intense gaze lingered on Qianjia for a moment longer, as if he were under scrutiny. Yes, came the resounding response. Now, we will escort each of you to various points along the shore, accompanied by Navy personnel. Only upon receiving the command will you commence your tasks. As the warship moved, one recruit remarked, if we are accompanied by an elite Navy member during the assessment, it guarantees our safety and ensures accurate scorekeeping. Why not embrace this? Because this is a practical exercise, Zephyr retorted. You must face challenges independently. How will you confront ruthless pirates after graduation if you lack the ability to handle crises? I can only ensure your safety to a degree. Total security breeds complacency. Only through pressure can true excellence be forged. The weak have no place upon the sea. The warship circled the island, halting intermittently as elite Navy personnel disembarked with recruits. Standing ready on the shore, awaiting the signal to begin. Whispers among the recruits speculated on who would emerge in the top 3. Surely it will be Smoker, Cheyenne, and Tina, they murmured, as it has always been. They will soon become true students of Admiral Zephyr. Perhaps, another countered. While they may be stronger, luck may not favor them if they do not encounter formidable prey. But one thing is certain, another recruit chimed in. Qianjie will undoubtedly be among the last, as he lacks the strength to pursue worthy targets. As these discussions unfolded, the focus shifted to Qianjie, who stood apart from the group. Silence. Who was making such a racket? Suddy snapped, cracking her whip against the deck, startling the nearby recruits into silence. When Qianjie glanced back, Suddy dismissed him with a haughty glance, her expression steeped in unspoken resentment. Though she had not approached him in a year, Qianjie often found books, class notes, left at his door, unmistakably hers. Qianjie, disembark. Shall we not rest before proceeding? He thought, gazing at the dense forest before him, with an elite Navy member stationed at his back. After a half-hour wait, a voice boomed from the ship, reverberating across the island and awakening the beast within. Terrifying roars echoed as predatory birds took to the sky, sending shivers down the spines of the recruits on the shore. 1 minute remaining. Recruits, finalize your preparations. Zephyr commanded through the loudspeaker. In the tense silence, the recruits either inspected their swords or stretched their limbs. Though there was little to check, they possessed only their long swords as weapons, with no firearms or other tools permitted. 3, 2, 1. Begin. In that instant, every recruit surged into the forest like arrows released from their bows. Driven by fear yet unwilling to pause, Qianjie swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. As the newly stationed soldiers became obscured from sight, Qianjie paused. Seated atop a tree trunk, his gaze sweeping across the woodland. Suddenly, a concealed leopard lunged from behind, jaws bared, but with a swift motion of his sword, he retaliated. With a resounding clash, the unsheathed blade struck the ordinary cheetah's skull, causing a gruesome explosion of flesh, and its lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The cheetah's strength was woefully inadequate. Even a year prior, in a state of untrained vulnerability, Qianjie could have easily triumphed over it. Does this imply that my performance is already predetermined? Surely, my score must be dismally low. As he gazed upon the lifeless form of the cheetah, a cold, mocking smirk graced Qianjie's lips. With a delicate leap, he sprang away, leaving no trace of his name upon the creature's remains. An evaluation? Surely. Being placed last is precisely what they desire, what they deem appropriate. His disdain only deepened. In the annals of time, 6 months prior, a rigorous assessment took place, a contest among the new recruits. Before embarking on this endeavor, he fervently vowed to secure the top position, eager to showcase his prowess and capture the attention of the higher echelons at the naval headquarters, thereby altering the current circumstances. Despite being an academic prodigy, who would willingly fade into obscurity, relegated to the status of a mediocre student. Yet, as fate would have it, the blade in his hand cleaved through the air, vanquishing a wild boar that had attempted to ambush him. It seemed that even before the assessment commenced, his participation had been unjustly revoked under some baseless accusation. His final score was a disheartening 0, landing him at the bottom of the ranks, perched atop the treetops. He furrowed his brow in frustration. What could this accusation possibly be? Strangely, the details eluded him, though he recognized it as a preposterous charge that evoked laughter. So absurd that even the most foolish would be left speechless. Suddy had once defended him, but her rebuttal was swiftly subdued by several instructors. The overseer of that assessment was one of the school's instructors, with the guidance of another officer present. Zephyr had not attended. He had openly expressed his disdain for me, even if he chose to ignore me and refrained from directly undermining my efforts. His stature alone empowered many to denigrate those he disdained. Such is the influence of those in power, who need not lift a finger, even against their own desires. A broader smirk crept across Qianjie's lips. Moreover, it appeared that certain instructors could stand atop a moral high ground to strike. He was the son of a sinner, the brother of a sinner, a transgressor of the Navy, deserving of punishment. Yet, what did it matter? Achieving first place each time, upon graduation, he would merely attain the rank of a school officer. In the years spent at the boot camp, what impact could they have on him? As long as his strength was formidable enough, after graduation, capturing powerful pirates would be a simple feat, and ascending to great heights would come easily. Naval ranks largely depended on one's strength. In the midst of the forest, Qianjia wandered. Zfa, the chief instructor of the new recruits, held dominion here. But freedom awaited them upon graduation. The sky was vast for birds to soar, the sea wide for fish to leap. Should one indulge in slumber now? Or pursue other recruits to the brink of despair? Within the sprawling wilderness, dozens of individuals navigated the expanse, akin to fish in the ocean, making encounters rare. Many recruits did encounter prey, yet most fled. Either the prey was too strong or too feeble for them to annihilate. Slashing. The strength was overwhelming and the agility unparalleled. This was no ordinary Tyrannosaurus. It proved a formidable opponent, prompting a search for alternative quarry, as it seemed no one else could contend with it. Shoin darted swiftly into the distance, a colossal beast rampaging through the forest, toppling ancient trees, its bulk towering 3 stories high. Tina had initially believed she could handle all the prey in this forest, yet unexpectedly faced a creature of immense power, a colossal cheetah weighing over 10 tons. A lethal combination of speed and strength. It was prudent to retreat. Observing her sword, she realized it would be futile against such a beast. Even if she struck, the damage would be negligible. Whoosh. She turned and fled deeper into the forest. The fierce gaze of the cheetah shimmered with mockery as its powerful limbs propelled it forward with astonishing speed, effortlessly navigating through the trees. What? As Tina glanced back in horror, the distance between them dwindled rapidly. This was dire. She quickened her pace. Thunderous sounds reverberated through the woods as the recruits became prey for the ferocious beasts. Whoosh. A firework erupted in the forest. 40 seconds later, a new recruit, nearly devoured by a saber-toothed tiger, wept until rescue arrived. The elite navy united to vanquish the tiger, mercilessly whisking away the recruit, who finished the assessment with a score of 0. Boom. Was that Tina? We must flee. Such a massive leopard is pursuing her. This forest is terrifying. Many navy personnel, witnessing Tina's plight alongside the fearsome beast, hastily altered their course to escape. Should we request assistance? As she fled, entangled with the cheetah, her stamina waned. Reluctantly, Tina gazed at the skyrocketing cannon in her pocket. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged behind her. Alarmed, one hand fumbled for the cannon while the other wielded her sword in defense. At that moment, the monstrous head of the leopard loomed before Tina, its terrifying jaws gaping. The sword was too late to block, and even if she retrieved the cannon, there would be no time for rescue. Tina was doomed. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure flashed through the depths of the forest, reappearing atop the cheetah's head. I shall ensure you claim the top spot. Whoosh. The figure vanished once more. In a brilliant flash, a radiant light streaked across, slicing through the cheetah's neck, terror filling its eyes. Blood gushed forth as the beast crashed to the ground, silenced forever. This is... Tina's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, staring at the lifeless body of the creature that had nearly consumed her. Why? Who is it? Raising her head, she gazed at the figure that had fleetingly passed by. Who is he? Wait. She hurriedly pursued. Where did he go? Could it be him? It seemed implausible. Searching within the forest, Tina's face was etched with astonishment, the silhouette imprinted in her mind. After an exhausting search, she suddenly caught a delightful scent. Curiosity piqued, she parted the branches to reveal a serene scene. A crystal-clear lake reflecting the white clouds, and by its edge, a young man by a fire, skewering meat with his sword, grilling. Is it you? Tina approached stealthily, and upon standing before Qianjia, her eyes widened in shock. Her hand instinctively covering her mouth. It truly is you. You were the one who shielded me from the wind. Qianjia lifted his head, roasting the meat in his hands. Just now, Tina and I. You, a somewhat flustered Tina, at a loss, pointed at herself, and then at Qianjia. All right. If you desire to savor roasted meat, I can certainly carve you a portion. However, if there are other matters at hand, I am not in the mood for conversation. Tina, whoosh. As the chaos and the aroma of roasted meat dissipated, Tina awoke to find Qianjia at the edge of the forest. Indeed. It is you. Tina's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an apple. There was no time to utter a word of hesitation, for his silhouette had vanished, leaving her with only a fleeting gesture of longing. Was it really him? The shock immobilized Tina, memories of Qianjia flooding her mind. Yet she realized her recollections of him were scant. She recalled only 2 things, his first-place finish in the shooting examination and his submission of a self-study request. Beyond that, as an academic overachiever, She had little regard for the underperforming Chinjia. Had it not been for those 2 instances, he would have completely faded from her memory. Tina poised to run after him, but halted, pondering what she would say if she found him. What could she possibly express? He saved me. He is remarkably strong. She gazed at the campfire and the scaly hide beside it. Had it not been 3 hours yet? The intensity of the practical examination seemed lacking. She had scoured the island, yet found no formidable beast to hunt. Sitting atop the treetops, she discarded the bone devoid of meat. She decided to continue searching. With a swift motion, she vanished, only to discover a dozen beasts beside the ancient tree, all dispatched with a single stroke. How terrifying! Such colossal creatures had been slain. Who was capable of such feats? Was it Smog or Shuantina? A new recruit stared at the massive dinosaur carcass in awe. With a look of disbelief, he inspected the vicinity of the dinosaur. As he circled the body, his eyes widened. What? There is no name left on the corpse. Did someone kill the dinosaur and forget to leave their name? Then, the recruit's eyes sparkled with avarice. He had yet to succeed in his hunt. If he could claim this enormous dinosaur as his own, he might very well secure the first place. This could attract the attention of Admiral Zephyr, who might then take him on as a disciple. His mind raced with dreams, unable to suppress his greed. He raised his sword. What are you doing? A voice suddenly echoed through the forest, startling the new recruit, causing him to tremble. Aye, he stammered, turning around in a panic. Tina, is that you? The recruit's face fell. It was evident that the dinosaur had been slain by the academic prodigy Tina, who had simply forgotten to leave her name before returning. Could it be? Tina's gaze fell upon the immense dinosaur, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was larger than a giant leopard, its fearsome teeth and claws radiating power. Surely, she thought, it could not have been the work of this underperforming recruit. Was it Shuin or Smog? She shook her head. They too would likely find it difficult. Could it be him? The image of Qianjie reappeared in her mind. Just how strong was he? Why had he never showcased his prowess in physical combat? Was he concealing his abilities? Perhaps he was not merely an average student, but a hidden genius? Tina, you are truly formidable. Even such a powerful dinosaur is no match for you. The recruit fawned, cautiously retreating. If Tina suspected him of coveting her kill, he would face dire consequences if Admiral Zephyr were informed. I shall not disturb you further. I still need to seek my prey. Farewell. With a whoosh, the recruit vanished in an instant. Indeed, it was not his kill. Tina stepped closer to the dinosaur, its lifeless body still emanating a menacing aura that sent chills down her spine. No name? She noticed the dinosaur had been slain with a single stroke. However, the most striking wound was on its thigh, where a large gash revealed a significant amount of flesh missing. Looking at the dinosaur's coarse skin, reminiscent of a withered tree, Tina suddenly recalled the charred chunks of meat along the shore, as well as the discarded hides. It was indeed him. Why had he not left his name? Confusion and a plethora of questions flooded her mind, mingled with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, Tina raised her sword, wielding it like a quill. The skin was so tough it could only leave shallow marks. How had he managed to achieve a clean kill? The dinosaur's belly bore the name, Chinjia. Attempting to conceal your talents, I shall not allow you such a reprieve. Let the new recruits see who truly deserves the title of first place and unveil the secrets you hold. This was rightfully yours, to begin with. Tina's nose wrinkled in triumph. Now, it is time for me to seek my own prey, lest I find myself in last place. As the examination period concluded, all recruits ceased combat and returned to the shore, refraining from further engagement. Why was I in last place? The assessment had ended, and the newcomers were left either despondent or elated. Oh no, I only killed a wolf. I must be among the last. How unfortunate. Initially, I encountered a tiger but hesitated to strike, thinking I would encounter better prey later. Instead, I faced only formidable creatures I could not contend with, ultimately managing to slay a reindeer at the last moment. Silence fell. Zephyr's piercing gaze swept over the recruits. We are currently tallying the results, which will take several hours. Take this opportunity to reflect on the lessons learned during combat. Teacher, during the battle, Laughter and cheerful banter filled the air. Halt. You cannot enter. Chinjia, attempting to bypass the cabin door to the ship's rear, was met with a stern reprimand from the station Navy personnel. Chuckling silently, he returned to the ship's bow, sitting alone and gazing at the sky, feeling like an outsider in the world. Within the ship's cabin, serving as a temporary chapel, Zephyr elucidated the challenges encountered during combat, all of which were irrelevant to Chinjia. Since you were self-taught, you are not permitted to enter. Despite having no intention of attending the lecture, He was harshly scolded by Zephyr, who ordered the naval guards to prevent Qianjia from approaching the cabin. Were they truly worried I might eavesdrop? How trivial. Results had been finalized. On the deck, the recruits stood in formation as numerous Navy personnel entered the island to compile the scores. They would then combine the data with the kills reported by each recruit, determining their respective performance based on the strength of their prey. The results rested in the hands of Zephyr's aide. The recruits appeared universally dejected, heads bowed. I shall begin reading from the bottom. The aide perused the score sheet, announcing loudly, Carl, 0 points. Duke, 0 points. Qianjia, 0 points. The 5 individuals mentioned are all tied for last place in this assessment. Aside from Qianjia, the remaining 4 sighed in disappointment. They had not expected so many zeros. It seemed the underperformer had indeed finished last. No surprises there. It was entirely predictable. The other recruits appeared at a loss for words, having already exhausted their mockery. How could this be possible? Standing in the front row, Tina and Suddy simultaneously turned to look at Qianjia, who was situated in the corner of the last row, both gasping in astonishment. How could he, with such immense strength, possibly be in last place after a year without any improvement? Suddy could not forget the harrowing experience of being subjected to forced torment. I clearly left his name, Tina exclaimed, utterly perplexed. Such a terrifying beast, a dragon, how could it be that over 90% of Qianjia should have secured the top position? Yet he was at the very bottom? Could it be that the instructor had secretly erased Qianjia's results? Tina was well aware that Instructor Zifa and all the other officers bore a dislike for Qianjia. It was common knowledge. Could it be erasing his grades in secret? Her brows furrowed in concern. Instructor, please hold on a moment. Tina stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. Tina, we are currently announcing the results. You are not permitted to speak. Any questions can be addressed later, Zifa stated sternly, his demeanor reflecting his strict discipline. Under the weight of Zifa's severe gaze, Tina reluctantly returned to her place, a chill running down her spine. Was it possible that Zifa had indeed ordered the erasure of Qianjia's grades? Carl, explain why you are in last place, Zifa inquired. I could not find suitable prey, so you have not exerted yourself. Yet there are numerous targets on the island you could have dealt with. It appears that not only is your strength lacking, but your ability to discern potential enemies is also deficient. What right do you have to pursue pirates upon the sea in the future? And you, Duke, why did you score 0? Zifa systematically questioned each individual about their shortcomings, providing them with pointed advice on how to enhance their overall capabilities. However, he did not inquire about Qianjia. Casting a cold glance at him, Zifa reprimanded. I thought you possessed the courage to learn independently. Such arrogance. I expected you to diligently train. Even if you are somewhat dim-witted and lacking in talent, I never anticipated you would fall to such depths. It seems your so-called pride is merely an overestimation of your own abilities. In the vastness of the sea, such overconfidence leads to death. If you continue this way, you might as well remain weak, forever a novice, and eternally unqualified to confront pirates. Perhaps you could manage to survive a little longer. Tina furrowed her delicate brows. Wasn't this a bit too harsh? The lack of empathy was striking, and Qianjia clearly. If it truly was Zifa who had ordered the erasure of Qianjia's grades, she suddenly felt a reluctance to be recognized as Zifa's favored disciple, despite the opportunity being a coveted dream for all in the Navy. Should she attain the strength of a general, her first act would be, perhaps to use his blood to solidify her own claim to the title of general? A fleeting glimmer of icy coldness passed through Qianjia's eyes. The instructor continued to read the results, his expression somewhat peculiar as his gaze frequently flicked over to Qianjia. Tina, 6th place. Suddy, 3rd place. Xiuan, 2nd place. Smoker, 1st place. The results of the top few had been announced, and they did not deviate significantly from expectations. Tina was surprised to find herself outside the top 5 this time. Had the time simply been too brief to locate suitable prey? Momentarily lost in thought regarding her own performance, her gaze drifted back to Qianjia. She needed to understand why he had ended up in last place. Now that the results were revealed, everyone grasped their standings, whether they had progressed or regressed. Each understood that upon returning to the Navy headquarters, they would be required to document and submit their reflections on the battle. Yes. All right, moving on to the report. Tina, do you wish to say something? Zifa looked at her with some displeasure. He had intended to focus his attention on Smoker, Xiuan, and Tina, preparing to cultivate them as his disciples. However, Tina's performance left him somewhat dissatisfied. Zifa, I would like to ask why Qianjia is in last place. Try it, and you'll find out. Why is Qianjia last? The words were clear, yet many wondered if they had misheard. Tina, As one of Tina's friends, Smoker stared incredulously at her back. Wasn't Qianjia South last place expected? Why was Tina questioning it? And what connection did she have to him? Suddy felt a sudden surge of anxiety. Did he perhaps enjoy hearing Qianjia's anguished cries? Tina, what are you saying? Zifa looked at her, astonished, never having anticipated such a query. More confusion than anger filled the room. Did she dare to suggest that the elite navy had made a statistical error? Did she truly believe he would manipulate his students' grades? To question the elite due to someone else's shortcomings was the greatest injustice, and his anger intensified. Instructor, Qianjia killed the dragon and left his name. He could not possibly be in last place. I demand to know why. Tina's words were somewhat forceful. Previously, she had disliked how other recruits bullied their classmates. Yet now, she felt a sense of responsibility towards Qianjia, who had become her savior. What? Qianjia furrowed his brow. Yes, he had indeed killed the dragon out of hunger. But he had not left his name behind. He did not care about whether he ranked first or last in evaluations. Although he had slain nearly 100 prey in just 3 hours, he had not left any name at all. Tina, did you witness this with your own eyes? Zifa was taken aback. Meanwhile, all the recruits stood frozen in shock. Could it have been that dragon? Smoker gazed at Qianjia in horror. Could it be that the dragon he could not handle had been slain by him? It seemed impossible. I killed the imperial crocodile, which should not be stronger than the dragon, yet it nearly cost me my life. How could I not be first? Smoker's mouth hung open in disbelief. The other recruits were already stunned into silence. Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes, Tina affirmed resolutely. I personally recorded Qianjia's name. How could it be false? What is going on? Zifa turned to the instructor. The statistics were compiled by these officers with the elite navy, and as a general, Zifa would never involve himself in such trivial matters. General Zifa, Qianjia's name was indeed on the dragon, but there was a piece of flesh missing, which led us to suspect. Oh, I see. So, it was the erasure of the name that should have been there, replaced with someone else's. How shameless it is to usurp the accomplishments of others. The new recruits suddenly realized, how could a trailer possibly slay a Tyrannosaurus Rex? That flesh and blood was clearly cooked by Qianjia. Otherwise, who among us could claim to have killed the beast? Tina exclaimed in anger. Is it right to erase Qianjia's achievements for such a reason? This is utterly irresponsible. Who indeed killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Zephyr's gaze swept over the recruits, primarily focusing on Smoker and Shoan. Although he believed none of the current recruits could have slain the Tyrannosaurus, if anyone could, it would likely be these two. Even the other recruits, in Zephyr's eyes, had a far greater chance than Qianjia. The recruits looked around, but none dared to respond. See? Tina raised her chin. Isn't that right? The Tyrannosaurus was killed by Qianjia. The first place belongs to him. This. Zephyr's lips twitched. Could it truly be so? He refused to believe it. Looking at the instructor, tell me, was the Tyrannosaurus killed by another beast? Did it die within 3 hours? If it was slain by another beast and Qianjia merely took advantage of the opportunity, that possibility was far too great in everyone's eyes. Much greater than if he had killed it himself. The cause of the Tyrannosaurus's death was a single sword thrust, with no signs of battle with other beasts. Indeed, it had died within the examination period. Experienced sailors could determine this, and the instructor quickly replied. However, based on the sword marks left behind, the method is unlike any of the recruits present. More importantly, the name of the Tyrannosaurus was inscribed by you, Tina, with your sword, wasn't it? I am well aware of the details of all the students' techniques. Moreover, there was another matter. Nearly 100 beasts had perished on the island, all killed by techniques resembling that of the Tyrannosaurus's death, one sword thrust to the throat, all occurring within the examination time frame. If we determine that this is not Qianjia's achievement, then the possibility of it being his doing is minuscule. He would also have violated the examination conditions. Killing 2 or more beasts during the assessment nullifies one's achievements. 100 beasts? In under 3 hours? All by one person? All the sailors widened their eyes, as if carved from clay. It was already difficult to kill one beast, yet someone managed to slay 100 and left no name behind. Who could it be? They all turned their gaze to Qianjia, but shook their heads. They had not heard that the name of the Tyrannosaurus was left by Tina, not by Qianjia himself. If he truly had killed it, why did he not leave his name? The recruits questioned. Tina furrowed her brows, suddenly recalling that Qianjia had not only slain one beast, but she had not anticipated that he had killed so many. Could he have even found time to sundry them? Even if Qianjia violated the treaty and came in last. The Tyrannosaurus was undoubtedly killed by him, Tina declared loudly. Zephyr's gaze moved from Qianjia to Tina and then to the distant island, scanning each one. Were there powerful beings concealed on the island? Teacher, you may assign Qianjie to last place, but you cannot deny the fact that he killed the prey. Under Tina's aggressive questioning, Zephyr snorted. Whether it is true or not, we'll find out. You have no authority to command me. You all immediately go to the island and capture a beast weighing over 10 tons, Zephyr ordered the sailors. Yes. The warship set sail towards the island. I want to see if you possess such strength to slay 100 prey within 3 hours. Zephyr glanced at Qianjie. Such a feat was trivial to him. Yet for the recruits, it was an insurmountable achievement. The recruits present were all under 15 years of age. Qianjie was just over 13. Later, when you battle the beast, everything will become clear, Zephyr pointed at Qianjie. I refuse, Qianjie replied coldly. This is an order. You have no right to refuse. I am self-taught. Aside from mandatory participation in the assessment, I make my own decisions. Once the assessment concludes, I am a free person, and I have the right to refuse. Qianjie stepped forward, making his way toward the ship's cabin. Zephyr radiated an intimidating aura, his very presence causing the warship to tremble slightly, enveloping everyone in a suffocating pressure that pressed down upon their hearts, prompting the new recruits to instinctively retreat. Yet, Qianjie passed by Zephyr, resolutely heading toward the cabin. This was merely an aura, devoid of the conqueror's haki, lacking any substantial offensive power. As long as one remained unafraid, tranquility could be maintained. In terms of psychological fortitude and willpower, Qianjie firmly believed he was no less than anyone else upon the vast ocean. Indeed, if the subsequent assessment were to be as simple and time-wasting as this, I would prefer to be assigned the last rank directly, just to avoid squandering my time. With determined strides, Qianjie entered the cabin, while the deck fell into a chilling silence. The new recruits were as quiet as cicadas in winter, afraid to utter a word. Even hesitant to breathe, staring blankly ahead. Zephyr's fist swung down, as if splitting the sea itself, unleashing a tempestuous roar. Returned to the Navy headquarters, the results remain unchanged. In the basement, although he had surpassed the new recruits, the weakness of this batch was undeniable. Surpassing them held little significance. In the vastness of the sea, they were still the weak ones. A chasm separated them from the admirals. It was imperative to cultivate with even greater fervor. The blade in Qianjie's hand moved with an unparalleled velocity. Now, he was not merely counting the number of sword swings. He imposed upon himself a rigorous time constraint, demanding that within 1 hour, he must execute a certain number of strikes. Should he fail to meet this self-imposed challenge, he would double his training. This was self-discipline, an obsession with relentless cultivation. Day and night, he immersed himself in training. Aside from eating and sleeping, all was devoted to honing his skills. In the cold, dim confines of the basement, he lost track of both day and night, forgetting the passage of time and even his own identity. 13,446 sword strikes in 1 hour. 17,782 strikes in another. 13,226 strikes yet again. With a 50-pound weight, he managed 3,400 strikes in 1 hour. With the same weight, he achieved 4,800 strikes. With a ton of weight, he completed 362 push-ups. With 10 tons, he executed 78 push-ups. Slice. 10 meters. Slice. 13 meters. Slice. 18 meters. 3 blades overlapping. 4 blades overlapping. 5 blades overlapping. He poured every ounce of effort into his training, constantly feeling the transformation within him, growing stronger from the inside out. In this year, if calculated by Qianjie's age, he had already surpassed 15 years. Having arrived in the pirate world for over 3 years, it had been 1,224 days. Graduation was approaching. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, his slender physique boasted perfect lines akin to a mermaid and chocolate abs, yet his appearance was somewhat disheveled, obscuring his originally handsome features. As he devoted himself entirely to training. Another assessment? Qianjie frowned in dissatisfaction upon glancing at the documents behind the door. Nearly every 6 months, there was an assessment of varying content. It had been 2 years since the last practical evaluation. Several assessments had occurred, yet he always finished last. In his eyes, these assessments were merely a rare moment of respite amid the tension of his training journey. Results? Last place, which he found rather amusing. He understood that with only 2 years until graduation, what did it matter to achieve first place now? It was far better to focus on his training. Once he graduated, he would soar to great heights. The practical assessment was scheduled for 3 days later, at 8 in the morning, gathering at the new recruit camp. He opened the document and read, Practical target, pirates? The specific objective remained unclear. Zephyr would lead the team once more. 3 days later, dressed impeccably and fully prepared, with a bold demeanor and striking presence. In terms of image, he could undoubtedly serve as the face of the Navy. Although his strength had rapidly increased, surpassing 10,000 pounds, and he could easily slice through a house, it seemed he had yet to engage in a true life-and-death battle. For this pirate practical assessment, he hoped the pirates would be formidable, at least with a bounty of 30 million. On a crisp morning, he strode towards the new recruit camp. At this moment, Qianjie found himself uncertain of his true capabilities. Yet he was aware that when wielding his sword with all his might, he could manifest 7 overlapping strikes. In terms of destructive power, he was confident that he surpassed the notorious Arlong, who had a bounty of 20 million, by a considerable margin. It was reasonable to assume that Arlong's strength exceeded that of the typical pirate with such a bounty. As he stepped into the recruit camp, an unsettling silence enveloped him. Gazing around the empty barracks, he noted the time, 7:45. How could it be that no one was present? The clock was correct, so what was amiss? After a thorough search, he found neither instructors nor fellow recruits, as if the camp were closed for the day. "Young man, are you searching for someone?" An elderly gatekeeper beckoned to the solitary Qianjie. All the recruits left with Admiral Zephyr early yesterday morning, reportedly for a real combat mission. All the recruits? Qianjie pondered his own status. If that were the case, did it still classify him as a recruit? "Thank you," he replied, turning back home. Upon reviewing the documents, he confirmed that the practical assessment was indeed scheduled for today. He had not erred in his recollection. Never mind, he thought. Since they have abandoned me, or perhaps forgotten me entirely, I might as well venture out for practical experience alone. After gathering his belongings, he set off towards the town's harbor. Each day, a merchant ship departed promptly at noon for the Sabaody archipelago, requiring a fare, of course. He paid the fee with his allowance from the past few years. On board, the majority of passengers were women, heading to the Sabaody archipelago to procure daily necessities, while the Navy typically departed on warships. Deep in the ocean, the pirate crew we were tracking had a captain with a bounty of 10 million and boasted a dozen members. Their overall strength posed a significant challenge for you. Unless absolutely necessary, neither I nor the other instructors would intervene. Your assessment will be based solely on your performance in combat. Do you understand? Understood. The recruits, filled with excitement and anxiety, were finally to confront pirates, and those with a 10 million bounty at that. Even if they coordinated their efforts, trepidation loomed large in their hearts. However, seeing Admiral Zephyr ease their fears, reassuring them that their lives were not in peril. At that moment, Tina and Suddy's gazes simultaneously shifted to the far corner, where Qianjie was conspicuously absent. They sighed, recalling the moment of departure yesterday when they had inquired about him. But Zephyr's response had been, "As soldiers, we must adhere to our duties. I am unaware of any changes to the assessment schedule." This indicated his weakness in gathering intelligence. Soldiers were to obey the military, not expect the military to accommodate an individual. Completing the application form was the first step to becoming a bounty hunter. Submitting the form meant that anyone could pursue this path, with no requirements for strength, save for one stipulation: a bounty hunter must not be an outlaw themselves. Their background must be unblemished. After a half-hour wait, the Navy confirmed through their checks that Qianjie was not a wanted criminal. Thus, he was officially recognized as a bounty hunter, free to commence his pursuit of wanted criminals at sea in exchange for bounties. Nearby stood a modest tavern, frequented by rough and menacing patrons, where tables were adorned with large knives and nearly every individual was armed, all bounty hunters. He casually sought a seat to settle in. Qianjie listened intently to the conversations around him, his hands perusing the bounty notice. He understood that searching for suitable prey alone upon the vast ocean was an arduous task, devoid of intelligence, vessels, or any means whatsoever. Yet, within the tavern, particularly the one frequented by bounty hunters, gathering information proved to be most accessible. At this juncture, seeking out a target was not merely for combat, but also to secure a bounty. Money, as Qianjie was acutely aware, held significant importance for him at this moment. "Congratulations. I heard you eliminated 5 million sinners yesterday?" One voice chimed in. 5 million, yet I lost a hand in the process. I can no longer pursue the life of a bounty hunter. That sum barely suffices to sustain me for a lifetime." Another voice lamented. "I heard that the one-eyed dragon was slain by pirates?" The surrounding discussions profoundly impressed upon Qianjie the perilous nature of the bounty hunter profession, a vocation arguably more treacherous than that of pirates themselves. "Let us go. This time, we must capture the man in the black hat," a group at a nearby table declared as they made their way towards the door. Qianjie hurriedly followed. aware that the bounty on the Black Hat pirate was set at 25 million, a sum that barely aligned with his practical objectives. "May I accompany you?" he interjected, blocking the path of the group of bounty hunters. "Huh?" The crowd stared at Qianjie in astonishment. "A little brat? You wish to join us?" "Aha." They laughed heartily. "Though we indeed need to expand our ranks to have a chance at taking down the Black Hat pirate, you are far too young. We have no desire to babysit a mere child. Bounty hunting is not a game for someone of your age. Perhaps you should return home to your mother." The group sidestepped Qianjie and continued on their way. "Wait a moment. All I ask is that you take me along and assist me in locating the Black Hat. I will handle it myself. You need not lift a finger, and we can split the bounty 50-50. What do you say?" Qianjie proposed, recognizing that relying on his own resources to find suitable prey in the vast ocean would be a tedious endeavor. "Ha, are you jesting with us?" they mocked. "We have no time to indulge a child." Laughter erupted in the bar, with many bounty hunters mocking him. Watching the group recede, Qianjie furrowed his brow, massaging his temples. "Being alone on the sea presents myriad challenges. I seem to have underestimated the situation. Previously, during missions, he had companions, each responsible for their own tasks. Some gathered intelligence, while others managed transportation. Qianjie merely needed to take action, yet now he was entirely reliant on himself. Returning to the bar, he listened intently to the conversations around the tables. "I heard that the exploding swords with C has made an appearance on the Lost Island." "Of course. I heard that too. He showed up 5 days ago. The exploding swords with C has a bounty of 35 million. We cannot contend with him. Our lives are more valuable. Why not cooperate?" A thin, somewhat sinister-looking man stood up, addressing the crowd with a loud voice. "Shall we join forces to apprehend the exploding sword?" "Pfft, as if we could take him on." Another retorted, "I have no desire to court death. Money is important. But so is staying alive." The bounty hunters in the bar collectively scoffed at the notion. After countless trials, Qianjie discovered that none of the bounty hunters in the bar could instill a sense of pressure within him. Their abilities were lacking. He mused, indeed. Who among the truly formidable would stoop to become a bounty hunter? They are merely a collection of individuals with meager strength, reluctant to toil like ordinary folk. Wealth is often sought through peril. If we unite, failure is not an inevitability. Yet, no one responded. "Task completed. I will seek the target, while the matter of finding a vessel shall be left to you." Qianjie rose, for he required a ship, someone adept at navigation, a person knowledgeable of the sea, and a means to chart a course to the Lost Island. He possessed none of these essentials. The gaunt, cold man scoffed, dismissing him with a sneer before sinking back into his seat. "Kid, bounty hunting is not a pursuit for those who overestimate their capabilities and indulge in lofty dreams. Such folly leads to swift demise. You ought to start from the basics," advised one of the bounty hunters. "Huh, young one. If you truly wish to venture to the Lost Island, I happen to know of a merchant ship that is soon departing for it. Anchored at the port of Island 48. Is that true?" A glimmer of light flashed in Qianjie's eyes as he dashed out of the bar, racing towards Island No. 48. Could it be that he was truly heading there? If so, I would have unwittingly caused the demise of a young man. Surely, he cannot be that foolish. Paying for the boat ride was a trivial matter. A journey spanning a full day and night. The speed was disappointingly slow, far inferior to that of a warship. Qianjie grew increasingly dissatisfied with the vessel's sluggish pace, having grown accustomed to traversing vast distances across the planet in a single day. He found it difficult to adjust to the mere few hundred kilometers traveled within a day. It seemed that in future maritime ventures, the foremost requirement would be a ship capable of remarkable speed. Arrival at Lost Island, passengers may disembark. The slender figure of a man in black, observing the pointer on his wrist, cast his gaze over the town below. A sinister smile slowly crept across his lips. Tonight he could finally depart, and thus, the need for concealment would dissipate. Even if he committed malevolent acts, he would be long gone before the Navy arrived. Over the past few days, he had meticulously scrutinized his targets, noting several young girls with striking beauty. The emaciated man in black flexed his foot, causing the sword on the ground to leap into his hand. Despite his gaunt physique, his arms bulged with muscle, resembling those of a beast. With a lewd and lurid expression, he propelled himself towards the town below. In a flash, a blade sliced through the air. Clang. In an instant, he unsheathed his sword. Hiss. The two swords clashed, their wielders locking eyes. Tall and slender with black hair, standing at 185 meters, he remarked coldly, "So, you must be the swordbreakers with C? Who are you? A naval officer? A pirate? Or perhaps a bounty hunter?" Zhusi inquired, astonished. I am the one who will capture you. Boom. The power erupted from the hands of the thousand calamities as the sword's edge swept across, forcing the explosive sword left to retreat violently. Such formidable strength. Flash. In an instant, Qianjia vanished from his original position, only to reappear before the retreating explosive swords was see, his blade swinging down with lethal precision. With a swish, the earth split open, revealing a fissure 10 meters long. His reflexes were astonishingly swift, and his speed even more impressive. No wonder he bore a bounty exceeding 35 million. Turning, Qianjia regarded the formidable explosive swords with C behind him. The sixth style of the Navy, perhaps? His swordsmanship was commendable for one so young. A prodigy, indeed? Explosive swords with C fixed a heavy gaze upon Qianjia. Shave. Qianjia vanished once more from his original position, reappearing randomly before the exploding sword, with the blade in his hand sweeping horizontally. Clang. Qianjia furrowed his brow, the blades poised against one another, yet in that fleeting moment, he felt no tangible sensation, as if his strike cleaved through empty air. Boom. The explosive sword, Zhuisi, with its bulging arms, muscles swelling like those of a titan, unleashed a shockwave that crashed against Qianjia's blade. Is this what they call an explosive sword? Sacrificing the sharpness and swiftness of swordsmanship to concentrate power, only to unleash it in a sudden burst. He was pushed back by the wave of force. The ground trembled and fractured beneath him, for swords intertwined. An ordinary blade could not withstand this onslaught. If such a shockwave were to strike him directly, even without imposing might, it would be futile. Swish. A glimmer of cold light, the four sword shadows interlinked, slicing through the shockwave. Boom. The earth exploded on either side of Qianjia, yet the ground beneath his feet remained unscathed. Had he truly severed my explosive sword? What manner of creature is this youth? Zhuisi, the explosive swordsman, was struck with disbelief, realizing that the sea was far more powerful than he. Yet those were renowned pirates of old, not a mere child. It was time to retreat. Zhuisi turned away, understanding that in the vast ocean, survival was paramount. Fleeing was not an act of shame. His speed was astonishing, without the use of shave. He found himself outpaced. In an instant, Qianjia's right foot struck the ground, and with a flurry of steps, he vanished from his original position. The sound of his swift movements echoed in the air, each afterimage separated by a distance of 20 meters, as he continuously employed the technique of swift movement, closing the 100-meter gap in the blink of an eye. Can he escape? Baojian Zhuisi's expression turned fierce, his arms swelling with power. Exploding sword. 2 swords, 3 swords. 4 swords. As the distance closed, the blade in Qianjia's hand emitted a shrill cry. 6 swords overlapped. Boom. The 2 swords collided, and a visible shockwave erupted, shattering everything within a 10-meter radius. Simultaneously, a cold gleam, like a meteor in the night sky, sliced through the explosion and struck the blade. Clang. How could it be? Can it truly sever the blade? Baojian Zhuisi's mouth fell agape in terror as the sword in his hand shattered. Whoosh. At the moment the blade grazed his neck, Qianjia retracted the sword, a quick flick of the tip piercing through his wrist, severing his tendons. Observing the wails of Baojian Zhuisi on the ground, Qianjia's demeanor turned icy as he retrieved handcuffs, securing the man's wrists before leading him towards the edge of the island. To kill a wanted criminal brings a certain bounty, but capturing them alive increases the reward by 20%. Killing merely removes one villain from the sea, but capturing him offers far more utility to the Navy. If he could be taken alive, the bounty would soar by 7 million. Why not seize the opportunity? It seems I underestimated my own strength. A 30 million target is too feeble. What of 50 million? The military achievement, the identity verification, confirmed it was indeed Baojian Zhuisi, captured alive, in the bounty exchange base. The Navy personnel gazed in astonishment at the indifferent youth. Could it truly be him? How could someone so young slay Baojian? As long as the identity is correct. Witnesses confirm the deed. The mission is complete, and the Navy has no authority to question how the bounty hunter accomplished it. In a bar, one-eyed, what happened? Why are there so many dead? The Black Hat pirate crew is too formidable. Even with over 30 of us joining forces, we could not succeed. Only a few of us barely escaped with our lives. A 25 million bounty pirate is truly beyond our capability. Hey, big news. Baojian Zhuisi has been captured. A person rushed in, exclaiming loudly. All eyes turned towards him. Who did it? Was it a bounty hunter? Do we know them? Just then, a figure entered from outside. It's him. That little brat? Most patrons of the bar remembered Qianjia, the audacious youth whose presence was unforgettable. Could it really be this young man? Their gazes followed Qianjia, fixated on the solitary figure at the table. Disbelief etched on their faces. Hey, 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 you must be mistaken. No way, I saw him capture Baojian to claim the bounty. The man at the door retorted angrily. It's absolutely true. Nearby was the bounty exchange point. It was simple to verify, and soon all the bounty hunters learned that Qianjia had captured Baojian's with sea. The waves of the Qian'ang River pushed the waves ahead. How astonishing. One lean, cold man lamented, pounding the table in regret. Recalling how he had foolishly rejected Qianjia's earlier offer to team up against Baojian. A golden opportunity had slipped through his fingers, and he felt a pang of regret. How quickly had it happened? Setting aside the necessary travel time, he had executed the mission in no more than an hour? How was that even possible? The bounty hunters swallowed nervously, many holding drinks but forgetting to sip. Among them, the one-eyed man shared the same regret. He could have killed Baojian. Had he allowed Qianjia to join, they would have not only slain the Black Hats but also garnered an extra 10 million in bounty. How maddening. He felt the urge to slap himself. With a drink in hand, the one-eyed man awkwardly approached Qianjia, his demeanor respectful. The sea is indeed a harsh realm where power reigns supreme. Young man, shall we join forces to eliminate the Black Hat pirate crew? I know their whereabouts. And I have a ship. We could split the spoils 50-50. No, you take 80. I'll take 20. Apologies, but the Black Hats are too weak. I have lost interest. Qianjia resolutely refused, his gaze unwavering from the bounty ledger in his hands. His current objective was a pirate with a bounty of approximately 50 million. One-eyed, you turned down the offer yourself, now you regret it, don't you? Now you wish to shamelessly cling to someone else's success? Dream on. Indeed, the one-eyed man sulkily returned to his seat. In the following days, Qianjia spent his time in the tavern, gathering intelligence and seeking out prey that suited his skills. Bounty hunters can generally be categorized into two types. The first roams the vast seas, encountering pirates at random, apprehending them only if they deem themselves capable. The second seeks precise targets, then relentlessly pursues them. In his second choice, Qianjia comprehended that casually encountering pirates would hardly meet his expectations. Either they were too weak, rendering them ineffective captures, or overly strong, which would be tantamount to courting death. Were there no suitable prey? On the fifth day, Qianjia remained on the Sabaody archipelago. His brow furrowed. There were numerous pirates with bounties around 50 million, yet most belonged to formidable pirate crews, making them unsuitable targets. Although solitary pirates or captains with bounties of 50 million existed, they were few and far between. Moreover, no sightings of such pirates had been reported near the Sabaody archipelago, most being located at considerable distances. Without a vessel, pursuing them proved exceedingly difficult. On the vast seas without a ship, one could hardly move an inch. Unprepared this time, he resolved to return to the Navy headquarters, biding his time until the Navy headquarters dispatched merchant ships to the Sabaody archipelago, at which point he could pay to board. Although identity checks were not conducted at the moment, disembarking into the town of the Navy headquarters would necessitate verification. One must either be a resident of the town or a friend of a resident, guided by someone of reputable background to gain entry. Otherwise, entry would be denied. Given its status as the Navy headquarters, the scrutiny was, naturally, stringent. In another part of the sea, a pirate crew lay shattered, fragments drifting in the water, alongside a naval vessel. The mission was accomplished. Zifa, observing the bound pirates and the new recruits, admonished, "You all united, along with the ship's support." Yet took 3 hours to complete the task, with half of you sustaining injuries, and a dozen requiring assistance from instructors to survive. A bunch of incompetence. However, considering this was your first capture of pirates, such a performance is somewhat excusable. Every participating recruit earns merit, graded according to individual performance, with the weakest being awarded third-class merit. Third-class merit? The recruits gasped in excitement. Capturing a bounty of 10 million was often not enough for a regular Navy recruit to achieve third-class merit. Yet, as new recruits, their merits would be multiplied. Despite their initial weakness, the Navy headquarters granted numerous privileges to new recruits, particularly regarding merit. This merit was directly linked to their future ranks. And exceptionally high merit could even result in the bestowal of powerful devil fruits and combat skills. In the Navy's eyes, merit was far more enticing than monetary rewards. Smoker, Shuin, Tina, and Suddy performed commendably, earning first-class merit, while second-class merit was assigned to others. The recruits erupted in jubilant cheers. "Admiral Zifa, there's a call from headquarters." As the recruits celebrated, Zifa took the phone from the Navy personnel, conversing briefly before nodding. Setting down the phone, he cast a sweeping glance, and the recruits fell silent. The Navy from the Sabaody archipelago had called, reporting the capture of several pirates and requesting naval personnel to escort them back to headquarters, where they would be transported to Eni's lobby for trial. Smoker, Shun, Tina, you are hereby ordered. The three stepped forward simultaneously. Upon reaching the naval branch, they would accompany the branch's navy to the Sabaody archipelago to retrieve the pirates. This mission would also count towards their tasks, and upon completion, they would earn third-class merit. Zifa instructed, however, be cautious. Amongst the captured pirates, there is a 30 million bounty pirate. Stay vigilant. Yes. The trio responded in unison, while the other recruits looked on with envy and jealousy. This task seems too easy. They've already been captured. No pirate, no matter how strong, poses a threat now. It's akin to effortlessly earning third-class merit. Indeed, but who could blame them for being Zifa's disciples? Such privileges are naturally theirs. Can we mere underachievers compete with top students? The recruits lamented their lack of strength, wishing they had garnered Zifa's attention. They understood well that becoming Zifa's disciple almost guaranteed a future as a rear admiral. Not only would they receive ample resources and strength, but Zifa would also assign more merit-accumulating tasks to his students, allowing for rapid merit accumulation and swift rank elevation. Otherwise, why was it that 9 out of 10 rear admirals in the Navy headquarters were Zifa's students? While they indeed had the qualifications to attain the rank, many capable individuals remained merely commodores or even captains due to the arduous nature of accumulating merit on their own. Meanwhile, Qianjie had already returned to the Navy headquarters and was now at home. In the vast cafeteria, he dined alone, deeply engrossed in his lunch. He knew that physical training could not be neglected. He must continue to enhance his rapid sword stacking. When would he surpass the 24 sword stack? His mind was far from the food before him. He realized that his father had achieved the 24 sword stack, earning the title of Rear Admiral, and was among the upper echelon of strength within the ranks. After much contemplation, Qianjie surmised that his physical prowess and speed would enable him to unleash a flurry of 20 swords in a moment, thereby granting him the strength akin to that of an ordinary Marine Vice Admiral. The disparity in power among Vice Admirals is indeed considerable. Typically, those in the headquarters are significantly stronger than their branch counterparts, and even among the headquarters, individual strengths vary widely. Training must persist at present. His stamina allows for a brief burst covering a distance of merely 20 meters. The sixth form of the marine techniques, known as moonwalk, is a skill derived from the technique of shave. Although he lacks the formal training in moonwalk, perhaps through his own exploration of the fundamentals of shave, he might attain the essence of moonwalk. Among the 6 forms of the Marines, Qianjie places particular emphasis on shave and moonwalk, believing they would benefit him the most. While Iron Body enhances defense, it pales in comparison to the prowess of hockey. The evasion technique of paper drawing does not measure up to the capabilities of observation hockey. Can the thrust of a finger truly rival the edge of a blade? And the Gale Kick is far less convenient than the sword's aura. Before graduation, it would be ideal to achieve a combination of at least 12 swords and to master the moonwalk technique, as well as the art of sword exploding. That would be nearly sufficient. With only 2 years remaining until graduation, and currently managing only a combination of 7 swords, the path ahead grows increasingly arduous. Yet the goal remains firmly set. Qianjie understood that achieving his goals would be a formidable challenge, but it is precisely through difficulties that one uncovers true potential. Only with more fervent training than ever before could he hope to realize his ambitions. In 2 years, his physical age would be over 17. A feat undoubtedly surpassing the might of an ordinary bounty of 100 million for pirates. Setting aside his bowl and chopsticks, he swiftly returned home. Rushing directly into the basement, stripping off his clothing, he began his rigorous training in the nude, for within mere minutes, the sweat would soak his garments. With a weight of 3 tons, he swung his sword 5,000 times, determined to complete this within an hour, pushing his limits by 20%. Could he achieve this? He donned the immense weight capable of crushing boulders and grasped the sword's hilt. 1, 2, 3. He swung madly, his feet trembling slightly as he focused on enhancing their agility, strength, and explosive speed. 45 minutes had elapsed, yet he still had 1,000 swings to complete. Sweat poured from him like torrents, and as he glanced at the clock on the wall, he realized he could no longer feel his arms. Though only 1,000 swings remained with 15 minutes to spare, each swing now took exponentially longer than before. This was a self-imposed goal, one that he must fulfill. He let out a low growl, his expression fierce, as he raised his arms with all his might, bringing them crashing down. gritting his teeth as he slowly lifted them once more to continue his relentless assault. 10, 9, 8. Hurry, faster, he urged himself. His completely numb arms and fingers struggled to lift, and with a resounding clang, the sword fell from his grasp, hitting the ground as he crumpled down beside it. Utterly incapable of rising. 5,000 swings completed, precisely as the hour mark struck, a remarkable leap in his limits. Lying on the cold iron plate, Qianjie seemed to lose all sensation. After 3 long hours, he suddenly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, removed the weights, and picked up the sword once more. It felt astonishingly light, as if he could unleash dozens of strikes in an instant. With a swift flick, the sword danced against the iron wall, and with a casual toss, it slid into its sheath several meters away. He turned and exited the basement, leaving behind numerous marks etched into the wall. Silent witnesses to his toil. As night descended, he decided to dine before returning to his training. Upon reaching the cafeteria, the cacophony of voices filled Qianjie's ears. Oh, the new recruits have returned? I killed you. He envied Smoker and his peers, who consistently ranked among the top during assessments, accumulating substantial military merits. Surely, upon graduation, they would ascend to the rank of school-level officers without a doubt. Indeed, but we cannot aspire to their strength. They are students of Teacher Zifa after all. Yet, our graduation should be respectable too, right? If I could be granted the rank of second lieutenant, I would be satisfied. I suspect I might only achieve the rank of non-commissioned officer, lamented a disheartened recruit. Fear not, we are new recruits from the main unit. None have graduated as mere privates. Even the least among us will surely be non-commissioned officers. Privates are already elite sailors, but only non-commissioned officers can be considered true officers, even if they hold the lowest ranks. The hierarchy was clear: marshal, general officers, admiral, vice admiral, rear admiral, brigadier, school-level officers, colonel, lieutenant colonel, major, warrant officers, captain, lieutenant, ensign, warrant officer, and finally, privates, first class, second class, third class. With only 2 years until graduation, they vowed to train diligently, enhance their abilities, and earn more military merits during practical assessments, perhaps even striving for higher ranks. Though we may not truly be first-class privates, if I do not exert myself, I might end up as a mere private. Wrong. Perhaps this year, someone will break the records and graduate as a first-class private. Oh, the new recruits from the main unit are almost the strongest of this batch, a benchmark. They have access to far more resources than those from the branch units. Historically, even the weakest among them graduated as non-commissioned officers. In previous assessments, Qianjie undeniably ranked last. Although he once excelled, his shooting scores contributed insignificantly to his overall performance. And in every other assessment, he was at the bottom. More critically, he failed to accumulate any military merits during practical evaluations, making it possible he might truly graduate as a mere first-class private. Indeed, enough. Qianjie has arrived, murmured the new recruits at the cafeteria, their hushed whispers growing louder as he stepped inside. What are we afraid of? Should we still fear him? Yet, he might genuinely be powerful. That assessment on Beast Island could very well have been his doing. Let us be wary. He might cause us trouble. Please, seeing is believing. Who has actually witnessed anything? Tina? It's merely her word. Over the past year, many of us have seen her lurking outside Qianjie's room. I suspect she has developed a crush on him. Hence her comments. Until I see proof, I refuse to believe he possesses such strength. True, if he truly wielded such power, why did he only dare to refuse during Teacher Zifa's test? Clearly, he was rattled. Being handsome is advantageous. Even a goddess like Tina is smitten with him. Looks are meaningless. What matters at sea is strength. Otherwise, how can one combat pirates? Although he did not participate this time, I can only imagine he feels relieved, as he would have ranked last again, gaining no military merit and being a hindrance to us. A new recruit, marked by a face of blemishes, expressed his discontent. Yes, indeed. The derision directed at Qianjie seemed louder than ever before. The recruits, buoyed by a sense of superiority, believed themselves to be military achievers while viewing Qianjie as utterly lacking, creating a chasm between them. Once graduation arrived, they were certain Qianjie would not be deemed worthy of comparison. Anyone who speaks out again, do you dare test my patience? Suddy, her eyes fierce, swept over the new recruits. With Smoker and the others absent, she now stood as the strongest among them. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Yet the recruits continued to cast disdainful glances at Qianjie, as if to say, look, the pretty boy relies solely on women for sustenance. Do not be disheartened, Qianjie. Allow me to comfort you. Suddy approached him with a bowl in hand, her expression suddenly frozen. The gaze that Kianji lifted rendered her motionless. I shan't offer you solace. You are not permitted to strike me again. Clutching her backside, Sudi vanished in a puff of smoke. Swiftly, she attended to her sustenance. As night fell, she practiced her techniques, striving to master the moonwalk, while simultaneously enhancing the might of her explosive swordsmanship. My blade has been excessively concerned with sharpness, yet the explosive sword technique, rooted in sheer power, compensates for my shortcomings. In the basement, in an instant, Qianjie vanished, only to reappear in midair the next moment. He traversed the sky with a slicing motion, his descent unimpeded, falling vertically without any semblance of hovering or stepping through the void. His technique lacked the requisite force. The lunar step demanded a greater strength in the legs than that of his slicing method. Qianjie, grappling with the application of techniques, embarked on a series of tentative endeavors. Without a mentor, he had no choice but to inch closer to success through countless trials. Despite numerous failures, accompanied by injuries, he never faltered, finding solace in his self-reliance. Simultaneously, he accumulated strength in both hands. With a sudden burst, he unleashed his sword, gathering energy until it erupted in a moment of explosive release. Akin to a balloon rapidly deflating, creating a shockwave. The instant he grasped the explosive sword of Zhuisi, Qianjie had already set his sights on it. As for Zhuisi's willingness to divulge the intricacies of sword cultivation that depended on his ability to endure the relentless interrogation, he was unable to withstand it. Thunderous roars echoed from the basement, persisting until the early hours of the morning, awakening from a slumber that lasted until noon. Hunger compelled him to stride towards the mess hall, where the clamor was incessant. How ironic it was that while his diligence in assessments was lacking, his enthusiasm for mealtime was unparalleled. He had never been late. Upon finishing his meal, he turned to exit. "I will kill you." The moment he stepped outside, a cacophony of vengeful shouts engulfed him, accompanied by a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, breaking through the crowd and charging towards Qianjie. "Be careful, Zhuisi has fled. Quickly apprehend him." Smoker and the anxious Navy personnel were in a frenzy, for there remained too many pirates among them still shackled. Qianjie, observing the furious charge of the explosive sword Zhuisi, felt a jolt of surprise. How was he here? The malevolent, murderous gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a fiend from the depths of hell. Qianjie understood that the opponent had every reason to despise him. Having captured him, they subjected him to inhumane torture. "Smog, can you defeat Qianjie?" Qianjie never showed mercy towards his enemies. On Earth, he had killed many captives, all of whom deserved their fate, whether they were drug traffickers or organ traders. Consequently, he faced considerable punishment but remained unyielding. There was no navy rushing to aid Qianjie. Even though Admiral Zephyr stood mere meters away in the new recruits' camp, observing with a cold glare. "Qianjie, evade." Only Tina rushed forward, along with Sudi from the cafeteria, wielding her whip, but they were too late. He was doomed. Smog turned his head, aware that although the left sword of explosion had suffered grievous injuries, the accumulated rage could propel him several dozen meters, with the best outcome being severe injury. "I will kill you," snarled the left sword of explosion as he charged at Qianjie. With a swift sidestep, a resounding crash echoed as the left sword of explosion barreled past Qianjie, colliding with a pillar in the cafeteria, causing the entire room to shake, sending the recruits tumbling out, terrified of the scene. Even as the left sword lay dazed on the ground, it was an extraordinary stroke of luck for Qianjie. Was it fate that he escaped death? Indeed, it was an astonishing turn of fortune. The recruits stared at Qianjie in disbelief. Was it merely coincidence? The timing of his evasion was too fortuitous, and his composure from the outset seemed genuine, not a performance. Could it be that he harbored no fear at all? "Are you all right, Qianjie?" Tina and Sudi finally reached his side, their pace unable to match that of the left sword. "Smog, what were you thinking? How could you let him escape?" Tina scolded Smog, who felt wronged. "How was I to know the left sword would go berserk? His strength exceeded mine. This is a grave error that warrants punishment." Sudi remarked coldly, glaring at Smog, who had not even apologized to Qianjie. "You bastard, I'll kill you," roared the left sword of explosion, bloodied and furious, emanating a chilling aura that frightened the recruits away. What connection did Qianjie have with him to evoke such hatred? Surely, a mere cargo truck should not be linked to such a notorious pirate. Indeed, "Smog, bring those pirates in," Zephyr ordered, then turned to leave without reprimanding Smog for his negligence or mentioning any punishment. Was this the Navy? Qianjie furrowed his brow. While he knew that his previous military had its dark corners, they would never so brazenly overlook a soldier's mistakes in front of everyone. with a scoff. He turned to head home, pondering the abundance of pirates at sea. What connection do you have with Shinji? Zephyr demanded, glaring at the left sort of explosion. He captured me and severed my tendons. What relation could I possibly have with him? The left sword spat resentfully. Smog and Shuin gasped in shock. 35 million pirates? Did Shinji capture them? Or was it a ruse? Is it true? Zephyr's expression remained impassive, but his eyes widened beneath his sunglasses, taking a moment to process before continuing. Did you say Shinji apprehended you? Did he employ a scheme, or was he in league with others? Was it a solo effort? Humph. I never imagined the Navy had such promising recruits. Clearly, he is your prized pupil, far superior to those two behind you, the left sword scoffed. Realizing he faced a dire fate, be it death or eternal imprisonment, and felt no fear of the Admiral, Smog and Shuin exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Enough. Take him out, Zephyr commanded with a wave of his hand. Leaning wearily in his chair, his mind raced. Could that fellow truly apprehend 30 million pirates? If so, what did that imply about his strength? Teacher, could it really be Shinji? Smog and Shuin were skeptical, their apprehension mounting as they escorted the left sword, struggling to fathom how Shinji could possibly withstand such odds. You may leave now, Zephyr instructed. Preoccupied with his own tumultuous thoughts, neglecting the concerns of Smog and Shuin, it seemed necessary to conduct a test. After some contemplation, Zephyr strode purposefully to the instructor's office in the recruits camp. Arrange for a combat assessment, he ordered. Admiral Zephyr, assessments occur biannually, and the last combat assessment was just completed. The next should be a practical evaluation in 6 months, the instructor replied, bewildered. Change it. Schedule the combat assessment as soon as possible. Admiral Zephyr, could you explain the reason for this? The instructor inquired curiously. Each assessment required careful consideration and extensive preparation. Such abrupt decisions were unusual. Just do as I say, Zephyr replied icily, feeling some frustration that he must expend so much effort to test a recruit. After all, he was an admiral. Yes, Admiral. In the recruits camp, Zephyr found Smog and took him to his training room. Smog, for the next few days, I will train you relentlessly. Do you have the confidence to defeat Shinji? 50 pounds of weight, 5,000 push-ups. Teacher Zephyr, I cannot achieve that. It far exceeds my limits. Smog lamented, his face a picture of despair. You must complete it, Zephyr stated sternly. How can my student be outdone by those who refuse to heed instruction? Get down and train. Okay. In the basement, Shinji bore a ton of weight, preparing for a warm-up of 5,000 push-ups in an hour. 10 days later, confusion spread among the recruits. Why is there another combat assessment? Did we not just complete the practical evaluation? According to regulations, the next assessment should occur in 6 months. And it should be a practical one, correct? Exactly. The combat assessment is typically the most frequent, if memory serves. There should only be one combat assessment during these 2 years leading up to graduation, which includes all recruits, even from branches, but it should only happen shortly before graduation. Could today be the final combat assessment? Surely not. Where are the recruits from other branches? I detest assessments. Do they not know my scores are poor? Precisely because your scores are poor, the more assessments you have, the higher your cumulative score. The recruits were not particularly enthusiastic. The sudden assessment must have a reason. Could it be that they intended to test him? In the corner of the lineup, amidst the myriad of trials and tribulations, a sudden realization struck him, today. He felt the weight of 2 additional gazes upon him. Whenever Qianjie made his entrance, he was accustomed to being the focus of attention from the new recruits. Having grown used to the scrutiny of others, yet, most of those stares were laced with derision and contempt. However, today, he noticed that Smog and Shuin, who had never paid much heed to him before, were casting their eyes in his direction with increasing frequency. Had they already discerned that it was he who had captured the exploding swords with C? Stand at attention. With a commanding voice, Zifa strode forth, prompting all the new recruits to raise their heads. Today's combat assessment serves to evaluate your progress in real combat situations and whether you have absorbed the lessons gleaned from your experiences. Zifa declared, his gaze hidden behind dark glasses yet unwaveringly fixed upon Shinji. In his heart, he mused, I shall see for myself whether you are of this world or the next. The requirements for the combat assessment remained unchanged. It was composed of 2 parts. Firstly, each participant was to select a target for their challenge, but they could only challenge students who had achieved a higher score in the previous assessment. Should they succeed in their challenge, they would usurp the rank of the defeated. Qianjie has consistently ranked last. Many new students are eager to challenge Qianjie, even though a victory would not elevate their scores. but they take pleasure in taking down a low-ranking competitor, perhaps even earning favor with Admiral Zephyr. Unfortunately, they cannot challenge someone whose previous score is lower than their own. Historically, Qianjie has never challenged anyone in battle, steadfastly maintaining his position at the bottom, an unwavering rank. In the second part of the combat assessment, the instructor personally calls out names, pairing two new soldiers for battle. The instructor is well aware of each student's strengths and weaknesses, understanding precisely who should fight whom for maximum improvement. As the challenges commence, the new recruits glance at one another, uncertain. In truth, I wouldn't mind if a low-ranking competitor challenged me. Of course, I wouldn't mind at all. Under Admiral Zephyr's frowning, discontented gaze, a new recruit finally steps onto the combat stage, declaring their challenge. The challenged has no right to refuse. Yawning, Qianjie leans against the last pillar, his eyes remaining closed. Indifferent to the surrounding commotion, even as the battles on the stage grow increasingly intense, with new recruits cheering fervently. The fights continue, with victories and defeats. As new recruits step forward to challenge those ranked slightly above them, maximizing their chances of success. This persists until noon, and after a prolonged wait. No new recruits approach the stage. Has no one chosen to challenge anymore? Zephyr ascends the platform, surveying the recruits, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. After such a lengthy wait, the first part of the assessment has finally concluded, and now, I shall personally announce the combatants. The recruits bow their heads low, fervently wishing to avoid any eye contact with Admiral Zephyr. Qianjie, you will fight Smoker. This declaration stirs a tempest among the silent crowd. Did I hear that correctly? The last rank versus the first? The disparity is staggering. The recruits' mouths drop open, unable to close in disbelief. Qianjie, you did not participate in the last live combat, and Smoker possesses considerable experience among the new recruits. Battling him will expedite your progress, Zephyr explains. Many recruits twitch slightly at the corners of their mouths, torn between laughter and restraint. What a jest! Admiral Zephyr despises Qianjie. How could he possibly show kindness to help him catch up? It is clearly an excuse to discipline him. The recruits exchange knowing glances, nodding in agreement. How infuriating! Even as an admiral, he still nitpicks Qianjie, showing no leniency whatsoever. Thankfully, he did not take me as a disciple. I would be thoroughly disheartened. Suddy pouts, expressing her disdain for Zephyr's actions. Yet, not a shred of concern for Qianjie lingers in her mind. Why is the teacher doing this? Is he truly just seeking a reason to reprimand Qianjie? Tina furrows her brow, feeling disappointed. So it is true. Leaning leisurely against the pillar, Qianjie slowly opens his eyes. As expected, defeating Smoker should secure the top rank for me, right? Will I be awarded first place then? Or is this merely a pretext to erase my achievement? Relegating this assessment's significance to a mere footnote in my overall score? The corners of his mouth curl into a sardonic smirk. 1 second to conclude the battle. What? Are you refusing the assessment? Zephyr's fierce gaze pierces through the recruits. They all step aside, creating a path for him, unwilling to bear the brunt of Admiral Zephyr's intense scrutiny. As you wish. Qianjie shrugged nonchalantly and strolled towards the arena, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Since you wish for your student to seek torment, I shall oblige. Qianjie harbored no masochistic thoughts. Initially, he had no intention of concealing his prowess. Who wouldn't aspire to be a top scholar from the very beginning, relishing all available resources and basking in the limelight? It is only those who are overly complacent that hide their talents, only to be met with disdain, not out of a penchant for suffering. He refrained from showcasing his abilities before the recruits simply because he understood that, regardless of his display of skill, the outcome would remain unchanged. If it were merely for the sake of ostentation, that would be rather juvenile. Has the tailing vehicle done something recently to anger teacher Zifa? It remains uncertain. It appears that today's peculiar assessment may very well stem from TSK. It seems teacher Zifa is becoming increasingly displeased with the tailing vehicle, seeking an opportunity to reprimand him. In any case, it is of no concern to us. We shall simply observe. After all, he foolishly dared to challenge General Zifa. And in his self-destructive folly, no one can come to his aid. Indeed, as the son of a sinner, he is in dire need of a lesson. Amidst the widespread schadenfreude and mocking jeers, Qianjie lightly leaped onto the arena, where Smoker stood, sword in hand, his expression grave. His gaze was fixed intently upon Qianjie, his demeanor heavy with trepidation and his palms slick with sweat. If Qianjie truly captured the explosive swordsmanship of Zhuasi, then I would be no match for him. Perhaps it would be I who would suffer the brunt of the punishment. He did not share the carefree sentiments of the recruits below the arena but bore a weighty heart. You have all commenced practical combat. Thus, this battle is not merely a contest, but a true fight, essential for enhancing your future combat experience. While his words seemed to be for Qianjie's benefit, Zifa's tone was decidedly cold. Rest assured, with me present, you shall not perish. This statement suggested that Qianjie's fate was merely to survive, with severe injury being a mere trifle. Moreover, I harbored doubts as to whether General Zifa would intervene to aid Qianjie in a moment of crisis. It seemed unlikely. Surely, even in his disdain, the general would not orchestrate the demise of a recruit. Such a notion would be utterly horrifying. Regardless, a thorough beating for the tailing vehicle was inevitable. The recruits, sharing an attitude akin to that of Zifa, observed Qianjie on the arena with arms crossed and cold eyes. Choose your sword, Smoker declared, gripping his weapon tightly. No need, Qianjie replied, glancing at the instructor beside him. May we commence? It's noon, and I wish to have my meal. Clang. Begin. With a fierce glare, Smoker lunged forward at a swift pace, charging toward Qianjie. How long, I wonder? Can the tailing vehicle endure? The unit of measure should be seconds, perhaps mere moments. Snip whoosh. In a flash, Qianjie vanished. Smog, still rushing forward, widened his eyes in a daze, pondering the whereabouts of the elusive Qianjie. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision as Qianjie reappeared before him, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Smog's abdomen with a resounding crack, accompanied by the sickening sound of broken ribs. With a pained scream, Smog was sent flying, crashing heavily outside the arena, blood pouring from his mouth as he struggled to rise. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene, so profound that each individual could hear their own breath and the rapid beating of their hearts. The muffled cries of pain from Smog, who was desperately trying to suppress his suffering, resonated in the air with startling clarity. With a sharp clang, the sound of a sword hitting the ground broke the silence, awakening all present, new recruits and instructors alike, who slowly closed their gaping mouths and widened eyes, yet found it impossible to retract their astonishment. Was this truly the end? In an instant, in the blink of an eye, had the victor been decided? The recruits stared blankly at Qianjie on the stage, then turned dumbfoundedly to the pitiful, bloodied Smog. Could it be that this was the academic elite they had once idolized from below? Had the once revered scholar truly found himself in such a state of disarray? The notion of an underdog rising against all odds seemed surreal. With a momentous burst of power, Qianjie executed the 6 styles of the Navy, surpassing Smog's strength in an instant. The rumors about him defeating the notorious left sword were indeed true. Under Zifa's sunglasses, his widened eyes reflected the same stunned expression as the recruits, merely obscured by the shades. The recruits stood dumbstruck, unable to articulate their thoughts as they observed Qianjie, swallowing their dread, before slowly shifting their gaze towards Zifa. An overwhelming sense of confusion and disbelief clouded their minds. It was no wonder he could best me. He was far superior to Smog, whose constant dominance had long been a source of discontent. Suddy raised his head proudly, as if claiming the top spot for himself. What had been perceived as strength now revealed a level of power that was utterly unexpected. Was this truly the same underachiever they had known? Even Tina, who had glimpsed Qianjie's abilities before, found herself at a loss for words. How had he cultivated such prowess? Had it truly been through self-study? Or did he have a mentor? Zifa gazed at Qianjie in astonishment. Could one person achieve such monumental growth in just a few years through self-education? In terms of teaching, who could rival him in the headquarters? His own students were among the strongest of each generation. The thought of being defeated by a self-taught individual, especially one he despised, was infuriating. Smog, lying there with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, struggled to rise, his expression utterly blank. The commotion drew Zifa's attention, and he could instantly discern the severity of Smog's injuries. Several ribs were broken, and there was no mercy shown. A chill ran through Zifa's heart, such ruthless ferocity. He had indeed not erred in his judgment. Allowing someone like this to become a Navy elite was not a boon, but a catastrophe. In the heat of competition, such mercilessness, what crime should one face for that? Zifa, I have no combat experience and do not know whether my strength is formidable or feeble. I assume that as your esteemed disciple, I would naturally be far more powerful than a mere foot soldier, easily able to withstand your blows. I never anticipated. Qianjie spread his hands innocently. The recruits lowered their heads, afraid to meet Zifa's furious gaze, acutely aware of the mockery in Qianjie's words, yet unable to counter it. They found it hard to believe that Qianjie possessed such strength, or perhaps they were unwilling to accept it. Still, many recruits could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Zifa had always reserved the best resources for his favorite students, leaving many discontented. They could only harbor their grievances in silence. Suddenly, a newfound respect for Qianjie began to blossom. In the past, his audacity in defying a general had seemed foolish. But now it appeared commendable. At least he had the courage to act, a quality they recognized they themselves lacked. You. Zifa's fist crackled ominously, the very ground seeming to tremble. Even if a battle were to ensue, I believe that with your unmatched power, you would surely maintain control over the situation, Qianjie continued. His hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Humph. Zifa scoffed, his fury palpable, as the instructors remained silent, like frozen statues. May I take my leave now? Qianjie's smile faded, his expression turning indifferent as he stepped toward the edge of the arena, only to pause abruptly. It seems I am now the top contender. All recruits present may challenge me, so perhaps I cannot depart just yet? As Qianjie cast his gaze upon the new recruits below, he declared, If you wish to challenge me, then let us proceed together. I have no time to waste here. The recruits lowered their heads even further, stealing glances at Zifa, awaiting his command. In combat assessments, as long as one does not infringe upon the law, I will acquiesce to any challenge, the old man thought. Zifa waved his hand to all the recruits. Shall we go together? It is an order from General Zifa. Do you dare defy it? The recruits raised their heads, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Even though they were astonished, the image of Qianjie as a pariah was not one that could be altered in an instant. He was still the son of a sinner. None wished to see their longtime target of ridicule standing above them. Charge! The recruits, armed with weapons, simultaneously rushed towards the arena. Teacher, group battles have never occurred in combat assessments, nor has there ever been a situation of besieging a single opponent. I implore you. Tina, do you doubt the teacher? Zifa's fierce gaze bore down on Tina, his displeasure palpable. If you are unwilling to participate, step back and observe. What is there to worry about? Just enjoy the spectacle. That fellow never allows himself to suffer losses. When the time comes for real trouble, he flees faster than anyone else, Sudi remarked, leisurely folding her arms, her figure curvaceous and well-formed. Let us all join in. The arena was small, and Qianjie was surrounded by people. He tilted his head proudly. All the recruits, swords in hand, encircled Qianjie, swallowing nervously, yet none dared to strike first. They gazed at the once ridiculed Qianjie, now transformed into a figure they feared to confront. A sense of despair washed over them. Together, what is there to fear? Shuan roared, being the first to charge forth. Indeed, with so many of us, we have collectively defeated even 1,000,000 pirates. Why should we fear him alone? With a crescendo of battle cries, the recruits surged forward, swords raised against Qianjie. Though he remained indifferent, the ridicule they had suffered for so long warranted some form of retribution, did it not? Qianjie's eyes gleamed with intensity, and in an instant, he vanished from the throng. In the moment of their bewilderment, he reappeared on the other side, delivering a sweeping kick that sent several flying amidst a chorus of screams, their bodies soaring to heights of over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, bloodied and wailing. In the tumult of the enraged crowd, Qianjie's presence was no longer discernible. The sounds of collision echoed as more recruits were sent hurtling from the encirclement, crashing down in disarray. Boom, boom, boom. The recruits erupted like a fountain, the once crowded mass quickly thinning. As Qianjie launched another strike, he was momentarily taken aback to find that he had not sent his target flying. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Shuan who had managed to block his attack. I shall be your opponent. What of your strength at 30%? Boom. Like the others, he was sent sprawling. 10, 5, 3. The final 3, filled with terror, retreated. No longer daring to advance a single step. Jump down, commanded Qianjie. The trio looked towards the arena's edge, eager yet daunted by the fierce gaze of Zifa behind them, preventing any leap. Surrounding them were the fallen recruits, moaning in agony, while Zifa's expression darkened ominously. Kill. The 3 recruits still hesitated, but one charged forward in anger. As he drew near, he was sent flying back with even greater velocity. Another recruit followed suit, only to meet the same fate. In the end, only one recruit remained. Do not come closer, do not come closer. The last recruit, paralyzed with fear, neither daring to advance nor concede defeat, frantically waved his sword, urging Qianjie to retreat. Suddenly, a recruit, overwhelmed by emotion, pulled out a handgun, pointing it at Qianjie. Do not come closer. He pulled the trigger. In an instant, Qianjie vanished. Feeling the bullet was past his nose, Qianjia's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of indignation. You dare to use a gun against me, a fellow recruit? You would resort to such lethal measures. Although Qianjia's retaliation was fierce, the injuries inflicted upon them were severe yet recoverable, most requiring merely a month of rest. Anger surged within him. Such an act on Earth would surely lead to a military tribunal, a grave offense. You are unworthy of being a soldier. With that, Qianjia swiftly reappeared before the frantic recruit, seizing his arms and delivering a powerful kick that nearly shattered his ribs. With a vice-like grip, he crushed the recruit's wrists. And what of your feet? Young man, how could you treat a comrade with such cruelty? What penalty do you deserve? Suddenly, a formidable presence loomed behind Qianjia, General Zifa. 31 versus the general. What punishment do you deserve? Zifa stood like a mountain behind Qianjia, eclipsing all else, an oppressive aura emanating from him. If I recall correctly, firearms are strictly prohibited in combat assessments. Qianjia released the recruit, who lay screaming in shock. Turning unflinchingly to face Zifa, he remarked, in the midst of battle, "What is the penalty for a recruit who employs a firearm?" General Zifa, I believe you are more knowledgeable than I. Do you deem my response excessive? Qianjia continued. In combat assessments, casualties are a possibility, yet it is the duty of the instructor to intervene in moments of peril. Who was at fault for this failure? Zifa glared with fury. The navy coat billowed with the wind, muscles tensed. The stifling atmosphere bore down upon the entire training ground. The wailing recruits, momentarily forgetting their pain, gazed in terror at the confrontation between the two. The disparity in status and strength was palpable. You are quite arrogant, rookie, Zifa retorted with a smirk rather than anger. I have defeated all the recruits. The assessment is concluded. With a single wave of his hand, he declared, no recruit dares challenge me anymore. I am the victor. Am I not? No objections? He stepped towards the edge of the arena. Zifa's fierce eyes widened, his terrifying presence engulfing the surroundings. The recruits gasped for breath, while the instructors stood in awe, too frightened to speak. Your prowess has far surpassed that of the recruits. Such an assessment is futile. Allow me to test your abilities. Zifa proclaimed loudly. There are no instructors to. Zifa did not grant Qianjia a chance to refuse. His fist clenched tightly, thunderous strikes descending upon him. With a swift gust, Qianjia felt the sting of the wind as he vanished, reappearing 10 meters away. Yet darkness still loomed before him, as Zifa remained unyielding. In terms of the Navy's 6 forms, Qianjia found himself unable to contend with the general, especially against one so adept in pure physical combat. Very well. Let me ascertain the extent of our disparity. After a relentless retreat, although the distance had not truly increased, he kicked up the long sword from the ground with his heel, grasping it firmly as he halted his backward steps, unleashing his speed to the utmost. With both hands gripping the sword, he charged fearlessly towards Zifa. Was he genuinely prepared to engage in combat with the general? The new recruits, forgetting their pain, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape enough to fit an apple. Had he lost his sanity, daring to confront Teacher Zifa? Teacher, please stop, Tina exclaimed anxiously. Yet, Zifa showed no signs of halting. Although many instructors were present, none possessed the courage to intervene, nor did anyone wish to do so. Sati, who had been leisurely observing the scene, was suddenly overtaken by panic. How could the general personally confront a mere recruit? Was there no shame? 1 strike, 2 strikes, 8 strikes. At this moment, Qianjia unleashed his utmost strength and speed, having recently attained the formidable skill of 8 swords overlapping. The sword's edge struck with a thunderous crash against the descending fist. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by the shattering of the arena, pushing the new recruits backward as if they were mere leaves caught in a tempest. The instructors shielded their faces, struggling against the swirling dust and debris, their expressions filled with astonishment. Could it be that a new recruit dared to strike against a general? And at such a level? It was utterly terrifying. The recruits stood frozen, as if sculpted from clay, allowing the force of the wave to carry them away. Boom! The arena, spanning 100 square meters, collapsed with a deafening roar. The technique of sword overlapping was a signature move of Major General Qiansa. He had actually mastered it, and to such an extent that he rivaled the officers at the divisional level. Zephyr was utterly shocked. Previously, Qianjia had only demonstrated less than 30% of his strength in his earlier battles with the recruits. This was the full extent of his power. Rumble! The wind held violently. At the center of the tempest, neither of the two combatants had retreated even a single step. Could it be that he could contend with a general? Everyone watched in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition, blocking the general's advance. While it was clear that Shinji was formidable, none would have believed he could match the general, who represented the pinnacle of naval combat prowess. They had underestimated him. Zephyr's hawk-like gaze sharpened. Blood seemed to trickle slowly down the sword's edge. Harden, the fist, marked with blood, instantaneously transformed into an inky black hue. The hockey hardening with a ferocious intensity. Boom. With a surge, Zephyr's right arm bulged with muscle, unleashing an even more potent force. With a clang, the seemingly balanced confrontation shifted dramatically. The sword in Shinji's hand shattered layer by layer under the onslaught of the terrifying shockwave, compelling him to retreat swiftly. The disparity was overwhelming. Soru. In an instant, Shinji vanished, reappearing in the low air outside the arena, swiftly descending to the ground. The disparity was vast. Such a battle amounted to self-torture. Novice, take another punch from me. Zefa suddenly materialized behind Shinji in midair, resolutely intent on imparting a lesson. Shinji's expression turned icy as a thunderous roar echoed behind him. In the air, he was unable to leverage any force, turn, or defend himself. The ferocious gusts of wind, should they strike him, would likely render him incapacitated for at least 3 months, if not leave him with lasting, irreversible ailments. How infuriating! With a face twisted in rage, Shinji roared like a fierce beast. His physical prowess had just begun to ascend. He could not afford to sustain severe hidden injuries here. Such injuries could jeopardize his future development. Now that was true cruelty. Move. His calf muscles strained at the highest frequency, channeling all his strength to his legs. Move, move. I command you to move. With a resounding blast, a terrifying shockwave erupted, tearing apart the ground and creating a substantial crater. With flying debris striking the faces of the recruits, eliciting their anguished cries. All present watched in dread, swallowing hard as they gazed at the crater. Such a powerful fist. Should it collide with their bodies, left no doubt, death was inevitable. Had Shinji perished? Was there nothing left of him? Was Zefa injured? Suddenly, from 10 meters above, a piercing sound cut through the air as a figure darted past, reappearing on the ground several dozen meters away. Was that the moon step? He had managed to hold back? Landing, Zefa stared in shock at Shinji. Though he and T exerted much power, even a school-level officer might struggle to withstand it. Yet he had failed to subdue a mere recruit on 2 occasions. The disparity between a major general and a recruit was as vast as that between a pirate without a bounty and the 4 emperors, an abyss between heaven and earth. Come again, Zefa glared fiercely. I have been defeated, Shinji proclaimed, his voice echoing in the air, drifting beyond the recruit camp. You, Zefa, with his right foot suspended in midair, found himself in an awkward position, unable to move forward or retract. It was truly terrifying. The recruits gazed at Zefa with a mix of fear and trepidation, cautiously distancing themselves. They had yet to witness much in the realm of life and death. Even those they disliked could invoke boundless fear if faced with the prospect of being slain by their instructor. Zefa sensed the recruits' apprehensive gazes. Curiosity drew many onlookers from outside the training ground, peering in with intrigue. Crafty little brat, Zefa mused, realizing he had no opportunity to strike. Any further action would irreparably tarnish his reputation as a mentor. He valued his standing and would not permit a lifetime of hard-earned respect to be obliterated by a mere recruit. He turned away. Shinji had turned away without hesitation. At that moment, his gaze was chillingly fierce. It was disheartening to realize that he had to resort to the power of public opinion to preserve his life. Had Zephyr truly been reckless, he would have had no means to escape today. His fists were clenched tightly within his sleeves, until he felt a sharp pain. He was too weak. In the face of a general, he was inadequate, not strong enough, not diligent enough. Gritting his teeth, his eyes shone with determination and a hint of madness. He needed to train even more fervently. With a sharp clap, as he stepped out of the recruit camp, Shinji glanced back, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. He turned away, resolutely moving forward without a backward glance. What transpired? Many curious civilians peered over the walls, inquisitively observing the training grounds. Why were the recruits in such a pitiful state? Had General Zephyr unleashed his wrath upon them? It seemed a bit excessive. This is a military camp. Idle onlookers must leave immediately. Zephyr, unable to contain his fury, bellowed, causing every head atop the wall to vanish in an instant. His chest heaved with intense breaths as he endeavored to calm the anger simmering within. Yet it remained unabated as he coldly surveyed the injured recruits, all severely wounded. with one in particular sustaining a grievous injury, his wrist bone shattered. Zephyr knew that such an injury meant this young man would forever remain an ordinary individual, unfit to join the Navy again. Summon the medics to attend to everyone, Zephyr commanded, turning away without a glance at his students, Smoker and Chiron. It was a source of embarrassment that his students had brought such disgrace upon themselves, necessitating the intervention of their teacher. He even harbored regrets about having taken them on. Furthermore, today's events must remain confidential. Any breach would be treated as a grave offense against military secrets. Zephyr turned back, his tone severe, and the recruits nodded in fear. With his left hand covering his right, Zephyr swiftly exited the recruit camp. Hey, Zephyr, how did you injure your right hand? At Navy headquarters, Carp, munching on a rice cracker, observed curiously as Zephyr's hand was wrapped in bandages. As a general and now an instructor, it was unusual for him to sustain injuries without facing any danger. It was an accidental injury, Zephyr replied, his demeanor somewhat awkward. I have matters to attend to. Let us talk later, Carp. What could be so mysterious? Carp watched Zephyr's retreating figure, intrigued, and stealthily followed him. In the hospital, Smoker, Chiron. You both have greatly disappointed me. Zephyr dismissed the doctor, leaving only the three of them in the room. Teacher, we're sorry. Smoker and Chiron bowed their heads in shame. A bitter taste lingered within them. Shinji was so formidable, managing to withstand 2 moves against the teacher without defeat. They recognized they should never have been his opponents, devoid of any fighting spirit. Zephyr observed this all, and his anger intensified. He understood that as a well-known figure, personally reprimanding a recruit would be utterly humiliating, a cause for ridicule across the world. Moreover, he had no desire to personally chastise them. If these recruits were proud enough to learn independently, then they must prove that the students he personally taught were superior, stronger than Shinji. That would be the true lesson. Zephyr gazed at Smoker and Chiron, realizing that only they could defeat Shinji for him to truly teach that insolent boy a lesson. Of course, Zephyr's former students were now almost all rear admirals, surpassing Shinji, but they had already made their names known. Sending them to battle Shinji would only invite further ridicule. Only contemporaries could genuinely validate their prowess. Have you no sense of shame to spur you on? Zephyr exclaimed in anger. But teacher, he is too strong. Smoker and Chiron shook their heads. How can we ever surpass him? We enjoy more resources than he does, and with your guidance, we worked hard. Yet we still fall short. What else can we do? From now on, you will apply to leave school for self-study. I will personally lead you into real combat at sea, enhancing your combat prowess while allowing you to earn military merits. With sufficient accolades, the headquarters may grant you devil fruits, which I will personally help you select. Do you understand? Yes, the flames of desire for victory sparked in their eyes. They had always been the top 2 recruits in the camp. How could they bear being outshone by a self-taught individual? Would that not signify their inferiority? Excellent. A year from now, there will be a combat assessment for all recruits at Navy headquarters and its branches. By then, will you be able to win? Yes. The shadows in the basement vanished in an instant, only to reappear in midair, moonwalk. With utmost force and speed, he landed upon the air, causing a heavy sonic boom. Yet, Shinji landed vertically, his body unyielding. Having evaded Zephyr's attack, he had unleashed the moonwalk, altering his trajectory in the air. But why could he not use it again? Shinji pondered deeply, his chin resting thoughtfully in his hand, recalling that moment of peril when he unleashed his full potential, striving to grasp the sensations of that fleeting instant. It felt as if he were treading upon solid ground. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he mused, according to the principles of physics. When one approaches or even surpasses the speed of sound, one can perceive an intangible wall of air, akin to an air barrier. Could it be that in that ephemeral moment of soaring through the air, if his speed reached that of sound, he could manifest the moonwalk? He resolved to continue his training. A year later, Shinji, now nearly 17, found himself on the brink of graduation, with less than a year remaining. In a flash, a fleeting silhouette vanished into the forest, darting forward with relentless speed, 12 swords overlapping. With a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the air as he surged forward 300 meters, the force of his sword only waning as he finally halted. Turning back to reflect on his journey. In the heart of the forest, a straight path had been ruthlessly severed, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. With a swift motion, the figure vanished, only to reappear beneath a fallen tree, delivering a powerful kick that sent the ancient timber soaring into the sky, reaching heights of several dozen meters. With a whoosh, he disappeared once more, kicking another tree into the air, and within an astonishingly brief span, Nearly 100 trees were launched into the atmosphere. A resounding explosion echoed as he re-emerged amidst the airborne timber. The tip of his sword aimed precisely at the tree beneath him. His muscles surged with energy. Boom! The ancient tree erupted violently, splintering into countless fragments. What on earth was happening? In the nearby town, many townsfolk gazed in shock at the trees soaring from the forest, their mouths agape in disbelief. In mere moments, all the ancient trees above shattered into pieces, cascading down like snowflakes. He descended swiftly to the ground. With a decisive swing of his sword, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, weaving through the air with such speed that countless shards fell, vanishing mysteriously before touching him. The swiftness of his swordplay was blinding. One could hardly see the blade, yet it seemed as if the very air around him was filled with sword edges. This relentless display lasted for several seconds, leaving the forest littered with debris and a distinct pathway carved through the woodland. Indeed, with only 8 months remaining until graduation, he had achieved the goal he had set for himself. Sheathing his sword, he observed that within a 1-meter radius around him, not a single fragment remained, while beyond that, the ground was blanketed with sawdust. Within that meter, only fine powder lay scattered. It was time to seek out formidable opponents for practice. In an instant, he vanished, leaping through the trees, and shortly thereafter, several naval officers appeared seemingly from nowhere. Who had been training here? Do they not realize the effort it took to transplant these trees to the forest? Such destruction is incomprehensible. Sir, the level of devastation here suggests that it could not have been caused by a mere school-level officer. Only a brigadier or higher could possibly achieve this. Very well. I shall report this to the marshal and initiate an investigation to prevent further destruction of the forest. In the vast ocean, after a long search, a promising target was finally spotted. Surely, it would not disappoint him. On an unnamed island amidst the sea, the ground was strewn with corpses. Qianjie gazed coldly at the only pirate still standing, the target he had sought, the bounty of 84 million. A bounty hunter? Do not be too arrogant. The scar-faced pirate roared fiercely, filled with murderous intent, having mercilessly slaughtered all his subordinates he had painstakingly gathered. He charged furiously at Qianjie, shouting, "Airburst." He clenched his fist and struck toward Qianjie. Boom. His fist pierced through Qianjie's form, causing the earth to crumble around them. A power user? Airburst? An ability related to the air? A superhuman? The lad evades quite swiftly. I am the air burst man capable of making the air explode. How could you possibly be my match? The scar-faced pirate looked disdainfully at Qianjie and charged again, shouting, "Blast, blast, blast." This time, he unleashed his fist from a distance of several meters. Beneath his fist, the air exploded in layers, shattering the ground. Shave. Qianjie vanished once more. Blast, blast, blast. Qianjie calmly analyzed his abilities. Is the power simply the instantaneous compression of air, followed by a sudden expansion that results in an explosion? Boy, do you dare to do anything other than hide? Snip. In an instant, Qianjie vanished from sight, only to reappear before the scarred pirate, thrusting his blade forward. The explosion of swords erupted. Boom. The ground trembled violently, fracturing for dozens of meters around. Both combatants staggered back, and in that fleeting moment, Qianjie disappeared again, soaring into the air, deftly repositioning himself mid-flight. The moonstep manifested. Quite formidable, he thought. Let me unleash my most powerful technique. On the shattered earth, the scarred man roared in fury, his mouth agape. A silvery radiance seemed to seep forth from the sky, the void blast. Boom. An invisible wave surged forth, forming a beam that shot toward Qianjie. The strongest attack, you say? Then I shall unleash the 12 swords. In a heartbeat, he unleashed a flurry of elegant swordplay. 12 afterimages converging in an instant, culminating in a silvery sword beam that shot forth with breathtaking speed. Whoosh! The sword beam clashed against the light beam, resulting in a resounding explosion in the heavens, cleaving through the beam with unwavering velocity. How could this be? That was my ultimate attack. The scarred pirate, trembling in terror, shouted, "This is bad." He hurriedly retreated, but the sword beam remained relentless. Whoosh! Though diminished in power, it still carved a scar across the earth, stretching for dozens of meters. I have been defeated by a mere brat. Cough, cough. How is this possible? Kneeling on the ground, the scarred pirate, with his right arm completely severed, spat out blood in disbelief. After nearly 3 months of searching, is this all I could achieve? As he landed, Qianjie retrieved a chain and approached the scarred pirate, visibly discontented, as the trial had not met his expectations. Suddenly, a swift figure interposed itself before Qianjie. He is my prey. 34 new recruits' assessment steal my quarry? Qianjie halted, his expression fierce. In his past life as a soldier, He valued honor above all, and honor was built upon military achievements. Soldiers never retreated from their accomplishments nor allowed their hard-won gains to be taken by others. Qianjie could not abide the thought of having what he had diligently earned snatched away. His piercing gaze fell upon the towering figure before him. A muscular man clad in a Shaolin monk-like garb, adorned with serpentine patterns on either side of his chest, and a tattoo of the character emblazoned on his bald head. So familiar. Who is he? The Void Blaster, the pirate I have been tracking for an entire year. As a bounty hunter. It seems you have succeeded in your pursuit before I could. The man turned to glance at the severely injured scarred pirate and sighed. I am Bonus. Indeed. He is the formidable Mr. One, the strongest subordinate of Crocodile in the future. Qianjie confirmed his identity, yet displayed no sign of yielding. He has already fallen into your grasp, but I have relentlessly pursued him for a year. Therefore, we must adhere to the rules of bounty hunters, Bonus stated. What rules? Qianjie queried, genuinely unaware of them. In the vast ocean, numerous bounty hunters exist, many of whom seek precise targets. However, often, after prolonged searches, they find others have captured their prey. In such cases, the accepted protocol among bounty hunters is to duel. The spoils belong to the victor. This was my quarry to begin with. Even if I defeat you, what benefit would I gain? Why should I concede? Qianjie retorted. You may decide my fate should you vanquish me, but if I emerge victorious, I shall not harm you. Oh, Qianjie nodded, considering this a semblance of fairness. Bounty hunters are among the weakest factions at sea, inferior to both pirates and the navy, thus they seldom turn against one another. Very well, let the duel commence. Qianjie raised his sword, directing it towards Bonus. Just the opponent he needed. I am, after all, a blade wielder who has consumed the quick-slash-fruit. With arms crossed, Bonus transformed his limbs into sharp blades, his feet also morphing into cutting edges, gliding swiftly across the ground. Annihilation slash. He swung his sword in defense, and with a sizzling sound, the sword's edge clashed against the blades, sparks flying in every direction. Yet, it was Qianjie who propelled Bonus forward. Is his strength greater than mine? Mastering the slash. One arm, now a blade, blocked the sword's edge, while the other hand, fingers splayed, transformed into a lethal blade, aimed at Qianjie with deadly intent. Shave. In an instant, Qianjie vanished from his position, creating a distance of 20 meters. Dust slash. His arm swung wildly with the blade, cleaving the earth before him into perfectly shaped fragments. Qianjie leaped into the air, pivoting mid-flight, and dove downwards. With a flick of his sword, he launched a direct assault. Sizzle. On the ground, Bonus' wrist spun the blade rapidly. Spiral slash. Sizzle. The tip of the sword met the whirling blade. Although suspended in the air, Qianjie propelled himself with a powerful kick that generated a shockwave, forcing Bonus to retreat rapidly. Such formidable strength, foam daisy slash. He raised his hands to shield against the sword's tip and the ensuing wave of sword energy, then unleashed a radiating counterattack. Explosive blade. A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the surrounding earth, as two figures surged forth from the billowing smoke. Such exquisite swordsmanship. Yet neither was harmed. Bonus regarded Qianjie with a grave expression. His own invulnerability stemmed from his body's ability to transform into a blade, as solid as steel. But what of his opponent? Unleashing his most powerful move, Speed Blade. The ground beneath him morphed into a blade as he charged forward, his entire being transforming into a colossal sword, descending with lethal swiftness. Qianjie gradually lowered his waist, gripping the hilt of his sword with the tip pointed backward. With a swift push of his foot, he surged forward. Whoosh. Two figures intersected, leaving a chaotic tapestry of marks upon the ground. The two stood back to back, their 9 swords intertwined in a harmonious display. At the moment when the sword was sheathed after 1,000 trials, a copious stream of blood erupted from Bonus's chest, a crimson stain enveloping his entire torso. Could even steel be cleaved asunder? Bonus gradually turned around, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Qianjie, such formidable swordsmanship. He then collapsed thunderously to the ground. Qianjie stepped forward, retrieving the iron chain once more as he approached the unconscious figure of the scarred pirate, who had succumbed to excessive blood loss. Have I truly reached such a level? He pondered, realizing he had previously underestimated his own strength. Indeed, pirates beneath a bounty of 100 million were hardly worth consideration. Why do you not kill me? Inquired Bonus, lying on the ground, fully aware that his adversary had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he would have perished beneath that single blow. Why should I kill you? Qianjie held the scarred man tightly, leaving the island without a backward glance. Having been out for nearly 3 months, he was now 17 years old in physical age, with only half a year remaining until graduation. Qianjia mused to himself. It seems unnecessary to seek suitable opponents in the vast ocean, as they are too few. It would be wiser to devote myself to rigorous training, grow stronger, and then directly challenge the true pirates, returning to the Navy headquarters. At the Navy headquarters. In the conference hall, Admiral Zephyr sat at the head of the table, surveying the representatives dispatched from various branches below. With only 6 months until the new recruits' graduation, the day of the military assessment was just 10 days away. The elite new recruits from each branch had arrived, showcasing their strongest candidates. So have I. Echoed the voices of over 20 representatives simultaneously. Then we can begin preparations tomorrow. I expect all new recruits to train diligently. This assessment is of utmost importance, understand? Yes. As he watched the representatives depart one by one, a hint of bewilderment flickered in Zephyr's eyes behind his sunglasses. After a prolonged silence, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Smoker and his crew must be qualified to claim the top spot now, right? Self-taught fellows cannot possibly hold the title of the best, for I have my own students to contend with. A pirate ship, carrying 100 passengers, sailed through the misty sea. Captain, the fog is too thick. Will it affect our journey? Rest assured, this route has been traversed countless times without danger. As the ship broke free from the fog, the passengers, in high spirits, spilled onto the deck, relieved to be rid of the oppressive mist. Is that a pirate ship? Oh no, pirates. The alarm rang out aboard the passenger ship. Damn it, we couldn't see the pirate ship through the fog. The captain of the passenger vessel, drenched in sweat and fear, looked back to see the pirate crew, ominously close, their sinister laughter echoing across the water. Prepare for defense. Though this is a passenger ship, we are equipped with cannons and combat personnel to face the marauding pirates. Fire. Cannons roared from the pirate ship, striking the passenger vessel's artillery, destroying its only means of defense. The explosion rocked the ship violently, sending passengers into a frenzy of screams as they scrambled towards the cabin, many falling on the deck, their cries mingling with the pirates' raucous laughter. What is happening? Such a commotion? In one of the ship's cabins, Qianji awoke groggily, the cacophony of chaos filling his ears. What are all these screams about? In an instant, he vanished from his spot, and with a loud bang, the cabin door slammed shut behind him. On the deck, muffled sobs could be heard intermittently. Shut up. It's too noisy. Who's making all that racket? I'll take care of him. Dozens of pirates, armed to the teeth, surrounded the trembling passengers. The pirate ship had drawn alongside the passenger vessel, and the pirates were now on board. Captain, this isn't a merchant ship. It's a passenger vessel. We've robbed the wrong one. What? The towering, one-eyed pirate captain glared furiously at the passengers. Terrified, they huddled close together, too afraid to raise their heads, as the fighting capability of the passenger ship was swiftly neutralized, leaving the passengers at the mercy of the pirates. Pirates? Stepping out onto the deck, Qianjia was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. Kid, come here and squat down. A pirate brandished a knife, barking orders at Qianjia. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Oh? Still clad in his pajamas, Qianjia walked over to the group and squatted down, still groggy from sleep, needing a moment to shake off his drowsiness and grasp the situation. What about the Navy? Haven't they arrived yet? The captain of the passenger ship whispered to his first mate. Our only hope lies with the Navy. We've already notified them. But they said the nearest base wouldn't make it in time, so the Navy instructed us to handle it ourselves. They want to send reinforcements, the first mate replied bitterly. Damn the Navy. Is it over? The captain closed his eyes in despair. There is no salvation. The fate of everyone on the ship now rests in the hands of the pirates. Those despicable pirates, and that useless Navy, how infuriating. The first mate seethed. The nearby passengers, hearing this, turned hopeless, their faces painted with despair. The Navy won't come to rescue us. What are we going to do? Qianjia frowned. It seems you were quite unfortunate to have encountered me. Do you know who I am? I am the bounty-hunted pirate with a 30 million belly price on my head. The burly, one-eyed pirate captain, wielding a massive cutlass stained with fresh flesh, loomed over the frightened passengers, who cowered together, not daring to lift their heads. If you want to live, each of you needs to come up with 100,000 belly as a ransom. I'll collect the toll per head. And anyone who can't pay will be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The passengers trembled in fear. I'm done for. I only have a little over 100,000 belly, but I have a wife and a child. Someone, please save me. A desperate father pleaded, glancing at a nearby passenger, who was accompanied by a young woman cradling a lovely infant. But now, as everyone faced their own peril, no one could come to the aid of another. Great. I have 100,000 belly. I can survive. I have no money. I'm going to be killed. Most passengers were engulfed in despair. This was merely a merchant ship for ordinary folk, with few wealthy individuals aboard. A chorus of lamentations filled the air. Listen up, kids. Collect the money for me. And you, pretty girls, come with me. I'll take you back to auction. You're not worth even 100,000. Captain, Captain. Those girls look appealing. No. Among the crowd, several young maidens wept like rain-soaked willows, clinging to one another in desperation. They looked pleadingly at the nearby men. But those who had previously fawned over them now dared not speak. Anyone who speaks again will find themselves severed. Collect money and capture people. No. Oh. The pirates are here to seize our wealth. Suddenly, Qianjie slapped his forehead, finally coming to his senses. Help me. Someone come to my aid. A pirate yanked a beautiful woman from the crowd, who cried out for help, but all the other passengers lowered their heads in silence. Honestly, even as pirates. Your actions are lacking in decorum, not at all honorable. No wonder you're just petty pirates. Who was speaking? The pirate captain's fierce gaze scanned the crowd, all of whom had their heads bowed. At that moment, the one standing out like a sore thumb was Qianjie. He declared boldly. Do you have an issue with that? Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, several more pirates, most with brutish appearances, observed the scene. Yet one figure stood out like a beautiful landscape amidst the chaos. Robin, when it's time to collect the money, you'll be in charge of counting it. This is a task that the brutish ones cannot handle, the first mate instructed the lovely girl. Understood. Qianjie gazed disdainfully at all the pirates. His cold eyes fixated on the one still clutching the beautiful maiden. Release her, he commanded. Help me, the lovely girl pleaded. Her eyes filled with desperation as if she were grasping for the last straw in turbulent waters. The passengers, though still bowing their heads, occasionally stole glances upward. Could there be a hero among them? Would someone come to their aid? Could he truly save them? The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? The pirate captain, with a cruel glint in his eyes, approached Qianjie, wielding a massive blade that weighed hundreds of pounds. With each step, the deck trembled beneath him. I shall deal with you first, he declared. With a thunderous crash, the enormous blade descended, its fierce whistle slicing through the air, only to be abruptly halted. You. The pirate captain stared in horror at Qianjie, cold sweat trickling down his brow. How could this be? He had caught the blade with a single hand. It was inconceivable. Release the captain. The remaining pirates, jolted from their shock, quickly regained their composure, leveling a dozen firearms at Qianjie. It seems you all belong to the category of pirates that deserve to perish. With a piercing gaze, Qianjie exerted strength in his hand. The pirate captain felt no force, yet the cutlass he wielded had vanished. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow darted around the deck in a swift circle, and as Qianjie came to a halt, he and the initial shadow converged once more. The tip of the cutlass merely an inch away from the pirate captain. Spare my life. The pirate captain pleaded, trembling in fear. Swish! As the scythe of fate was reclaimed, dozens of pirates encircling the crowd fell simultaneously to the ground, their necks marred by crimson streaks, blood staining the deck. Thank you for sparing. The pirate captain groveled, oblivious to the fresh gash now adorning his forehead, deepening as it oozed forth with blood. My. The light in his eyes swiftly faded, marred by confusion and indignation, his massive frame collapsing with a thunderous crash, pierced through by the mere breath of sword energy. Are they all dead? In an instant, all were perished? The passengers still crouching were left in a daze, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the pirates around them. Previously, they knew not the essence of hell nor heaven, yet now comprehended that the passage from hell to heaven could occur in the blink of an eye. Remarkable. Have we been saved by him? Our Savior. The passengers stared wide-eyed, filled with gratitude towards Qianjie. How handsome. He is the one who rescued me. The beautiful maiden, having evaded peril, blushed shyly as she cast a timid glance at Qianjie. For the passengers, it was a paradise. For the pirates, a hell. A piercing scream of terror erupted aboard the pirate ship. The captain has been slain. The others have fallen too, all at the hands of a mere boy. What? The pirates aboard stared in horror at the deck, witnessing the chaos. Set sail. Quickly set sail. The first mate roared, without needing his command. The pirates hastily took the helm, urgently maneuvering the ship as it swiftly distanced itself from the passenger vessel. Splendid. The pirates have fled. We are alive. We have not perished. The passengers cheered, surrounding Qianjie in a fervor of excitement, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Do not even think of escaping. With a single leap, he propelled himself onto the deck, soaring several meters high, executing the moonwalk technique and sprinting through the air in pursuit of the retreating pirate ship. He was flying indeed. He was flying. A miraculous feat. The lack of education is truly frightening. This is the moonwalk, a formidable physical skill from the Navy's sixth forms, said to be possessed only by officers of the rank of lieutenant and above. Could it be that this young lad is a member of the Navy? And a high-ranking officer at that? Yet, he is so youthful. I am overwhelmed. He is not only strikingly handsome, but also immensely powerful, a military officer no less. I have fallen for him. A lovesick girl gazed adoringly at the figure of Qianjia, who danced through the air. First mate, it's bad. The enemy is upon us. Coming from the sky. It's over. We are doomed. The pirates gazed in despair at the approaching figure of Qianjia, some collapsing helplessly to the ground. Quick, fire the cannons. Boom. Several cannonballs were launched, carrying the last flicker of hope from the pirates towards Qianjia. Slash. With a sweeping motion of his cutlass, he sliced through the cannonballs, then propelled himself forward, landing heavily on the pirate ship as he coldly declared, "Let us go." Kill. Wielding his cutlass, in that moment, Qianjia embodied a reaper from the depths of hell, each strike claiming a life. In a corner of the pirate ship, a young girl hid, her arms crossed before her chest. Six-petal flower. Suddenly, 6 arms sprouted from the rampaging Qianjia, binding him. The eyes of the despairing pirates gleamed with hope as they rushed forward to strike him down. Flower, flower, fruit. Qianjia was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? With a powerful tremor, the arms transformed into blossoms and dissipated, eliminating the pirates before they could mount an attack. In the corner, the girl stifled a groan. Her face contorted in pain as she watched Qianjia, who resembled a god of death. Her mouth, which had opened in shock, slowly closed, so strong. Are they all dead? Surveying the area, Qianjia found no surviving pirates. His gaze fell upon the girl in the corner. Though young, there was an aura about her that hinted at a future yet to unfold, causing Qianjia's pupils to constrict involuntarily. Nico Robin? Who are you? Qianjia stepped forward, feigning unfamiliarity, and inquired, I was captured by pirates. I implore you to take me away. Please save me. Nico Robin gazed at Qianjia with a pitiable expression, her timorous demeanor undeniably possessing considerable allure to men. Oh, then let us depart. Qianjia lifted her into his arms, walking upon the air. In Qianjia's embrace, Nico Robin exhaled in relief, her gaze falling upon the defeated pirate crew, her heart settling in tranquility. No one knew that I, too, was once a pirate. With her spirits calmed, she clung tightly to Qianjia in the sky. The loneliness and perpetual fear that had plagued her suddenly subsided in that moment. Let me follow you, she pleaded softly. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Qianjia had already descended onto the deck of the passenger ship, cradling Nico Robin. Under the fervent and adoring gazes of the passengers, he stated nonchalantly, she is a victim. The passengers naturally would not associate Robin with piracy, nor harbor ill intentions toward a young girl. No need to thank me. Simply refrain from disturbing me, he remarked as he observed the thronging passengers. He gestured, Captain, you should set sail. I have pressing matters that require my prompt return to Sabaody Archipelago. This passenger ship's final destination was indeed Sabaody Archipelago. To return to the Navy headquarters, Qianjia had to first reach Sabaody Archipelago and then board a Navy merchant vessel to make his way back. Moreover, he was aware that the military examination day was merely 3 days away. 3 days would suffice for his return to the Navy headquarters. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Qianjia approached the stern of the ship, raising his blade to target the pirate crew 100 meters away. Could he truly cleave through the pirate crew from such a distance? Surely, it was implausible. Suddenly, Nico Robin, who had been trailing closely behind Qianjia, hastily grasped his hand. Meeting Qianjia's bemused gaze, she revealed, I am aware that there exists a devil fruit aboard the pirate ship. Oh. A glimmer sparked in Qianjia's eyes as he contemplated the devil fruit. He acknowledged that although he had been in the world of pirates for 5 years, he had yet to encounter one. Take me there, he urged. Embracing Robin, he returned to the pirate crew, where he discovered a devil fruit in the captain's quarters. This was the very fruit that the captain had acquired yesterday, intended for sale. Robin observed Qianjia with caution, hoping he had not discerned her unease. All eyes were fixated on the devil fruit in his hand, adorned with mysterious patterns reminiscent of a pineapple. What powers does it possess? I do not know, Robin replied, shaking her head. Desire for the devil fruit before him did not consume Qianjia. Without knowledge of its abilities, he would never recklessly consume it. However, with only one opportunity, he remained skeptical of the notion that there exist no weak abilities, only weak users. Could the Zoan and Logia types truly be compared? Even Zoan users could ascend to the pinnacle of strength, but under equal effort, the superiority was evident. The singular chance he had must involve a formidable devil fruit. Otherwise, it was better not to partake at all. Thus, Qianjie stowed the devil fruit and returned to the passenger ship with Nico Robin, instructing the captain to assign her a room. With a swift motion, he wielded his sword, cleaving through the pirate crew amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. His prowess was remarkable. Nico Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst the adoration directed at him, Qianjie retreated to his quarters and collapsed onto the bed, having scarcely gotten enough rest earlier. Meanwhile, aboard the passenger ship, speculation regarding Qianjie's identity ran rampant. Some suggested he was a naval officer, while others posited he might be a notorious pirate. The theories were as diverse as they were imaginative. Sitting on the bed in her room, Robin curled up, her expression drifting into a state of bewilderment or perhaps a dreamlike haze. The pirate crew she had just joined had perished in less than 3 months. Where should she go from here? Should she seek another crew? Or, as night fell, having satisfied his hunger, Qianjie stood at the bow of the ship, relishing the sea breeze. Thanks to his earlier instructions, no one disturbed his rare moment of tranquility. "Thank you," a soft voice, cool yet tinged with warmth, came from behind him. "Please, have a seat." Without turning, Qianjie patted the space beside him. After a brief pause, Nico Robin settled down, turning to face him, her voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much longer I would have endured captivity at the hands of those pirates. They killed all my family, and now I—" Her voice quivered with emotion. Nico Robin, the child of the devil, with a bounty of 79 million berries. In an instant, the pitiable expression on Robin's face froze and vanished, replaced by a dazed stare at Qianjie. A fleeting panic surged within her. Had her identity been revealed? How did he know? A tempest of thoughts swirled in her mind, and the carefully crafted words she had intended to speak faltered. She had planned to weave a tale of her tragic past to beseech him for companionship. Alone on the vast ocean was far too daunting for Nico Robin. Her options were limited to either remaining on deserted islands or seeking protection from the strong. Previously, she had sought the latter, joining various pirate crews. Now, her gaze was fixed on Qianjie, so formidable and seemingly a good person, far preferable to any pirate. Alas, she understood that her aspirations had been dashed. "Rest assured, I will not capture you," Qianjie said, turning slightly to flash a reassuring smile at Nico Robin. His gentle demeanor and the impressions of the day eased her anxiety. Looking up at him, she implored, "Please let me accompany you." She was unwilling to relinquish her desires. "I am a power user, possessing the abilities of the Hana no Mi, and I am well-versed in ancient texts, knowledgeable about many aspects of the sea. I can certainly be of assistance to you." Though still young, Nico Robin had long understood the perils of the sea. She knew that only by proving her worth could she persuade others to allow her to remain. Otherwise, she would be deemed worthless, an unwanted burden. In the treacherous expanse of the ocean, beauty alone would not suffice. Many a stunning woman had ended up merely as a servant to the nobility. "You wish for me to take you with me? You desire to follow in my wake?" Qianjie gazed in astonishment at Nico Robin, taken aback by her unexpected thoughts. Yet, in an instant, he grasped her intentions. He would not naively presume that his mere aura would cause a beauty to gravitate towards him. He was simply a means for Nico Robin to seek refuge, much like her previous endeavors to establish herself upon the vast ocean. "Yes, take me with you, for otherwise I shall perish amidst the waves." Nico Robin tugged at the hem of Qianjie's garment, her eyes shimmering with hopeful anticipation. "Strive to survive. Wait for me. May I accompany you?" Qianjie gazed silently at her until Robin, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head. "No." "Why?" Robin lifted her gaze, perplexed as she looked at Qianjie. Confident in her ability to assist others, she hastily declared, "I absolutely will not hinder you, I am a Navy officer." Those few understated words rendered Robin's previous statements silent within her. Her slightly parted lips remained unsealed for an extended moment as she cautiously retreated, hands protectively clasped over her chest, a gesture signifying both her vigilance and her readiness to employ her abilities. "Indeed, you are a Navy officer." A bitter smile crossed Robin's face as she refrained from uttering any further words about following Qianjie. The Navy and the pirates are inherently adversarial. The Navy's duty is to apprehend all criminals wanted by the sea. Rest assured, I will not capture you." Qianjie, reclining with hands behind his head, gazed up at the vast starry sky, stating, I am aware of the O'Hara incident. You were a victim. It was the Navy's fault. I have no reason to apprehend you." Her lips moved slightly, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. In that moment, Robin's heart was a turmoil of conflicting feelings. The naive girl had lost all her family in a single night and was unjustly branded a criminal, adrift alone on the treacherous sea, facing countless dangers. It was overwhelming. She had spent years in betrayal and evasion, yearning for a tranquil life in a carefree town. Yet, when her identity was unveiled, the once kind villagers turned mercilessly against her, callously notifying the Navy. Robin had grown accustomed to her identity as a fugitive. She had never imagined that the first person to speak on her behalf would be a Navy officer, someone she despised most. In that instant, all her grievances and solitude could no longer be concealed. "Unfortunately, I am a Navy officer and cannot assist you." Qianjie shook his head. It was utterly impossible to bring Robin back to the Navy headquarters. As a wanted criminal, she would be apprehended immediately upon entry. There was no alternative outcome. "I understand," Robin replied with a faint smile. If only. As Qianjie reached out, wishing to comfort her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, he was met with her wary retreat, causing him to withdraw his hand silently. "If only, strive to survive in the vast ocean." "I will." Qianjie offered Robin an encouraging smile, rising to his feet and striding towards the cabin. "Persevere, and if you are willing to wait, when the day comes that I become a general, I shall." He shook his head, refraining from further words, his silhouette silently fading from Robin's view. Qianjie was not accustomed to boasting or making promises about the future. Instead, he placed great emphasis on pragmatism, leaving matters of tomorrow to the morrow. He believed that when the moment came for him to truly become a formidable figure, he would proclaim his ambitions then. Gazing blankly at Qianjie's retreating silhouette until it vanished completely, Robin murmured softly to herself, "I will strive to survive." Indeed, the night had fallen, and the sea breeze felt somewhat frigid. The young girl hugged her knees, burying her head within them, enveloped in a profound sense of loneliness and helplessness. Lacking strength, she felt utterly powerless. Qianjie, having opened the window, stared vacantly at that solitary figure. The following day, seated upon the bed, Qianjie found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the piece of paper in his hand, adorned with delicate characters. "Kind-hearted Navy, thank you. If we cross paths again, could you kindly share your name with me?" Qianjie understood that Robin was no longer aboard the ship. In the early morning, the vessel paused at a port on an island, where some passengers disembarked while others boarded anew. The ultimate destination of this passenger ship was the Conveyed archipelago. He knew he must exert greater effort in honing his strength. Qianjie securely tucked the paper in his hand, clenched his fist, and cast a resolute gaze upon the devil fruit on the table. The first task upon returning would be to determine the nature of the devil fruit and whether its power warranted consumption. On an unnamed isle, a cloaked girl, shrouded in darkness, silently watched the passenger ship sail away until it vanished beyond the horizon. Before she turned to leave, "If only you were not a Navy officer. Attention all passengers, we have arrived at the Conveyed archipelago. Please ensure you take all your valuable belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. I am a new recruit of the Navy headquarters, and I must return to the base." He boarded a new passenger vessel, with the focus being the Navy headquarters, where identity checks were conducted. Qianjie strode confidently toward home. The atmosphere was significantly more vibrant than usual, seemingly bustling with numerous naval officers from various divisions, who appeared to be from branches rather than the headquarters. As he walked the streets, Qianjie noted the presence of an increased number of naval personnel, all adorned with insignias that did not belong to the headquarters, but rather to its branches. How ridiculous! They speak of a new recruit assessment for the entire army, yet the headquarters' new recruits always emerge victorious. Our purpose is merely to serve as stepping stones for the headquarters recruits to showcase their prowess. Indeed, the resources available to headquarters recruits far surpass those of his branch. Not to mention having admirals as mentors. How could they possibly compete? If I hadn't secured the top position among our branch's new recruits, I would have had no inclination to participate. Not necessarily, one of the passing youths in military attire remarked. As long as one performs well. Perhaps an officer from headquarters might take notice, and post-graduation, one could be transferred to the headquarters, which offers far more promising prospects than the branches. A group of young men in uniform brushed past Qianjie, their words catching his attention and reminding him that tomorrow marked the day of the new recruit assessment for the entire army. No wonder there were so many recruits from the branches. A pack of incompetents, this time I shall shatter the records. Why must the headquarters' new recruits always triumph in these assessments? Of course, our branch cannot compare to the headquarters in any regard. Their new recruits are inherently stronger. Not necessarily. I, War Peach Maru, am absolutely capable of defeating the strongest among this year's headquarters recruits. Shinjia curiously observed the new recruit, a robust figure with flowing black hair. Wielding a battle axe. There was something extraordinary about him. Shinjia sensed that this newcomer possessed a strength that surpassed even Smoker. Could he be the legendary War Peach Maru from the original tale? Suddenly, Shinjia felt a surge of anticipation for tomorrow's assessment. Look, Shinjia is here. The new recruits in the cafeteria turned their gaze toward him, their expressions flickering with apprehension. No one dared to openly mock him anymore. They could never forget the agony of their prolonged recovery after that previous encounter. Now, they avoided Shinjia, their fear palpable. Mind your words, he's known for his volatile temperament. Be careful, or he might lash out at us, one of the recruits warned, hastily lowering his gaze to his meal, steering the conversation away from Shinjia. Instead, they began discussing the upcoming assessment. Tomorrow marks the assessment for all the new recruits. Unfortunately, it doesn't concern us, one remarked. Indeed. The assessment pits the strongest recruits from headquarters against those from the branches, leaving us, the underachievers, out of the equation. Without a doubt. The strongest among us must be Shinjia, another whispered, casting a fearful yet admiring glance his way. Absolutely. If Shinjia represents our headquarters, victory is assured. He will effortlessly defeat the branch recruits, an excited recruit chimed in. The recruits felt a natural superiority over the branches, believing that their headquarters was inherently stronger. And rightly so. However, our instructor is Admiral Zephyr. There's a real concern that he might not allow Shinjia to compete, potentially sidelining him, another voiced. That would be unfortunate. Such possibilities exist, but these concerns are beyond our control. I've heard that in previous assessments, admirals have attended, and even a marshal was present once. I wonder if any admirals or marshals will come this time. Perhaps, as the assessment serves as a crucial insight into the Navy's new generation of strength. After finishing their meals with meticulous care, Shinjia set out for the library. Curious if it housed a compendium of devil fruits, he made his way toward a splendid building not far from the town, the Navy headquarters library, where anyone could access books for reference. Excuse me, does the library have a catalog of devil fruits? Shinjia politely inquired of the librarian. A catalog of devil fruits? The librarian furrowed her brow in contemplation. I don't believe we possess one. Oh? Shinjia frowned slightly. Thank you. He did not leave immediately, but instead ventured into the vast sea of books, determined to uncover information about his family's devil fruit abilities. Regrettably, he searched in vain until noon, finding no such catalog. With the library closing, he reluctantly returned home. Once home, he spent a while training in the basement to warm up before bed. Meanwhile, Smoker had not yet returned to the recruit barracks. That's it, again, Zephyr bellowed. Smoker, drenched in sweat, shouted as he charged at Zephyr once more, fist flying. Good, Zephyr observed with satisfaction as Smoker lay panting on the floor. At this point, you should be able to defeat Shinjia, right? There are rumors among the recruits that I might sideline that boy, but I have no such intention. I want you, Smoker, to defeat him fairly and secure your spot as the undisputed champion of the assessment. Can you do that? Rest assured, Master, I can. Smoker grinned confidently, clenching his fists. I will reclaim my first place tomorrow. Excellent. Now, I shall arrange for the medical staff to massage your muscles, ensuring you are in peak condition for the battles ahead. Defeat that boy and all the branch recruits, and emerge as the true first among this year's recruits. Do you understand? Yes. The following day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining brilliantly. By 8 o'clock, all the new recruits had gathered at the training ground, which appeared notably different. The arena was larger than usual, and spectator stands had been erected, though they were currently empty. Today marks the day of the military assessment, which, as you all know, aims to determine who among the recruits is truly the best, Zephyr declared, his piercing gaze sweeping over the recruits. Most were indifferent, knowing they were merely spectators today. If we were to select the top candidate based on past performances, it would undoubtedly be Smoker. I wonder if Master Zephyr will choose him. If he does, it would indeed be hard to contest that decision, though it seems unjust, many recruits thought to themselves. At 9:30, the branch recruits would arrive with their own, and the assessment would officially commence at 10. Thus, only an hour and a half remained to decide who among them would be the top contender. Therefore, unlike previous assessments where everyone participated in combat, I will only permit the two strongest to face off. The victor will then compete in the military assessment, Zephyr announced. eyeing the recruits. Considering past performances, the top two would be Smoker and Shuen. Are they really going to face each other? They're both your disciples. Isn't that a bit peculiar? Several recruits scoffed. In the midst of turmoil, Qianjie remained indifferent, completely disregarding Zifa's discourse. Instead, he turned to observe Tina, who had inexplicably shifted from her position in the front row to stand beside him. Might I inquire if you possess a devil fruit compendium? Qianjie asked. It dawned on him that he had no connections whatsoever at the Navy headquarters. Tina gazed at Qianjie in astonishment. It was common knowledge that he rarely initiated conversation. To the new recruits, Qianjie epitomized coldness. The fact that he spoke to her made her cheeks flush slightly, and after a brief moment of surprise, she regained her composure. What did you just ask me? Do you have a devil fruit compendium? I can procure a devil fruit compendium for you. There is no need to seek assistance from others, interjected Suddy from the side. Tina's family possesses a devil fruit compendium, Tina declared proudly, lifting her chin defiantly in a silent challenge to Suddy. Amidst this exchange, Qianjie sensed a palpable tension in the air. Qianjie, Smoker, step forward, Zifa commanded. Casting a cold gaze at the front row, clearly displeased to witness his student, Tina, engaging in light-hearted banter with Qianjie. Qianjie raised his head in astonishment, and the other recruits gazed at Zifa with equal surprise. The outcome of your duel will determine which of you represents the headquarters recruits in battle. There should be no objections to such a confrontation, right? Zifa, the general, scanned the faces of all the recruits, who shook their heads in unison, including Shuen. Yet, the recruits were even more astonished. How could teacher Zifa treat them both equally? Wasn't he known for his disdain towards Qianjie? As Qianjie's gaze fell upon Smoker, who had already ascended the arena, he pondered the sudden fairness. Could it be that Zifa possessed unwavering confidence in victory? This newfound impartiality left Qianjie feeling somewhat disconcerted. Qianjie, are you considering forfeiting? Zifa's cold stare bore down on him, brimming with arrogance. Of course not. Qianjie's eyes gradually hardened, for he had never truly harbored any hope of being chosen to represent the headquarters recruits. He understood all too well that as the chief instructor, Zifa had myriad ways to eliminate his eligibility. Having never anticipated such an opportunity, he had not dared to dream. However, now that the chance had presented itself, Qianjie was determined not to let it slip away. Perhaps other generals or even admirals would arrive today, and with graduation on the horizon, why would he forsake the chance to soar ahead? With a sudden leap, Qianjie propelled himself several meters, landing steadily on one side of the arena. I choose to participate in the battle. Excellent, Zephyr remarked, observing both Qianjie and Smoker. If there are no issues, await the command to commence the duel. Smoker, replace your weapon with a standard longsword. Smoker looked at his hockey-infused weapon in bewilderment. Why? Listen to me. Change it. Zephyr's tone was unyielding. Understood. Reluctantly, Smoker set down his hockey weapon, opting instead to fight unarmed. Zephyr scanned the two combatants meticulously, ensuring there were no oversights. Satisfied, he slowly descended from the arena. How peculiar. Why is teacher Zephyr acting so strangely today? Indeed, could he believe that Smoker might defeat Qianjie? It is possible. Over the past year, Smoker and Shuen had been under Zephyr's exclusive training, and their prowess had advanced dramatically. This line of thought sparked some dissatisfaction among the new recruits. As the instructor of the rookie camp, Zephyr had a duty to teach all newcomers, even if he focused on nurturing only the top few. However, his absence from the camp had deprived the new recruits of the opportunity to learn from a vice admiral, naturally leading to feelings of resentment and imbalance, akin to a denial of their rights. No, I cannot fathom any rookie being a match for Qianjie. He is a monster. The nightmare from a year ago lingers vividly in my mind. Indeed, I trust teacher Zephyr's judgment. He has chosen Qianjie for the honor of the rookie camp, ensuring a foolproof strategy. A defeat against any branch would be a tremendous disgrace. While Smoker was undeniably strong, it did not guarantee victory over all branch recruits. Rumor had it that several skilled fighters had emerged from the branches, validating Zephyr's decision to send Qianjie into battle. The recruits murmured quietly amongst themselves. Yet Qianjie remained fixated on Smoker, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Ready, begin. Could he be defeated so swiftly? As the gunshot echoed, Smoker dashed towards Qianjie, who remained unarmed, his fist clenched and ready to strike. Boom. The impact of their fists collided, causing the arena, spanning hundreds of square meters, to tremble slightly as the wind whipped across the ground. Indeed, Qianjie's power had surged significantly compared to a year ago, yet where was the other half of his strength? The muscles in Qianjie's body tensed, unleashing a tremendous force. Boom. It was as though a shockwave crashed against Smoker, sending him hurtling backward. The disparity in strength remained staggering. A flicker of unwillingness appeared in Smoker's eyes, yet he did not succumb to despair. As anticipated, the outcome was decisive. Qianjie was indeed a freak of nature. How could someone be so self-taught and yet so formidable? If he had a vice admiral as a mentor, wouldn't a mere glance be sufficient to vanquish Smoker and the others? It seemed that more recruits were now aligning themselves with Qianjie. Once, they had mocked him for being a tail-end fighter, believing it their right to bully him. But was he still that now? Their disdain for Qianjie stemmed partly from his lineage as the son of a sinner, but as time passed, such animosity gradually faded, becoming distant echoes for the newcomers. Humans are inherently drawn to the strong, especially those who achieve greatness through their own efforts, garnering deeper respect. As for Smoker, the recruits acknowledged his superiority. Yet few idolized him or shouldn't. To them, they were merely beneficiaries of a fine teacher. Swish. In an instant, Qianjie vanished from sight, only to reappear before the retreating Smoker. With a similar uppercut aimed at his abdomen, the outcome of the battle became apparent. The recruits nodded to themselves. Boom. The fist crashed against Smoker's midsection with a thunderous sound, yet he did not spew blood or fly back. Instead, Qianjie's entire fist penetrated through his body. And under the explosive force, Smoker's form disintegrated, dissipating into white smoke upon the arena. Indeed, Qianjie mused. Had he already consumed the Logia-type smoke fruit from the original work? The dissipating smoke slowly coalesced back into Smoker. A Logia-type? No wonder Zephyr had instructed Smoker to relinquish his Sea Prism Stone weapon at the outset, fearing that I might seize victory from him. Truly, he was astute. To contend with a Logia user, Haki and Sea Prism Stone were essential. Lacking Haki, the Sea Prism Stone became the optimal choice. What is this ability? The recruits, who had believed the battle was concluded, gazed in shock at Smoker on the stage. Has he truly become a Devil Fruit user? If I am not mistaken, could it be a Logia type? The recruits were awash with envy and admiration. Such a power is exceedingly rare. Even the weakest Logia user would surpass over 90% of others at sea, soaring to new heights. When did Smoker acquire such a power? Tina's mouth slightly agape. Her expression gradually dimmed. Was it during this year? She recalled that a year prior, Zephyr had taken Smoker and Shun for special training, excluding her. A sense of loss washed over her. Her once inseparable friend Smoker had failed to confide in her about his newfound Logia powers. Tina felt a pang of sadness. It seemed so unjust. She could hardly believe that Smoker had attained the Logia powers solely on his own. Suddy exclaimed in anger, directing an irate gaze at Zephyr. Is this favoritism not glaringly evident? Logia. It appeared that Qianjie's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Indeed, what a pity. The recruits shook their heads knowingly. They understood that without Haki, it was impossible to contend with a Logia user, no matter how formidable. Boom. A torrent of smoke erupted from beneath Smoker's feet, transforming into a jet-like propulsion, rapidly hurtling towards Qianjie. Slap. With a swift motion, Smoker disintegrated into smoke, only to swiftly reassemble. White fist. A fist forged from smoke surged toward Qianjie, yet was effortlessly dismissed by him. White serpent. The outcome remained unchanged, regardless of the smoke he expelled. Qianjie dispersed it with ease. Qianjie, you cannot strike me, yet I can continue to assail you, so you might as well concede, Smoker declared with pride. Albeit a hint of shame flickered in his eyes. He understood that without the Logia powers bestowed by his mentor, he would scarcely be a match for Qianjie. But ultimately, results were paramount. Is that so? With a chilling sneer, Qianjie extended his hand into his bosom, and with a flick, a slender chain shot forth, wrapping around Smoker. Futile. Smoker declared confidently, making no effort to evade as the chain ensnared him. What? My strength. Is this Sea Prism Stone? Smoker's expression shifted dramatically, his steps wavering as he nearly collapsed to the ground, horrified to find the chain composed of Sea Prism Stone. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Qianjie had acquired the Sea Prism Stone chain long ago, using the bounty from his first solo mission to forge it. Aware that he had yet to master Haki, and confronted with the myriad of unpredictable abilities on the sea, he had prudently crafted the chain as a precaution. In an instant, Qianjie vanished. Boom. His unrestrained punch struck with tremendous force, landing squarely on its target. Came a muffled groan. Is that Admiral Zifa? The pace of the battle on the stage shifted rapidly, leaving the new recruits below in a daze as they watched Admiral Zifa stand between Qianjie and Smoker. Novice. During combat, one cannot utilize peculiar weapons, surrender them. Boom. Although Qianjie wielded no sword, The explosive force of his strikes had long been applied to his fists, rumbling with immense power. The terrifying energy pierced through Zifa's body, who hastily fortified himself with armament haki. The explosion spread, causing the arena's center to fracture continuously. How shameless, Suddy muttered in discontent, with the other recruits nodding in agreement, though they dared not voice their thoughts openly. They felt Zifa's actions were indeed difficult to accept. Spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, Smoker staggered out from the shroud of dust. Meanwhile, amidst the haze, Zifa stared in astonishment at Qianjia. This kid has progressed so rapidly? Had he been thwarted again? No, Qianjia gazed down, noting that Zifa had been pushed back a meter by his force. Was he finally standing before an admiral, no longer utterly useless? Hand it over. Zifa grasped the sea prism stone chain tightly, pulling it forcefully. This time, considering it is your first offense, I shall not hold it against you. However, the chain is now confiscated. With that, Admiral Zifa pocketed the chain and strode confidently beyond the arena. Continue your battle. It seemed that the only stipulation during Zifa's supervision was the prohibition of firearms. Under Zifa's piercing gaze, Tina gritted her teeth and managed to complete her sentence. In the grand confrontation, the use of any firearms or sea prism stone weapons is forbidden. This is the consensus reached with the representatives of the various branches yesterday. Do you believe I would be unjust? Zifa spoke coldly. Suddy scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes. The other recruits winced, lowering their heads. Sharing a similar sentiment, Zifa had gone too far. Though Smoker was his student, his bias was glaringly apparent, favoring him with a natural ability. How could they accept such favoritism? In any case, I do not acknowledge Smoker as the top contender. Thus, it was clear that Smoker would undoubtedly be regarded as the first, yet they would only harbor contempt. In the arena, Qianjia's demeanor was frigid. He did not reach for his sword, instead embracing himself with crossed arms, casting a cold gaze upon Smoker. Indeed, you possess a commendable master. Come at me. With your meager strength, you shall not budge me even a single step for an entire day. Zifa's expression shifted dramatically. A day? He could not afford to wait that long. In just half an hour, the naval forces from various branches would arrive. And he knew well that at least one admiral would be among them. What if the battle between Qianjia and Smoker remained unresolved by then? Absolutely unacceptable. Zifa's eyes glinted with intensity. He could not allow the other Navy members, let alone an admiral, to witness this clash. Smoker launched a frenzied assault. Yet all his so-called attacks were effortlessly extinguished by Qianjia. True to his word, he had not moved an inch. Time ticked away relentlessly, even as a Logia user. Smoker appeared utterly impotent. Even if Qianjia was incapable of overcoming him now, it was evident that once Qianjia mastered haki, their comparison would be rendered meaningless. Moreover, Qianjia could eventually choose to consume a devil fruit. Zifa found it incomprehensible how he had selected Smoker as his student, despite his satisfaction with Smoker up to this point. Comparisons were the bane of humanity. No matter how much one might dislike it, he had to concede that Qianjia had long surpassed the definition of a mere rookie. That lad possessed formidable physical capabilities. If he were my... Shaking his head, Zifa dismissed this dreadful thought. How could I have a student who disregards the rules? Gazing at his watch, he noted it was already 9:10. Qianjia, concede. Even if you can withstand all attacks, I am a Logia user, and I can outlast you. Smoker, too, felt the pressure mounting. He had no desire to continue fighting, even though he was incessantly attacking. However, the surrounding rookies looked on with disdain, and under their scrutinizing gazes, he felt a deep sense of embarrassment. Continue. And let's see how long it takes for you to exhaust my stamina, Qianjia declared arrogantly, as steadfast as a mountain. Suddenly, the arena shook, and Zifa appeared above the stage, casting a stern look upon Qianjia and Smoker. We cannot allow you two to delay the examination of the entire rookie fleet. I shall determine the victor of this battle. The rookies all scoffed, knowing well that this was the outcome they anticipated. Even the admirals felt compelled to suppress their disdain. Though I have not been defeated, I am unable to best Smoker. Given enough time, I will inevitably lose. Therefore, I hereby declare Smoker the victor. Do any of you dissent? Qianjia spoke candidly, preemptively countering Zifa's anticipated remarks. With a cold smirk, he stepped toward the arena. Upon reaching its edge, he leaped gracefully, turning back to say, if you wish to use my defeat as a stepping stone for your student, it is unfortunate that your student lacks the ambition. Furthermore, had this not been an examination, he would already be dead. Zifa was rendered speechless, his anger directed at Qianjia, unable to muster a single retort. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, his chest heaving before finally declaring, in this battle, Smoker emerges victorious, shortly. He shall represent the rookie headquarters in combat against the branch rookies. Without regard for the rookies' reactions, he announced the outcome. Sighing, the rookies murmured in agreement. With a Logia user like Smoker, he would undoubtedly defeat the branch rookies. However, Zifa could already envision the contemptuous gazes from those rookies. They had always relied on their true strength to best the branch rookies, and no one would dispute that. Relying on a Logia would garner no respect. Returning to a corner of the crowd, Tina approached, looking at Shinjia with a hint of guilt. As Zifa's student, she felt a sense of shame. Shinjia, what does it mean to be a Navy? Shinjia looked at her in surprise. Tina gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. I find myself questioning it suddenly. Questioning what? Nothing, Tina replied, her complicated expression fading as she looked at Shinjia, somewhat shyly asking, Shinjia, may I train alongside you in the future? Hey, what are you up to? Suddy, approaching, eyed Tina warily. What does it concern you? Just then, the branch rookies arrived, prompting all rookies to line up and welcome. They formed 2 rows at the entrance of the rookie camp, shadows flitting as numerous rookies entered, led by a rather unsavory-looking man whose insignia revealed his rank, Admiral Kizaru. This batch of rookies seems rather unimpressive, Kizaru remarked, scanning all the rookies. Beside him was the ever-loyal Bartolomeo. Kizaru. I have taught you that a soldier must embody the essence of a soldier, Zifa said, discontent evident in his gaze towards Kizaru. Who was his least favorite among all his students? Zifa. It's been a while. I wonder if your students this time will emerge victorious. I would hate to feel embarrassed on your behalf, Kizaru said with a nonchalant demeanor. Humph. Zifa snorted coldly, uninterested in Kizaru's banter, and proceeded to welcome the representatives from the branches. Over 20 representatives had been dispatched, each accompanied by the strongest rookie from their respective branch. All approximately 17 or 18 years old. The examination requirements are simple, I need not elaborate. The strongest rookies from each camp will face off until a champion is crowned. Zifa gestured for Smoker, who stood alongside the branch rookies on the stage, becoming the center of attention. Now, let us draw lots to determine the first round of opponents. Zifa-sensei, is he really the top rookie this year? He doesn't seem all that formidable, Kizaru commented from the viewing platform. Smoker is exceptionally strong. The title of first place is undoubtedly his. He is my student, and I have full confidence in him, Zifa replied proudly, glancing at Kizaru. As for you, Kizaru, it seems your physical skills have not improved much. Did I not advise you against relying too heavily on your devil fruit abilities? Yet on the sea, if you can withstand the might of my devil fruit abilities, it poses quite a challenge, Kizaru retorted, brimming with confidence. As the rookies on the stage completed their draws, the examination commenced. In the first match, headquarters rookie Smoker faces off against G for branch rookie Sugita, though the headquarters had consistently triumphed. Sugita was determined not to grant an easy victory. Sugita, a white-haired youth, charged forward with a sword, his speed remarkable, and with a swift motion, he slashed at Smoker. Whoa, Zifa-sensei, it seems this Smoker. Wait, is he a Logia user? Kizaru remarked, observing the smoke that enveloped Smoker. Zifa-sensei, isn't it impossible for a rookie to possess a Logia ability? The smoke fruit has long been acquired by the naval headquarters, and the rookie's merits are insufficient to bestow such powers, correct? Could you enlighten me on how he obtained it? The words of Admiral Kizaru concealed a tone of mockery. Despite their status as mentor and apprentice, there existed a palpable lack of camaraderie between the two, each viewing the other with disdain. Zifa's expression stiffened, pondering how he could possibly articulate that during their missions, it was predominantly he who took action, yet the accolades were attributed to Smoker. Meanwhile, the new recruits from the lower branches were stirred into an uproar. How shameful. The recruits at headquarters already enjoyed more resources than their counterparts. And now they even possessed a Logia fruit? Could they be any more shameless? Was it true that this batch of recruits from headquarters lacked strong contenders? Were they so afraid of failure that they resorted to such underhanded tactics for their new recruits? If that was the case, they might as well concede defeat entirely. The new recruits from various branches were incensed. The representatives from each branch shared their dissatisfaction, though they dared not voice it in front of Admiral Zifa. Meanwhile, the recruits from headquarters hung their heads in shame, well aware that this was the outcome they had anticipated. What a disgrace. Smoker, too, felt the heat of embarrassment rise to his cheeks. He opted to forego his Logia form and instead relied on his own strength to engage in combat. Although his martial arts were not particularly strong, they still surpassed those of the other recruits. After a grueling battle, he ultimately triumphed over his opponent. Yet this victory garnered not admiration but rather further scorn. How ridiculous. It was clear he was a Logia user, So what was the point of putting on a show? They couldn't touch him anyway, so he could fight without any pressure. In the second match, the G8 branch faced off against. Upon witnessing Smoker's Logia abilities, the new recruits from the various branches understood that even if they won the first round, it would be inconsequential. The battles felt more like mere formalities, with the outcomes lacking any significance, rendering the assessment battles devoid of any entertainment value. In the sixth match, the recruits from the Navy Science Division faced off against Trafalgar Law, who annihilated his opponent with sheer force. As time ticked away, the first round of battles concluded. The second round commenced with Smoker pitted against a boy named Sasuke Murakami. I concede, the boy declared, refusing to take the stage. He's a Logia user. What's there to fight about? Besides, you've already predetermined the winner, so I won't waste my energy. The instructor presiding over the headquarters recruits wore a grim expression. Feeling somewhat awkward, the dull battles continued, and soon the semifinals came to an end. The finals began with Smoker facing off against Trafalgar Law. Just concede. There is no need to entertain the headquarters recruits, Law suggested. Indeed, echoed the other branch recruits, their dissatisfaction palpable. That won't do. My uncle instructed me to secure first place, and I must deliver. Law strode onto the stage wielding a massive axe, unafraid as he confronted Smoker. I'm not afraid of your Logia abilities. With a single hand, Law struck out, akin to a door being swung open, dispersing the smoke and targeting Smoker with a powerful blow. His strength was formidable, exceeding that of Smoker. The gaze of the seasoned veteran, Qianjie, was far more discerning than that of the new recruits. It's futile, he is a Logia user. With a resounding crash, Law's palm connected with Smoker, whose once proud stance was instantly transformed as he staggered backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Fear etched across his face as he regarded Law. Hockey. Kizara's mocking gaze fell upon Zifa. The latter's complexion shifted through shades of red and green, rendered speechless by anger. I've never seen such a weak Logia user before. Law scoffed in disdain and charged forward. Go, Law. Defeat him, crush him. Cheered the recruits from the various branches, rallying behind him. Smoker gritted his teeth. Fists clenched as he advanced, his martial arts decent but still inferior to Law's. Lacking the advantage of his Logia form, he was systematically overwhelmed. The branch recruits celebrated with exuberant cheers, while the headquarters recruits wore grim expressions. The shame was unbearable. It's utterly humiliating that even a Logia user cannot secure victory. Indeed, having cheated this much, it's disgraceful to lose. We, the headquarters recruits, will become the laughingstock of all. If Qianjie had participated, this situation would never have arisen. He would have won long ago. Ha! You've lost, Law proclaimed triumphantly. With a single strike, he sent Smoker flying, the latter crashing onto the stage, unable to rise. Too humiliated to lift his head in shame. The sound of Zifa's teacup shattering into dust echoed across the viewing area, his expression dark and foreboding. Oh dear, Zifa-sensei. Please don't be upset. Didn't you always tell us that victory and defeat are commonplace in battle? Trafalgar Law is quite powerful. His victory was inevitable, Kizara offered. Feigning sympathy, Zifa could scarcely muster a retort, his anger palpable. Huh, I've defeated a headquarters recruit. Surely that sets a record. My uncle told me the headquarters recruits were formidable, but I arrived with high hopes only to find them utterly weak, with only Law remaining on the stage. He looked down upon the headquarters recruits with disdain. What a waste of my long journey. You headquarters recruits are simply pathetic. The recruits from headquarters hung their heads in shame, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. Yet, dissent brewed among some. What audacity! If Qianjie had shown up, you would have been vanquished long ago. A powerful voice emerged from the crowd. What? Law's expression instantly soured as he searched for the source of the interruption. Locking his gaze on Suddy, who had risen. What did you just say? Who didn't he show up? I said Qianjie didn't he participate, otherwise. You would have been defeated long ago. When would you have had the chance to gloat? Suddy declared loudly. At that moment, everyone in the venue heard him. Hey, do you headquarters recruits still have any shame? You were the ones who decided the strongest among you, and the so-called strongest recruit cheated by possessing a Logia fruit. Now that our branch has emerged victorious, do you really expect to weasel out of it? Indeed, your headquarters recruits are utterly shameless. If the so-called Qianjie were truly that strong, why didn't he represent you in battle? This merely proves he is weaker than Smoker, and if Smoker has been defeated, what gives him the right to claim victory? Don't tell me that Qianjie is not a recruit. It's just that your headquarters cannot bear the shame of failure and has sent forth an elite instead. The new recruits of the branch cast a fierce glare at the new recruits from headquarters. For a long time, they had been holding back their frustrations. Yet their skills were inferior, forcing them to endure. Now, at last, they had the opportunity to express their triumph and dealt a resounding slap to all the new recruits from headquarters. They could not allow the victory that was rightfully theirs to be shamelessly snatched away. I refuse to believe that Qianjie is my opponent, declared Zhang Taowan with unwavering confidence. After all, you are certainly no match for Qianjie, added Sudi, brimming with assurance. Indeed, if Qianjie were to take the field, we would not have to endure such ridicule. If Qianjie were to battle, he would undoubtedly defeat all the branch recruits and earn their respect wholeheartedly. However, the new recruits from headquarters harbored some dissatisfaction towards Zephyr. Feeling that in nurturing his own students, he sacrificed the glory of their headquarters recruits. Why should they bear that? What are you saying? Are you implying that my victory is a sham? Zhang Taowan glared furiously at the new recruits from headquarters. I do not believe it. If you have the capability, let the so-called Qianjie step forward. Even if all of you from headquarters join forces, you would not be my match. Let him come forth, Qianjie, defeat them, and let them witness the true strength of our headquarters, Sudi declared, turning to the spot where Qianjie had been. Suddenly, she realized that Qianjie had already risen and was making his way toward the exit of the new recruits camp. Hey, Qianjie, where are you going? Sudi's voice drew the attention of the branch recruits to the retreating figure of Qianjie. Was he truly the so-called Qianjie? He was indeed a recruit. Yet he had already left, devoid of courage, and still hoped for victory? Absurd. It seems you headquarters recruits are relying on a hollow sense of victory. The branch recruits laughed in unison. Silence. Qianjie's strength is not as you imagine. The new recruits from headquarters glared at the branch recruits, the fear instilled by Qianjie's monstrous abilities lingering in their minds. In the stands, Zephyr, already seething with anger, found his expression darkening further upon witnessing this scene. Today had been humiliating enough. He shot an exasperated glance at the talkative new recruits from headquarters. The embarrassment was already overwhelming, and he could no longer bear the thought of Qianjie representing headquarters in battle. Should they win, the honor of the new recruits camp would be preserved, yet his own reputation would be tarnished. Every naval officer present would consider him incapable of discerning talent, favoring his own, and suppressing the new recruits. Thus, he stood up and declared loudly, "This assessment has concluded, and the victor is the Navy Scientific Corps new recruit, Zhang Taowan. Now disband." Wait a moment, Teacher Zephyr. Others hesitated to defy Zephyr's command, but Kazuru, undaunted, looked at Qianjie's retreating figure, then at Zephyr, his expression shifting with curiosity laced with a hint of mischief. Although the assessment had ended, there was no explicit decree stating they must disband, was there? Hold on, Zhang Taowan shouted, but Qianjie did not pause. He hurriedly jumped off the platform and rushed toward Qianjie. Where's Qianjie going? He is also a member of the new recruits camp. Shouldn't he fight for our honor? The new recruits from headquarters were baffled. If Qianjie did not intervene, their cohort would forever be shamed, graduating only to be mocked by others. Qianjie, wait. Blocking Qianjie was not Zhang Taowan, but Smoker, blood trickling from his mouth as he gasped for breath, standing resolutely in front of Qianjie. I implore you, Qianjie, to fight for the honor of our new recruits camp. What does it have to do with me? Qianjie replied coldly. Fight for the new recruits camp? I have neither the heart nor the motivation for that. From the moment he began self-study, Qianjie had not associated himself with the new recruits camp. The notion of shared glory or disgrace eluded him. I beseech you to fight for the new recruits camp, Smoker pleaded, bending low. It was I who brought shame upon the new recruits camp. If you do not step forward, it is you, not us. The relentless footsteps of Qianjie never faltered as he brushed past Smog, never once looking back. Halt. Zhang Taowan charged forward, reaching out to grasp Qianjie, only to find himself grasping at air as Qianjie appeared 10 meters away with astonishing speed. A spark of excitement ignited in Zhang Taowan's eyes. Hurry and fight me. Do you wish to battle me? Then stop and turn back. Qianjie replied, gazing at Zhang Taowan. I have no interest in fighting. You cannot compel me. I am not inclined to battle for the sake of the new recruits. If you truly wish to fight, let it be solely between us, unrelated to the assessment or your new recruit camp. Moreover, should you lose, you will relinquish your mastery of hockey to me. A resonant voice echoed through the air, declaring, our conflict has nothing to do with the new recruit camp. Is that so? Teacher Zephyr, is he truly a new recruit? Yellow Ape mocked, observing Zephyr with amusement. It seems he has some connection to the new recruit camp. Did he not just use the shave technique? His strength must be considerable. Humph. Zephyr could only grunt in frustration, seething silently. Watching Qianjia's retreating figure, his dissatisfaction grew. What is this? A lack of collective honor? Are you trying to embarrass me? Is this a spectacle for my ridicule? Will everyone laugh at me later? Teacher Zephyr, it seems you have quite the interest in him. Yellow Ape remarked with a knowing smile as he eyed Qianjia. Yellow Ape, you speak too freely, Zephyr retorted. Oh? Teacher Zephyr, why are you so irritable? Did you not instruct us that as soldiers, we must always remain composed? Zephyr sat in silence, his face darkening. You agreed to battle me? Zhang Taowan's excitement surged as he looked at Qianjia. But you said if I lost, I would have to give you my hockey training method? Indeed, Qianjia affirmed. He had long desired to master armament hockey, but had found no one to teach him, always seeking an opportunity to learn. After his battle with Smog, he understood more profoundly the significance of hockey. He realized his own strength had grown, and the foes he would face in the future would be equally formidable. Without hockey, survival would be challenging. Yet I can only teach you armament hockey, which was bestowed upon me by my uncle. It cannot be freely shared with others, Zhang Taowan lamented. Any soldier who obtains techniques from the Navy headquarters through merits cannot pass them on to others, not even to family, Zephyr coldly interjected, unwilling to let that insufferable brat gain armament hockey so easily. Zhang Taowan's hockey is something I imparted to him. It was not acquired through military merit, so he can teach it to whomever he wishes. Zhang Taowan, wager with him, Yellow Ape suggested with a grin. I too am curious about the outcome of your battle. Yellow Ape. Zephyr glared at the troublemaker, feeling a kinship with Qianjia, who seemed to oppose him at every turn. Yet he was faced with someone of equal strength and status, the newly appointed Admiral Yellow Ape, who was unfazed by his ire and wielded significant power. Very well. I accept your wager, Zhang Taowan declared, addressing Qianjia. If you win, I will grant you armament hockey. Of course, you cannot possibly win. Fine, once the battle concludes, I shall demand it from you. Qianjia responded, turning toward the arena. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he gracefully leapt onto the stage. Wait, if you win, I shall grant you armament hockey. Should I win, what will you offer in return? Zhang Taowan suddenly realized he had been at a disadvantage. My participation in this battle is my offering, Qianjia asserted. No, this is too unfair. Then you may choose not to fight. Zhang Taowan hesitated. If he abstained, the stubborn new recruits from headquarters would never acknowledge him as the top contender. He desired to be the undisputed champion, with no room for doubt. Regardless, I shall not lose, and I will not sacrifice anything. I will fight you. He hefted his axe, standing resolutely on the stage beside Qianjia. What? You wish to participate in battle and have so many demands? As if others are begging you to engage? The branch recruits scoffed at Qianjia disdainfully. What is there to be proud of? Your top recruit from headquarters has already been defeated, and even Nature's abilities were futile. Do you think you will fare better? If it were effective, why are you not the top recruit from headquarters? In the eyes of the branch recruits, this battle seemed utterly unnecessary. Yet, for the headquarters recruits, it was exhilarating. Qianjia, defeat them. Show them that the branch will never surpass us. Indeed, we, the recruits from headquarters, are the true representatives of the new generation. Let us deliver a resounding lesson to the branch recruits, demonstrating what it means to be a true powerhouse. The recruits from headquarters rallied behind Qianjia, with Suddy and Tina's cheers ringing the loudest. Among the crowd, Smog, though silent, clenched his fists in determination. You must win. You must reclaim the honor I have discarded. I implore you. Humph. Zephyr observed Qianjia on the stage, letting out a cold huff, his dissatisfaction deepening. He stood up, several times tempted to leave, yet he remained rooted. Aware that staying would only lead to further humiliation, perhaps the most disgraceful moment of his life. Still, he could not help but watch the two confront one another. The instructors overseeing the assessment. The conflicted officer looked at the two, pondering what this match was, given that the finals had already concluded. Reluctantly, he announced, the representative from the headquarters' new recruits, Qianjia, will engage in an additional match against Zhang Taowan from the Navy Science Corps. You need not include me. I do not represent the headquarters' new recruits, nor does he represent the branch. We stand solely for ourselves. Victory and defeat are ours alone, unrelated to anyone or anything else. Qianjia interjected, unapologetically interrupting the officer. He would not fight for the headquarters' new recruit camp. Should I fail, I will bear the burden alone. Thus, the joy of success will also be mine to savor. The recruits from headquarters stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend Qianjia's declaration. Why is this? Do you not wish to reclaim glory for our new recruit camp, to regain first place? The cheers abruptly ceased. Now you realize your regret. You once treated Qianjia as just another member of the new recruit camp? Suddy looked disdainfully at the dazed recruits, mocking. You used to wish for the instructors to expel him from the school. Now you shamelessly seek his favor. How naive. Nevertheless, at least Qianjia is a member of the new recruit camp. If he triumphs, he can show those branch recruits that we, the headquarters recruits, possess true strength. Let us commence. With the sword drawn, Qianjia pointed it at Zhang Taowan, stating, You still intend to instruct me in the mastery of armament haki. Thus, I shall not be excessively ruthless, yet I do not wish to prolong our battle. Therefore, I claim the 46 haki. This does not signify the new recruits camp. Even if he emerges victorious, the headquarters' new recruits will still rank second in this assessment. Huang Yuan chuckled amusingly, remarking, The headquarters' new recruits have faced defeat for the first time. This truly shatters records, TSK. His gaze shifted thoughtfully between Qianjia and Zifa. Zifa's tightly clenched fist was a testament to his turmoil, veins bulging on his forehead. He understood that Qianjia was exacting revenge upon him, not only burdening him with the failure of the headquarters' new recruits, but also compelling him to endure all the peculiar glances that would follow. That scoundrel. Yet, he felt helpless. Realizing that even as an admiral, he was utterly powerless in this situation. He could not halt the conflict below, despite knowing that further humiliation awaited him. He was at a loss, feeling more impotent than ever against the mightiest pirate of the seas. To be outwitted by a mere recruit, that scoundrel. Come on. Zhang Taowan roared, slamming his massive axe into the ground and charging at Qianjia with bare fists. Despite his enormous and robust physique, he moved with remarkable agility. Explosive fists. With a sword in one hand and a clenched fist in the other, Qianjia vanished in an instant, reappearing before Zhang Taowan. His fist collided with the incoming palm strike, unleashing a visible wave of energy. The new recruits below hurriedly huddled together to shield themselves from the raging winds as dust and debris swirled around, causing the arena to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosions, Zhang Taowan was forced to retreat step by Qianjia's overwhelming might. Despite the absence of any domineering aura, it was astonishing how sheer strength could overpower me. Zhang Taowan's expression changed dramatically. The expression of Qianjia underwent a subtle transformation as he discovered the remarkable rebound of such immense power. His eyes ignited with fervor, yearning to seize the armed color of haki without delay. Thus, he was not inclined to spare any effort. Boom. The colossal figure of Zhang Taowan was thrust forward, soaring forth from the clouds of dust. With each step, the ground trembled, and only after a dozen strides did Zhang Taowan manage to steady himself. Returning to his original position. Whoosh. A fleeting shadow emerged from the haze, leaving the new recruits still reeling from the shocking sight of Zhang Taowan's retreat. Slash. Zhang Taowan hastily drew forth his enormous axe, gripping it firmly to unleash a devastating strike, cleaving through the air with a resounding crash. 12 swords overlapped. In a dazzling display, the sword of Qianjia manifested 12 afterimages, overlapping in a singular moment. Then, it swept down upon the descending giant axe. The ground beneath the two combatants trembled violently as the air was rent asunder, waves of terrifying energy crashing against one another. Such an awe-inspiring battle. Was this truly the realm of mere recruits? The recruits from the branch office gazed in horror at the two figures on the arena, while those from headquarters were less astonished, for they were somewhat familiar with Qianjia's extraordinary abilities, albeit not entirely. Why am I being forced back despite possessing haki? Zhang Taowan found himself involuntarily retreating, the very earth fracturing beneath him. Sparks erupted where their weapons clashed. What should have been mere metal was now unable to be severed instantaneously due to the infusion of haki. The sharp blade had already sliced through more than half of the giant axe, continuing its relentless onslaught. At this moment, Qianjia could effortlessly cleave through steel. Was he truly this formidable? Even Huang Yuan watched in astonishment as he beheld Qianjia. Zhang Taowan was personally trained by him. He should have been the undisputed champion among this batch of recruits, yet he found himself at an absolute disadvantage from the very start. With such a disparity in strength, physique, and weaponry, coupled with a difference in haki, how could he still falter? Huang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Such an exceptionally powerful recruit was a rare sight indeed. He simultaneously cast a puzzled glance at the grim-faced Zifa beside him. How could such a powerful recruit not participate in the assessment? He was tempted to ask teacher Zifa, "Are you blind?" Boom. Zhang Taowan forcefully stomped his foot on the edge of the arena. He had been cornered here, his body leaning precariously backward, on the verge of being expelled from the stage. The recruits from headquarters erupted in enthusiastic cheers, reveling in their triumph while casting disdainful glances at the dazed branch recruits. They raised their heads with pride, sneering at their counterparts. Now do you understand the might of our headquarters? Is there such strength among recruits? If so, why hasn't he participated in battle? The branch recruits gaped in disbelief at Shinjia, their eyes wide with confusion. They were all top scorers from their respective branches, accustomed to being revered by others. Yet now they found themselves looking up to someone else. Which instructor from headquarters made such a selection? If he were to fight, victory would be assured beyond doubt, and they would not dare to express any dissent. Were the instructors from headquarters blind? Or were they merely considering that sending him out would be too much of a burden for them? Initially, I thought it shameless for the headquarters to dispatch a Logia-type user, but it now appeared they were entirely considerate of us. Otherwise, if he were to fight, it would be a foregone conclusion. Sizzle. At the moment Jean Tamaru was about to topple from the arena, a crack resounded. The sword's edge in the hands of Qianjia shattered. In his unwilling fury, Jean Taowan glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With a furious roar, he swung the massive axe, which had been cleaved through more than half, in a sweeping arc slash. In an instant, Qianjia vanished and reappeared at the center of the arena. Gazing at the broken sword in his hand, the blade was woefully inadequate, utterly incapable of rivaling the might of weapons imbued with overwhelming ferocity. It was evident that ordinary armaments could not sustain my future battles. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a colossal axe sweeping toward him. Once more, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, only to materialize atop the giant axe. With a swift motion, the axe crashed down onto the ground with tremendous force, causing Jean Taowan's body to lean forward involuntarily, his eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of power was this? A deafening sound erupted as Qianjia delivered a powerful kick to Jean Taowan, sending him hurtling backward, destined to collide with the edge of the arena. With a deft motion of his toes, he prepared for the next move. Qianjia materialized before the formidable War Peach pillar, sweeping with a powerful kick that resonated with a thunderous crash as his massive form collided beyond the arena. Suspended in the air, Qianjia lightly tapped the atmosphere, ascending once more before gracefully descending without stirring a speck of dust. I claim this dominance. The headquarters' new recruits erupted in jubilant cheers, rising to applaud. The two women, Sa'ina and her companion, danced with exuberance, proudly lifting their heads, reveling in their sense of triumph that surpassed even their own victories. I foretold it, once Qianjia intervenes. Your defeat is inevitable. Do you now believe? Sa'ina gazed haughtily at the crestfallen recruits of the branch. Could it be that the headquarters harbored such an extraordinary talent? This was a resounding victory, one that left no room for denial. Though the skirmish was fleeting, the branch's newcomers were devoid of any illusions. It was a confrontation of raw strength, devoid of any cunning stratagem. The clarity of this outcome was unquestionable. What perplexed me most was whether the instructors at headquarters were lacking in judgment. Why dispatch those with elemental abilities when such a powerhouse remained unutilized? It was evident that Qianjia possessed greater strength than potential. Had they not noticed the apparent discord between him and the recruits of headquarters? Perhaps he had been suppressed? Surely, such a prodigy would be revered within our branch, not stifled. Could it be that the instructors at headquarters were indeed foolish? Even the representatives from our branch gazed at Qianjia with fervent admiration. How glorious it would be if he were one of us. A true testament to our prowess throughout the Navy. The discussions pierced through Zifa's heart like arrows, leaving him breathless. Have I truly been defeated? Outside the arena, War Peach Pillar staggered to his feet, grappling with the reality of his loss. I cannot accept this defeat. Yet, he found no recourse to justify his failure. Had he been a user of abilities, he might have found solace in the notion of merely consuming a devil fruit. But this defeat stemmed from pure might, no chance of luck involved. You are indeed formidable. War Peach Pillar regarded Wuya with respect, acknowledging that though he appeared younger, he surpassed him in strength. To a powerful adversary, respect was a natural response. Follow me, I shall impart the methods of mastering armament hockey. Excellent. In a moment of revelation, Qianjia had initially believed he would only have the opportunity to acquire the mastery of hockey after graduation. To his surprise, an unexpected fortune awaited him. The astonishment of the crowd and the admiration of the new recruits were of no concern to him. This battle was not for the sake of ostentation, but rather a quest for the mastery of armament hockey. Under the collective gaze of many, Jean Tamaru and Qianjia entered an empty classroom. He certainly would not disclose the methods of hockey cultivation in front of everyone. For hockey was one of the pinnacle abilities of the ocean, far too precious to be easily divulged. That young man was on the brink of mastering armament hockey. Zifa's eyes brimmed with rage. He had painstakingly ensured that Smoker possessed a Logia-type ability, believing it would allow him to outmatch that young man. Yet now, he realized that once his opponent acquired Haki, Smoker would be unable to compete with him, forever outclassed. How remarkable it was for someone so young to possess the abilities of Shave and Moonwalk. Along with such formidable swordsmanship, surely, he rivaled the rear admirals at headquarters. It seemed as though it had been years since such a prodigy had emerged, Jean Tamer mused. Casting a glance at Zifa, whose veins were visibly bulging, he remarked with a smirk, "Zifa-sensei, such a talented young martial artist must surely align with your ideals, no? In the past, you were notably disdainful of recruits overly reliant on abilities, favoring those who excelled in pure martial arts. What accounts for this sudden shift in perspective? And might you enlighten me as to why he is not participating in the battle?" To each of Huang Yuan's inquiries, Zifa found himself at a loss for words, his fury intensifying with every question. Huang Yuan paid little heed to Zifa's discomfort. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. Despite their teacher-student relationship, Zifa had imparted little wisdom, and Huang Yuan vividly recalled the harsh reprimands he had received for his dependence on his devil fruit abilities during his time in the recruit camp. To Huang Yuan, Zifa represented an outdated relic of a bygone era, someone who ought to retire. "Zifa-sensei, please do not tell me that he is not your student. If such a recruit cannot qualify as your pupil, then what of the others?" Huang Yuan taunted. TSK. "Silence, Huang Yuan. My methods are not for you to critique." Zifa retorted angrily, abruptly rising and striding away from the recruit camp, preferring to avoid further confrontation. "Zifa-sensei, it seems this cohort of recruits is on the verge of graduation. On graduation day, all the admirals and the fleet admiral will be in attendance, as they hold high hopes for this batch. If it merely comprises individuals like Smoker, it would surely lead to disappointment among the Navy and cast doubt on its future. Do not tell me that there will be a life-and-death battle without him." Zifa, who had been walking away, suddenly halted, his expression hardening with a grim resolve. Although he was now semi-retired, he did not wish to fade from memory. Zifa understood that for the Navy, his role was to cultivate new recruits, to nurture its future. If he wished to remain relevant, he must produce a remarkable talent that would astonish the world, thus affirming his own worth. He could not help but think of his old comrade, Garp, who remained a revered hero among the Navy, while Sengoku had ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, and Tsuru served as Chief of Staff, figures capable of decisively shaping the Navy's future. And then there was his own legacy, having trained the likes of Akainu, Kizaru, and others in a year that had garnered him respect and admiration throughout the Navy for cultivating a powerful future. Yet, Zifa recalled with a pang that over the past decade, he had failed to nurture any individuals who could capture the world's attention. Many within the Navy had forgotten that Zifa, the Admiral, still existed. Having devoted his life to the Navy, he was determined not to be forgotten. If he wished to remain in memory, he must train formidable recruits, and he had pinned his hopes on Smoker and his peers. However, he now understood that relying solely on them would not suffice to draw the Navy's attention, let alone satisfaction. If that young man were mine. Zifa abruptly shook his head, dismissing the unsettling thought. That young man is disrespectful and arrogant. How could he ever become my student? Yet, if he were to be my pupil, there would be no doubt. Only if he were to come and acknowledge his mistakes. What kind of ability would that fruit possess? Understanding dawned upon him. In the classroom, Jean Tamaru meticulously explained to Qianjie the intricacies of cultivating armament Haki. Qianjie listened attentively, etching every word into his memory. He earnestly sought clarification on the perplexing aspects that lingered in his mind, unraveling all his doubts. The methods of cultivating the armament Haki became ingrained within him, as he finally comprehended the essence of it all. Thus, the truth revealed itself. Qianjie, in a moment of realization, nodded and scrutinized Zhang Taowan with a penetrating gaze. "Are you certain there are no omissions, no deliberate inaccuracies?" "I, Zhang Taowan, never lie and have made no omissions," Zhang Taowan retorted fiercely, fixing an intense glare on Qianjie. "Do not doubt me." "Very well." Qianjie turned and made his way towards the door, a palpable eagerness to practice his armament Haki evident in his demeanor. "Hey, if you have time in the future, come to the Navy Science Division. I will become even stronger by then," Zhang Taowan declared loudly, with a hint of reverence. "Absolutely." As they emerged, the new recruits from the branch and headquarters remained gathered in the training ground, even though the assessment had concluded long ago. Their eyes fixed on Qianjie as he stepped outside. "Qianjie, you are so impressive," Sudi exclaimed, running towards him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She was the first to acknowledge Qianjie, to truly notice him, and to establish a connection with him, indeed, the individual he was most familiar with in this world. She had witnessed Qianjie's rise, and her admiration had blossomed uncontrollably. Qianjie, congratulations. Tina is genuinely happy for you, Tina said, gazing at Qianjie, her eyes shimmering with colors. Her feelings towards him were complex. He had once saved her from the brink of death, an act forever etched in her memory, making it difficult for her to forget. It was only upon paying attention to Qianjie that she recognized the true genius, previously overlooked. Later, she observed Qianjie defeating all the new recruits with overwhelming prowess. The first to boldly disregard Admiral Zephyr and confront him directly. Tireless in his self-improvement, unafraid of authority. A genius. Remarkable. In her heart, Qianjie was the one she respected most, even though there were many stronger individuals within the Navy headquarters. Thank you. In a good mood, Qianjie smiled at the two women, the only ones in the new recruit camp with whom he could exchange smiles. The new recruits from the headquarters also gathered around. Yet there was a palpable silence as they admired and gazed at Qianjie, some lamenting why they hadn't forged better relations with him earlier. The greatest regret was their previous ignorance that led them to mock him. New recruit genius, well done. Our branch concedes defeat wholeheartedly. Indeed, you have triumphed. And we acknowledge it. The new recruits from the branch saluted Qianjie, offering him their utmost respect. Genius? Qianjie smiled slightly, his lips pursed. I despise such titles. I have poured my heart and soul into training. Do not diminish my efforts with the word genius. Moreover, I possess no innate talent. At the outset, Qianjie ranked among the last among the new recruits in terms of physical fitness. The cultivation of the physical body is devoid of any innate talent. It solely relies on diligence and perseverance. My apologies. The new recruits from the branch simultaneously expressed their contrition. Learn from others. You only know how to shirk responsibility. And when outperformed, you find solace in attributing it to a lack of talent. The representatives of the branch reprimanded their respective recruits. Reflect deeply upon your actions when you return. Yes, instructor. Qianjie, we. The new recruits from headquarters hesitated somewhat. It is you, not us. Qianjie swiftly pushed through the crowd, making his way towards the entrance of the new recruit camp. We, the new recruits at headquarters, exchanged glances. Contemplating our regret. Now you realize the folly of your actions? Humph. Suddy cast a disdainful glance and hurried after him. Hey, that woman. What is your purpose in following Qianjie? Where do you hail from? Suddy glared at Tina, who was trailing behind Qianjie. It was evident that she had also become enamored with Qianjie's voice. How insufferable. What concern is it of yours? Qianjie requested Tina's assistance in locating the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. And naturally, she would accompany him. I can find it without your help, Suddy retorted. But you won't be as swift as Tina, who has access to it at home. Tina's smug demeanor only fueled Suddy's irritation, and with a huff, she turned and dashed off into the distance, declaring, just wait. I will certainly find the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia even faster than you. Not a chance. Tina exclaimed, brimming with determination as she dashed towards her home. Qianjie stared in astonishment at this scene, having not realized that there had been animosity between them before. The armed color hockey possesses both defensive capabilities and enhances attack power, while also granting the qualification to engage in combat with natural type abilities. In the depths of his mind, Qianjie contemplated how to cultivate the power of armament hockey more swiftly. A cursory explanation, of course, could not encompass all the intricacies involved. Without a mentor, he found himself navigating the minutiae of his training alone, gradually exploring and discovering through personal experience. He had grown accustomed to this solitary approach to cultivation. Thus, it becomes evident that those who wield formidable armament hockey must possess exceptional physical prowess. However, the reverse is not necessarily true. The relationship between the two is one of cause and effect. One cannot afford to relax in physical training simply because they have acquired armament hockey. The pursuit of strength must persist unabated. In the depths of contemplation, Qianjie mused, one must not become arrogant merely due to the acquisition of the ability to wield armament hockey. The pinnacle remains a distant goal. Furthermore, possessing armament hockey does not guarantee victory over those who command the powers of the natural type. The wielders of natural abilities can also cultivate hockey, and should their hockey prove inferior, they remain formidable adversaries. Thus, the possession of armament hockey merely confers the opportunity to engage in battle with natural types, hinting at the potential for victory but not ensuring it. Commencing with physical warm-ups, he began to perform push-ups while bearing a weight of 10 tons. 2,456, 2,457. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from the door, interrupting his training. He casually grabbed a clean towel lying nearby and wiped the sweat that cascaded down his body. Approaching the door, he opened it to find Tina standing there, holding a colossal tome titled Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits. The gaze of Qianjie fixated here, finally to discern the capabilities of the devil fruit he had acquired. What might those abilities entail? Wow! Observing Qianjie, bare-chested, Tina gasped, covering her eyes, yet her peeking gaze betrayed her as it lingered through her fingers. You wish to accept him as your disciple? Upon returning to the headquarters, Kizaru encountered Akainu. Kizaru, did you attend this year's military recruit assessment? Did you spot any promising candidates? Indeed, there is one. Quite remarkable. Kizaru's mind conjured the image of Qianjie. That's encouraging, Akainu nodded. Due to that scoundrel Roger. The seas are teeming with pirates, and each year brings forth noteworthy supernovas. Yet, the new generation of the Navy has been disappointingly lackluster. If this continues, how shall the Navy contend with the pirates? I sincerely hope there are indeed commendable recruits. We shall see how this batch performs at their graduation ceremony, and whether they possess the merit to uphold future justice. Not far off, in another room, Zephyr remarked, I have noticed your earnestness regarding this batch of recruits. They must be quite exceptional, then? Carp inquired curiously. The latter responded with an awkward smile, they are passable. I find myself rather eager. The graduation ceremony is but half a year away, is it not? Both Sengoku and I are quite looking forward to it, Carp expressed. Deeply concerned for the future of the Navy's new generation. Zephyr chuckled softly, but refrained from offering a reply. Upon returning to his quarters alone, Zephyr's expression darkened. Anger mingled with deep concern. He felt the immense burden upon him. The recent batches of Navy recruits had proven inadequate. Yet this particular group bore the weight of high expectations. If only Smoker and Shuen were their representatives, it would surely lead to disappointment. How could Smoker's capabilities ever gain the acceptance of Sengoku and Carp? He recognized that while a natural ability could astonish recruits, the mere smoke fruit would hardly attract the attention of admirals and marshals, if not looked down upon. What should he do? His dissatisfaction with Smoker festered. He was certain he had devoted considerable effort to cultivating Smoker and the others, only to find them inferior to previous outstanding recruits. What course of action to take? Anxiety consumed him. The graduation ceremony loomed just 6 months away. Even if he subjected Smoker and Shuen to hellish training now, he knew it would be too late. That young man? The image of Qianjie flickered through his mind, provoking a blend of rage and reluctant admiration. His physical prowess had already reached impressive heights. If he were to wield a formidable fruit, one comparable to Akainu's, he could very well become a future admiral, undoubtedly satisfying the entire Navy. Yet contemplating his relationship with Qianjie left Zephyr in a quandary. Why must a genius be the descendant of a sinner? Why does a prodigy possess such a character? It was infuriating. He sat in solitude for an extended period. If that young man... He rose and proceeded directly to the instructor's office in the recruit camp, stating, Colonel, summon Qianjie. Huh. The instructor gaped at Zephyr, taken aback. Everyone in the recruit camp knew of the discord between Zephyr and Qianjie. The latter never visited the camp except for assessments, and Zephyr had consistently ignored him. Why the sudden summons? Come here, Zephyr whispered into the instructor's ear. Ah? The instructor's mouth fell agape in shock. Go on, but remember to maintain a gentle demeanor, understood? Zephyr waved his hand dismissively. Oh. Still in a daze, the instructor nodded, his expression a mixture of astonishment as he exited the recruit camp. Well, Tina blushed, gazing at Qianjie's glistening muscles with admiration and infatuation. Hours of training had sculpted Qianjie's physique into a flawless form, sleek and sinewy. Not the typical roughness of a hulking beast, but rather a harmonious blend of strength and elegance. Complemented by his bronze skin that radiated a manly allure without conforming to conventional notions of beauty. With swift reflexes, Qianjie snatched the tumbling devil fruit guide. Qianjie, you... I... Tina stammered, but he interjected, I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to. He felt compelled to uncover the true nature of the fruit he had obtained, wishing to keep it concealed from others. Oh, Tina nodded foolishly, yet turned back reluctantly, still entranced by his perfect musculature. The door closed with a soft thud. Tina couldn't help but sigh wistfully. So perfect. Everything is so perfect. Every aspect so flawless. What am I to do? She cupped her flushed cheeks. What abilities could it possibly hold? Qianjie opened the devil fruit compendium on the table, meticulously scrutinizing the devil fruit before him. Many of the fruits bore striking similarities, yet their abilities varied significantly, necessitating thorough examination. He harbored hope for a remarkable power, As he turned the pages, comparing each entry with utmost care, time slipped away, minute by minute. At last, he found it. Halting his perusal, Qianjie gazed at the illustration in the compendium, which bore an exact resemblance to the devil fruit on the table. His gaze descended to the accompanying text, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. A series of knocks resonated. "Excuse me, is student Qianjie present?" In an ephemeral moment, Qianjie concealed the fruits of Desk Mountain and the Demon Compendium within the safety of the underground chamber before casting a puzzled glance towards the entrance. "Instructor?" Qianjie gazed in astonishment at the instructor. "Qianjie, do you have a moment? Could you visit the recruit camp now?" "Oh." Within the office of the recruit camp, the instructor personally brought a chair for Qianjie. "Do not feel constrained. Please take a seat. Let us speak plainly." Qianjie felt neither fear nor restraint. "Qianjie, your prowess is evident to all. Our instructors have long believed that with your talents, self-study, and exploration are a waste. Thus, after discussion, we have decided to permit you to return to school for further learning." "Oh." A profound smile, albeit a chilling one, gradually appeared at the corners of Qianjie's mouth. "What if I refuse?" "Do not be hasty to decline. It seems you possess formidable physical skills and have acquired the ability of armament hockey. Nonetheless, you must understand that without a teacher's guidance, mistakes during training are easily made, leading to wasted time and potential injuries. Moreover, even with knowledge of the cultivation methods for armament hockey, without proper instruction, mastery is exceedingly difficult, and I am the most suitable mentor." A voice emanated from the back room of the instructor's office, and the door swung open, revealing a figure. "Consider this. The betrayals of Qiansa and Qianan, though heinous, occurred when you were still young and are not your fault. It would indeed be unjust to place the blame upon you. As long as you are devoted to serving the Navy, it is not beyond redemption." Zifa stepped forward, gazing at Qianjie, who met his gaze with calm silence. "Your talents are commendable. With my guidance, your potential would far surpass what you could achieve through self-study. What do you say? Will you become my student?" Zifa extended his right hand. Qianjie acknowledged his astonishment, gazing in disbelief at Zifa, who for the first time addressed him with kind words. Although his tone still carried the pride of a general, it was far more amiable than the usual disdainful indifference. "Why?" Qianjie inquired. He recognized his superiority over any of the new recruits, yet this transformation in Zifa could not solely be attributed to that. There must be reasons unknown to him. "Because I do not wish for the Navy to lose a genius." With a cold laugh, Qianjie seemed to mock the notion that self-study equated to self-abandonment. With merely 6 months remaining until graduation, the ceremony would be graced by all the generals and marshals, who would solemnly bestow military ranks upon the new recruits. Most crucially, prior to this elevation, there would be a life and death battle. In these ensuing months, I shall devote myself entirely to your training, and perhaps, by that time, you may possess a glimmer of hope to achieve the results we once attained in the life and death battle, Zifa remarked. A life and death battle? Qianjie had a slight understanding of the situation. He was aware that this was not an assessment. The life and death battle was referred to by the Navy as a privilege for the exemplary students. Prior to the graduation ceremony, a naval admiral could apply for a life and death battle for the exemplary recruits of that session. The life and death battle was something all recruits yearned to participate in. Despite its ominous name, there had never been a reported death of an exemplary recruit. The purpose of this battle was to further cultivate the talents of these recruits. There were no restrictions on the battlefield. One could only rely on their own strength to prevail, defeating an opponent to instantly challenge the next adversary. The enemies grew increasingly formidable, often comprising ferocious ancient beasts and pirates, showing no mercy simply because one was a recruit. The Navy headquarters established this system to facilitate greater breakthroughs for exemplary students during the life and death battles, enhancing their abilities further. However, should a genuine life-threatening situation arise during the spectacle, the admirals and the marshal would intervene to rescue the recruits. In essence, this presented a low-risk yet invaluable opportunity to experience real combat and enhance one's strength. Moreover, the better one performed in the life and death battles, defeating more foes, the richer the rewards one would receive, such as physical techniques, hockey, or devil fruits. There were no downsides, only benefits. All recruits aspired to earn the right to participate in the life and death battles. Yet this privilege was reserved for the exemplary few, with only 1 or 2 qualifying each session, requiring a direct application from an admiral. How about it? Zephyr awaited Qianjie's response, anticipating his acceptance of the apprenticeship. Although he still felt a slight discomfort in his heart, Zephyr had to admit that this young man had indeed reached an astonishing level in physical techniques, far surpassing many of his peers. Perhaps he truly had the potential to reach the caliber required for the life and death battles. If so, it would undoubtedly satisfy Sengoku and Garp, and demonstrate to the oblivious Navy the immense contribution he could provide. He reassured himself that even if he had to sacrifice a bit of his own comfort, it was for a noble cause. Tomorrow, you shall write an application to return to school for further studies, and then publicly acknowledge your mistakes before all the new recruits. And I shall accept you as my student, Zephyr declared, having already convinced himself that Qianjie would acquiesce to his request. Qianjie, in his eyes, did not display arrogance or reluctance to become the disciple of the old master. Rather, it was merely the old master's prior unwillingness to impart knowledge to him. Qianjie, why are you not quick to agree? The instructor urged hastily. I refuse, came the resolute reply. Qianjie stood up, his expression devoid of any sign of contemplation or inner turmoil. What? Zifa, who had already turned to leave, suddenly pivoted back, astonished as he gazed at Qianjie. Did you just refuse? Qianjie, with an air of pride, declared, Indeed, many aspire to be your student, but I certainly do not. Initially, Qianjie had yearned to become Zifa's disciple, who wouldn't desire a formidable mentor to illuminate the path of cultivation. However, given Zifa's attitude, Qianjie found himself increasingly disinclined. Now more than ever, he resolved that once discarded, even the finest of things should remain forgotten, lest he lose respect for himself. Moreover, Qianjie saw little merit in the prospect. If the only outcome of such tutelage were to produce individuals akin to Smoker, he would much prefer to pursue self-education. Consider this carefully. At present, there are no others around, and you needn't feign arrogance, Zifa said gravely, his anger simmering just beneath the surface, but he restrained himself, thinking of the months ahead. And if I refuse to apologize, will you still accept me? Qianjie replied with a mocking smile. Zifa's expression stiffened. It took considerable courage to approach Qianjie with this proposition, and the thought of not receiving an apology was daunting. The new recruits were already aware of the relationship between Zifa and Qianjie. Zifa realized that if he were to accept Qianjie as a student under these circumstances, the recruits would perceive it not as an earnest plea from Qianjie, but rather as an acknowledgement of his growing strength, leading to an unsolicited acceptance. Such a notion was intolerable to Zifa, who could not afford to lose face in front of the new recruits. Hence, he insisted on an apology, wanting them to believe that it was Qianjie who sought him out, rather than the other way around. No, you must apologize. What wrong have I committed? Qianjie scoffed. Enough of this trivial matter. He waved his hand dismissively. Zifa, I am a self-taught individual. I have no mentor to guide me, nor anyone to seek out the devil fruits for me. It is solely through my own perseverance that I have progressed in my training, and I refuse to squander my hard-earned strength under your tutelage. You may continue to squander your time with Smoker and the others. Thank you. With that, he turned and strode purposefully toward the door. Not everyone dreams of what you dream of, Zifa. It was you who taught us the importance of self-awareness. You explicitly stated that you would never teach me. Have you forgotten? With a resounding bang, the door closed without a hint of hesitation. How outrageous. Zifa's face contorted with rage, his muscles taut and intimidating as he obliterated a wall with sheer force. Ungrateful wretch. Zifa, sir, the instructor said timidly. What should we do now? What else is there to do? Proceed with your duties. Yes, sir. The instructor hurried out, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Wait. Zifa suddenly called out to him. The one time I chose to increase the combat assessment score, it was the lowest ratio, understood? The instructor was momentarily taken aback, recalling that incident where Qianjie single-handedly defeated all the new recruits, earning first place, and in addition to the shooting assessment, he had achieved first place twice. However, the other assessments had all been last place, totaling 10 assessments. The shooting assessment was already weighted the least. If that particular assessment had a lower overall score, it was evident, even without calculation, that despite Qianjie's 2 first-place finishes, he would likely graduate with the lowest score, as those 2 firsts did not equate to even a third-class merit. Excluding Qianjie, all the other recruits had at least third-class merits, not counting other scores. Go. Zifa said darkly in the shattered office. I, for the first time, extended my hand only to be rebuffed. Very well. You may remain forever in last place. Unworthy of participating in the life and death battles, ungrateful fool. Meanwhile, on the street, Qianjie strolled leisurely towards home, unburdened by regret. It seemed the life and death battles were not in his future. He would probably graduate at the bottom, missing the chance to soar at the graduation ceremony. It mattered little. After graduation, capturing a few notorious pirates would suffice for fame. Why should he obediently dance to another S-tune now? I don't mind if you, Zifa, choose to suppress me and erase my achievements. When the time comes that my strength rivals or surpasses yours, let us see if you will be as unperturbed by my methods. Upon returning home, Shinji secured the doors and windows, retrieving the devil fruit and its illustrated guide from the basement. As he turned to the relevant page, he meticulously compared the images, confirming once more that indeed, this was the ability he sought. With a long sigh, he placed the fruit on the table, reflecting. How naive I was to believe such fortuitous luck could yield so many remarkable abilities, with 90% already claimed. It cannot be so simple to acquire a satisfactory devil fruit. The gaze of Qianjia swept over the detailed description of the devil fruit in the illustrated guide. The cage fruit. Ability. Upon contact with an enemy, a cage instantly appears, ensnaring them. Whether further powerful derivative abilities can be developed depends on the skill of the user. It bears some resemblance to the future cage fruit that Tina will possess, but it may prove to be more practical. Qianjia has no intention of consuming this devil fruit, as he regards it with disdain. A good devil fruit is a rare find. For now, he shall focus on honing his haki. After placing the devil fruit and the guide aside, he had yet to step into the basement when another knock echoed from the door. Who could it be? Qianjia approached the door, wishing he had observation haki to discern the visitor instantly. Hey, what do you want at Qianjia's place? Came a wary voice. Tina's presence here is of no concern to you, Qianjia replied. Upon opening the door, he beheld the two arguing women, Tina and Suddy. You two? Qianjia questioned. Do you remember, Qianjia? You promised to let Tina train with you. Tina gazed at Qianjia with fervent eyes, noticing the absence of his perfect physique, and pouted in disappointment. You're lying. Qianjia clearly did not agree. Suddy interjected, pointing at Tina. If you're here, Suddy must be here too. Tell me, don't you both need to train at the rookie camp? Are you also skipping school to self-study? Qianjia inquired. Don't you know? In the last 6 months, all rookies train independently. They can consult instructors at school for training queries, but aren't required to train at the camp every day. Oh, then, Tina, as Zifa's student, you need not train with me, right? Qianjia looked at Tina, his lack of disdain for her stemming from her association with Zifa. Zifa is Zifa, and she is herself. Tina's expression dimmed slightly. Zifa hasn't taught me in a long time. A year ago, he took Smoker and Cheyenne for special training and hasn't guided me since. There was one more thing Tina did not mention. Among Zifa's current students, both Smoker and Cheyenne had obtained devil fruits, while Tina had not. Oh, does she know why Zifa suddenly disregards her? Is it because I have grown somewhat close to Qianjia? She had known for a while, but had no regrets. Enough of that. Can you allow me to train with you? You're already so strong on your own. You must be more powerful than the school instructors, Tina pleaded. Of course, Suddy said proudly, stepping into the room as if it were her own home. Then it's settled. Let me train with you from now on, Tina said, slipping beneath Qianjia's arm into the room. Turning back, Qianjia watched the two women surveying the room. It's so clean. Isn't it said that men are generally untidy? Wow, the blanket is perfectly square. How extraordinary. The two women gazed in astonishment at the immaculate room, feeling a touch of shame. Training together? That's acceptable, Qianjia replied. Realizing there was little of value in his training methods that could be stolen, he simply practiced relentlessly. But I have one requirement, Qianjia stated. Under the excited gazes of the two women, from now on, you will be responsible for cooking and tidying the room. He pointed at Tina, then at Suddy. And you will do the laundry and organize the training area. As a soldier, Qianjia maintained a high level of self-discipline even in matters of hygiene. However, he found household chores too cumbersome and a waste of time, preferring to devote every moment outside of sleep to training. All right, the two women exclaimed excitedly, simultaneously rushing out of the room. An hour later, they returned, dragging large bags with them. In response to Qianjia's astonished expression, the two women stated matter-of-factly, since we are training here, we will naturally live here, considering there are so many rooms. Their voices harmonized, their sharp gazes locking onto one another. Time passed day by day. By mid-March, in the town behind the headquarters island, no trace of Qianjia could be seen. His movements were limited to a straight line between his bedroom and the basement, sometimes even sleeping directly in the basement. Half an hour had passed, and he was only just beginning to feel some fatigue. Had the 10-ton weight begun to lag behind my training? Carrying 10 tons of lead blocks, he performed push-ups relentlessly. Yet it took him half an hour just to warm up. Though it was merely half an hour, Qianjia was dissatisfied with such a waste of time. But the heaviest weight in the basement was indeed 10 tons. This was the best training environment he could possess. Thus, he resolved to continue pushing himself. Unrelenting in his training, he labored on, while the two women training beside him wondered aloud. Does he never tire of such intense training? Wouldn't this monotony become unbearable? Isn't training supposed to be balanced? Yet Shinji thrived on this extreme regimen. He found joy within it. Through their shared training in March, the two women understood why Shinji was so formidable, capable of effortlessly defeating all rookies. Such relentless training surely warranted such strength. Meanwhile, the instructors at the rookie camp were exceedingly busy, preparing for the final assessment before graduation. This evaluation proved to be the most troublesome, for it was a true test of combat. The rookies would each accompany a naval ship on a mission, and this time, they were not rookies but genuine sailors. With no high-ranking officers to guide or protect them, they would experience what it truly meant to be a soldier, undertaking missions as real members of the Navy. Each rookie would follow a different fleet, and their performance would ultimately be graded by the fleet's commander, based on their contributions during their respective missions. Since the naval missions were dictated by the headquarters, assigning each rookie to suitable tasks was an exceedingly complicated matter. Smoker was assigned to capture a bounty of 78 million, and thus he would join this mission aboard the ship. Carl was tasked with escorting supplies to the West Blue Branch, and he would undertake this assignment as well. In the basement, Shinji roared as his fist gradually turned black. 3 months, and I've reached this level already? Not bad. Although he could only harden half of his palm, meaning only half of his fist could turn black, achieving this in just 3 months, from nothing to something, was already an astonishing pace. Immersed in his fervent training, his physical prowess was continuously strengthening. Shinji's gaze involuntarily drifted to the right, only to remember that the two women had gone out for their final assessments. He suddenly realized that he had grown accustomed to their lively banter during his own training. Yet, the mission assigned to him had yet to be dispatched. 3 days passed, and at last, the Navy knocked on the door. New recruit, Shinji. Report to the new recruit camp immediately to receive your mission and participate in your final assessment. Time is of the essence. Within the new recruit camp, the instructor, with a stoic expression, addressed him, Cadet Shinji, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, you are to proceed to the Naval Headquarters port and embark on a mission with the GH for warship. The objective is to eliminate the one-eyed pirate crew, led by the notorious one-eyed dragon, with a bounty of 48 million. Is this the GH for warship? Amidst dozens of vessels, Shinji finally identified the ship, but before he could board, he was intercepted by the Navy. I am a new recruit from headquarters, here to accompany the GH for warship for this mission, Shinji stated, producing his mission document. He boarded the warship. New recruits, remember this is real combat. No one will protect you, and you have no privileges. If you wish to survive the battle, it is best to learn self-preservation. Do you understand? Above all, obey orders. The commanding officer, a stern colonel, instructed Shinji. Check your equipment, account for personnel, and then we shall set sail. The warship departed from the naval headquarters. To his surprise, the mission proved to be rather monotonous. For half a month, the warship had been navigating the vast oceans, and Shinji soon realized that the mission was far less exhilarating than he had anticipated. Throughout this duration, they had been searching for the one-eyed pirate crew. Yet they had not yet located them, let alone captured them. Colonel, the naval headquarters has located the one-eyed pirate crew. They are merely a few dozen kilometers away, reported one of the Navy personnel. The previously lethargic crew sprang to attention at their posts. What direction? 2 o'clock. Full speed ahead. An hour later, a pirate flag appeared on the horizon. Pirates sighted. All Navy personnel, remain alert. Once the pirates enter our firing range, open fire immediately. After defeating the one-eyed pirate crew and returning to naval headquarters, I will commend you all to Admiral Akiji. This warship and its crew were among the forces under Akiji's command. Yes, the Navy shouted in unison. Captain, trouble. The Navy is pursuing us. The pirates aboard their ship expressed their terror to the one-eyed captain. What? Run. Both the pirate crew and the warship navigated at maximum speed, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. Half an hour later, the frustrated colonel noted, those blasted pirates, though few in number, have a swift ship that rivals even the warship's speed. Colonel, that as the pirate ship, the VE landed on the island. Shinji cast his gaze towards the distance, where an island lay, its harbor cradling the pirate ship he had been pursuing relentlessly. Upon the island, there were rooms and villages, home to hundreds of villagers who led a life devoid of conflict. The warship soon anchored in the harbor. Colonel, shall we disembark? Inquired a young lieutenant. The colonel furrowed his brow, contemplating the island before him, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Although the one-eyed pirate crew was small in number, their strength was commendable, particularly that of their formidable captain, whom he doubted he could best. He had initially believed they could rely on the might of the warship's cannon fire to resolve matters at sea. Yet now they found themselves on the verge of a direct confrontation. Could they emerge victorious? Even if they did, the cost would likely be grave. Colonel, shall we give the order? Fire. What? Are you seeking death? Colonel, fire? But where are the villages? The gunner, astonished by the command, exclaimed, where are the civilians? Do you intend to bombard them as well? Yes, fire, the colonel replied, gritting his teeth resolutely. Colonel, those are innocent lives. Shouldn't we? As the Navy, a young sailor shouted in indignation, only to be silenced by an older comrade who cautioned him to lower his voice. Newcomer, obey the orders. Do you understand? Many sailors displayed expressions of distress. I know you feel compassion, yet the one-eyed pirate crew has already invaded the village, and it is highly likely that the civilians have already suffered grievously. Moreover, in the event of a skirmish on the island, we would face significant casualties. Not to mention, if they retreat into the forest behind the island, our meager forces would struggle to track them down, the colonel stated coldly. The one-eyed pirate crew was notoriously ruthless, leaving devastation in their wake wherever they went. Though not classified as a grand pirate, the young general placed immense importance on this mission, issuing a dire command to annihilate the one-eyed pirate crew completely. Failure to comply would result in military discipline. The objective was paramount, and the loss of even 100 lives mattered little in the grand scheme. Most of the sailors bowed their heads, contemplating the brutality of the one-eyed pirate crew and the possibility of their own demise, feeling a surge of trepidation. Some even finding themselves in tacit agreement with the colonel's words, albeit still gripped by reluctance. Now, load the cannons and prepare to fire, commanded the colonel. Halt. Qianjia stepped forward from the ranks, casting a cold gaze at the colonel. Is this your justification for firing? Absurd. Are you but a rookie? The colonel met Qianjia's icy stare, retorting, Rookie, you have no place to speak here. Return to your post. I command you to cease. Qianjia fixed his frigid gaze upon the Navy personnel who had begun loading their weapons. Rookie, when I served as a soldier, you were yet to be born. It is not your place to lecture me. The colonel raised his whip, poised to strike. His words, delivered with righteous indignation, were merely a pretext for his fear of death, a desperate bid for military merit. Fool. Rookie, do you speak so lightly? Do you believe the one-eyed pirate crew is to be trifled with? They might very well annihilate our band. The colonel, filled with fury, challenged, if you possess the capability. Go defeat the one-eyed pirate crew alone, then I shall refrain from firing. If you lack the means, return and silence yourself. 5 minutes. Qianjia extended 5 fingers. In 5 minutes, I shall reveal to you the corpse of the one-eyed. What do you amount to? The colonel, who had been mocking Qianjia, suddenly realized he had vanished. Colonel, look. He has ascended the island and disappeared once more. What? The naval officers aboard the warship gazed in astonishment at the fleeting shadow that darted into the village from above the island, moving with astonishing swiftness. How is this possible? It's a full 30 meters from the shore. Colonel, what shall we do now? Wait 5 minutes. If that brat does not return, let him seek his own demise. At that point, flatten the village. Boss, the Navy is just outside the island. What now? What is there to fear? He is merely a colonel. At present, we have confined all the villagers here. Once they set foot on the island, these terrified citizens will scatter in a frenzy, disrupting the Navy's formation. And then we may seize the opportunity to unleash a massacre. Within the vast ancestral hall of the village, the one-eyed man observed coldly as hundreds of terrified villagers, men, women, and children alike, cowered in fear, muffling their cries. Dozens of pirates brandished firearms at the villagers. Do not fear. The Navy is coming. They will rescue us. We shall surely survive. Indeed. An elderly man consoled the weeping children. Yes, the Navy is the strongest. They will protect us. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. Who goes there? Those who shall slay you. With a menacing glare, Qianjia fixed his eyes upon them and vanished in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. Blood splattered amidst a cacophony of screams as the pirates fell, gripped by terror. Who on earth are you? A devil? Help. One pirate, having lost an arm, howled in fear, frantically fleeing the village towards the forest behind. In an instant, the relentless pursuit vanished. You should be dead by now. Within the forest, the tip of the Qianjia sword pressed against the forehead of the one-eyed man. With a scream of agony, a swift strike silenced him, and lifting the lifeless body, I prepared to exit the woods. Wait, Qianjia suddenly realized that this forest was eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of insects, let alone the presence of animals. Suddenly, with horror, I gazed towards the depths of the forested mountains, where, Colonel, 5 minutes have passed. Fire the cannons. But which rookie still dares to? His reckless bravado would surely have led to his demise by now. Fire. Boom. A shell shot forth, yet a glint of cold light sliced through the projectile in midair. All the cannons were aimed at the village, ready to unleash their fury. The colonel raised his arm, issuing the command to fire. Crack. The gesture of command was struck down. In a fit of rage, he spun around, ready to confront the fool who dared to assault his arm. Who seeks death? Crack. The colonel received a resounding slap across his face. You rookie, how dare you? Crack. Another slap landed harshly on the colonel's face. A flurry of strikes bewildering him, leaving the Navy men in shock. The colonel's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the icy countenance of the rookie, resembling a grim reaper from the depths of hell. Who is this rookie? Truly. You. Crack. Another slap. The force overwhelming, blood filled his mouth, and teeth shattered. He fell to the ground. Rookie, how dare you strike me? Crack. The colonel finally succumbed to fear, his mouth a bloody mess, teeth scattered. You will pay for this insurrection. Crack. With a frigid gaze, Qianjia watched the colonel desperately retreating and inquired, Do you yearn for death? Forbidden Zone 54. Qianjia had repeatedly reminded himself that he was no longer a soldier, that the ties to his past life had been severed, and that his identity as a member of the Navy held no significance in his eyes. He had come to understand that this was a world of pirates, a realm where one must learn to embrace the cruelty and ruthlessness inherent within it. Yet, as he gazed upon the tranquil village before him, inhabited by peaceful villagers who sought no conflict with the world, a profound sorrow engulfed him. The moment the cannonballs fell, their existence was obliterated from this realm, leaving no trace behind, not even a memory. They were merely villagers. Why should they have to suffer such unwarranted calamity? Who would take responsibility for this tragedy? Perhaps the Navy would one day emerge to proclaim that it was all for the protection of the greater populace, for the sake of righteousness, offering nothing more than a token apology. But who would account for these tormented souls? Such matters could easily be resolved by his own hand. It was not an impulsive act of recklessness that would lead him to death. If he were to remain a mere bystander in this plight, he could not accept it, not now, at least. A flicker of the soldier's sense of duty still resided within him, a final trace of responsibility that might gradually fade away into nothingness. Do you wish to die? Qianjia asked coldly, though a faint smile graced his lips. It was not a smile, but rather the chill of impending death. The bloodied, toothless colonel attempted to utter a few venomous words. Yet when confronted by Qianjia's icy gaze, the harsh words faltered, lacking the courage to escape his lips. Colonel? Protect the colonel. The astonished Navy personnel snapped back to reality, swiftly encircling the colonel, their weapons trained on Qianjia. To defy military orders, to rise against a superior, this was. With a casual flick of his hand, Qianjia cleaved the vast ocean with a blade of light, casting a serene glance at the colonel. Is there anything else? The faint glimmer of courage that had momentarily arisen amidst the protection swiftly vanished, leaving him too terrified to utter another harsh word. I understand your discontent, Qianjia remarked, as he set down the body of the one-eyed pirate and strolled to the edge of the ship. With a deft push of his toes, he stepped into the air, his demeanor unfazed. It matters not. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, you may assign me a score of 0 for this assessment, or even report me to higher-ranking officials. I remain indifferent. The colonel swallowed nervously, fear etched upon his face. However, should you dare to continue your indiscriminate slaughter in pursuit of military merit, Qianjia turned back, his gaze fierce and menacing. I will ensure your demise. The colonel's pupils constricted, terror flooding his features as he gazed at the still churning sea and the now cold body of the one-eyed pirate. Is this truly a rookie? Surely. He cannot be merely a junior officer. Begone. With the celestial steps of 1,000 calamities, he charged through the air towards the island. Commander, where are you headed? A young recruit respectfully inquired. This vessel is too filthy. Upon landing on the island, the commander strode towards the village, declaring, The assessment has concluded. I am free. Without a backward glance, he vanished into the depths of the village. Are all the pirates dead? Did you see clearly? Who was that hero just now? A voice emerged. It seemed to be the Navy. They saved us. Indeed, it was the Navy. The villagers, still trembling with fear, huddled around their ancestral home, casting wary glances in all directions, their excitement mingled with remnants of terror. How wonderful! We are spared from death. A mother wept tears of joy while cradling her child. Such scenes were plentiful in the village. "Excuse me, is there an inn here?" the commander gently inquired amidst the crowd. "Wow, which Navy officer is that?" someone exclaimed, and instantly, the gazes of all the villagers converged upon him. In a moment of exhilaration, they surrounded the commander, their eyes filled with gratitude as they expressed their thanks. Their voices a cacophony, yet resonating with heartfelt appreciation. A faint smile tugged at Qianjia's lips. "No need for thanks, it is my duty. May I inquire if there is an inn in this vicinity? I shall require accommodation for several days." Qianjia asked, relieved that he had brought money with him, for his family had stored at least 100 million berries in cash. "We are merely a village. Typically, no one comes here, and there are no inns." "Oh," Qianjia replied with a resigned smile, "it appears I shall have to camp outdoors. However, I have many empty rooms in my home. Please stay with us. I too have vacant rooms. Come to my house." The villagers' warm hospitality left Qianjia somewhat overwhelmed. Enough with the chatter, a robust voice interrupted, parting the crowd. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, emerged. His white hair contrasted with his spirited demeanor. "It is the village chief," Qianjia realized. "Young man, thank you for saving our village. I live alone. If you don't mind, come stay at my home," the village chief said kindly. Since the chief had extended the invitation, the other villagers refrained from competing for Qianjia's attention. "All right, but may I ask how much it will cost?" "Do not mention money. The old man might strike you," the chief jested, raising his cane in a mock-threatening manner. "As long as you wish to stay, you may do so for as long as you desire. By the way, Grandfather Gubwa, does this island have any merchant or passenger ships docking here?" Qianjia inquired at the chief's residence. The warship had departed, leaving only the wreckage of the pirate ship behind. Although there were boats on the island, they were merely small fishing vessels, incapable of venturing far. A merchant ship arrives once a month. If I recall correctly, one visited about 10 days ago. "Oh," Qianjia mused. "So it seems I must wait at least 20 days to depart from this island." With over 2 months until graduation, he had ample time to return. "By the way, Grandfather Gubwa, what is located behind the mountain on this island?" Qianjia cautiously probed. Previously, while fleeing from the one-eyed foe into the forest, he had sensed something peculiar about the woods, as if something deep within was calling to him, a mystical feeling that intrigued him and compelled him to seek clarity. "Behind the mountain?" The village chief's expression shifted to one of fear, his pupils contracted, and his gaze flickered. "Young man, you may explore anywhere on this island, but you must not venture to the back mountain. It is absolutely forbidden. It is a place where lives have been lost." The night had deepened. The last light in the tranquil village extinguished, shrouding everything in darkness beneath the crescent moon. A shadow flitted through the forest. A forbidden place? Any creature that entered never returned. Whispers of malevolent spirits circulated. Under the moonlight, Qianjia pressed deeper into the woods, feeling that elusive call once more. Even if there were ghosts or demons, they would merely be manifestations of a powerful ability. What secrets lay hidden in the back mountain? Fearlessly, he ventured into the depths of the forest, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, for his courage stemmed from his formidable strength. The silence was unnerving. Despite it being night, the forest should not be so quiet. No birds, no beasts, not even the tiniest insects were present. Why was that? Upon closer examination, Qianjia found nothing amiss in the forest. There were no miasmas or toxins. There should have been an abundance of wildlife. Treading cautiously, he soon reached the summit of the mountain, standing at the edge of a precipice. Strangely, there were numerous tracks on the ground. There should have been many animals. Yet, none were in sight. Qianjia stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing downward, where the footprints and claw marks gradually faded into the abyss. Had they all leapt to their demise? Peering into the darkness below, a profound stillness enveloped the scene, instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Qianjia snapped back to attention, only to discover that one of his feet had inadvertently stepped off the cliff, teetering perilously in midair, nearly leading him to a fall. Was he not supposed to be in a daze? Had he been ensnared by some illusion? He plunged from the precipice, plummeting through the air with astonishing speed. The wind howled past him. The height must have been at least 2,000 meters. As he approached the ground, Qianjia's pupils constricted, and with all his might, he propelled himself upward, producing a resounding sonic boom as his body ascended vertically from the drop. Gradually, he descended to the ground. What was this? Standing atop a mound of bones, Qianjia was taken aback, surveying his surroundings, remnants of countless creatures, both avian and terrestrial, interspersed with human skeletons and even carcasses not yet entirely decayed. Surely, these could not all be victims of a leap from the cliff? Why was it that such a convergence occurred at the same site? There must be a reason behind this macabre assembly. Qianjie remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. He recalled how he had nearly plunged off the cliff in a moment of disorientation. Could that be the reason? Suddenly, a flash of crimson light filled his vision, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before a colossal rock. Was that a sword? A blade embedded within the stone? Leaping atop the boulder, Qianjie gazed in astonishment at the sword's tip, which was half buried in the rock. This sword, being a swordsman, Qianjie could not possibly be unfamiliar with it. The headquarters library contained detailed annotations and images of the renowned blades of the sea, all of which had long been etched in his memory. Thus, this sword was the supreme great blade, the 12 works, the blood blade Ming. Legend spoke of the blood blade harboring a cruel demon capable of eroding one's thoughts and controlling others' minds. Only by subduing this malevolent spirit could one wield the sword. Otherwise, one would ultimately be devoured, meeting a tragic fate. Reflecting on the accounts of the blood blade, it was noted that among the supreme great blades, only two had ever existed: the original Ghost Cleaver and the Black Blade of Night. Now, a third had emerged. Qianjie gazed eagerly at the blood blade, his heart racing. Every swordsman yearns for a renowned sword, yet such treasures are elusive. For a long time, Qianjie had desired a fine blade. Even a mediocre knife of 50 craftsmanship would suffice. To his astonishment, he encountered the unparalleled great blade of 12 craftsmanship. His gaze burned with intensity. This blade is destined to be mine. He reached out for the hilt of the blood blade. Rumor has it that this ghostly sword can take lives. Let me see if the tales hold any truth. Grasping the hilt firmly, he dismissed the terrifying legends, believing instead in his own ability to wield this blade. To relinquish the unparalleled great blade due to mere superstition would lead to a lifetime of regret. A perpetual mockery of oneself. If heaven grants not, one must bear the consequences. If one cannot subdue even a ghostly blade, then one deserves to be buried here. With a resolute grip, he drew the sword. The deep red blade glimmered beneath the dark moon, captivating the soul. It was impossible not to become entranced by the perfection of this weapon. The blade measured 3 feet 6 inches in length and 1 inch in width, lacking a guard. With a hilt of 6 inches and a double-edged, tapering blade, a magnificent sword, Qianjie praised it from the depths of his heart, instantly falling in love with this exquisite weapon. Perfect in every way, especially the dark red blade's surface, which exuded an aura of dominance and chill. This blade is mine. Suddenly, the blade emitted a resonant hum and quivered slightly. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot. Qianjie's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to discover what transformations or powers the blood blade possessed. The blade trembled, and a crimson mist began to seep from it, dispersing into the air. The sound it produced was mesmerizing. The swirling mist surged toward Qianjie. Is this the power that captivates the soul? In an instant, Qianjie vanished, reappearing several dozen meters away. Gazing intently at the encroaching mist. To retreat? It seemed that as long as he wielded the blood blade, escape was impossible unless he relinquished it. A legendary sword within his grasp. How could he possibly let it go? Then bring it on. Let me see what there is to fear. With his arms crossed, he allowed the blood mist to envelop him, drawing it into his very being. The crimson gaze of Qianjie gradually morphed into a sinister red, his visage contorting into a ghastly expression. An overwhelming impulse to annihilate the world surged within him, a desire to slay all in sight. Like a deity of death, Qianjie bared his teeth, resembling a ferocious beast. Enveloped by a shroud of blood mist, he howled at the heavens, his voice resonating across the island. Kill! 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 In the haze of crimson, Qianjie's eyes reflected only the most brutal coldness. A violent aura of slaughter unfurled. Eradicate everything. Had he not succeeded in destroying me? A chaos erupted in the Holy Land. The roar of a demonic entity reverberated through the stillness of the night, echoing through the tranquil village, where every home was illuminated. What transpired? The villagers, stepping out into the night, cast terrified glances toward the forbidding mountains, the ancestral land of dread. Where is that young man? The elderly village chief, having just risen, hurried to check on Qianjie, only to find his bed empty. His expression changed drastically. Could it be that the youth ventured to the back mountain? This was dire. Trembling, he stepped out into the courtyard, gathering all the villagers to deliberate on a plan. The hysterical Qianjie roared, brandishing a long sword. Stepping into the air, ascending steadily towards the peak. With a sweep of his blade as he leaped from the cliff, a blood-red arc cleaved the mountaintop. And Qianjie descended into madness, relentlessly assaulting the mountain, causing boulders to tumble. Was there an earthquake? What shall we do, Chief? That young man must have gone to the back mountain. We cannot stand idly by while he perishes. Indeed, he is our savior. The villagers, in a state of acute anxiety, gazed with trepidation at the continuous booming sounds emanating from the mountains. But how can we save him? We would perish if we ventured there ourselves. There is no hope of rescue. Yes, no one has ever returned from the back mountain. Yet, he is our benefactor. Thunderous roars persisted for 3 days and nights, never ceasing. The towering peak had vanished, the forest buried beneath a deluge of rubble, a pall of dust enveloping the island. For 3 days and nights, the villagers remained sleepless, anxiously watching the solitary path from the back mountain to the village, yearning for a glimpse of the young man. Though they understood he might never return, none wished to leave, hoping to wait at least 7 days before conceding to despair. Amidst the ruins, countless stones littered the vast expanse, filling the gorge, and 2 peaks had entirely disappeared. Was it you who failed to destroy me? Lying amidst the debris, utterly exhausted, Qianjia broke into a wide grin, his gaze fixed on the bloody blade in his grasp. You shall belong to me from now on. He laughed heartily. Heavy rain poured down. After lying in the rain for a day and night, Qianjia finally staggered to his feet, blood sword in hand. The ordinary steel blade he once bore was lost beneath the rubble. Since you could not slay me, you shall bow to me, Qianjia declared with pride. The blade emitting a faint hum as if in response, yet no more blood mist seeped forth. The power that could drive one to madness, he pondered whether he could wield it. He contemplated the sword in his hand, uncertain of its potential. Yet, he recognized the formidable force it held. With a mere flick, a scar of 100 meters marred the shattered earth. Its sharpness promised to amplify his might exponentially. Qianjia's eyes sparkled. He suddenly realized his physical prowess had surged significantly. After 6 months of training, he had barely achieved the ability to unleash 13 sword strikes in succession. Now nearing 14, could he reach 16? Was it due to the intense strain over the past 3 days and nights? Or was it the culmination of years of hard work finally manifesting? Excellent. With this sword in hand, I shall fear no one from the headquarters. Qianjia forcefully ripped the dust-covered garments from his body, tearing them into strips, wrapping them tightly around the blood sword. It is not yet time for you to emerge. Wait until I possess greater power, and I shall make the seas tremble in fear of you. The emergence of an unparalleled blade would incite madness among all swordsmen of the seas, igniting envy in many hearts. At this moment, Qianjia's strength was still untested. With a rumble in his stomach, Qianjia, burdened by the wrapped blade, ventured toward the forest's edge. Chief, you should return and rest. Your health cannot withstand this strain. The aged village chief had stood vigil at the forest's edge for nearly 5 days without leaving, subsisting on food brought by the villagers. No, that young man has aided our entire village. It is my fault for not warning about the dangers of the back mountain. Otherwise, he would not have. The remorseful chief could not help but strike his palm against himself, only to be swiftly stopped by vigilant villagers. Chief, this is not your fault. Indeed. Yet, the old man could not quell his unease. I must remain here. The young man will return. Though the chief's body trembled, he did not falter. Sighing, the villagers gazed into the dark forest, unwilling to accept the loss of their savior. But, was that a figure? In the distant land of the Red Earth continent, at the world's center, the holy land of Mary Geos lay engulfed in a merciless inferno. Smoke billowing amidst the cries of despair, as the world's aristocrats, the celestial dragons, fled in terror. All slaves, follow me. Break free from Mary Geos and reclaim your freedom. A fisherman proclaimed, rallying thousands of slaves from various races who surged forth in a frenzy. Breaking through the encirclement of the navy, once we escape, we shall be free. Charge. Following a world-shattering uprising, the resplendent holy land of Mary Geos lay in ruins. Its gilded remnants scattered across the ground. The flames had been extinguished, yet black smoke still loomed over the sky, with corpses strewn amidst the collapsed castles. Among the fallen were slaves, navy personnel, and the highborn celestial dragons. How dare these wretches defy us? They must be exterminated, roared the furious celestial dragons. Yes, let us dismember them. The enraged celestial dragons convened, commanding the world government to dispatch the navy to recapture all those who fled. No, the escaped slaves are no longer worthy of being our subordinates. Capture them and execute them on the spot. We shall spare no one, especially that accursed fishman. The celestial dragons issued their commands with authority. Furious, the self-proclaimed deities were utterly incensed. The 5 elders, equally enraged, contacted the Navy headquarters, issuing a death decree. Deploy all Navy forces immediately to pursue the escaped slaves. Despite the late hour, all officers of the Navy ranked major and above convened, fully aware of the unrest in Marigios. Now mobilize at once. In the presence of all the vice admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku commanded, notify all ships on external missions to abandon their current tasks immediately and devote themselves entirely to the ruthless pursuit of the slaves who have fled to various corners of the sea. Spare no effort. The major bases must maintain essential naval vigilance, while the remainder shall be deployed. The admirals were taken aback. Previously, any harm inflicted upon the celestial dragons necessitated the mobilization of admirals. Now, an unprecedented event of such magnitude had transpired. Was this a rebellion against fate? Admiral Kizaru, your mobility is the swiftest among the admirals. You are to lead the charge and pursue the orchestrator of this chaos, Fisher Tiger. It is imperative that he is apprehended within a month's time, Sengoku instructed. Understood, Kizaru nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone, remember, we must not allow any escaped slaves to evade capture. Do you comprehend? Sengoku reiterated emphatically. Yes, sir. Shinjia sat on the edge of the door, glancing back at the slumbering village chief. Indeed, they were a group of sincere and genuine villagers. Recalling the excitement and joy of the villagers upon his return from the back mountain, and thinking of the village chief, Grandpa Gubwa, who had steadfastly endured several days and nights before finally succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into sleep, a faint smile slowly crept upon Shinji's lips. In the following days, after enduring countless hardships, I finally find a rare moment of leisure. My weary body has yet to fully recuperate. Yet I meander through the village, delighting in the ephemeral beauty of blooming flowers and their inevitable decay. Brother Navy, a child approaches, filled with admiration. Isn't the Navy incredibly powerful? Do they not uphold justice and peace upon the seas? I, too, aspire to become a sailor. As I stroll through the pastoral landscape, I respond, Huzi, if you wish to join the Navy, you must diligently study and strengthen your body. In a few years, I shall send you to the barracks. Truly, father? Shinjia observed the heartwarming scene before him, contemplating whether to enlighten the young boy, Tiger, that the Navy is not as noble as it seems. At its core, it is merely the greatest band of pirates. However, witnessing the boy's hopeful demeanor, he could not bring himself to shatter a child's dream. The harsh realities of the sea would be better understood as he matured, had he not also undergone growth. Shinjia chuckled at himself, recalling how, upon arriving in this world, he had been fervently eager to uphold the justice of the sea. Yet, after witnessing the Navy's ugliness and the sea's cruelty, the passion in his heart had long since faded, leaving only the aspiration to become stronger for his own sake. Brother Shinjia, the village chief has asked you to return quickly. Oh, the reverie was interrupted as Shinjia stood up, brushing off the small blades of grass that clung to his trousers, and hurried back to the village chief's home. Shinjia, just now, that rascal, the third son, went out to fish, and he spotted a naval vessel passing by. The village chief said, grasping Shinjia's hand. Oh, a warship? Shinjia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Only 10 days remained until the merchant ship would arrive at this island. Although the idyllic life in this paradise had allowed him to relax completely, he was acutely aware of the many tasks that lay ahead. Grandpa Gubwa, where are you? He inquired. Over there, the village chief replied, gesturing towards the horizon where a vessel could be faintly discerned. Grandpa Gubwa, it seems I must take my leave. Clad in military attire, Chiandre grasped the blood-stained blade wrapped in cloth, his heart heavy with reluctance. In just a few days, he had grown fond of this small island and its inhabitants. I understand, Grandpa Gubwa replied with a gentle smile. While I would love for you to stay a bit longer and keep me company, I know that you cannot be confined to just this island. Go on, and remember to visit often. Indeed, Shinjia affirmed, nodding resolutely. As long as you wish, this island will always be your home. I am departing now, Grandpa Gubwa. In an instant, Shinjia vanished, swiftly stepping through the air. Young man, are you departing? Indeed, I am grateful for everyone's care during this time. I shall return. Remember to visit us again, for you are always welcome. Brother soldier, I too aspire to become a soldier one day. With a smile, Shinjia raced through the air, the warship in his eyes growing ever clearer. Colonel, the sky holds. Before the startled naval officer could finish, Shinjia had already landed upon the warship. Affirming his identity, may I board this vessel and return to the naval headquarters? Oh, after thorough confirmation, your identity appears legitimate. And your arrival has indeed astonished this group of sailors, who can only nod in agreement. However, We have urgent tasks at hand and cannot return to the naval headquarters just yet. No matter, I shall disembark at the next island. Qianjie inquired. What mission do you undertake? To hunt down slaves. Those cursed fishmen and wretched slaves. Why provoke anyone, especially the world nobles? Is that not courting death? You are already as good as dead. Slaves? Fishmen? Celestial dragons? Qianjie gazed at the lieutenant colonel in astonishment. Do you not yet comprehend? He exclaimed. A few days ago, those accursed fishmen invaded the sacred land of Mariehua and liberated all the slaves. Now, the sole mission of the Navy is to scour the seas in pursuit of slaves. The lieutenant colonel gritted his teeth and added, if I am to capture any slaves, I shall ensure they endure severe torment before their demise. It is all due to that wretched lot that we have gone days without rest. Qianjie furrowed his brows, displaying a hint of displeasure. Arrange a room for me, he commanded. Only officers are entitled to. With a mere wave of his hand, a stack of money landed upon the middle officer. The latter's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. Immediately arrange a private room for this soldier. Was this the significant event from the original tale where Tiger scaled the crimson cliffs with his bare hands to liberate the enslaved? Lying on the bed, Qianjie furrowed his brow, the image of the officer's face resurfacing in his mind. Should the Navy truly protect the populace, or merely serve as the hound of others? Reluctant to engage with the Navy aboard the warship, Qianjie secluded himself in his quarters, apart from mealtimes. Commander, the passenger ship ahead is under the control of slaves. What should we do? It has been confirmed that many slaves are aboard the vessel. Can we approach? The officer glared menacingly at the passenger ship. It's difficult. The firepower of the ship is formidable. If the warship attempts to close in without firing, we would suffer severe losses. Then fire upon them, no matter what. We must not allow any slave to escape. If the celestial dragons learn of this, we shall not be able to bear the consequences. Understood. Boom. Hundreds of cannonballs erupted from the warship, raining down upon the passenger vessel. The Navy mustn't fire. We are still aboard. No. The ordinary citizens aboard the passenger ship wailed in fear, children, women, and the elderly among them. Cursed Navy, how dare they open fire? Meanwhile, a dozen slaves stared in disbelief at the incoming cannonballs, astonished that even the innocent civilians were targeted. Despicable, despicable. The cannonballs relentlessly struck the passenger ship, drowning out the multitude of desperate cries, until the vessel was shattered to pieces. What is happening? In the cabin, amidst the violent shaking and thunderous noise, Qianjie jolted awake, only to vanish in an instant. As he rushed to the deck, he found all the soldiers cheering. Ha! We have slain so many slaves. The world's nobility will surely reward us. Perhaps we shall all be promoted. Indeed, the slaves deserve death. Who are they to offend the world's nobility? To be enslaved by them is a blessing, yet they dare to flee. How utterly foolish. This group of slaves belongs to Lord Charlemagne. Their deaths are well deserved. Perhaps Lord Charlemagne will reward us additionally for this. Charlemagne? A chill coursed through Qianjie's heart as he recalled that Charlemagne was the celestial dragon who had abducted his mother. Observing the jubilant navy, he turned to gaze upon the floating debris on the distant sea, black smoke billowing upwards. His eyes grew colder. Upon a piece of splintered wood, he recognized the emblem of a passenger shipping company, a vessel that catered to the common folk, one he had once traveled on. A palpable aura of murderous intent gradually emanated from Qianjie, the blade he bore humming ominously, yearning to be unsheathed. Excellent, let the hunt for slaves continue. Kill any who stand in the way. The colonel, with a grand flourish of his hand, envisioned his imminent promotion. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he was hurled violently against the gun platform, blood spewing from his mouth. As his body rebounded, a heavy foot pressed down upon his chest, and Qianjie, with eyes as frigid as death, fixed his gaze upon the utterly bewildered colonel. Is it you? The bloodied officer stammered. Fear etched across his face as he looked up at Qianjie. What are you doing? Qianjie retracted his right foot, casting a cold gaze at the standing colonel. I am exceedingly displeased, utterly discontented with your actions. TCH. The colonel sneered dismissively. Your feelings are of no concern to me. It seems you are indeed eager for death, and have prepared for it thoroughly. The icy gaze of Qianjie remained as cold as ice. His right hand slowly rested upon the hilt of the sword strapped to his back, fingers gradually curling into a tight grip. Colonel, there are survivors. At that moment, a naval officer shouted, as three figures crouched upon a piece of driftwood, paddling swiftly towards the warship amidst a sea littered with debris. What? There are survivors? The colonel, disregarding any reckoning with Qianjie, rushed to the bow of the ship, his eyes filled with a ruthless glint. Fire, regardless of whether they are slaves or not. It is better to kill the wrong than to let one escape. Understood. The Navy began to load their cannons. Fire, with a swift motion. The extended arms of several sailors were severed by a streak of swordlight, their limbs falling to the ground, blood splattering forth as they writhed in agony. Try again. Can we fire or not? Who dares? The sailors glared furiously at Shinji. The colonel's murderous intent was palpable. How dare you harm your comrades? Do you wish to be sent to Justice Island? Do you seek imprisonment in the Push Castle? You are mistaken. You are not comrades, but dead men. Though still bound by strips of cloth, the blood-soaked blade was already in Shinji's grasp. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, 3 figures leaped from the side of the warship, landing steadily in the center of the deck. Do not steal my kill. The leading girl, a striking beauty with black hair, slightly younger than Shinji, pointed towards the naval officers, flanked by 2 others, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. Despite their humble attire, the captivating beauty of the black-haired girl elicited a look of infatuation from the sailors. Is it them? Shinji stared in astonishment at the trio before him. What a coincidence! Are you slaves? Immediately, Tuog Wang, let us inspect whether you bear the mark of the celestial dragon upon you. If not, I may grant you a chance at survival. The lieutenant commanded coldly. The Navy personnel displayed expressions of obsession, drooling as they gazed at the stunning young woman with flowing black hair. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and they were eager to behold her. Big sister, eliminate them, one of them urged. Indeed, the black-haired maiden's icy gaze swept over the entire Navy. All Navy must perish. She leaped forth, charging into their ranks, her long, graceful legs swiftly sending a dozen soldiers flying. The spots where she struck began to petrify, and the Navy seemed entranced, utterly forgetting to resist. Did you order the cannon fire? Hancock glared coldly at the lieutenant, who wore a foolishly enamored expression, then advanced towards him, delivering a furious kick. Meanwhile, Hancock's 2 sisters began to swell in size, transforming into colossal serpents, their cold eye surveying the Navy. The slaves who had departed from Mariehua harbored a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons, despising the world government and loathing the Navy even more. If it were not for the Navy's protection of the celestial dragons, why should they hold themselves above others, indifferent to the lives of all? The lieutenant, paralyzed in shock, perhaps mesmerized or simply unable to react in time, felt the distance between his head and her kicking foot diminish. Clang! A darkened hand abruptly blocked the kick. The lieutenant snapped back to reality, staring in horror at the foot mere inches from his face, trembling as he glanced at his subordinates. Part of their bodies turning to stone, and swallowed hard in fear. Considering your intervention, I shall overlook your earlier rudeness, the lieutenant said, looking at Shinji, who had protected him in that critical moment, though he did not express gratitude, maintaining the arrogance typical of those in power. Are there any strong ones? Hancock regarded Shinji coldly. In her eyes, any Navy personnel at that moment deserved death. They were mere lapdogs of the celestial dragons. How dare they willingly become someone else's hound? They deserve to die. Hancock retracted her right foot, gathering strength. Soldiers, take action at once. Eliminate them. The lieutenant ordered Shinji. You are mistaken, Shinji replied calmly, gazing at Hancock. I shall prevent you, but you have taken my trophy. Their lives belong to me. In Shinji's eyes, there was nothing but the purest chill. With a flick of his hand, even the Chanrao cloth was rendered futile, as the edge of his sword cleaved through everything, slicing across the body of the lieutenant colonel. You? Do you dare to attack me? The lieutenant colonel glared furiously at Shinji. Do you wish to be judged? Yet, he failed to notice that his body had begun to separate at the waist, severed in 2. Huh. Hancock stared in disbelief at this scene. At the naval headquarters, in the recruits' camp, the swollen visage of the lieutenant colonel gradually returned to normal, having replaced his lost teeth with dentures. Colonel, has the mission of the one-eyed pirate crew been completed? Zephyr inquired, observing the colonel. And how did Shinji, who accompanied you on the mission, perform? What were the results? The colonel's expression turned somewhat unnatural as he recalled the excruciating pain in his swollen face and the discomfort of wearing dentures. He could barely consume even slightly hard food, his fury boiling over as he yearned to slay Shinji. Well, he did not perform exceptionally, the colonel said cautiously. Despite his hatred, he was acutely aware that such a formidable recruit must undoubtedly be the top of the recruits' camp, with a 90% probability of being a student of Admiral Zephyr. He longed for revenge but lacked the courage to act, yet he could not suppress his frustration over his own suffering. Oh? Zephyr raised an eyebrow. No, actually he. The colonel's heart raced with trepidation. Indeed, It was impossible to erase his achievements without consequences. It seems I cannot take revenge now. As expected. Zephyr let out a cold laugh. Did you intentionally give him a 0? At least you have some self-awareness, knowing that a 0 is his true score. Huh? The colonel was somewhat bewildered. How could such a powerful recruit be assigned a score of 0? How could Admiral Zephyr so readily accept this as correct? Very well, Colonel. You have worked hard. Now, go report on the mission. Zephyr waved his hand. The colonel's report was not merely about the recruits. He was required to relay his findings to a higher-ranking officer commanding his unit. With a mind full of questions, the colonel departed the recruits' camp. While Zephyr gazed at the performance sheet in his hand, finding no score next to Qianjia's name, for even before the colonel's arrival, there had already been a glaring 0. Report. Come in. The young officer looked at the bowing colonel. Report, Admiral Qingji, the one-eyed pirate crew has been annihilated. And I am here to report on the mission. After saluting, the colonel handed over the prepared documents. Reporting entails not only whether the mission was completed, but also a clear account of casualties, supply losses, and damage to naval vessels, which is essential for replenishing military provisions. Qingji scrutinized the report, looking at the colonel with confusion. Colonel, is everything in this report accurate? If everything is indeed true, why was there only a single cannonball lost? Not a single bullet was expended, and there were no casualties? Given the strengths of both sides, this should not be the case. Qingji questioned, noting that there were only 2 scenarios when battling the one-eyed pirate crew. In naval warfare, losses would certainly be minimal, but supplies would incur significant losses. In an ambush, supply losses would be lower, but casualties would be considerable. Now, it appeared both had suffered almost no losses. Could the one-eyed pirate crew be so weak? The colonel's expression became somewhat unnatural. Tell me the truth, Qingji pressed. You should know the penalty for concealing military information. Well, it seems, forget it. It's still very serious. The colonel's face turned pale with panic. He clenched his teeth, knowing that he could not hide the truth. Qingji could easily investigate and uncover everything. Thus, he had no choice but to report without reservation. Qingji's previously languid demeanor gradually transformed into one of shock. What? He stared in astonishment at the colonel, who helplessly nodded in affirmation of his words, not uttering a single lie. A recruit so powerful? Has such a formidable recruit emerged in this era? Qingji rose to his feet. Bring me a staff officer. A senior officer appeared before him in an instant. Gather all information on Qianjia and present it to my desk immediately. Yes. Is this truly a recruit? Qingji, the highest combat power of the Navy, gazed at the gathered intelligence in his hand, utterly bewildered. His already muddled thoughts became even more chaotic, taking a full cup of tea's worth of time to gradually calm down. The information detailed was overwhelmingly shocking, and such a loss of composure was entirely understandable. At 12, he was the bottom of the recruits. By 15, he had single-handedly captured a pirate with a bounty exceeding 30 million. At 16, he could withstand 2 attacks from Instructor Zephyr. At 17, he had decimated the strongest recruits in mere seconds. And just a month ago, he had annihilated the one-eyed pirate crew in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. These accomplishments would not be regarded as particularly impressive in the eyes of an admiral. Yet, when paired with his age, it was impossible for anyone to remain calm. How could one grow to such heights in such a short span? From nothing to such greatness? How could this be possible? Is this truly real? Qingji repeatedly inquired of the intelligence officer. Although he knew the Navy's intelligence organization would not err, the shock was too great to dismiss without further confirmation. Admiral Qingji, everything is accurate. This is all the information we could gather. If there are any other accomplishments, we will not be able to collect them in the short term, the Navy officer replied. Really? The previously languid expression of Qingji was replaced with astonishment. Incredulity mingled with excitement as he revealed a smile of satisfaction. A recruit of such caliber would surely please the Marshal and Vice Admiral Garb. Qingji couldn't help but smile. He understood that though the older generation of admirals had not yet retired and had recently passed their peak, his generation had fully matured, making the Navy the strongest it had ever been. However, he also recognized that in recent years, there had been a lack of remarkable recruits in the Navy's new generation, leading to signs of a transitional period. While the Navy was currently strong, what would happen in 10, 20, or 30 years? When the older generation retired and his cohort began to decline in strength due to age, how would the Navy fare? Who would uphold the future of the Navy? For this reason, the training of outstanding recruits in the recruits camp was of utmost importance. With rewards that were nothing short of extraordinary, all in hopes of cultivating the next generation of admirals. Yet the outcome was disappointing. Conversely, in recent years, many formidable pirates had emerged. Such a recruit could already be seen as a shadow of a future admiral. Qingji exhaled deeply. An admiral represents the pinnacle of the Navy. Although there is also the title of marshal, every marshal is selected from among the admirals. If within 10 years he could rise to the rank of admiral, it would suffice to reduce the number of formidable pirates by 10% or even more. Qingji felt a surge of excitement. Yet, he was also puzzled as he examined other information in the documents. A talent of such caliber was self-taught? Why? Did he have a grudge against instructor Zephyr? Would such a disciple's future not be visible to Zephyr? A firm believer in respecting one's teacher, Qingji would never belittle Zephyr in his heart. But it was perplexing. Could it really be due to his identity? Was that a valid reason? Blood spattered, staining the deck. You, severed in two. The still-breathing lieutenant colonel stared blankly at Qingji. Why? Why must the Navy turn against me? Why must you kill me? I am about to be promoted. How can I die? With an abundance of resentment and doubt, the shattered body fell upon the deck. The sound was subtle yet reverberated like thunder within the souls of all present. They stood there, utterly stupefied. You? Hancock gazed unblinkingly at Qingji. Is it the Navy? Why would the Navy kill its own? Why? The scent of blood lingered in the air, inducing nausea. The frightened sailors finally regained their senses. Their eyes wide with terror as they fixed their gaze upon Qingji, all weapons trained on him. A captain bellowed in fury. Who are you? You are not Navy. Who are you? Are you a pirate in disguise? It is impossible for the Navy to harm its own. This fratricide is punishable by death. You must be a pirate. A pirate indeed. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you will all perish. In an instant, the myriad of calamities vanished, and the bullets, arriving belatedly, could merely pierce through his shadow. With a swift motion, a fleeting figure darted among the naval ranks. The sound of impact resonated upon closer inspection. It resembled a cacophony of dozens intertwined. Alas, amidst the wails of despair, all the sailors upon the deck expelled blood, soaring into the air like fireworks bursting forth beyond the warship. Those who perished outside need not concern me with their aftermath. With a swift flick of his toes, Qingji leapt into the air, wielding the blood-stained blade of darkness. The bandages unfurled as piercing sword lights erupted forth, slaying all naval personnel in an instant. The scene of carnage was marked by screams and splattering blood, as the severed bodies plummeted into the surrounding waters like dumplings, staining the sea crimson. Upon the warship, only 4 remained. All were annihilated. Hancock stared blankly at the descending Qingji, a mix of shock and wariness enveloping her. Who are you? Are you a naval officer or a pirate? She was uncertain. Despite his Navy attire suggesting allegiance, his ruthless slaughter of comrades raised doubts. If he were indeed a pirate, why donned in military garb upon the warship? Who am I? Qingji sheathed his blade behind him, for now. I am but a lone wanderer cloaked in the guise of the Navy. What does this signify? What identity is this? Is he a naval officer or not? From the beginning, Hancock remained cautious of Qingji. His formidable presence instilled concern. If he were an enemy, could she prevail? Sister, are there no survivors left? Hancock's sisters leaned over the railing, pointing towards the nearby waters strewn with debris, as if someone were struggling against the waves. The sea roared, tumultuous with the blood of the Navy, drawing forth the sea beasts. Even larger creatures than the warship emerged from the depths, casting monstrous shadows below. Sister, we are all capable individuals. How can we save them? Hancock felt a pang of difficulty, knowing that their abilities rendered them incapable of descending into the sea. Time was of the essence. Any survivor would surely perish, ultimately to be devoured by the sea beasts. Helpless, Hancock glanced at Qingji. We cannot save them, but he can. Yet, he is of the Navy. Will he truly assist us? As her gaze shifted, she realized he had vanished. When her eyes returned to the scene, Qingji reappeared, cradling a small girl whose clothes were soaked and who coughed from the brine. Thank you, but please, do not kill me. I am not a slave. I swear I am just an ordinary person, the girl implored, her eyes wide with fear as she looked up at Qingji. Qingji discovered that the little girl in his arms harbored an inherent fear of the Navy. He gently set her down and addressed the Hancock sisters, saying, "Which of you will assist her in changing into a new outfit?" A short while later, 5 individuals, 1 man and 4 women, sat in a circle upon the deck. I am Qingji, a member of the Navy, but there is no need for alarm. I have no intention of harming you or capturing you, he stated. I am aware of your identities, yet you need not worry. I will not disclose this to anyone. The expressions of the Hancock sisters shifted slightly. having once been slaves. This knowledge was their greatest anguish, and their current status could very well cost them their lives. Gazing at Qianjie, they found themselves questioning internally, can we truly trust him? Should Qianjie wish them dead, he need only report them to the naval headquarters, and naturally, the Navy would pursue them. Can we trust you? Hancock inquired. What do you think? Qianjie raised his hands in resignation. Whether to believe or not was a choice for you to make. But there is one matter I must inquire of you. Qianjie gazed at Hancock and the last little girl who had been rescued. An 8 or 9-year-old girl named Kula, with vibrant orange, fluffy hair and a charming little face. Who among you is the former? Qianjie inquired. Hesitating to utter the word slave. The three sisters of Hancock turned pale, their faces a mix of fear, hatred, and murderous intent. Do you know Chuanzai Qianxiu? Qianjie asked. Chuanzai Qianxiu was indeed Qianjie's mother, taken by the celestial dragons, Charlemagne, with her fate unknown. Although not the true Qianjie. She had usurped all that was left behind, providing Qianjie with tremendous aid. It granted him a path for cultivation, despite facing injustice at the Navy headquarters. At least he would not confront the ferocity of the sea in his powerless state. If it were possible, Qianjie yearned to save her from this calamity. Allowing her to spend her days in an unnamed town, offering a semblance of repayment. Aunt Qianxiu? Do you know Aunt Qianxiu? The three sisters of Hancock looked at Qianjie in astonishment. I understand now. You are Qianjie, the very Qianjie mentioned by Aunt Qianxiu? Their previous wariness vanished in an instant as they gazed at Qianjie with excitement. Then do you know where she is now? Qianjie asked urgently. The three sisters of Hancock, filled with emotion, suddenly revealed expressions of sorrow. When Aunt Qianxiu emerged from the Holy Land with us, she was struck by a Navy bullet while protecting us. And she is already. Qianjie silently closed his eyes. Is there truly no opportunity for even the slightest recompense? Curse those celestial dragons. I understand now. Quietly. He walked to the bow of the ship, gazing into the depths of the sea. I'm sorry, it is because of us that Aunt Qianxiu has perished. Hancock said apologetically as she approached him. Could you share the nature of your relationship with her? For years ago, we were captured, and Aunt Qianxiu was taken before us. Many times, if it weren't for Aunt Qianxiu, we might have met our end at the hands of the celestial dragons. The most she ever said to us was your name, Qianjie. She was most concerned about you. Now that everyone is aware of the situation, I will escort you home. Qianjie regarded the four women. There is no need for gratitude. I merely seek to enhance my navigational experience at sea, especially since graduation is imminent. And I will spend considerable time on the ocean thereafter. However, Hancock and the others held a different perspective. Upon realizing that Qianjie was Aunt Qianxiu's son, the distance between them lessened significantly. They now looked at Qianjie with gratitude. I can operate the warship, but who among you can cook? Qianjie inquired. Glancing at the four women, if left in a primitive forest, he could ensure his survival for a year, yet when it came to cooking, he lacked skill. I know a little, one of Hancock's sisters replied. Do any of you possess practical skills? After all, our time at sea will be extensive. I can clean. Please don't send me away. Please don't kill me. A frightened little girl, Kayla, crouched on the ground, desperately scrubbing the floor with her clothing. Striving to prove her worth, terrified that Qianjie would end her life. Observing the frail figure of the girl, he thought, she must be Kayla, the future martial arts coach for the Revolutionary Army. He quickly helped her to her feet. All right, our journey begins now. First, I will share your hometown as location. Then we shall acquire the Eternal Needle. How do we obtain it? Money is all that is required. The warship set sail. And Qianjie looked back at the turbulent waters with a sense of wonder. As the warship departed, a beautiful mermaid surfaced in the fragmented sea, gazing at the retreating vessel before vanishing beneath the waves. In a vast kingdom's underground exchange, funds were exchanged for passage to the Kingdom of Women and the Eternal Needle, facilitating the escort of the four women back to their homeland. 62. A life and death battle for Qianjie? The warship braved the waves, yet conversation was sparse. The five of them lay on the deck, silent, observing the clouds drift by. We have reached the calm zone. Hancock, prepare to disembark. Qianjie gazed ahead at the island within the windless expanse. At last, we have returned. The three women stood on Snake Island, tears of joy glistening in their eyes as they turned to realize the warship had already sailed away, leaving them with a bittersweet longing. Kayla, we have arrived in your homeland. A week later, Qianjie leaped onto the island with Kayla in his arms, gently placing her down. Ahead lay the town. Big brother. Will we see each other again? Through their time spent together, Kayla's previously timid and insecure nature had transformed significantly. She had grown attached to him. Go home now, and do not allow yourself to be captured again. Remember to keep your identity concealed from others. Qianjia waved his hand without turning around, stepping onto the deck as the warship swiftly departed. Big brother, thank you. I will always remember you. As time passed, only a month remained until graduation. Instructor Zephyr. The Navy headquarters has sent word that you are needed to apply for a life and death battle for this year's top students, the report indicated. I understand. Zephyr nodded, clutching the prepared documents as he exited the office. Although the life and death battle commences at the graduation ceremony, applications must be submitted a month in advance, allowing the Navy headquarters to prepare suitable opponents based on the number of participants. I am here to apply for this year's top students. Zephyr entered an office, addressing a certain rear admiral, placing the documents on the admiral's desk. Please hold on, Admiral Zephyr. The rear admiral swiftly perused the documents. Smoker? Shine? The ages and specialties of the two were noted, enabling the Navy headquarters to assign appropriate opponents for the life and death battle. Admiral Zephyr, are there only these two? The rear admiral inquired, puzzled, after reviewing the documents. Is there truly just a pair of top students this year? Most previous years had at least 3 or more. Why so few this time? Indeed, Zephyr nodded. This year's recruits are generally lacking, but Smoker and Cheyenne are quite strong. They will suffice. Please wait a moment. After filing the documents, the rear admiral said, Admiral Zephyr, we have compiled the information, and the Navy headquarters will now begin preparing suitable opponents for the life and death battle. Thank you for your hard work. Turning, Zephyr strode out of the office, a cold smile gracing his lips. Unappreciated fool, refusing to become my apprentice. Why should I assist you in your application? Oh, Instructor Zephyr? A curious voice interrupted his thoughts outside the office. It was Kazuna. Zephyr smiled, pleased to encounter Kazuna. Despite being a power user, he was far more respectful than that insufferable Kizaru. Instructor Zephyr, what brings you here? Kazuna's gaze wandered past Zephyr to the room he had just exited. Are you here to apply for the life and death battle for this year's top students? Indeed. With graduation approaching, this old man had to come personally, Zephyr replied with a chuckle. Might I inquire which top students will be participating in the life and death battle? Although we will see them at the graduation ceremony, I am quite eager to know, Kazuna said, peering at the documents in Zephyr's hand. Certainly. Zephyr handed Kazuna the files for Smoker and Cheyenne. Kazuna scanned them quickly, his pupils narrowing. There was no mention of Qianjia, yet he casually inquired, Smoker and Cheyenne. I have heard of them. They are your new students, correct? They must be quite formidable, yes? Indeed, Smoker and Cheyenne are impressive, Zephyr replied with a slightly forced smile. He recognized their strength, yet they could not compare to Kazuna's youthful vigor. I look forward to their performance in the life and death battle, Kazuna remarked eagerly. Is it true there are only 2 top students this year? Are there no other promising candidates? It would provide a chance for other disciples to participate in the life and death battle. After all, it is an advantageous combat for new recruits. This year lacks many top students. I had initially considered including Tina, whom I thought to recruit this year, in the life and death battle, but upon reflection, she still falls short, so I have decided against it. The other students are even less capable than Tina, Zephyr stated calmly. Yet, internally, he seethed. Tina, you are falling into depravity. As my student. How could you associate so closely with that fool? Humph. With a profound sigh, Qingji remarked, let us converse later. He intended to intensify his training with the 2 young recruits over the course of the month, for he could not allow them to embarrass themselves in a life and death battle. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively and strode forward. Though it was certain that Smoker and Shoin would not meet the satisfaction of Sengoku and the others, they at least could not perform too poorly, could they? Standing still, Qingji gazed at Zephyr's retreating figure until it vanished around the corner. Was there truly no sign of Qianjia? Had Zephyr's grievances with the new recruit reached such an extent? A myriad of questions filled Qingji's mind. Turning around, he did not depart but instead walked directly into the office that Zephyr had just vacated. I wish to apply for a life and death battle for a new recruit. Qingji addressed the rear admiral, silently reflecting that if such a recruit were to be suppressed into obscurity, it would be a significant loss for the Navy. And this was for the sake of a future admiral. My apologies, Zephyr-sensei. Admiral Qingji, may I inquire on behalf of whom you wish to apply for the life and death battle? The rear admiral looked at Qingji with confusion. Although admirals were permitted to submit applications, it had always been the sole prerogative of the chief instructor, Admiral Zephyr. In previous instances, Qianjia, this year's new recruit, was 17 years old. 63 made killer baby. 5. Have I finally encountered an island? Supplies aboard the warship are dwindling. Sailing alone is a lonely endeavor, and Qianjia had long grown accustomed to it. merely practicing his skills in solitude. He hoped to encounter formidable pirates along the way. But alas, whenever he came across pirates, they invariably turned and fled at the sight of the warship. These pirates he had no desire to pursue. He sought opponents of his caliber, or perhaps even slightly stronger. The warship docked at the shore. From the eastern side of the island, he walked toward the town, traversing the chaotic streets filled with vendors' wares. In the distance, the sound of fierce gunfire echoed. Was there a battle? There were even Navy personnel hiding here. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from a nearby alley. A little girl? Shinjia observed the adorable child adorned with a butterfly bow and dressed in a black dress. He crouched down and inquired, "Do you know what is happening here?" The previously fierce little girl instantly transformed into a shy, excited, and adorable being. I am needed. After several calls from Shinjia, the little girl finally came to her senses and shyly replied, "The Navy is fighting against the pirates." "Oh." Shinjia stood up and said to the little girl, "This place is quite perilous. You should quickly find a safe place to hide and return home." I am needed once more, but I have no home." The little girl displayed a look of distress and vulnerability. "Then, may I seek refuge in a secure location?" "I am needed again." Shinjia stepped forward, only to find the corner of his garment tugged back. Turning around, he beheld a small girl gazing at him with pitiful eyes. "Do you truly need me?" he inquired. "Oh." Shinjia was taken aback by the girl's response. "Indeed. You do need me," she replied, her face lighting up with joy. "Master Baby, 5, be cautious. Are those the Marines? How could they be here?" At that moment, a dozen men clad in black emerged, brandishing long firearms aimed directly at Shinjia. Bang, bang, bang. The shots did not originate from the black-clad men, but rather from the small girl behind Shinjia, whose hands transformed into long guns, firing relentlessly at the assailants. She even wielded a fearsome weapon that was nearly as tall as she was. Baby, 5? A power wielder? Such abilities. Could she be one of the subordinates of Don Quixote da Flamingo from the original tale? Shinjia stared in astonishment at the little girl before him, realizing she was no ordinary child. Could it be that the Don Quixote pirates were present on this island? The town was situated near the port, where a pirate ship lay anchored alongside a naval vessel. The streets were in disarray. A mere rear admiral dared to disrupt our Don Quixote pirates' dealings, utterly oblivious to his own limitations. This was G, an elderly and comical man, striking a pose reminiscent of the letter G with his body. Before him stood a naval officer adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral. Blood gushed from his mouth as he clutched his abdomen, collapsing to his knees, horrified by the sight of this old man. How could this be? The ordinary cadre of the Don Quixote pirates possessed such formidable strength? Though the Don Quixote pirates had gained considerable notoriety at sea, their fame was but a fraction of what it would later become. Die! G roared. The rear admiral was blasted away, spewing blood as he met his demise, his body crashing into the remaining naval forces. The surviving sailors looked on in terror, surrounded by the pirates, feeling utterly powerless. Among the Navy, a striking beauty stood out. Led by the rear admiral, they had come merely to disrupt the dealings between two cadres of the Don Quixote pirates and other pirate crews. A mission that should have been foolproof. Yet, the strength of the cadre was astonishing. Tina was doomed. This was her first mission as a member of the Navy. Kill them all. Yes. The pirates and Navy exchanged fire with long rifles, both sides suffering casualties, quickly devolving into close combat. Weapons clashed in the air. Though the pirates fell one by one, the Navy's losses were even greater, dwindling to fewer than 10 in a matter of moments. Kill. Only 3 remained. Then just 1. Only Tina was left. What should she do? Tina helplessly gazed at the corpses of her fallen comrades, surrounded by the encroaching pirates. Perhaps her strength was considerable, or perhaps her beauty made the pirates hesitate to strike. We cannot allow the Navy to recognize us yet. That is the master's command. No Navy personnel must leave here. Kill them. Yes. Though some of the black-clad pirates were reluctant to see the beautiful Navy officer perish by their blades, they dared not disobey the cadre's orders. Kill. A pirate lunged at Tina with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, Tina dispatched the pirate. But another came rushing at her. The pirates, moved by her beauty, refrained from overwhelming her with sheer numbers. However, this relentless onslaught took a toll on Tina's stamina. She blocked the incoming strikes, but found herself forced back several steps. Was this where Tina would meet her end? Farewell, beautiful Navy officer. The pirate's blade descended upon her. Suddenly, a figure crashed into him, sending the pirate tumbling and colliding with several others before crashing against the wall. both he and the pirate becoming a gruesome mess against the shattered wall. I don't care about the others, but she does my laundry. Who? Qianjie gazed helplessly at Baby 5, who clung to his clothing. How long will you hold on to me? Do you not need me anymore? You clearly do, Baby 5 pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Wei. Baby 5? Why are you with the Navy? The elderly Rao inquired. Qianjie? Tina, who had thought she was doomed, looked at him with excitement. Overwhelmed, I thought I would never see you again. Is he a monster? The ordinary black-clad pirates, terrified at the sight of their comrade, turned to pulp. Kicked the remains toward him. Such immense power? They gazed at Qianjie in fear. Baby 5, get away from him. Rao glared coldly at Qianjie. You rookie Navy officer had better let go of Baby 5. No, he needs me. I will stay by his side, Baby 5 pouted. From now on, I will follow him because he needs me. I will no longer return to my family. I am severing ties with him. Qianjie gazed at Baby 5 in silence, seemingly questioning the necessity of her presence. Has your imagination wandered too far? Rao, clearly aware of Baby 5's temperament, cast an even more furious glance at Qianjie. How dare you deceive Baby 5? All it takes is to eliminate you, and that will suffice. You are indeed formidable. Are you not? Qianjie strode towards Tina, yet his gaze burned with fervor as it lingered upon Lao. For so long, he had wandered in search of a worthy adversary, yearning for the ecstasy of true combat, a thirst left unquenched, an emptiness that gnawed at his soul. Now, beholding Lao, he sensed the promise of glorious battle. Moreover, he had already gleaned from Baby 5 that this island harbored but 2 officers. As for Tina, she would be unharmed, wouldn't she? Qianjie approached Tina, causing the pirates to retreat in terror, unwilling to obstruct him. Tina, however, was filled with excitement as she gazed at Qianjie, yet there was a hint of bewilderment as she looked at Baby 5. Was she not aligned with the pirates? How had Qianjie so swiftly ensnared a young girl? Such a tactic was truly remarkable. Could they escape? Yes, they could. It would be prudent to keep a safe distance. Qianjie drew the sword strapped at his back, his gaze fixed on Rao. Qianjie was formidable. He had effortlessly defeated the lieutenant just moments ago. Do not engage him. We must leave together, or you should flee alone and not worry about Tina, Tina urged anxiously. She understood Qianjie's strength, yet in her mind, she believed he was comparable to the lieutenant, who had been utterly defenseless against the pirate Rao. There's no hope left for 1,000 tribulations. Strength is paramount. Qianjie smiled broadly, a fierce battle intent igniting in his eyes. He had been growing stronger, yet he had not encountered an opponent that could truly satisfy his desire for combat, which was indeed a lamentable circumstance. However, rest assured, do not forget my speed and my moonwalk. Qianjie declared with confidence, if I truly cannot prevail, retreating should suffice, right? Very well. Tina hastily retreated. Hey, how long do you intend to stay by my side? Wu Yue looked helplessly at Baby 5, who was still clutching the corner of his garment. Forever. Qianjie, overwhelmed with exasperation, replied, could you at least move back a little further now? I am needed. Baby 5 exclaimed excitedly, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right. Finally releasing the corner of Qianjie's clothing, she scampered away. This scene incited a fury within Rao, who glared at Qianjie with murderous intent, resolved to eliminate this Navy officer. For with Baby 5's demise, she would naturally revert to her original form. Come on. Qianjie gazed at Rao, who vanished in an instant. Having adapted to the chaotic nature of pirate combat, there were no rigid rules to adhere to. It was merely a matter of victory or defeat, devoid of any elaborate tactics. Such swiftness was not characteristic of an ordinary pirate. Rao's expression solidified, his body contorting into an unusual stance. This is G. In a flash, 2 figures brushed past each other with an almost imperceptible speed, causing the walls on either side to collapse with a thunderous roar. The technique was bizarre. Turning back, Qianjie observed Rao maintaining his peculiar posture, a slight frown creasing his brow. The maneuver was indeed peculiar and not easily countered. The fact that he had evaded the old man's Earth Elder Fist was no trivial feat. Rao, fixing his gaze on Qianjie, bellowed, waist pain style, eye-piercing drought. In an instant, he appeared before Qianjie with a speed surpassing dynamic vision, far too rapid to grant Qianjie an opportunity to draw his sword. Boom. What Qianjie can do is to harden his fist with armament hockey and strike fiercely against the rapidly spinning Rao, with a sizzling sound. Sparks fly as Qianjie is pushed back swiftly, causing the street to crumble and cracks to spread across the walls on either side. Run. The nearby pirates flee in terror. Qianjie, you must win. Tina clenches her fists anxiously. He will definitely win, baby. 5 proudly raises her small head and, noticing Tina's puzzled expression, asserts, because he needs me. He will surely triumph. Is his strength greater than mine? Qianjie, pushed backward, struggles to stabilize himself, yet he believes the gap can be bridged. With a powerful push of his hind legs, he channels strength through his arms to strike back amidst the crumbling earth. Is there such a young powerhouse in the Navy? And possessing haki? Rao's astonishment surpasses that of Qianjie as he further accelerates his spinning speed and power. Boom. Amidst the turbulent air currents, Qianjie steps into the air, utilizing moonwalk to rapidly charge towards the steadied Rao. Clang. The bandages entwined around his fists slash through the air, creating a slicing sound. With 16 overlapping strikes, a single blade of light cleaves through the surrounding buildings, and under the pressure of the air currents, Rao is hurled backward, crashing into a structure that collapses upon impact. Assassin Qianjie. The terrified pirates watching from a distance gasp in horror at the scene. Look, baby, 5 lifts her head with pride, though her dark eyes reveal shock. Can he really defeat Rao? Such strength. Tina is equally astonished by Qianjie's formidable prowess. Amidst the ruins, a figure emerges unscathed, Qianjie, truly remarkable, also wielding armament haki. He gazes at his opponent, noting that while Rao has not hardened any part of his body, his fists are undeniably enveloped in haki. Whoosh. Rao vanishes. Even in the face of countless tribulations, he could only vaguely perceive the rapidly spinning figure attacking him from both shoulders. In an instant, the figure vanished, engaging in a fierce battle invisible to others, where the blade clashed incessantly against the high-velocity Rao. The sounds of metal striking metal echoed through the air, while sparks flickered in the sky, rendering the combatants nearly invisible. The clashing continued, culminating in a resounding crash as one figure plummeted into a building, causing it to collapse. Another figure skidded along the ground for 100 meters before regaining stability, lifting his gaze to meet that of Rao, who charged forth yet again. Truly, he was a formidable opponent, a warrior renowned for his battles against the legendary Pepper, the bounty of 500 million. Even though Pepper's strength had waned with age, and even if he was not as formidable as he would be a decade later, his current prowess was undoubtedly on par with that of an average rear admiral. Qianjie exhaled deeply, summoning all his strength. Rao had long since vanished, launching a relentless assault on Qianjie from all angles, his strikes echoing with a metallic clang. Countless sword shadows enveloped Qianjie, continuously clashing against the unyielding barrage. Withstanding such an onslaught was indeed a most peculiar endeavor. In a single second, dozens of exchanges unfolded, waves of energy scattering debris within 100 meters. Boom. Both combatants were forced to retreat, Qianjie several paces back, while Rao stumbled back a few steps as well. It seems you are truly formidable. This form makes it exceedingly difficult to defeat you. I shall unleash my full power. Rao bellowed in frustration. Yet, Qianjie had already closed the distance, denying him the opportunity to gather strength. 16 swords converged, their blades enveloped in haki. Whoosh. Boom. Rao was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into several buildings 100 meters away, disappearing amidst the rubble. Is Lord Rao dead? The pirates gazed at Qianjie in terror, labeling him a monster. Amidst the ruins, countless fragments erupted, propelled by the force of energy, as Rao's furious roar resonated. The once frail and deteriorating form now transformed into a towering giant, muscles surging with explosive might, unleashing the power that resided within. Rao's hidden card. Had he not paid with his life? The chaotic aura of Qianjie was palpable, with 16 swords overlapping, equivalent to a simultaneous 16-fold explosion. Despite their formidable power, the instantaneous consumption was overwhelming. Can you assist me in dealing with those minions? Qianjie gradually unwrapped the bandages from the sword's blade in his hand. He was reluctant to let too many people know about the unparalleled Dakwai Dao, 12 crafts. All right. Tina has regained considerable strength. With a cold gaze fixed on the pirates, she was suddenly met with a cacophony of gunfire. Splendid. I have once again become indispensable. Baby, 5 transformed her hands into firearms, excitedly unleashing a frenzied barrage at the pirates. The bandages fell to Qianjie's feet. Come forth. The G stamp. With both hands forming the G posture, she instantly charged towards Qianjie, delivering a thunderous strike that generated a massive shockwave, the G impact barreling towards him. 16 swords overlapped. This was the ultimate technique of both combatants. The blood-red blade gleamed as it cleaved through the air. Boom. The piercing clash echoed, A violent confrontation between the shockwave and the sword's brilliance obliterating everything within dozens of meters. Before the residual waves could dissipate, the two vanished, engaging in a relentless aerial duel, clanging and sparking in a dazzling display. A minute later, all the pirates were vanquished. Yet Tina and her companions could still not discern the two combatants. Boom. They were simultaneously sent flying, retreating 100 paces. Once more. Qianjie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and vanished in an instant. What manner of blade is that? It is exceedingly sharp. Rao, bloodied and astonished, stared at the approaching Qianjie. Though slightly weaker than himself, the enhancement of that blade had inflicted such grievous wounds upon him. The G-stamp. 16 swords overlapped. The fierce clash of might ensued. The entire street's edifices crumbled into ruins. Rao coughed up blood, while Qianjie's blood trickled slowly to the ground. It seems we are nearing our limits. Qianjie regarded Rao. Such a battle was depleting their stamina rapidly. I shall undoubtedly endure longer than you. Let that final strike determine our fates. The G-stamp. The subsequent power coalesced and surged forth. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 16 swords. 17 swords overlapped. The blade quivered and sliced through the air, manifesting the remnants of 17 blades that merged instantaneously, thrusting forward as a translucent sword beam erupted from the residual blades. Swoosh! Amidst the collapsing earth. Qianjie could not suppress the spurt of blood. I nearly met my end. Yet, a bloodied mark slowly appeared on Rao's forehead. I have actually been defeated? He collapsed with a thunderous thud, silenced forever. The Slayer. Qianjie. Qianjie is surprisingly powerful. Tina's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she were meeting Qianjie for the first time. She recognized his strength, yet held little hope for this battle's outcome, only to be taken aback by their victory. Hooray! Baby, 5 cheered. Had it not been for my recent breakthrough, coupled with the intense battle that consolidated my power, alongside the enhancement of the Bloodblade, I would have surely faced defeat. Leaning on the sword's blade, Qianjie swayed slightly. Oh, Rao has actually been slain. By whom? The Navy, killing the officers of our Don Quixote pirate crew, all met with death. Were there not only 2 officers on this island? Baby, 5 and Rao? How is he here? Qianjie turned, casting a heavy gaze at the newcomer. Is Baby 5 no longer an officer? Qianjie discovered that he had committed a habitual mistake. In the original story, Baby 5 had already been one of the officers of the Don Quixote pirates upon her introduction, yet now she appeared to be quite young. Initially believing that there were only 2 officers on the island, he instinctively thought that Baby 5 and Rao were the only ones daring enough to fight with everything they had. However, it now seemed he had underestimated the situation. Qianjie gazed heavily at the newcomer. Clad in a perfectly tailored suit, he was strikingly handsome. A cigarette dangling from his lips, and he held a large black case in his hand. Be careful, he is senior. A family officer and a user of the swim fruit. Very formidable, Baby 5 hurriedly remarked. He just went to trade with another pirate crew. Him? Rao was actually killed by a young Navy officer without any rank? Quite shocking. Senior gazed in astonishment at the deceased Rao, his piercing eyes finally settling on Qianjie before shifting to Baby 5. Baby 5, have you betrayed the family? He needs me, Baby 5 replied defiantly. The latter chuckled helplessly, neither surprised nor unaccustomed to the situation. But the family needs you as well. Yet he needs me more, so I shall not return to the family, Baby 5 stated. Senior's cold sweat trickled down as he grimaced in frustration. It seems that only by killing you will Baby 5 return to the family. Senior cast a disdainful glance at Qianjie. No matter who you are or what your status in the Navy may be, for killing a member of our family, you shall surely die. Senior. If you dare to harm him, I shall not hold back, Baby 5 declared, transforming her hands into pistols aimed at Senior. In that instant, Senior tossed the case filled with money to the pirates behind him. The sound of gunfire erupted as several bullets pierced through him, striking the pirates behind, who cried out in anguish as he had already sunk underground. The swim fruit. Qianjie clearly observed the ground ripple. With a swift sweep of his sword, he cleaved through the ground's surface, creating gaping cracks, revealing no signs of ripples. Suddenly, the ground beneath Qianjie rippled, and Senior emerged instantly before him. It was too late to retract his blade. Harden. He unleashed a punch fortified by armament hockey, their fists clashing with a resounding boom. Qianjie stumbled back several steps before steadying himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Although his strength was slightly inferior to Rao's, combined with the swim fruit's ability, the challenge was no less than that presented by Rao. especially now that he without needing to examine his body. Qianjie understood that he was utterly drained from the preceding intense battle and had sustained considerable internal injuries, severely diminishing his combat potential. Moonwalk. It was folly to remain grounded in the presence of the swim fruit. He took to the air, rushing towards Tina and Baby. 5. Having just barely defeated Rao, he now lacked the strength to contend with Senior. Go, he urged, clutching Tina, his legs propelling him through the air as he executed the moonwalk. Below, Baby, 5, infuriated, exclaimed, "Are you going to abandon me? Do you no longer need me?" Tina weighed less than 100 pounds, but carrying her while using the moonwalk multiplied the difficulty exponentially, especially given his current internal injuries. With a painful grunt, he wobbled in the air, yet managed to remain airborne. Is that the moonwalk? In midair? Senior, swiftly traversing the ground, looked up at Qianjie, following his trajectory towards the harbor where a naval ship lay anchored. Planning to escape? Then take the ship first. He accelerated, moving faster than a sprint. Faster than me. In the air, Qianjie observed Senior closing in on the port at an alarming speed. You board the ship and get 100 meters away. I'll hold him off, Qianjie urged, hastily setting Tina down, his speed increasing significantly, now matching Senior's pace. With a flick of his sword, he unleashed a blade of light, severing the ground's ripples ahead and forming a substantial chasm. Not planning to flee? Senior regarded Qianjie, who obstructed his path, and once again plunged underground. Moonwalk. He leaped into the air, but from the adjacent wall, a figure burst forth, leaping and delivering a powerful punch. Clang. In a low arc, Qianjie deflected the punch with the flat of his blade, only to be sent crashing through a wall, soaring amidst the debris until he reached a height of 100 meters. At this speed, he can't possibly reach me, can he? Am I to be rendered unable to attack while he buys time? Each use of the moonwalk consumes vast amounts of stamina. How long can you sustain this? Senior watched as Qianjie maintained his high speed in the air, then glanced at Tina, who had climbed aboard the naval vessel. Allowing you to delay time like this is unacceptable. Ignoring Qianjie, he swam rapidly towards the ship. Will the vessel even set sail before I catch up? Is he forcing me into a direct confrontation? Qianjie dove down, aware that once his opponent boarded the ship, escape would be impossible. He dashed in front of Senior, his sword piercing the rippling ground, causing the earth to fracture. By killing you, she will be an easy target. Senior glared coldly at Qianjie as he swam swiftly toward him. Clang, clang, clang. Each direct encounter forced Qianjie to retreat, blood seeping from his mouth in greater quantities. Is it not moving yet? Hurry up. In the heat of battle, he focused entirely on defense, yet it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Finally, the naval ship anchored at the port began to move slowly, its speed gradually increasing. Now's the moment. With a resounding roar, Qianjie exerted every ounce of strength left within him, unleashing a sword-like brilliance that rent the heavens asunder. Senior swiftly burrowed underground. Moonstep. He leapt into the air, soaring to a height of 100 meters, swaying precariously as he hurtled towards the battleship, his stamina waning and barely able to sustain the energy-consuming moonstep. Just a little closer. Hold on. This situation was dire. Senior reached the port even faster than Qianjie, yet he found himself powerless against the battleship 100 meters away. For the vast ocean served as the ultimate defense. Is there no escape from this dead end? Can our ship match the speed of the battleship? Senior hastily inquired of his approaching subordinate. My lord, we cannot compete. The speed of the battleship is formidable. Most pirate vessels are sailing ships, while the battleships are semi-automated. Unless it is a special type of pirate ship, it is nearly impossible to surpass a battleship in velocity. So, there's no way to pursue them? At that moment, the swaying Qianjie finally broke free from the port, struggling step by step with the moonstep as he drew nearer to the battleship. My lord, we have spotted another battleship on the eastern shore. It appears to be unguarded and intact. Oh, a glimmer of hope sparked in Senior's eyes. Let us proceed immediately. Board the ship and pursue them. Yes. Qianjie gazed at Senior and his companions fleeing towards the east, his pupils constricting in alarm. This was not good. Where his previous warship had lingered, the vessel now commanded by Tina was under the leadership of a certain rear admiral. He contemplated turning back to destroy the ship first. As he ascended into the air, his legs nearly buckled, threatening to plunge him into the sea below. Exhausted, he realized he could not rush far. Nor did he possess the strength to annihilate the warship. He decided to board the ship instead, hoping to regain some stamina during this perilous chase. In that fleeting moment, he resolved upon the most advantageous course of action. Gritting his teeth, He finally collapsed onto the deck, utterly fatigued and barely able to stand. Breathing heavily, he lay on the deck. Tina, activate the ship with all your might. How did you end up on the ship too? He asked, noticing her presence. It dawned on him that she had followed him aboard. Tina looked helplessly at the proudly beaming Baby 5. Because you need me, hence I came along, Baby 5 declared triumphantly. Set sail first. I no longer have the energy to ponder these matters. The warship surged forth at maximum speed. After covering several hundred meters, the enemy vessel also began to move. As the two ships aligned in a straight line, they were already separated by over 1,000 meters. Such a distance? Qianjia's expression shifted as he crouched at the ship's stern. Tina, what is the maximum range of the forward cannon? And the rear cannon? The forward cannon can reach up to 2,000 meters, while the rear cannon has a maximum range of 1,000 meters, Tina replied, her complexion paling. At such a distance, over 1,000 meters, it meant that the enemy could strike them, yet they could not retaliate. We can't just turn around, can we? That would lead to an easy capture, culminating in our demise. Damn it, Qianjie cursed under his breath, whoever invented warships. The forward cannon was paramount. The ship's most potent weapon for striking the enemy, possessing the greatest power. The rear cannon was merely a means to deter pursuers, thus. Tina's face turned ashen. So what? Baby 5 inquired curiously. We find ourselves within the range of their artillery, yet we are unable to counterattack, Tina explained. Qianjie clenched his fists tightly, acutely aware that there were hundreds of shells aboard that warship. How could he possibly defend against them? He lacked even the strength to rise to his feet. Was he destined to perish beneath the barrage? Perhaps the pirates aboard would remain oblivious to the artillery mounted on the warship. Tina's self-assurance served as a balm for Qianjie's anxieties. However, he shook his head in response. The shells on that warship were indeed different from those on a pirate vessel, yet fundamentally similar, even if one were inexperienced. A little experimentation would yield proficiency swiftly, and the shells were imminent. Who among you can operate this weapon? From the rear of the warship. Senior pounded on the menacing forward cannon. I can. So can I. Excellent. Then let us fire. Senior commanded. Otherwise, with identical models of warships, we would be unable to catch up after a day and a night of pursuit. Minutes later, a thunderous roar erupted as several shells were unleashed. Indeed, the onslaught had commenced. Qianjie fixed his gaze on the incoming shells, yet their accuracy was lamentably poor. The nearest projectile landed dozens of meters away from the warship, with some even veering ahead of it. Such precision? Tina's eyes sparkled with delight. However, she cautioned against premature elation. The inaccuracy stemmed from their inaugural use, a tentative exploration. Naturally, adjustments would be made, and their aim would improve. Qianjie gritted his teeth and commanded, Tina, take control of the ship. Do not maintain a straight course. Continuously alter our direction to complicate their targeting. Understood, Tina replied, hastily assuming the helm. Qianjie, should we reduce our speed to bring the distance under a kilometer? That way, we could attack as well. Negative, Qianjie shook his head in refusal. There are only two of us. You must focus on steering the ship. Relying solely on my efforts would be exceedingly difficult. Even if I managed to fire off a few shells with perfect accuracy, they would be effortlessly destroyed by thin air. Firing the cannons is not merely a matter of pressing a button. The procedure is rather intricate and necessitates the cooperation of several naval personnel. What about me? What am I supposed to do? Baby 5 said with a hint of grievance. Do you not need me anymore? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as several shells were once again launched. Although they had yet to strike the warship, they were alarmingly close, splashing the sea beside it and causing the vessel to rock precariously. Can you detonate the incoming shells in midair? Qianjie inquired, directing his gaze at Baby 5. She was the only one capable of long-range assault at that moment. I'll give it a try, Baby 5 replied eagerly, her hands transforming into pistols. I am needed once more. With a deafening boom, a shell was hurtling directly toward the warship. Bang, bang, bang. Baby 5 hurriedly fired at the projectile, landing a hit after a flurry of shots. The shell detonated 20 meters above the ship, sending debris flying and rattling the deck. With another resounding explosion, 3 more shells were poised to descend upon the warship. Qianjie gazed at the diligent Baby 5, pondering that if things continued this way, disaster would inevitably befall them. Qianjie clenched his fists tightly, gazing at the warships in the distance. What shall I do? Alas, everything has been exhausted, and I am rendered powerless in battle. Is my fate truly destined to perish beneath the rain of cannon fire? Qianjie gazed at Baby 5, who was exerting herself valiantly, yet her small face was drenched in perspiration. She was still quite young, having just acquired her abilities. Her transformation into firearms was limited to ordinary guns, which proved inadequate for intercepting the relentless barrage of cannonballs. The awakening of formidable power. Baby 5. Does the long rifle you bear possess the capability to shoot a kilometer away? Suddenly, Xianjia's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the fearsome, long gun slung across Baby 5's back, reminiscent of the sniper rifle from his previous life. It should be feasible, he thought. Give it to me, he urged hastily. What do you intend to do? Baby 5 asked, astonished as she looked at Wu Ye. A single gun can't possibly accomplish much, can it? Xianjia understood that using a gun to eliminate Senior from such a distance was impractical. It was inconceivable that a solitary firearm could obliterate a naval artillery platform. Yet, what if, at the very moment a shell erupted from the cannon's barrel? A bullet struck it, causing an explosion? Would the shell not shatter the artillery? What? That is utterly unrealistic. Tina and Baby 5 exclaimed in unison. Xianjia, even if you possess such precision, hitting a shell just as it leaves the barrel requires not only absolute accuracy, but also impeccable timing. It's merely a matter of luck. How? How could one possibly achieve that? Tina stated incredulously. Indeed, Baby 5 replied, her expression mirroring her disbelief as she gazed at Xianjia. This was a feat beyond the realm of possibility. If we do not attempt it, we are certain to perish. If we try, there remains a flicker of hope. I refuse to sit idly by and await death. Even if I must die, I will strive until the end. Grasping the menacing long gun, he neglected to familiarize himself with it, instead opening the standard scope and aiming at the distant warship. Was this truly a standard scope? It appeared merely like a common telescope. From a distance of over 1,000 meters, he could see the ship, yet the details remained obscured, and the silhouettes of those aboard were indistinct. With the scope, he could vaguely discern figures on the deck, but identifying the smaller cannon barrels was exceedingly difficult. Was this the utmost precision he could achieve? The visibility was poor, and both vessels were in motion, making it even harder to aim. Xianjia relied solely on the intervals between each cannonball's discharge to estimate when the next shell would be launched. Now, gritting his teeth, he pulled the trigger. With a resounding boom, a bullet shot forth. He followed its trajectory through the scope, only to find it had missed the target by a wide margin. The bullet sailed perfectly past the warship, leaving Xianjia in disbelief. Even if he had failed to hit the cannon barrel, surely he could have struck the artillery platform? The gap was insurmountable. Was it the gun's fault? Xianjia pondered, gazing at the long gun. Could it reach 1,000 meters, but falter in accuracy after several hundred? If so, did that mean no matter how well he aimed, the bullet would deviate significantly? Did this imply he could only continue to try repeatedly, adjusting gradually to enhance his precision? But did he have the luxury of time? This was not a shooting test. The difficulty was magnified manifold. Too many variables could affect accuracy. Right, he thought. I only have 3 bullets left. Baby 5's words, as she braced herself against the incoming shells, nearly shattered Xianjia's last flicker of hope. Just 2 remaining? Even if the greatest marksman were alive, he could not accomplish this feat, he sighed, staring vacantly at the warship behind him. Are you afraid of death? Tina's face paled slightly, yet she resolutely shook her head. I am not afraid. Now you regret it, don't you? If you were on that ship, you wouldn't have to face death. Xianjia looked at Baby 5, who also shook her head. As long as you need me, I fear nothing and am willing to do anything. Observing the 2 women, he felt the grim reality settling in. They were truly facing death. He had resigned himself. Yet, he clutched the long gun tightly. How could he give up? Even in death. It should be at the hands of a formidable opponent, beneath the onslaught of artillery. What else could it be? Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to calm himself and aimed once more at the warship behind. Yet, clarity eluded him. If he could not see, how could he possibly determine the gun's misalignment? What use was it? Even if all other factors were resolved, how could he strike the moment a shell was discharged? Continue firing, obliterate them completely. To perish beneath our own warship would be a disgrace for the Navy. Senior commanded. Understood. With a resounding bang, he pulled the trigger once more. This time, the bullet struck the warship but landed a full meter away from the artillery platform, let alone the cannon barrel. Only 1 bullet remained. If I could see clearly, there would still be a glimmer of hope. If only I could see far enough. His visage was fierce. In the face of death, one could become somewhat deranged. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have fled earlier. To perish at Senor's hands would have been a fate 100 times better than this pathetic demise. See clearly, Just a bit clearer, a bit more. The distance of 1,000 meters seemed to shrink within Qianjia's widened eyes. The hazy image through the scope began to sharpen. Closer still. Suddenly, everything became strikingly clear, yet still somewhat indistinct. I see. 1 person, 2 people, 3, 34 people, all visible. Is this their presence? Now is the moment. With a decisive bang, he pulled the trigger for the final time, the bullet roaring forth. This time, he elevated the angle by 3 degrees. Within 500 meters, the bullet would rise several meters. Beyond that, its momentum would wane, gradually descending. A southwest wind of 5 knots would shift the bullet's trajectory by half a degree. As the pirate loaded the cannonball into the barrel and prepared to fire, in 0.3 seconds, the shell would exit the barrel. Yet, at 0.25 seconds, the downward trajectory of the bullet would intersect with the shell in the barrel, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom. With that, the artillery platform on the warship erupted in a violent explosion, debris scattering everywhere, leaving the forward artillery completely shattered. I saw it all. I truly saw it all. Qianjie gazed at his hands, reclining at the stern of the ship, laughing uproariously at the heavens. I have witnessed it all. Was it destroyed? Tina and Baby, 5 stared blankly at the warship belching black smoke in the distance. Senior turned around, his expression as immobile as a statue, fixating on the shattered gun platform. Can anyone tell me what transpired? This is the awakening of observation hockey. He stared at his hands in a daze. Baby, 5 and Tina were transfixed, looking at Weah. Had he truly accomplished the impossible feat? Tina, in a mix of astonishment and admiration, looked at Qianjie. Fully aware of the monumental difficulty of this act, it required an almost unimaginable precision, overcoming the inaccuracies of gunfire, calculating the swaying of 2 warships within a centimeter's difference, discerning the sounds of the wind, and all of this had to be calculated in an instant. Most critically, it demanded an unwavering accuracy to strike the cannonball as it erupted from the barrel within that fleeting 1/100th of a second. Any single aspect of this endeavor, in Tina's eyes, was an insurmountable task. The accumulation of such impossibilities left her unable to fathom who else could achieve it upon the vast sea. Could it be those renowned snipers? Baby, 5, lost in her thoughts, simply gazed at Qianjie with stars in her eyes. Was it destroyed? On the warship behind them. Senior stared in shock at the exploding gun platform and the cries of his injured subordinates. What terrible luck! Has it really burst? Sir, it wasn't a burst. It seems a bullet struck the cannonball, a subordinate replied in panic. He had discerned the truth, yet could scarcely believe it. What? Senior gasped in horror, quickly realizing the implication. If this were the case, could it be that the sea itself had achieved such a feat, perhaps no more than a handful could? Was there a godly sniper among them? Senior's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the warship ahead. Baby, 5 certainly could not have accomplished this. Which female naval officer possesses the characteristics of a marksman? Could it be him? A deeper shock enveloped Senior. How is this possible? He exclaimed. So young. Possessing the power to slay Rao. This alone is astonishing enough. But if he is also a legendary sniper, then freakish hardly suffices to describe him. Is he a monster? Sir, should we pursue him now? The pirates were tinged with fear. With such an aberration, if we catch up, we might be counterattacked. We must pursue, Senior replied coldly. Having slain my entire family, I will chase him to the ends of the earth. But we cannot fire now. We are moving at the same speed and cannot close the gap. Then we shall continue to pursue. Eventually, he will recover and stop. At that moment, I will personally defeat him and end his life, Senior declared with conviction. Yes. Qianjie, how did you accomplish this? Just pull the trigger, like this. Like this? Do not disturb me. I need to regain my strength. Tina remained transfixed, gazing at Qianjie, who seemed to be asleep on the deck. You never cease to amaze, Qianjie. I truly wish to see where your limits lie and show teacher Zephyr how perfect you are, so he may understand that abandoning you is his gravest error. The chase unfolded in a tranquil manner, neither gaining nor losing ground. Hours passed. Qianjie, have you awakened? Tina exclaimed as she saw Qianjie open his eyes. Are they still pursuing us? Qianjie inquired, looking back. The sky had darkened, and the warship remained in sight. He assessed his condition, though some strength had returned. His injuries had not healed significantly. It would likely take a week of rest to fully recover. Do not worry. We are less than 100 miles from the naval headquarters. Let us see if they dare to continue their pursuit, Tina reassured him. Oh, Qianjie furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating a return to Navy headquarters, though he felt reluctant. He understood that, given his current state, recovery would take time. Even if Senor and the others could not catch up with him, who could guarantee that other members of the Don Quixote pirates would not come after him? If he were caught between two forces, encountering the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote pirates, he knew he could only barely contend with them at this moment. Looking at Baby 5, Qianjia's frown deepened. Returning to Navy headquarters was impossible with her being a pirate. It was evident that bringing a pirate to Navy headquarters would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. I am no longer a pirate. I will follow you from now on because you need me, Baby 5 corrected Qianjia, gazing at him with eager eyes. Is there anything you need from me? Please, command me. Seeing her expectant expression, Qianjia felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then, could you fetch me that bottle of water? Certainly, he replied. Indeed. Bringing her back to Navy headquarters was not a feasible option. Tina remarked that sending her back now was clearly unrealistic. What if he left her on a safe island? Looking at Baby 5, Qianjia couldn't help but imagine how, given her personality, she would likely become a typical victim, unwittingly helping those who would deceive her. What to do then? Suddenly, a thought illuminated Qianjia's eyes as he regarded Baby 5. Have you been put on a bounty? At only 8 or 9 years old, you probably haven tea. Which means you could accompany me to Navy headquarters. I haven tea, she replied obediently. I was training within my family and just recently consumed the fruit. This is my first mission outside with the other cadres. So, aside from the Don Quixote pirates, no one else knows your identity? Qianjia inquired. And being a pirate cannot serve as evidence. Since you are not wanted, you can indeed go to Navy headquarters. Exactly, Tina nodded in agreement. May I accompany you? You truly need me, Baby 5 exclaimed excitedly. However, seeing her joyful demeanor, Qianjia felt a sense of unease, recalling her portrayal in the original narrative. Would she unconditionally comply with anyone who required her assistance? If that were the case, he certainly did not wish to help her navigate a labyrinth of deceitful individuals. It would be far too troublesome. You may stay with me, but remember, you must not agree to any requests from others in the future, Qianjia stated firmly. But if others need help, shouldn't I assist them? Baby 5 queried. Her childhood experience is making it difficult for her to alter her nature. If that is the case, I shall not keep you. Please, no. Baby 5 pleaded, tugging at Qianjia's sleeve. Will you always need me? Yes. But on the condition that you will only heed my words and never acquiesce to anyone else's requests. Can you do that? I can, she affirmed, nodding her small head resolutely. After a long struggle, Qianjia finally let out a sigh of relief. The problem had been resolved. On board the naval vessel, an officer reported, My lord, we are almost at the naval headquarters. Shall we continue the pursuit? Senor's expression darkened. I must report to the young master. In the ruins of an unnamed island factory, a phone bug on the desk began to buzz insistently. A mysterious figure reclining in a chair, with a book covering his face, stirred awake, removed the book, donned sunglasses, and picked up the phone bug. Senor, has the transaction been completed? Master, it's bad news. La has been killed, and Baby 5 has been abducted. What? The deadly glint in Doflamingo's eyes was unmistakable beneath his sunglasses. Who did this? Have they been eliminated? It was the Navy. We pursued them relentlessly, but we could not catch up. They are about to reach the naval headquarters. With a thunderous crash, Doflamingo kicked the table before him, his fury palpable. After a brief silence, he commanded, Senor, return at once. We must discuss this further. Yes. Hanging up the phone bug, Senor gazed reluctantly at the naval vessel ahead. This time, consider yourselves fortunate. He understood that to continue the chase would mean confronting the entire Navy, and the outcome would be futile for himself and his entire family. Meanwhile, Baby 5, under the guise of Tina's friend, had acquired the privilege to reside at the naval headquarters for an extended period, though the bureaucratic procedures were somewhat convoluted and were only completed after nightfall. Qianjia guided the inquisitive Baby 5 toward home. Qianjia, I must first report the results of this mission to the Navy headquarters. Tina parted ways with Qianjia, as she was tasked with the responsibility of reporting back. Being the sole survivor of a mission meant to test her as a new recruit. Will there be any issues? Do you need me to accompany you? She inquired. Rest assured, as long as everything is clearly articulated, the Navy headquarters will conduct their investigation. It will not be my responsibility, Tina responded with a smile, making her way to the Navy headquarters to report to the higher-ups of the fleet involved in the mission. On an uncharted island in the vast ocean, the members of the Don Quixote pirates, excluding those on special assignments, gathered together. Senor, please disclose everything to the group. Doflamingo instructed the recently returned Senor. Nodding, Senor began, We engaged in a transaction with the angry dog pirates, but encountered the Navy. Rao was responsible for dealing with the Navy, while I handled the trade. By the time I emerged, the Navy's commander, a rear admiral, was already dead. But Rao had also met his demise at the hands of a nameless Navy soldier, merely 17 years of age. Senor, have you been drinking? A 17-year-old killed Rao? Who were you trying to fool? Escaping from your grasp and shooting down a cannon? Is that something a mere 17-year-old could achieve? It would require at least a vice admiral's strength, they scoffed, unwilling to believe that a young Navy recruit could possess such formidable power. If ordinary young sailors were so capable, the seas would be devoid of pirates by now. Silence. Doflamingo's piercing gaze swept over them all. The matter was indeed true. While the officers dared to question Senor, they would not challenge their young master. The atmosphere shifted from mockery to astonishment. Even the highest-ranking officers were taken aback. Oh, there exists such a powerful recruit within the Navy? Don Quixote Rocinante, eyes barely awake, felt a surge of excitement. He now knew of a Navy soldier named Qianjie, who had taken Baby 5 away. It became imperative to eliminate him. No one who harmed his family would be allowed to live, Doflamingo declared ominously. But master, he is at Navy headquarters. How can we act against him? Senor inquired. The other officers shared his concern, though arrogant. They were not foolish enough to confront the Navy headquarters directly. I have my methods, Doflamingo asserted, retreating to his chamber. He picked up a special transponder snail and dialed a mysterious contact on the other end. In a Colonel's room at Navy headquarters. The transponder emitted a series of beeps. Master, what is it? Virgo, Rao has been killed, and the murderer is from the Navy, who also took Baby 5. What? Virgo whispered in shock. Master, was it a vice admiral? Or perhaps an admiral? No, it was a very young sailor named Qianjie. Do you know him? Qianjie? Virgo pondered, shaking his head. I have not heard of such a name, but given his strength, it is unlikely I would not know of him unless he is a recruit. Thus lacking notoriety. A recruit? Damn it, have the Navy recruits become this formidable? Doflamingo could not contain his frustration. By whatever means necessary, he must be eliminated. Understood. Virgo's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. However, master, considering the strength of this recruit, he must be valued by the admirals. It will not be easy to strike him down in the short term. I will need to seek an opportunity to act without revealing our intentions. This may take some time. Should we also deal with Baby 5? Time is on our side. As long as he is dead, Baby 5 is expendable. Just ensure his demise. And you may retrieve her afterward. Yes. Virgo's eyes sparkled with malice. The naval officer Qianjie was already a dead man in his mind. Young master, in just over 20 days, it will be the graduation ceremony for this batch of recruits. Since he is so strong, he will undoubtedly participate in the life and death battle. I will go and see for myself just how capable he truly is. It would be best to eliminate him as soon as possible. Yes. Virgo hung up the din mushy and walked to the window, his icy gaze fixed on the brightly lit town behind him, exuding a murderous aura. Qianjie, the 71st graduation ceremony. New recruits? Are you joking? You're saying all the rear admirals died, and you survived, saved by another recruit? Are you mocking us? A vice admiral roared at Tashigi during her debriefing. Do you take us for fools? Who would believe such nonsense? Calm down, Admiral Akiji, who was present in the room, interjected. Could you tell me the name of this recruit? Qianjie, Tashigi replied, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Akiji. Now perhaps Qianjie would receive the recognition he deserved and no longer face injustice. Oh? Akiji, initially skeptical, suddenly seemed to reconsider, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. So it was him after all. I knew he was strong, but to defeat pirates capable of killing rear admirals, it seems I underestimated him. I'm increasingly curious about how he will perform in the life and death battle. Very well, you may leave now. What is your relationship with Qianjie? Who are you? Can you tell me? Suddy asked, eyeing Baby 5 with curiosity. Am I needed? Baby 5 nearly blurted out an answer but caught herself. Remembering Qianjie's words, she lifted her chin proudly. I only obey Qianjie's orders. Without his permission, I won't tell you anything. Huh? Suddy stared at her in astonishment. Her gaze then drifted toward the basement door. Ever since returning, Qianjie had secluded himself there, dedicating himself to training. Qianjie's ability to charm little girls is truly remarkable. Just one trip, and he has already won over a fiercely loyal young girl. Who would have thought that guy was such a heartthrob? Inside the basement, for 20 days, Qianjie had not engaged in cultivation but rather sat in deep contemplation. The initial extreme battle had significantly enhanced his abilities, yet it had also revealed numerous shortcomings. Reflecting on the confrontation, Qianjie honed his swordsmanship, shedding the constraints of certain rigid techniques, becoming more agile and adept in combat. Simultaneously, he recognized a deficiency in precise and potent ranged attacks. Though the sword radiance was formidable, it often squandered excessive energy. The overlapping sword techniques could not serve as a true measure of his strength, they merely represented a surge in power. Even if he achieved 100 overlapping strikes, each wielding only a force of 1, it would be inferior to 2 strikes, each wielding a force of 100. In the past, he had overly pursued the quantity of overlapping sword strikes, neglecting the fundamentals. With a solid foundation, even without overlapping a single strike, one could still reach the pinnacle. In his arduous contemplation, he acknowledged that what he currently lacked were precise and powerful ranged techniques. If he could condense his sword energy into a single point, having awakened the observation haki, he would be capable of bestowing greater lethality upon his ranged attacks. Henceforth, he resolved to use this as a breakthrough point. Alone, he immersed himself in relentless training and refinement of his sword techniques, day by day. On this particular day, the iron door, which had confined him for 20 days, finally creaked open. Qianjie, you have emerged at last. Tomorrow marks the graduation ceremony of the life and death battle. I was beginning to worry you might forget. Life and death battle? Qianjie shook his head, harboring no expectations for the life and death battle. He found it implausible that Zifa would kindly advocate for him. How could that possibly be? The following day, Qianjie arose early this day, the day of the graduation ceremony. The new recruits donned their freshly pressed uniforms, exuding vigor and vitality. Accompanied by their families, they marched towards the battlefield, where the graduation ceremony would follow the life and death battle. Today, the families of the new recruits gathered to witness this momentous event. While the sea does not acknowledge a coming-of-age ceremony, for a soldier, this day of graduation is akin to one, for from this day forth, the recruits would no longer be sheltered novices but true sailors, embarking on their journeys across the ocean, ready to confront pirates. The townsfolk largely came to watch, and as long as the headquarters officers were not on duty, they too would attend. This was a solemn ceremony, and for them, the life and death battle was also a rare spectacle. However, the life and death battle held no relevance to the ordinary recruits. Their aspirations lay in the honors they would receive today, in what military ranks they would be assigned. Well, so many people. The grandstands, capable of accommodating thousands, were already filled to capacity, even with an hour remaining before the battle commenced. Look, is that a vice admiral? So many vice admirals. Quickly look, the fleet admiral and Captain Carp have arrived. If only I could take part in this battle, how splendid it would be. This was not merely a fight to elevate the elite from their limits, but an opportunity for them to gain renown within the Navy. Those who performed exceptionally in the life and death battle would find their promotions effortless. As long as they excelled, they would be remembered by all officers, by the vice admirals, and by the fleet admiral. Now you understand envy, don't you? What were you thinking, slacking off in the recruit camp? The recruits' parents chided their offsprings, who hung their heads in shame. Tina, you have disappointed us greatly. For your graduation ceremony, your mother and I specifically requested to return to headquarters. Yet you could not participate in the life and death battle. This is truly disheartening. A brigadier general scolded his daughter beside him. Indeed, Tina, explain yourself. You became Admiral Zephyr's student early on. Why could you not partake in the battle? I met with Admiral Zephyr last night, and he mentioned that you were training with a clueless boy who is at the bottom of the recruit camp rankings. Is that true? Colonel Tina's mother chastised her as well. That's not true. Qianjie is very strong. Training with him has taught me so much more than I learned with Admiral Zephyr. You're arguing back? What could you possibly learn from someone ranked last? If he is as strong as you claim, why does he lack the qualifications to participate in the life and death battle? Pack your things and return home immediately. I refuse. In the center of the grandstand, this was the reserved seating for the fleet admiral and the vice admirals, and now all 7 seats were occupied. Wow, there are so many people. Baby, 5. Remember what I told you. Do not mention your past experiences to anyone, understand? Qianjie said as he led Baby 5 into the arena. The life and death battle begins. Is everything ready for the life and death battle? Report, Fleet Admiral. All preparations are complete. Excellent. Fleet Admiral Sengoku smiled with satisfaction, glancing sideways at his old comrade Zephyr. Can we disclose the situation of this batch of new recruits now? It seems to have been kept under wraps quite tightly. I am still unaware of their circumstances. Indeed. Zephyr, tell us about the recruits participating in the life and death battle today. What are their strengths? Sengoku inquired. On Sengoku's other side sat Carp, with Vice Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Akiji beside him. Zephyr was flanked by Akainu and Kizaru. The 7 of them represented the entirety of the Navy. Only 2 recruits are participating in the life and death battle today. Zephyr's smile appeared somewhat strained. 2? Is this batch that inadequate? Concern and disappointment instantly replaced the curiosity and hope in Sengoku and Carp's eyes, though they still held onto great expectations. Well, even if there are only 2, they must have some decent abilities, right? Zephyr's smile became even more forced. Oh? The curiosity and anticipation of Sengoku and Carp surged at once. If you praise them, they must be quite good. I hope they are seeds of future vice admirals, Sengoku remarked. Haha, let's hope both of them are outstanding. If so, they might inherit Akiji's class, Carp chuckled as he munched on senbei, having devoted their lives to the Navy and caring deeply about its future. Perhaps. Zephyr kept his head slightly lowered to hide his anxious expression, his mind in turmoil. What should I do? How can I manage this? He wished he could directly transfer his strength to Smoker and to Shiji. The recruits are still young, even if their performance in battle is slightly lacking. The road ahead is long, and anything is possible. Wouldn't you agree? Zephyr stated, hoping his words would help Sengoku and Carp accept the reality a bit more easily, as he truly did not want to lose face in front of these old comrades. Zephyr, you seem a bit off today, Tsuru observed, gazing quizzically at Zephyr. Do I? Indeed. While young talent does not guarantee future strength, new recruits who perform well in the life and death battle will have significant prospects. If it were unimportant, we wouldn't all be here to watch. We want to see how much potential the elite can unleash in the face of life and death. Thus, it is quite significant. Tsuru explained. Zephyr chuckled awkwardly. Is it that this batch of recruits is lacking? Sengoku also sensed something amiss. Zephyr has already said they are good. They must be. Right. Carp? Sengoku asserted. This batch of recruits is indeed quite promising. Kizaru interjected. Isn't that right, Zephyr? Yes. Zephyr shot a furious glance at the grinning Kizaru, internally cursing. Kizaru, do you want to make my embarrassment even more pronounced? Teacher Zephyr, I specifically came back from the Navy Science Division, Kizaru said with a sly smile. Secretly reveling in the mischief, thinking, with only 2 participants, it is unlikely one is the new recruit named Shinjia, right? Teacher Zephyr, you have truly outdone yourself. I am eager to see if Smoker and Tashiji can meet everyone's expectations. Oh, I have long been curious about the strength of this batch of recruits. I hope they bring surprises, Akainu remarked. Zephyr's expression grew even more strained. With what you have just said, I can hardly wait to see the capabilities of this batch of recruits. Carp set down his sabei, his curiosity fixed on the arena. Below lay the battleground, expansive enough to accommodate a football field, its walls forged from steel. How long until it starts? This batch of recruits truly holds great potential. They could astonish everyone. Akiji suggested. Zephyr's face grew even more rigid, his palms sweating as he observed Sengoku and Carp's palpable anticipation. If Smoker and Tashiji underperformed in the life and death battle, then the greater the expectations now, the greater the disappointment later. What should I do? Regret suddenly washed over me. Had I known this would unfold, I would have assisted that young man in his application. Though reluctant, it would have been preferable to this current predicament. Sighing, Zephyr could already foresee the disappointed gazes of his old comrades, Sengoku and Garp. The life and death battle was set to commence in merely 10 minutes. Shinjia. A colonel surveyed the crowd, his eyes flitting over the fresh recruits in the stands, landing on 48 individuals. Which one is Shinjia? Baby 5. Then the lad beside him must be Shinjia. Truly youthful, indeed a rookie. I shall soon ascertain your strength. Virgo averted his gaze. Ding ding ding. In 10 minutes, the first life and death battle will commence. Shuin, please proceed to the preparation room. Engaged in casual conversation with Smoker, Shuin heard the voice echoing through the air and remarked, I didn't expect to be called first. I shall head there now. Best of luck, Shuin. Strive to surpass several rounds. You must not disappoint the teacher, Smoker encouraged. Rest assured, I shall give my utmost effort, Shuin replied, clenching his fists. Both understood that their teacher had only applied for the 2 of them, excluding Shinjia, and they were acutely aware of the expectations resting upon them from the audience. They could not afford to bring shame upon Zephyr. Yet, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. Can I truly succeed? Even without Shinjia, he vowed to astonish the entire Navy with his prowess. Descending from the stands, Shuin heard whispers. Is Shuin the first rookie in the life and death battle? I wonder how many rounds he can surpass. Perhaps 4 or 5. 4 or 5. That would merely be passing. If a top recruit cannot manage even that, this cohort is indeed lacking. Exactly. The first 3 rounds are merely warm-ups. I hope this batch can surpass those before them. As the crowd awaited with eager anticipation, the 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Below, a small door swung open, and Shun, unarmed and barehanded, strode into the arena, drawing the gaze of all present. Is this all he can muster? The spectators noted his spirited demeanor. Yet his true strength remained to be seen. A vice admiral addressed the crowd through a din-din mushy, his voice resonating for thousands to hear. In this life-and-death battle, you may kill your opponent to proceed to the next round. Remember, there will be no breaks until defeat. Do you understand? Around the arena, several vice admirals stood ready to intervene should danger arise. If they were too late, higher-ranking officers were prepared to step in. This was a combat with low risk yet high reward, a prospect every recruit aspired to seize. If there are no questions, let the first round begin. Strength and weakness will be revealed now. The crowd leaned forward, eyes fixed intently on the arena, while the admirals remained composed, their expectations tempered. If Shun could not surpass the first round, what would that make him? Perhaps the last place was more fitting. Finally, the battle commenced. Garp, momentarily distracted from his snacks, pondered, with the abilities granted by the rust fruit, Shun should perform adequately, perhaps even exceed expectations. The thought grew more likely with each passing moment. Suddenly, the colossal iron gates swung open with a thunderous roar. A massive Tyrannosaurus Rex burst forth, its thundering steps shaking the earth, its fearsome jaws roaring, drawing gasps from the crowd. Here it comes. Shun charged forward, undeterred. Wow, what a gigantic dinosaur! Baby 5 exclaimed. Shinjia, aren't you watching? An insipid battle, Shinjia replied, reclining in his chair, a cap obscuring his face as he indulged in slumber. The monstrous dinosaur, with its fierce claws and gaping maw, was a sight to behold. For the untrained eye, this was a nail-biting confrontation. As Shun grappled with the dinosaur, the crowd held their breath, fearing for his safety. Minutes passed, and with a resounding crash, the dinosaur collapsed, seemingly unscathed save for a portion of its skull that appeared to have decayed. Bravo! The crowd erupted into applause. For in their eyes, the defeat of such a fearsome creature was impressive. Yet, the first round proved arduous. Neither strength nor speed merited commendation. The killing blow was predominantly a result of the Devil Fruit's power, as Sengoku assessed the battle with disappointment. The officers exchanged skeptical glances as they observed Shun below. Without the fruit's abilities, he would have required far more time, and this was merely the first round. Garp shook his head, though his abilities seemed promising. His foundation is lacking. Is this what you deemed impressive, Kizaru? Akainu questioned, his gaze scrutinizing. This barely qualifies as passing. I did not claim it to be exceptional. Zephyr's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally admitting, Shun's strengths may not align well against such a behemoth. He excels in one-on-one combat. Oh? Yet Sengoku and Garp remained unconvinced, their discerning eyes revealing little optimism. What surprise could arise from such physical limitations? Even with the finest devil fruit, inadequate physicality would not yield a top-tier warrior. As the battle concluded, a massive leopard, weighing dozens of tons, charged forth. Its size comparable to the Tyrannosaurus. Among beasts of equal caliber, felines were undoubtedly the strongest, possessing unparalleled speed and explosive power. The clash lasted a daunting 10 minutes. Shun, bloodied and battered, ultimately vanquished the leopard. In the third round awaited yet another fierce opponent, a colossal wild elephant, its mass several times that of the previous creatures. The crowd anxiously cheered for Shun. The first 3 rounds had been against ferocious beasts, each progressively more formidable. These encounters were designed to acclimate the recruits to the rigors of battle. No top recruit had ever faltered in these initial rounds. With a pained gasp, Shun expelled a torrent of blood. Exhausted and injured, he managed to rust the elephant's forelegs, breaking them before slowly finishing the beast off. Such hardship in the initial rounds, coupled with significant physical depletion and injury, surely ranked him among the most inadequate recruits. Sengoku shook his head in disappointment, though Shun was acceptable. Could such a recruit truly uphold the Navy? The 4th round heralded the true challenge, a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. This battle was fraught with peril. Several vice admirals in the front row nearly intervened to aid Shun. However, doing so would signify his utter failure. In a desperate struggle, Shun bore a massive gash across his chest but managed to rust the pirate's axe, disarming him before seizing the opportunity to claim victory. Yet, Shun had reached his limit. The worst-case scenario would be to fall in the 5th round, and as it stood, he He seemed unlikely to triumph there. Nevertheless, he managed to reach the 5th round, barely passing. With diligent training, he may yet aspire to the rank of a major, they mused. Carp and Sengoku spoke of this. Major General. You are already a pillar of the Navy. There are not many like you on the vast seas. However, instead of displaying any sense of pride, Zephyr felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to meet Sengoku's gaze. The new recruits participating in this life and death battle were among the strongest of their cohort. They represented the future of the Navy, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, their ultimate achievements would likely be at least the rank of Major General. With many ascending to Vice Admiral, and even the likes of Akiji destined to become admirals, to suggest that their potential as Major Generals was merely the lowest of expectations was a grave understatement. Sengoku-san, Carp-san. These recruits are far inferior to my scientific unit's Trafalgar Law, who outperformed all new recruits in the military trials. Unfortunately, only those from the headquarters can participate in this life and death battle. I believe we should consider reallocating some resources to the recruits at the branches. Kizaru remarked with a smile. Much to Zephyr's dismay. Is Smoker capable? The chapter content is still being processed. Please be patient. The worst generation, Kizaru continued. Smoker has done quite well, but... His voice trailed off as he added, while the natural abilities are commendable, his physical prowess is lacking. Lacking strength and hockey. Can he really stand against the 6th generation of pirates, who all wield hockey? Zephyr's smile froze instantly. Each opponent in the life and death battle had specific criteria. The first 3 were ferocious beasts, the 4th was a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, the 5th a giant. And the 6th must be a pirate with a bounty of around 80 million, equipped with armed hockey. Indeed, the natural abilities are impressive, Zephyr reflected, but in previous battles, Smoker's strength and speed have shown no remarkable qualities. I hope he has held something back. Otherwise, this is hardly commendable. After all, he merely possesses the smoke fruit. Not the more formidable Logia types, Tsuru whispered. What's wrong with you, Zephyr? Carp exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Weren't you always the one who emphasized the importance of basic training for your students? How come the 2 best recruits this time have such poor physical capabilities? Carp, a man of iron fists, found little concern for others' abilities. To him, relying on powers, even those of the natural type, to defeat an enemy in a life and death battle was nothing short of cheating. True strength stemmed from a solid foundation, even without extraordinary abilities. One could still earn a name across the seas. Moreover, lacking abilities meant avoiding the pitfalls associated with them, which could sometimes be advantageous in the ocean. And you aren't an ability user either, Zephyr, following the same path as Carp, Kizaru teased, observing his teacher. The other admirals stared at Kizaru in disbelief. Kizaru. There's a time and place for jokes. Your physical skills may not be the strongest, but they aren't the weakest either, Akainu remarked. While Kizaru's physical skills were among the weakest among the admirals, without his formidable light fruit, he could still compete with captains, as the strength of his fruit often overshadowed his physical prowess. It seems I shall have to wait for the next generation, Sengoku said with disappointment. Zephyr. Allow me to train the next batch of recruits, otherwise, we will soon find ourselves without successors among the admirals. Shall we resort to conscription across the world to find candidates? That would be utterly humiliating, Carp added. Zephyr's face turned a deep shade of red, struggling to find his voice. Was this a lack of faith in his teachings? Did they doubt his ability to produce capable students? Akiji, who had remained silent, listened to the conversation around him with a hint of wicked amusement on his lips. The next round is going to be quite the spectacle. I can hardly wait. The expressions on Sengoku-san and Carp-san's faces will be priceless. Round 6. The 6th opponent was a burly bald man, approaching Smoker with his bare fists. Come on. I will defeat you, Smoker declared, charging forward with a billow of white smoke. The natural type? The bald man scoffed at Smoker's advance, clenching his fists. They instantly darkened with haki, and in response to Smoker's terrified gaze, he unleashed a powerful strike. The 2 fists collided with a thunderous sound, causing Smoker to stagger back, blood trickling from his mouth. Haki. The earlier confidence evaporated in an instant. Boom. The bald man's hockey-hardened fist struck the ground, causing a massive tremor that sent debris and dust soaring, enveloping both him and Smoker. Novice, prepare to die. The bald man swiftly moved behind Smoker, delivering a devastating blow to his head. Smoker hastily transformed into smoke, but it was futile. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was propelled from the cloud of dust, landing in clear view of the astonished audience. With blood seeping from his orifices, Smoker shakily rose to his feet, only to find the bald man standing before him. A terrifying sight. Desperately, he transformed into smoke again, but the hockey-hardened hand reached out, seizing Smoker's arm while the other fist swung down towards him. Am I about to lose? Boom. The fist that could have taken Smoker's life was caught by a hand. The battle was over. The bald man turned to face the admiral who had intervened, scoffing. Novice. Those who believe they are invincible simply because they possess a natural type in the sea often meet swift demise. He turned away, striding towards the iron gate. The battle concluded in less than a minute. The cheers from the crowd for Smoker echoed in the air, but he had already been defeated. The audience remained in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend that their once seemingly invincible new recruit had fallen so quickly. Had he truly exhausted all his strength? Though he wielded natural abilities, he had been effortlessly defeated by a strong adversary wielding haki. I shall look forward to the next generation, Sengoku remarked, shaking his head as he prepared to leave, followed by Carp and the others. Kizaru, is this what you assured me before we set off? That this batch of recruits was formidable? Is this what you consider strong? I feel deceived. Akainu glared at Kizaru, his anger palpable. Is this strength? Handing the future of the Navy over to them spells disaster. Are you all leaving? You could stick around a bit longer, Akiji smiled. Please have Chi-Jie report to the preparation room. The life and death battle will commence in 10 minutes, the voice of a rear admiral echoed through the battlefield, resonating in everyone's ears. Chi-Jie steps onto the stage. One halted at the 5th round, while another at the 6th. Such results could only be deemed satisfactory, barely comparable to the worst generations of the past. Yet, the worst generations had at least 3 or 4 participants. This time, only 2 would engage in the life and death battle, marking them as a truly collapsed generation. Only 2? I recall Admiral Zephyr mentioning these 2 are his personally trained students. Oh, is it true that Admiral Zephyr's students are only capable of this? Although the battle was rather thrilling, the residents were acutely aware of what constituted excellence among the elite. All the discussions echoed in Zephyr's ears, darkening his countenance further. The new generation of recruits seemed to pale in comparison. During the time of Carp and his cohort, all 4 had reached the 10th stage, nearly conquering it. An elderly man shook his head in disappointment, having witnessed the most exceptional generation and numerous batches of recruits, yet failing to find one worse than this current group. Indeed, the era of Akainu and Kizaru also saw them nearly breach the 10th stage. Even the younger generation achieved the same feat. In contrast, the preceding cohorts only managed to reach the 7th or 8th stages, and now they were renowned vice-admirals. Alas, this batch of recruits evokes genuine concern regarding the future of the Navy. The military officers exchanged glances of disappointment, while the recruits, feeling embarrassed, could hardly suppress their frustration. What does this have to do with us? It's Smoker and Shuin who are inept, so why must we bear the brunt of it? We are innocent in this matter. Many recruits express their dissatisfaction. Others top students bring glory to their groups, yet ours only tarnish our reputation. If Zephyr had provided us the same resources, perhaps we could have excelled beyond them. The discontent was palpable. Furthermore, upon hearing the disappointment from their elders, many recruits felt disheartened. Our cohort possesses strength. If only Zephyr were less selfish. Had he allowed Chi-Jie to participate, our batch would surely be celebrated. Must we shoulder the blame? Every word resonated clearly in Zephyr's ears, and he perceived the disappointment etched on every face. A generation once filled with promise had now become the least accomplished. Had he known this would transpire, he might have assisted that scoundrel. Regret flickered within him. Had he truly erred? If not, why must he now incite disappointment in everyone? Smoker. Are you all right? Shuin, nursing his own grievous wounds, observed the similarly afflicted Smoker, who sat despondently, stripped of his former acclaim. It's nothing, Smoker replied vacantly, shaking his head. Compared to the disheartened gazes of those around him, this pain was trivial. Am I truly incapable of bearing everyone's expectations? Zephyr, I have let you down. I am sorry. He hung his head, lost in thought. Sigh. Let us depart. Sengoku and the others rose, lacking the spirit to witness the ceremony of rank conferral for the recruits, their expressions heavy with disappointment. Sengoku, Carp, I shall ensure the next generation produces formidable talents, Zephyr vowed through gritted teeth. Sengoku and the others merely shook their heads, moving forward without pause. Zephyr, how surprising, Kizaru teased, leaning closer to Zephyr and lowering his voice. I never imagined you would forsake your pride to suppress that lad. How resolute of you. Rest assured, I shall remain silent. After all, the stronger he becomes, the more your expression will transform, won't it? Damn Kizaru, Zephyr muttered. Let us go. It is over. The residents prepared to leave. How utterly pointless it is to occupy a position without merit. If Chi-Jie had fought, It would have been truly embarrassing, Sudi scorned as she glanced at Smoker and the others, displeased with Qianjia's presence. Below, the Navy was already repairing the damaged battleground. However, the attending Vice Admiral remained, clutching a snail phone, announcing, "Please, Qianjia, proceed to the preparation room. The life and death battle will commence in 10 minutes. The voice echoed through the air. Huh? Everyone who had turned to leave halted, astonished, glancing back. Wasn't there only to be 2 fights? How could there be someone else? Zephyr. What is going on? Sengoku and the others queried, their brows furrowed in confusion. This? I only applied for Smoker and Shun, Zephyr replied, bewildered. How could there be another? Who is it? Isn't it you who made the application? Oh, is there someone else? Who is Qianjia? How strong is he? If he is of the same caliber as those earlier, I might as well find a room and snack on some senbei, Carp mused, remaining seated yet not departing. Realizing there was more than just 2 contenders, the departing residents hesitated and took a seat again, their curiosity piqued as they observed the battlefield. Wow, it's Qianjia. Several recruits cheered, their spirits revived after a moment of despair, now exuberantly exclaiming, Fantastic, it's Qianjia. He will surely astonish everyone. Indeed. It seemed their cohort's glory relied solely on Qianjia. The recruits beamed at their seemingly indifferent elders, eagerly anticipating the revelation of their cohort's true strength. Qianjia? Who is this kid? Tina, is he the one you abandoned Zephyr for to train alongside Shun? If he can participate in a life and death battle, he must possess some skill. However, I intend to see what abilities he has that would warrant living with my daughter. He will not disappoint us, Tina declared confidently. Qianjia, rise, it is your turn. Sudi exclaimed, eagerly removing the hat from Qianjia's face. She stared in disbelief at the sight of Qianjia, already asleep, and shook him vigorously. Wake up. The Vice Admiral's voice still resonated in the air. Slowly opening his eyes, Qianjia blinked in astonishment, a fierce glimmer flashing across his gaze. Is it my turn? Then I shall give it my all. Next, please have Qianjia proceed to the preparation room, the announcement continued. Me? Qianjia slowly rose to his feet, somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that he would find himself in a life and death battle. Could it be that Zifa, that scoundrel, possessed such goodwill? It was hard to believe. Could it be that other generals recognized me? Perhaps it was Kizaru? Yet, the original text did not suggest that he was capable of such benevolence. Thus, an opportunity for me to soar to new heights has arrived. Qianjia was imbued with the flames of battle. Qianjia, stop dawdling and go. Let everyone be astonished. Sudi urged him forward. Come on, Nanny. You can do it. Baby 5 clenched her tiny fist in encouragement. Everyone, prepare yourselves for the impending astonishment. With resolute steps, Qianjia made his way to the preparation room, determined to give his all in this fight. The residents awaited with bated breath, though most were not overly optimistic. After 2 previous matches of such intensity, how formidable could the third one be? TSK, the yellow ape mused. A mixture of surprise and wicked amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Sengoku and Garp. This should be quite the spectacle. Who applied for this lad's entry? Was it that scoundrel, the yellow ape? Zephyr observed him closely. As an admiral, he was the only one acquainted with Qianjia's prowess. So it was understandable that he would assist in the application. Yet, knowing the yellow ape's nature, he wondered if this act was merely to embarrass him. Torn between joy and anger, Zephyr's heart was a tumult of emotions. It seemed everyone would be satisfied, yet he felt a deep discontent. How infuriating that the strongest contender turned out to be that kid. In the lounge, the rules were clear. No firearms or ranged weapons were permitted in this life and death battle. Only cold weapons could be chosen from the array present. The major spoke to Qianjia. The room was filled with an assortment of weapons, swords, staffs, and blades, all forged from ordinary steel. The essence of the life and death match lay in pushing the new recruits to their limits, relying solely on their strength, unassisted by external tools. I'll take this one, Qianjia said, selecting a long sword and swinging it casually, while it paled in comparison to his formidable blade back home. It felt sufficiently balanced, and the transfer of power was smooth. Prepare yourselves. There are 5 minutes left. He placed the sword's edge on his knees, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. This will be an excellent opportunity to hone my newly developed swordsmanship. I hope for a worthy opponent. For minutes later, the time had come to enter the arena. The iron gate connecting to the battleground creaked open. Stepping forward, he became the focal point of all eyes. A barefoot youth clad in simple attire, wielding a sword. Please don't be too weak. Otherwise, the thrill of battle will be diminished. The crowd was captivated. Virgo could not tear his gaze away. So young, he noted, contrasting Qianjia's youth with that of Smoker and Shun, both already 19. At just over 17, Qianjie was 2 years their junior, an age brimming with potential. Could he truly hold his own? There was a possibility, after all. It was not uncommon for someone so young to falter. Yet, he exhibited no signs of panic or trepidation. His spirit was commendable. Sengoku nodded slightly, reassured. But true judgment would only come post-battle. Qianjie, please prepare yourself. In 1 minute, the first round will commence. A minute passed amidst anticipation and curiosity. Suddenly, the massive iron gate began to creak open. With a thunderous roar, a fearsome Tyrannosaurus burst forth, shaking the very ground beneath them. Its size seemed even greater than the creature Smoker and his comrades had vanquished earlier. Such titanic beasts were a rarity. The enraged dinosaur charged at Qianjie, its colossal claws poised to trample him. The sight sent a wave of screams rippling through the crowd as the ethereal presence of Qianjie emerged before the colossal Tyrannosaurus. The blade, which had barely been sheathed, was fully drawn. With a deafening roar of agony, the massive creature's body bore deep gashes, extending from its head to its tail. In a single, decisive stroke, its body was cleaved in two, crashing resoundingly to the ground, an utterly breathtaking spectacle. What transpired? The untrained residents were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the rapidity of the event, having witnessed nothing. Indeed, the speed was astonishing. Was that not the Navy's six forms technique, Sara? Had the recruits already mastered such a skill? The swiftness of the strike was remarkable, rivaling that of the earlier Smoker. Buddha, what a surprise! Exclaimed Sengoku, his eyes widening in delight. Although his assessment was not overly high, it was merely the first match. Who would exert their full strength at this stage? Who would have thought such a treasure was hidden away? Zephyr, you truly kept this under wraps. It's time to put it to the test. Garp laughed heartily, patting Zephyr on the shoulder, finally recognizing a promising talent. Zephyr could only respond with an awkward smile, his heart a tumult of emotions. Prepare for the next round. The presiding Rear Admiral muttered, momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. The other officers present also observed with narrowed pupils, astonished by the rapidity of the blade's movement. Did you see that? Meanwhile, the residents remained in a state of confusion, lamenting their inability to perceive the events, despite the presence of a massive screen. The action had unfolded too swiftly to grasp. Come on, Qianjie, let us make a name for our recruits. We are counting on you. The recruits were filled with exhilaration. With a resounding roar, a massive tiger head emerged from the iron gate, its powerful claws advancing. However, a brilliant flash of the sword struck down upon its head, severing it from its body. The tiger's head rolled upon the ground while its body remained behind the iron gate. Next, the sword of 1,000 tribulations stood proudly, declaring that there was no time or energy to squander in this place, for he knew that the true challenges lay ahead in the subsequent rounds. In the third match, the colossal elephant did not even qualify to emerge from the iron gates. It was too swift, we could barely perceive it. Could you spare a moment to consider our plight? The strong may discern its movements, yet the common folk are left in the dark, their frustration causing them to leap in agitation. It is now my turn to take the stage, the fourth match? Damn the Navy for treating us as mere training fodder for their recruits. Very well, I shall slay your newcomers. A pirate, his face marred by scars and exuding an aura of menace, stepped forth from beyond the iron gates. The moment he emerged, darkness enveloped my vision. Qianjie stood before him, seizing his head with an iron grip, and dragged him back through the iron door, forcefully smashing his skull against the wall. The steel forge barrier dented under the impact. The bloodied pirate roared in fury. Yet, a chilling blade rested upon his neck, a swift pull followed, and blood erupted forth. Next, 78, the strongest of this session. Next, Qianjie glanced to the right, where the next formidable opponent awaited, a towering giant. Huh? The vice admiral in charge of the entrance stared blankly at Qianjie, seemingly bewildered. The fifth round had commenced. What? It's already the fifth match, and I haven't seen anything at all. Moreover, did the pirate from the fourth round even make an appearance? I certainly didn't notice. The residents exclaimed in confusion. What kind of battle is this? We cannot see anything. Could someone consider us? Has it been a minute? Surely not. The cumulative battle time must be merely a dozen seconds. Haha, such an exceptional contender. It has been years since I have witnessed one like this. In that moment, Sengoku and Garp felt a sense of relief, based on the current display. This individual undoubtedly surpassed the previous two. As for the limits of their abilities and the surprises yet to unfold, that would be revealed in due time. They eagerly anticipated the forthcoming grand conflict. Indeed, it seems Kizaru has not deceived me, remarked Akainu, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The host vice admiral stood speechless, helplessly observing Qianjia's silhouette behind the iron gate, while the clamor of the protesting populace filled his ears. They too wished to witness the spectacle. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, where the enemy was denied the opportunity to enter the arena. Could that student Qianjia engage in combat? Would it be possible to wait until the adversary emerges before commencing the battle upon my command? The host vice admiral lamented, recognizing that he must impose additional conditions. Otherwise, the residents would surely voice their dissatisfaction vehemently. It was unprecedented to impose new conditions during a life-or-death struggle. This young man truly possesses remarkable qualities. Very well. The resounding footsteps of Qianjia echoed as he once again approached the battlefield. Could you perhaps slow down a little? We would like to see as well, the crowd of citizens clamored. The fifth song begins. A thunderous roar filled the air. A colossal giant emerged. Towering nearly 20 meters tall, wielding an immense shield and a mighty cleaver, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Kill. With a bellow. The fury of the giant reverberated throughout the battlefield. The enormous shield advanced, akin to a mountain crashing down. What sheer force! With a single hand. The impact was met with an explosive clash. The shield was held at bay. Was that all? Not a single inch yielded. Then you may exit the stage. In an instant, he vanished. At the moment of his disappearance, the massive cleaver struck the ground, leaving a grotesque fissure in its wake. The vanishing Qianjia reappeared beside the giant, delivering a sweeping kick that landed with tremendous force upon the giant's head. With a thunderous sound, the giant's helmet shattered, and his massive form crashed against the wall. The skull was obliterated, even forged from steel. Many of the spectators in the stands were jolted from their seats and fell to the ground. So formidable, the seated citizens, momentarily stunned, gazed in awe at Qianjia as he gracefully strode through the air, exuding both elegance and dominance. See? I told you Qianjia is powerful, Tina remarked proudly, glancing at her bewildered parents. Yet, General Zephyr had informed her that he was the last one standing. The sixth song begins. In this round, Qianjia faced the same burly, bald pirate who had previously been defeated by Smoker. Another rookie? How utterly foolish. It took a mere minute to dispatch that trash from the natural type. I shall deal with you in half that time. The bald giant scoffed at Qianjia. With a bounty of 80 million prior to his capture and possessing the power of hockey, he indeed felt justified in belittling the inexperienced newcomer. Half a minute? Very well. As you wish. With the earth trembling beneath him, the bald giant charged toward Qianjia, his hockey-hardened fist thrusting forward with ferocity. In the midst of an intense battle, Qianjia wielded his sword in his left hand while clenching his right fist tightly. Was he truly going to rely on sheer strength? His prowess likely lay in swordsmanship, which seemed a perilous gamble, Karp exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, he noticed that Qianjia's fist had hardened instantaneously. Was it hockey? The two hardened fists collided, causing the ground beneath Qianjia to crumble continuously, yet he did not retreat. Though his hockey was stronger, his power was insufficient. In that fleeting moment, Qianjia discerned his opponent's capabilities. The latter's hockey could harden up to his arms, while Qianjia could only harden his entire fist. There was indeed a disparity. Considering Qianjia had only mastered hockey for half a year, an achievement remarkable enough to leave everyone in awe. With a thunderous crash, the muscles in his arm bulged as power was flawlessly transmitted through his physique, the contours of his muscles exquisitely defined. Under the astonished gaze of the burly, bald man, he was sent flying, regaining his footing several meters away. His fist slammed into the ground, sending fragments of stone and dust into the air. Reminiscent of his earlier confrontation with Smoker, amidst the swirling dust, the burly man suddenly appeared behind Qianjia, his fist aiming for Qianjia's head, declaring, "Die." With a resounding thud, the fist passed through Qianjia's shadow as he had already maneuvered behind his adversary. At the very moment the opponent swung his fist, Qianjia retaliated, delivering a powerful blow to his head. The onlookers, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, were stunned when a figure emerged from the dust, spitting blood. Had he failed again? Just as Smoker had, the crowd feared Qianjia might meet a similar fate. Yet, upon closer inspection, the one who had been sent reeling was the bald man, who crashed against the wall, struggling to rise, with a foot planted firmly on the man's chest. Qianjia looked down disdainfully. You thought that possessing hockey made you invincible? You would perish quickly at sea. 24 seconds, 25 seconds, and the sword remained raised, unmoved. 30 seconds. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air before the man's terrified eyes. As Qianjia turned to leave, blood erupted from his opponent's body. The gaze filled with resentment and fear lingering on Qianjia's retreating figure. before he finally drew his last breath. Was the sixth round concluded so swiftly? Had it already surpassed the record for this tournament? Was he truly the strongest of this session? The crowd gazed in astonishment at the strolling Qianjie, whose sword remained unstained by blood, an incredible feat of speed. Was it really hockey? Had he truly mastered it? Sengoku, with his mouth agape, turned to Carp and noticed his old comrade wore a similarly shocked expression. As the sixth round concluded and preparations for the seventh commenced, the tone of the admiral's voice bore a hint of surprise. He, a seasoned vice-admiral, recalled his own graduation battles. Having reached the sixth round but barely escaped the seventh, Qianjie surpassed him by far. He was only 23 then. Yet this young man seemed to handle it all with such ease. Where exactly lay his limits? Many vice-admirals focused intently on Qianjie, whose breath remained steady. To their astonishment, he had not only mastered the Navy's 6 styles, including Saru and Jeppo, but his swordsmanship was also exceptional. Moreover, he had developed haki, showcasing remarkable versatility that garnered applause from the captivated residents. Indeed, the foundation he built was commendable, evident in his steady progress. And I dare say he will undoubtedly earn his place in the vast ocean ahead. Carp, too, expressed high praise. They were discerning individuals, not easily impressed by ordinary talents. If only Sengoku and Carp knew he had only trained in hockey for a mere 6 months, Kizaru remarked with amusement. Oh? The astonishment on Sengoku and Carp's faces deepened as they realized the extent of Qianjie's hockey. They could tell it was not exceptionally strong. But for someone so young to possess hockey was already astonishing, and to demand high mastery would indeed be a tall order. They were taken aback to learn he had only trained for half a year. 6 months to reach such a level, quicker than I ever was? Carp exclaimed, his senbei forgotten in hand. Quite impressive indeed. Akainu nodded in agreement. Zifa, you've done well. Zifa chuckled nervously, torn between joy and sorrow. Finally, he had pleased everyone. Yet his heart felt heavy. If only that rascal had obediently agreed to become his student, he could have proudly claimed him as his own. Zifa, you don't seem very happy, Saru observed. Why not? Shouldn't you be the one celebrating? Zifa feigned a smile, yet it appeared more sorrowful than joyful. Something is amiss. Sengoku had already sensed the underlying tension, though he had been engrossed in the battle. Now, he scrutinized Zifa closely. The 7th round began. Below, the pirate for the 7th round had taken the stage. Sengoku pushed aside his concerns, focusing on the battle at hand. Everyone was eager to discover Qianjie's limits. The first 6 rounds had been effortless, leaving them bewildered as to where his limits truly lay. Let me see how many more surprises you possess. The cheers and applause from the audience resounded continuously. Is this the contender for the 7th round? The requirements for the 7th pirate were a bounty of around 100 million and the possession of special abilities. Qianjie gazed intently at the burly man with a beard emerging from the iron gate, fully aware that what lay ahead would be a formidable challenge. The Navy, perhaps? Very well, I am prepared to face death. Having been captured, I no longer wish to live. If I can drag an elite recruit down to hell with me in my final moments, that would be something. The formidable, bare-handed man exuded an aura of menace. In this battle for survival, the foes are either ferocious beasts or ruthless pirates. They will all fight with their lives on the line. It has been many years since I have witnessed anyone break through to the 7th round. To my surprise, in my lifetime, I can still see a new future emerging within the Navy. An elderly man, having crossed the threshold of 70 years, stroked his beard with satisfaction. Grandfather, you have witnessed numerous life and death battles. How far do you think this Qianjie can advance? Perhaps he can reach the 9th round, but to conquer the 9th seems impossible. In my recollection over the past 50 to 60 years, only a handful have managed to break into the 10th round. Who are they? The Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Hero Carp, Admiral Zifa, Chief of Staff Saru, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, and Admiral Akiji. Only these 7. Indeed, that does seem impossible. Many residents shook their heads. For these 7 represented the past, present, and future of the Navy. Aside from Carp and Saru, the other 5 are either former or current admirals. Although Carp holds the rank of Vice Admiral, in the eyes of the naval world, he is considered an admiral, his reputation surpassing that of even the admirals themselves. Compared to them, pirates fear Carp even more. As for Chief of Staff Saru, though she rarely displays her strength, her power is astounding. Some claim she possesses the strength of an admiral, while others assert she is exceedingly close to it. No matter how formidable Qianjie may be, the residents still hesitate to associate him with the future great general, for that seems an arduous task. Here he comes. With a swift motion, Qianjie wielded his sword, vanishing in an instant only to reappear behind the burly man with the beard, striking down with a fierce blade. Novice, You are not a match for me at this moment. Without turning back or evading, the bearded giant roared, his physique suddenly expanding, his clothing tearing as thick. Dark fur erupted over his body. The blade met the fur with a shower of sparks, yet no blood was drawn. In a thunderous display, a fist larger than Qianjia's had swung around, its powerful wind stinging his skin, forcing him to retreat several dozen meters in an instant. A beast type? A gorilla, perhaps? Observing the towering black gorilla, Qianjia's expression shifted from disdain to solemnity. Though it was a beast type, it was evident that this burly man was already a formidable martial artist. And combined with the strength of a top-tier beast type, the resulting power was not to be underestimated. Come on, let's see if your sword can pierce me, and whether your small frame can withstand my onslaught. The gorilla beat its chest like a thunderous drum, although its size was not as grand as the previous giant. Its ferocious aura left the onlookers paralyzed with fear. Novice, I will end your life, and I am eager to see if those admirals possess the capability to intervene. The gorilla charged at Qianjia with a resounding roar. The residents huddled together in terror. 80. Is he a natural type ability user? With a decisive strike, a beam of sword light burst forth from Qianjia's hand, cleaving through the earth. To his astonishment, the gorilla seized the sword light with both hands, tearing it apart with sheer strength. A bit of power, but are you merely slicing tofu? The gorilla sneered at Qianjia, blood dripping from its hands, yet it remained unperturbed. With a tremendous charge, all the admirals stationed outside were fully prepared, ready to utilize their abilities at a moment's notice. Not just one, but 4 admirals stood poised for action, fearing they might not be able to halt the crisis alone. Boom! The colossal fist of the gorilla descended like a hammer, the force of its wind fracturing the ground beneath. Clang! Qianjia managed to block the blow with his sword, the armament haki enveloping the blade, as he was not yet capable of hardening the sword with haki directly. With sparks flying, Qianjia was slightly pushed back by the overwhelming force. Truly, the strength was monstrous. Qianjia gazed in astonishment at the ferocious gorilla, declaring, "Yet the true battle I seek lies ahead. While I would not mind slowly honing my skills against you, the time has come for your curtain call." Swish. The 1,000 calamities have vanished. A colossal fist struck the ground, causing a vast expanse of earth to collapse for several dozen meters. Qianjia emerged behind the chimpanzee, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp hiss as it grazed the dense fur, blood seeping yet no wound in sight. The hair was too resilient, rivaling steel. Novice, your pathetic sword cannot harm me. Little did he expect that he would be compelled to employ the overlapping sword technique here. Indeed, a battle of life and death is far from simple. After retreating several meters, Qianjia surged forward with a fervor, eschewing the use of a shave, instead harnessing the momentum of his sprint to amplify his strength. Dare you approach again? You seek your own demise. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 9 strikes will suffice. The 9 blades overlapped. Roar. The edge of the sword was once more halted by a fist, yet the ethereal sword aura swiftly grazed past the gorilla, subsequently cleaving into the steel-forged wall behind, leaving profound gashes. Your sword? The sword is inconsequential. What matters is the strength of the wielder. Sheathing his blade, he turned towards the heart of the battle, exhaling a heavy breath. Although he had surpassed the 7th contest, nearly 30% of his energy had been expended, a slight deviation from his expectations. 3 more trials lay ahead. This would prove challenging. Such relentless combat drained physical stamina and tested one's resolve to an extreme degree. If a battle is to be fought, let it be a decisive victory. Has anyone ever claimed such a triumph? Henceforth, one must conserve energy judiciously. In the intricate strategy of overcoming the 8th challenge with minimal expenditure, he envisions the life and death battle as the final 2 confrontations. Aware of the formidable adversaries that will emerge in the concluding rounds, he finds himself defeated by a novice. The immense form of the gorilla is grotesquely bisected at the chest, a dismembered tableau. Yet, victory follows victory, and the 8th challenge looms before him. Could his aspirations extend to the 9th? The audience erupts in applause, their hands stinging yet unwilling to cease. That young man possesses remarkable prowess, eliciting smiles from several officers. Presently, he is yet to reach his zenith. His displayed abilities are indeed astonishing. Yet a gap remains before he can vanquish Rao. Where lies the true limit of his capabilities? Virgo slightly elevates himself to gain a clearer view of the fray. This youth has evidently conserved some strength. Should he achieve commendable results in our life and death contest, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. The Warring States period holds a sense of anticipation. The 8th challenge should be within his grasp, yet it will undoubtedly demand considerable resources, rendering the ninth challenge exceedingly arduous. Carp regards Qianjia with approval, yet contemplates the formidable opponents awaiting in the ninth challenge, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, the ninth challenge is somewhat monstrous, and the 10th is virtually insurmountable. Kizaru also voices his grievances, recalling the toll exacted during his life-and-death battle, having paid a hefty price for the ninth challenge. With no hope of breaching the 10th, despite the challenges ahead, if he retains substantial strength, there exists a genuine possibility that he may reach her level. Qingji remarks softly. Possessing a deeper understanding of Qianjia's potential than even Zephyr, the future of the Navy hinges on his forthcoming performance. Akainu harbors great expectations as well. However, no one anticipates whether Qianjia will successfully navigate the challenges. Such an outcome seems utterly implausible, given its difficulty. In a century, no one has achieved it, historically. It appears that no one has succeeded. The 8th challenge commences. In this 8th trial, pirates are guaranteed a bounty of 100 million and are also capable individuals. In the realm of memories, the conditions surrounding the 8th level of the battle of life and death unfold. One must conserve energy in this stage. For excessive depletion could spell disaster in the 9th, and the 10th would be utterly insurmountable. With sword in hand, I gazed upon the figure emerging from the iron gate, a man nearing 40, utterly unremarkable in every aspect, blending seamlessly into any setting without drawing attention. Your fate was sealed the moment you encountered me. You are destined to be eternally imprisoned within this concrete pillar, for I am the concretist. The ordinary man extended his hands, and from beneath his arms, a thick, gray cement began to seep forth. A concretist? A superhuman of cement? How foolish to declare one's abilities. I, Qianjia, exhaled a long, weary breath. I am not foolish. Rather, I possess confidence. I wish for you to experience despair from the very outset. The ordinary man laughed arrogantly, waving his hands, unleashing a torrent of viscous gray cement upon me. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing in midair. His attack had an impressive range. From above, I beheld the entire battlefield enveloped in thick cement, which hardened instantaneously. Once ensnared and sealed within this concrete, escape would not be an easy endeavor. As I landed once more, the ground had transformed into a solid cement surface. In a flash, I disappeared, determined to deny him the opportunity to utilize his power. I materialized behind the ordinary man, my blade sweeping to cleave through his form. Yet my expression shifted as I witnessed him disintegrate into viscous cement, my blade ensnared and solidifying within it. Could it be that he wields nature's essence? Is cement a manifestation of the natural element? With a forceful strike, I shattered the solidified cement on my blade. Turning to observe the ordinary man slowly rising from the cement floor, he proclaimed, "Here, I reign supreme. You stand without hope. I can traverse freely within this cement, and to stand upon it renders me invincible." Is he not of the natural element? Yet this is proving to be more formidable than any natural force. I would prefer his abilities to be rooted in nature. Now, he can replace himself with cement. The entire arena is a battleground of concrete. How shall I contend with this? Cement spear. The ordinary man swiftly conjured a weapon formed from cement, hurling it forth with deadly precision. I narrowly evaded the strike, only to be confronted by a wall of cement rising before me, surrounded by walls of concrete. The ordinary man found himself suddenly besieged as the cement enveloped him in an instant. Countless layers of concrete encased him, forming a colossal sphere that solidified into a flawless protective barrier. As the blade swept through, the concrete sphere was cleaved in two, yet there was no one inside. Futile. For in this realm, I reign supreme. No one can vanquish me. The ordinary man re-emerged from a different location, unleashing a barrage of weapons forged from the condensed concrete. Indeed, it posed quite a challenge. In the midst of evasion, Qianjia gazed upon the concrete floor that enveloped the arena. To defeat him, must the concrete be removed first? Yet, should he unleash his full power, victory would be attainable, albeit at a tremendous cost, one that could jeopardize his performance in the 9th stage, let alone the 10th. The strategy of passive defense was formidable. While his defensive capabilities were remarkable, his offensive output was lacking, and his attack speed was rather sluggish. He could evade without the need for precision maneuvers, expending little energy in the process. It appeared that recovery occurred more swiftly than the energy spent on evasion. Thus, perhaps it would be prudent to focus on recuperation before launching an assault. Qianjia found himself ensnared in a passive defense, constantly evading a relentless barrage of attacks. For 10 minutes, he had not countered, merely darting about the arena to avoid being overwhelmed. The spectators watched with bated breath, their hearts racing as they feared he might be encased in concrete at any moment. Had he truly struggled to surpass the 8th level? The initial 7 levels had been a breeze, but now he faced a formidable opponent, leaving them uncertain about his ability to progress further. Many were concerned for Qianjia, holding their breath in silence, afraid to disturb his focus. What was he doing? This was not the extent of his capabilities. Why was he hesitating? Suddy murmured in dissatisfaction. Was the 8th level truly insurmountable for him? Hadn't he grown stronger over the past couple of years? Zephyr scoffed, suggesting that if he had trained Qianjia, he would not be faltering at the 8th level. I expected greater surprises from him. What a letdown, Carp frowned. Indeed, breaking through to the 8th level was commendable, yet it was merely commendable. Have you noticed? Sengoku observed Qianjia's agile movements. Each evasive maneuver was optimal, minimizing his exertion and conserving energy. What SMS? His current speed is even less impressive than before. Surely, fatigue cannot account for such a decline, Sengoku mused. Noting the lack of disarray in Qianjia's breath and the absence of sweat, he must be using the 8th level to recuperate, resorting to passive defense. Chief of Staff Crane interjected. Is this even possible in battle? Why hadn't I considered this before? Exclaimed Kizaru. In the life or death trials, each level consecutively pushed one to their limits without respite. The notion of recovery amidst combat was indeed remarkable. While the extent of Qianjia's strength remained uncertain, his performance thus far was impressive, especially for one so young, demonstrating wisdom in conserving his stamina. Sengoku nodded in approval. Many a genius has perished before reaching maturity. Only those who truly develop their potential can thrive. Yet, brilliance often comes with arrogance, which is a chief cause of their demise. Oh, your insights have rekindled my anticipation. Carp set aside his senbei, despite the ongoing display of Qianjia's evasive tactics, captivated as he feared missing any thrilling details. It seemed evident that Qianjia recognized the challenges awaiting in the 9th and 10th levels, harboring ambitions to advance. Indeed, the 9th level is where the true excitement lies, Sengoku remarked, knowing well the formidable adversaries that awaited there. The 9th level presented pirates not only on par with the competitors, but possessing abilities that countered them. Candidates were typically selected from the top tier of Impelled Down's 5th level, and if none were suitable, the selection would extend infinitely from the 6th level of Hell. Thus, only those who could overcome the 9th level would truly break through in combat. Otherwise, they would fail. The 9th level was already a formidable challenge, and the 10th level was rumored to be even more daunting. Kizaru expressed his discontent, recalling his own defeat at that level. Akainu nodded in agreement, having also fallen short there. With the battle showing no signs of resolution, Sengoku turned to Zephyr. Zephyr, enlighten us. What is the nature of your connection with Qianjia? Sengoku had sensed something amiss in Zephyr's demeanor. Zephyr's expression stiffened. I know, Qianjia is the last in his class, Kizaru teased, prompting a collective gasp at the revelation. How could that be? They all wondered. Accept your defeat. Boy, you are no match for me, Qianjia declared while assessing his internal state. Having recovered over 90% of his strength, thus ready to conclude the battle. Zephyr, your oversight is evident, Sengoku continued, before we delve deeper. I must ask, who facilitated Qianjia's entry into the deathmatch? It could not have been you, could it? Sengoku's certainty stemmed from Zephyr's prior emotional shifts. What are you insinuating? If not Zephyr, then who else could it be? Carp insisted, convinced of Zephyr's involvement. It was a ruse to leave us in the dark. Saving the best for last, he added. Who then assisted Qianjia? Sengoku inquired, looking to Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji for answers. Carp's frustration grew as he pounded Zephyr's shoulder, demanding clarity. Zephyr, speak up. Did you apply for him? How dare Sengoku question my deductions? Zephyr's expression became increasingly tense. Who could it be? Kizaru wondered, glancing at Akainu and Akiji, pondering whether anyone besides himself was aware of Qianjia's prowess. Akainu seems unlikely. It must be Akiji. As eyes turned toward Akiji, he finally confessed, it was I, surprising Akiji? Zephyr stared in disbelief, having assumed it was Kizaru's ploy to embarrass him. When did you learn of Qianjia's abilities? Is it truly Akiji, and not you, Zephyr? Carp questioned incredulously. Why not assist such a remarkable talent? We nearly missed the opportunity. Zephyr, can you explain the reasoning behind this? Sengoku probed, unable to reconcile Zephyr's apparent knowledge of Qianjia's potential with his decision to keep it concealed. Zephyr's throat tightened, words nearly escaping but failing to form. I know. Kizaru teased. It seems Shinji is a self-taught prodigy. Despite being part of the rookie camp, he only trained there for a year, thereafter relying solely on self-study. What? He is self-taught? The revelation struck like lightning, as it was indeed possible for recruits to apply independently, albeit rarely. What else are you concealing, Zephyr? Sengoku's gaze bore into him. Self-taught? Remarkable. Carp exclaimed, astonished. I had assumed you trained him thoroughly. If he is self-taught, his potential must surpass our expectations. Moreover, it appears Shinji was the last in his class during the rookie evaluations, Kizaru continued, ignoring Zephyr's darkening expression. During that assessment, it was not Shinji representing the rookie camp, but Smoker. Enough, Kizaru. Zephyr seethed, glaring at him with fiery indignation. You've revealed too much. Last in his class. Carp echoed, incredulous. How could that be? Surely, he is stronger than Smoker. Is there any hidden truth behind Zephyr? Crane inquired softly, gazing at the 6 pairs of scrutinizing eyes. Taking a deep breath, Zephyr realized he could no longer conceal the truth. In due time, Sengoku and the others would uncover everything with minimal investigation. Indeed, Chiji had chosen to leave school for self-study, a decision he had made on his own accord. The old man had never taught him even for a single day. Zephyr gritted his teeth, recalling the day that impudent lad submitted his application to leave school. Ever since encountering him, not a single day had passed without discomfort, though he had consistently ranked last in numerous assessments. This was not a result of intentional sabotage on the old man's part, but rather a deliberate concealment of his abilities by Chiji. Is that so, Teacher Zephyr? Kizaru responded, undeterred by the murderous glare emanating from Zephyr. However, I have heard that during the new recruits assessment, you assigned Smoker a Logia-type ability, leading to Chiji's inevitable failure. Despite not having yet trained in hockey, it seems that the reasons for his defeat extend beyond merely being unable to contend with a Logia type. This year, the new recruits assessment marked the first time the headquarters rookie camp failed to secure first place. That rascal Kizaru seemed to know everything. He looked triumphantly at Zephyr, whose expression had soured, silently admitting to himself, Teacher Kizaru, I have conducted a thorough investigation afterward. It appeared that Zephyr's relationship with Chiji had soured to the point of being irreconcilable, hadn't it? Sengoku observed Chiji, still engaged in battle, with astonishment. It was unprecedented for a rookie to clash with a commander during their training period. This lad had indeed dared to do what others would not. All of this must have a reason. What could it be? Crane probed, seeking the crux of the matter. Do you not find his surname somewhat familiar? Zephyr seethed. Chiji. Could he be the son of Chiyu, the brother of Chien? Sengoku pondered, suddenly recalling. Did both his father and brother betray us? Indeed, Zephyr declared emphatically. Both his father and brother have turned traitor. How could I possibly continue to teach him? Shall I allow yet another traitor to emerge within the Navy? He spoke with righteous indignation. Zephyr did not believe he had erred. The mistake lay solely with that lad for becoming a formidable force. Zephyr, you are being foolish. Absurd even. On what grounds do you intend to bury his potential? How can you be so blind? His father's and brother's betrayal has no bearing on him. Carp roared in discontent. However, Sengoku promptly intervened, stifling further remarks. Zephyr, your actions in this matter are indeed misguided, Sengoku remarked, furrowing his brow. Not merely misguided, but gravely mistaken. We were on the verge of losing a prodigy. Carp glared at Zephyr, disappointment evident in his gaze towards his old comrade. Let us observe the battle for now. We will discuss this matter later, Crane interjected, noticing the escalating tension among the three. Must we quarrel before everyone? That would be most unseemly. Humph. Carp shot Zephyr an angry glance before turning away, ignoring him entirely. Sengoku looked at the two with a pained expression. I still maintain that I have done nothing wrong, Zephyr asserted defiantly. The 9th match commenced. Nearly an hour had elapsed, yet the battle still raged on. Indeed, the previous 7 matches had concluded in mere minutes, while this 8th contest had extended far longer, and the combatants appeared to be on the defensive. It seemed they had reached their limits. Even if a reversal were to occur, would they still possess the strength to face the 9th round? The onlookers observed Chiji as he evaded attacks, shaking their heads in disappointment. Would he be halted here? Although Chiji's strength had exceeded their expectations, they yearned for more. Surely, Chiji possesses more power than this. Indeed, the other recruits were anxious, wishing fervently for Chiji to defeat his opponent in the next moment. However, The formidable officers regarded the bout with furrowed brows or amused expressions, occasionally nodding in approval. Chiji's stamina had nearly returned to 90%. Unless he fully ceased activity to recuperate, the energy expended in evasion would nearly equal the recovery, rendering any further delay pointless. Qianjie deftly sidestepped the descending concrete pillar. Within the span of an hour, his prowess in evasion had significantly improved. You think you can merely dodge? I wonder how long you can sustain this. Sooner or later, death will find you. The concrete figure's triumphant laughter echoed incessantly. Thus, the battle came to an end. With the footsteps of Qianjie echoing, he soared into the sky. It seemed he was poised to conclude the battle. The senior officers and the warring states gazed intently at Qianjie, who was diving from above, pondering what abilities he would employ to counter this maneuver. Ascending into the air, the moment he descended would mark the end of your life. The cement man summoned forth a torrent of cement, manifesting into menacing spikes that covered the ground, rendering it impossible for anyone to stand. With a swift slash, Qianjie unleashed a blade of light that severed the cemented earth in an instant, leaving the walls unharmed. The ground trembled as the battlefield was cleaved in two, revealing the fractures beneath. Futile. You cannot harm me, the cement man taunted from one half of the cemented ground. Undeterred, Qianjie dashed into the crevice, standing atop the earth, which towered over 2 meters high. With a decisive sweep of his blade, he cleaved the connection between the ground and the cement. Hundreds of tons of cement flipped into the air. Gasps of awe escaped the residents as they watched the massive chunks of cement soar from the arena. Useless. Despite being amidst the tumbling debris, the cement man remained unfazed. With another strike, he once again split the airborne cement in two, targeting the section that concealed the cement man, striking repeatedly. After several blows, the vast expanse of cement had shrunk to mere square meters. The ground shook violently as the shattered cement crashed down, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Next, it is your turn to perish. Standing atop the fractured earth, Qianjie coldly observed the now diminutive cement blocks still swirling in the air. The once arrogant cement man's expression shifted drastically. How could he employ such a method? It was indeed unexpected. I had anticipated the strongest attack to obliterate all the cement, yet he opted for such a clever approach, conserving significant energy, Carp noted with approval. Casting a smug glance at the glowering Zifa. Look at yourself, you nearly jeopardized a splendid seed due to your nonsensical reasoning. Enough, Carp. Let us discuss matters after the life and death battle. Sengoku watched as the two old friends prepared to quarrel again, hastily intervening. You cannot kill me. Although the airborne cement blocks were small, they were rapidly increasing in size, as the cement man continuously generated more cement. Explosive blade. As the tumbling cement blocks descended before him, Qianjie unleashed his sword in an instant, striking the cement with a force akin to a hammer. The resulting explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that shattered the cement blocks, leaving only the cement man behind. In that moment, fear finally gripped the cement man. I shall not perish. However, as the shockwave penetrated his body, he staggered to the ground, bloodied and broken. With a final spray of blood, his vengeful gaze locked onto Qianjie before he crashed heavily onto the earth, silenced forever. Before the 8th round, his stamina had dipped below 80%. After the battle, it exceeded 80. Remarkable. Qianjie slowly sheathed his sword, not only having conserved energy but also having regained strength. With this, he felt confident facing the 9th challenge. With the prospect of overcoming the 10th within his grasp, what lay ahead was the true battle that would determine life and death, with no respite in sight. Qianjie's piercing gaze remained fixed on the tightly shut iron door. Who would be the adversary in the 9th round? The citizens, still gripped by concern for Qianjie, anxiously pondered when he would achieve victory or succumb to defeat. Their eyes widened in anticipation. Was this truly the end? A complete reversal, indeed. No one expected the battle to conclude so swiftly. As one individual regained their composure and began to applaud, the sound of clapping soon resonated throughout the arena. Thus, it was confirmed that he had surpassed the 8th round and was on the brink of commencing the 9th. After several years, this achievement marked the best performance for a newcomer, didn't it? One could only wonder if he would advance to the 10th stage, which would reveal the potential of a true commander, a future general. Yet, it remained uncertain. After expending so much time and energy, how much strength did he have left? Doubts lingered regarding his ability to conquer the 9th round. Indeed, the 9th challenge was significantly more formidable than the 8th. Regardless, it was a moment worthy of applause. Teacher Zephyr, Irrespective of any misgivings he harbored towards Qianjie, the performance displayed thus far merited recognition. As Qingji clapped, he noted that among the seven, only Zephyr remained silent. His expression perpetually somber. The ninth stage commenced. Under Qianjie's unwavering gaze, the iron door swung open once more. I am your opponent in this so-called life and death battle. The gatekeeper of the 8th round? Boomed a voice, brimming with arrogance. How dare you allow an old man like me to face off against a newcomer? The Navy truly underestimates people. The figure had yet to appear, yet his haughty voice echoed in every ear. Emerging barefoot and clad in prison garb, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, strode forth with an air of superiority. He looked down upon the spectators, taunting. Aren't you afraid I might slay you all? Oh, so many admirals and vice-admirals present? It seems I want to have the chance to unleash a massacre. How could a mere prisoner exhibit such arrogance? The residents regarded the elder with disdain. All the Navy's formidable forces were present, and they doubted he could stir up much trouble. You are the newcomer? Impressive, you managed to defeat those previous weaklings. But against me? Not even the average vice-admiral stands a chance, the old man declared with pride. Many vice-admirals present did not express dissatisfaction. Instead, they regarded the elder with caution. It appeared that the 9th round featured him, presumably the strongest among the 5th layer of the advancing chamber, with a bounty of 180 million on his head. Sengoku shook his head in resignation. Truly terrifying, the officers conducting the life and death selection for pirates are remarkably ruthless to have chosen him, exclaimed Kizaru. It seemed increasingly likely that Qianjie's journey would come to an end here, for the constraints placed upon him were immense. Observing this individual, many admirals and vice-admirals shook their heads in disbelief. They silently mourned for Qianjie, recognizing the severity of the selection. Do not be anxious. I intend to kill you. And there is no escape. Whoosh. In an instant, Qianjie appeared before him. The blade sliced through the air. Yet the elder before him transformed into a colossal sphere of concrete, momentarily taken aback, instinctively believing that the cement figure had re-emerged. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the concrete sphere. That was close. What a cunning little rascal. A voice resonated from behind, accompanied by an unceasing sound of objects slicing through the air. Countless small stone spheres surged forth, obliterating Qianjie's afterimage and crashing against the shattered concrete sphere, reducing it to rubble. Retreating to a distance, Qianjie gazed intently at the elder, who was now surrounded by hundreds of small stone spheres, which rotated around him, forming an impeccable protective barrier. Young soldier, the elder remarked, I possess no extraordinary abilities, save for my swiftness, enhanced by the powers of the ball fruit. The elder continued. Your speed is indeed remarkable, thus it is imperative to ensure adequate safety measures. That speed is no ordinary pace, it rivals my own. The ball fruit, you say? With a firm grip on the blade, Qianjie felt the weight of the 9th adversary, far surpassing the previous ones, and a palpable tension enveloped him. Be cautious. The elder warned, for I possess the ability to transmute all inanimate objects into spheres of control. With a single flourish of his hand, he unleashed a whirlwind of countless spheres, spinning around him like bullets, their velocity and power rivaling that of true projectiles. Qianjie moved swiftly, his figure weaving through a dense barrage of bullets. Was this the paper drawing technique of the Navy's 6th form? No. The paper drawing involves relaxing the muscles to sense the changes in the surrounding air, allowing the body to evade the enemy's attacks like paper. What he was employing now was certainly not the paper drawing. When it comes to understanding the 6th form of the Navy, who could rival Carp? Indeed. But relying solely on sight would never enable one to navigate so effortlessly through a hail of gunfire. Then, could it be the observation hockey? As they observed Qianjie deftly evading all the stone bullets with a whisper, Sengoku and the others simultaneously pondered. When did that kid learn observation hockey? Who taught him? Zephyr's expression darkened considerably. Truly astonishing. To possess both observation hockey and armament hockey at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Wow, how impressive. The elder applauded Qianjie in admiration. Now was the moment. As he burst forth, drawing near to the elder, the blade of the 1,000 tribulations swept forth with a sweeping motion. 17 sword shadows instantly overlapped, converging into one. With a slash, the blade imbued with sword energy shattered the multitude of stone spheres revolving around the old man, soaring towards him with lethal intent. With a swish, under the gaze of the 1,000 tribulations, the blade appeared to move at an excruciatingly slow pace, every detail of the opponent's evasion vividly etched in his vision. The ground cracked open in the wake of the blade, yet the old man had vanished. Had he evaded it? Qianjie gazed at the elder in disbelief. Had he truly evaded the onslaught? The 17 overlapping strikes, which had cost him a significant depletion of energy, had been skillfully dodged. How perilous! Indeed, he was remarkably formidable. No wonder he had triumphed over the previous inept adversaries. Had it not been for his meticulous preparation from the outset, the old man would have found himself in grave danger just moments ago. With a lingering sense of unease, the elder patted his chest. Yet, Qianjie could discern no alteration upon his countenance. Wait, it was not merely a matter of speed. Had my own swiftness diminished? Qianjie gazed at the sword in his hand. He had intended to resolve the matter with a single stroke, only to find himself wasting the opportunity. Such a sensation, as he swung the blade with abandon. He discovered it had become somewhat arduous, akin to moving through water, extremely ungraceful. It felt as though he were burdened by several tons of weight. Gravity, perhaps? The young recruit finds it peculiar? Allow me to enlighten you. I have previously mentioned that I am a sphere manipulator. Everything, save for life itself, can be transformed into a sphere under my command, including the very air around us. Observe your surroundings. As he surveyed the area, what did he behold? A transparent energy hemisphere enveloped the entire battlefield. The elder, witnessing Qianjie's astonishment at the aerial spheres, seized the opportunity to brace himself against the ground. At that moment, all the cement and rock beneath transformed into bullet-sized spheres, countless in number. They surged towards Qianjie like an overwhelming tide. This is dire. Although he could perceive the transparent layer of air spheres, his Kinbunchika Haki remained vigilant to the elder's actions. Yet, awareness proved futile. Faced with such a multitude of projectiles, all potential escape routes were entirely covered, leaving no chance of evasion. Clang, clang, clang. The Kinbunchika Haki allowed him to hear the trajectory of these stone spheres, but knowledge alone was insufficient. Their sheer volume and density rendered them impossible to evade. He could only hastily swing the blade, cleaving through the spheres that threatened to strike him. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the sword's shadow enveloped Qianjie entirely. In an instant, a cloud of cement dust surrounded him. Goodness, the sword is indeed swift. Under tenfold atmospheric pressure, it maintains such velocity. I can feel the weight of the pressure, the elder marveled at Wu Yu. Indeed, he had conserved his strength earlier. Wanhua and the others watched Qianjie in awe. 85 swords arriving from the west? Celestial beings descending from the heavens? Was that a convergence of sword strikes? Remarkably, he had achieved the level of 17 sword strikes. And it appeared he had not even unleashed 50% of his power until now. At last, he was unleashing his full might. Wanhua and the others sat up, astonished by Qianjie. Yet victory still seemed elusive. Karp shook his head slightly. Tenfold atmospheric pressure, no wonder it exerts such immense suppression. Qianjie gazed at the air balloons that enveloped the entire arena, acutely aware that this would be a formidable battle. In the midst of the clash, contemplating various strategies could prove fatal. Boom. Several orbs, each weighing a dozen tons, hurtled towards Qianjie at a velocity surpassing that of bullets. Moonstep. Qianjie swiftly ascended into the sky, slicing through the transparent sphere with a sweeping motion of his blade, creating a gash as he surged higher. The colossal spheres relentlessly pursued him into the heavens. It was not until they reached an altitude of several hundred meters that they finally came to a halt. Is it truly possible to exert control from such a distance? Yet, surely this must be a secure location. Qianjie gazed down upon the battlefield below. With each step, he employed the moonwalk technique, gradually depleting his stamina. The onlookers, mouths agape in astonishment, were at a loss, unsure whether to gaze upwards or focus on the ground. Their eyes simply could not keep pace. Indeed, he swiftly discerned the extent of the old man's control over the sphere, yet in midair. Did he dare to expend such energy? The elder stood calmly on the ground, observing Qianjie soaring above with a leisurely demeanor. The latter moved with remarkable speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages as he descended rapidly towards the earth. Oh! The elder hastily commanded thousands of small stone spheres, which began to spin around him at high velocity, forming an enormous natural barrier. 17 swords overlapped, and as they surged towards the outer sphere, the blade imbued with sword energy cleaved through the air with tremendous force, tearing apart the entire sphere and striking within the swirling mass of stone orbs. Sizzle! Countless sparks erupted from the collision as the stone spheres shot forth like bullets towards the radiant sword light. Dust and debris were thrown into the air. Had victory been achieved? The 1,000 calamities descended slowly to the ground, a close call indeed. Amidst the swirling dust, an elderly figure emerged. A faint trace of blood adorning his face, a mere scratch, and no other visible injuries. Had those stone spheres truly absorbed 90% of the sword's energy, leaving only this minor consequence? At this rate, even if victory were attained, the prospect of the 10th challenge appeared utterly bleak. The elder furrowed his brow. contemplating the sheer absurdity of this pirate's prowess, such an assault yielding so little damage. It goes without saying, was the ninth challenge not formidable? When the commanders of the Warring States era overcame the ninth challenge, they paid a hefty price, forfeiting their chances at the 10th. Would he manage to surmount the ninth challenge? Presently, it seemed rather doubtful. Your blade possesses remarkable sharpness. These stone spheres, forged from rock, struggle to withstand it. The old man let all the stone spheres plummet to the ground. Air spheres. With a swift motion, he grasped the air above him, instantaneously coalescing it into a spherical form. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qianjie appeared behind him, thrusting the tip of his sword towards his head. Hiss. Could you please announce your attack next time? It's rather startling. The old man turned around, looking at Qianjie with resignation. Fortunately, this old fool has already fortified his defenses. In my old age, I cannot compete with your strength. Is this an air balloon? Observing the point where the sword pierced, it was astonishing to see that it was blocked by an air sphere, completely enveloping the old man. The sword could only penetrate an inch before it was halted. With a pressure 1,000 times greater than that of steel, the density is extraordinary. The old man suddenly turned back, and the air sphere he had conjured surged towards Qianjie. It struck the ground and exploded instantly, obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius. What about 10,000? The old man began to condense countless air bullets around him, unleashing them towards Qianjie in a torrential storm. If the stone projectile had the power of a regular handgun, then these air bullets possessed the might of a sniper rifle. Whoosh! Hastily soaring into the sky, he thought, perfect defense, perfect long-range assault. This is truly monstrous. At this rate, even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one. In the heights, Qianjie exhaled deeply. I intended to reserve this technique for the 10th challenge. Yet it seems I must employ it here. However, I should be able to succeed without fully unveiling this move, right? He rapidly descended towards the ground. Given Qianjie's previously demonstrated strength and techniques, it was indeed challenging to breach the air sphere. What was he to do? Hey, didn't Team Mr. Sengoku state that the comprehensive strength of the ninth challenge should be comparable to that of the participants? At most, it should merely be a matter of restraint. Now, it seems the overall strength has significantly increased, not just restraining Qianjie, Kizaru inquired. Indeed, the characters in the ninth challenge exhibited slightly greater prowess than before, surpassing our previous ninth challenge. However, it is unlikely they would suddenly change participants, right? Sengoku shrugged helplessly. One could only say he is unfortunate. Whether he wins or loses is up to fate. Kid, you dare to come down? The old man regarded Qianjie with disdain. The latter held his sword with one hand, the blade humming ominously. The sword energy gradually dispersed. Is this technique called the celestial being descends? Or perhaps a sword from the west? The fierce sword energy materialized, enveloping the blade in Qianjie's hand, glimmering with golden light under the sun. The sword energy intensified. This does not bode well. The old man hastily commanded thousands of air bullets to surge towards Qianjie. Swish! As the sword energy solidified, Qianjie retracted his sword with incredible speed. Yet a transparent sword tip still lingered before him, more perfected than what he had trained with previously. Gazing at the transparent sword tip, a smile crept onto Qianjie's lips. This was a newly developed technique. By materializing the sword energy into a blade, it could strike with greater distance, precision, and power. Go! He pointed the sword tip at the condensed sword energy, and whoosh! The suspended sword energy shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, instantly colliding with the incoming air bullets, carving a path through them. Such penetration power? The old man's expression shifted, and he hastily redirected all air bullets towards the sword energy. Materializing sword energy? I never anticipated such a sword move. It seems rather impressive. Carp and the others watched in awe. Many of the vice admirals were swordsmen, and the sight of such swordplay felt like a new realm had been opened before them. Clang, clang, clang. Countless air bullets struck against the sword energy, yet the sword energy surged forward like a solitary sailboat braving the tumultuous sea. This is not good. The old man quickly raised both hands, exerting all his strength to amplify the pressure of the air sphere surrounding him to 30,000 times, reaching his utmost limit. Hissing sounds erupted as the dimmed sword energy struck the air sphere, shattering the earth and sending shockwaves skyward. Stop it! Watching the sword energy persistently advance, the old man roared in desperation. Finally, just an inch away from his head, it came to a halt. On his sweat-drenched face, a triumphant smile broke forth. Ha ha! Still unable to breach my defenses, huh? 17 layers of swords. Qianjie appeared behind the elderly man, his sword slicing through the air with a swift motion. Whoosh! The sword's energy tore through the fragile air barrier, which had most of its defenses concentrated at the front, leaving the rear vulnerable. No, he urgently fortified his defenses at the back. Naturally, this left the front exposed, and the slender sword's energy surged forward once more. Let us not perish together. The sword's energy pierced through the head. Yet, in an instant, the air barrier expanded dramatically. This is not good. Qianjie did not employ the technique of overlapping the 17 swords. Rather, he merely distracted his opponent. Observing the swelling air sphere, he swiftly retreated. Boom. The colossal explosive sphere instantaneously expanded, engulfing the entire battlefield, as shockwaves surged skyward. The spectators in the stands stumbled in terror. The force of the explosion rippled to the iron walls, tearing through steel and continuing to spread. Thunderous roars echoed. The 4 esteemed vice-admirals had already spread their arms, utilizing their haki to shield the citizens. Even the naval forces stationed before the headquarters felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. It was utterly horrific. As the terrifying explosion gradually subsided, the citizens who had huddled beneath their seats cautiously emerged, their hearts pounding as they gazed upon the smoke-filled battlefield, swallowing nervously. Could it be that they would perish together? Would anyone survive such a cataclysmic explosion? Humph. The 4 distinguished vice-admirals simultaneously groaned in pain, exchanging helpless glances. The events had unfolded too swiftly for any rescue, and they knew that even if they attempted to intervene, it would be futile. Kizara, why did you not take action? Sengoku glared furiously at Kizara. If the vice-admirals could not respond in time, the admirals must act. Among them, Kizara was the fastest. Who would have anticipated that an explosion would occur so suddenly, leaving no time for a response? Kizara shrugged helplessly, shrinking under Sengoku's furious gaze. He can't possibly be dead, right? If he is, it would be a tremendous disgrace. In a life-or-death battle, with so many admirals protecting him, it would be a humiliating blow to the entire naval hierarchy if a rookie were to perish. Surely he has survived? Karp spoke uncertainly. If he had perished, the Navy would suffer significant losses. Sengoku stood up, unable to resist rushing toward the battlefield. Qianjie, do not hold me back. I must go. Baby shouted angrily as Sadala restrained her. Qianjie won't die so easily. Trust me, Sadala said, though her own concerns lingered. As the smoke gradually cleared, a silhouette emerged. What was it? The figure that appeared before everyone was somewhat disheveled, his clothing riddled with tears and coated in dust, to pull that last trick before dying. That was quite ruthless. Qianjie, retreating to the far corner, wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly stood up. Are you unscathed? Countless eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Qianjie. Is that the enemy? Scanning the devastated battlefield, no remains of the elder were found. Not a trace remained. So, the 9th round has been conquered? The crowd snapped out of their shock at Qianjie's survival, no longer curious about how he managed to escape that explosion. Suddenly, they realized, with the 9th round victorious, only the 10th remained, and the individuals capable of defeating the 9th round were all present here, each a formidable admiral. So, does this mean Qianjie is likely to become a future admiral? Many gazed blankly at Qianjie, including the admiral-level officers. I never expected to preside over such a life-and-death battle. It was truly worthwhile. The presiding vice-admiral smiled, feeling he now had a tale worthy of boasting about in his old age. He has actually come this far? Many were still in disbelief. Great uncle, you were mistaken. He did not fail in the 9th round. He has surged into the 10th. What do you think? I told you Qianjie is truly powerful. Do you believe it now? Tina proudly lifted her head, gazing with satisfaction at her dazed parents. Her parents nodded vacantly. You can continue training with him. He is quite an impressive lad. Has he truly reached this point? Sengoku, who had previously been worried, couldn't he help but smile as he returned to his seat. It seems he has caught up with us. It has been a long time since the Navy has seen such talent. Indeed, we have waited far too long. The future of the Navy appears to be filled with hope. Karp laughed heartily, disregarding the sunbae that had fallen to the ground. He has managed to come this far. Zifo was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his composure. Clenching his hands tightly within his sleeves, he pondered, could that lad possess the potential of an admiral? It seemed that assisting him had indeed been a wise decision. The audience, their mouths agape in astonishment, remained silent for a long moment before applause erupted from an unknown location, ultimately crescendoing into a thunderous ovation resounding throughout the stands. He bore the weight of all the honor and acclaim. In the midst of his deep breaths, Qianjie realized that his stamina had dwindled to less than 50%, compounded by significant injuries. The 10th round loomed dauntingly, yet he pondered, must failure be the only outcome if he does not conquer this challenge? Here it comes, the final battle. Zephyr, do you perceive it? The ocean harbors individuals who are impossible to conceal. Carp cast a glance at Zephyr, whose expression darkened. That is genius, or rather, to label it as genius would diminish his relentless efforts. It is the diligent and the persevering who persevere. Effort is the key that no one can obstruct. Zephyr's face was as black as coal. What if Master Zephyr wishes to test his limits? Remarked Kizaru nonchalantly. Silence. Zephyr shot a furious glare at Kizaru, who raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Due to the extensive damage to the battleground, a hasty repair was undertaken, merely filling the area with stones and dirt. A trivial task for the powerful, accomplished in mere minutes. This served as a brief respite. Hurry, hurry. Today, someone is about to break into the 10th round. It's about to start. In this fleeting interval, many spectators in the stands eagerly reported to friends who had not attended. What? Is that true? I'm on my way. Numerous townsfolk, having not witnessed the event, rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. At the Navy headquarters port, a major general inquired. Why the haste? I heard that a rookie is defying the odds and has reached the 10th round. How can I not be anxious? I hope to arrive in time. Many individuals surged toward the venue. Reaching the 10th round is nearly an apex. How long do you think Qianjie can last in the 10th round? He should be able to hold on for a while, right? The townsfolk speculated, some even beginning to wager. I bet he'll last a few minutes. Scoffed one. I believe Qianjie will outright defeat the pirate in the 10th round. Suddy remarked discontentedly, casting disapproving glances at the surroundings, shocked that no one believed in Qianjie's potential. Laughter and head shakes echoed around. How can that be? No one has ever achieved that. Reaching the 10th round is already the limit, regardless of Qianjie's strength. The contenders in the 10th round will undoubtedly surpass him significantly, especially given his current exhaustion. It is impossible. Indeed, it seemed implausible. You do not believe in Qianjie? I detest you all. Baby 5 glared at them, her hands nearly transforming into weapons, prompting Suddy to intervene hastily. She understood the little princess's temperament. She might genuinely pull the trigger. How about that? This is the true strength of our generation. Smoker and the others could not possibly represent us. The rookies boasted proudly to their forebears. We are not the so-called failed generation. Rather, we are the rising generation. As they beheld Qianjie basking in the limelight, Smoker and Shuan felt utterly overlooked. They exchanged bittersweet smiles, exhilarated for the newcomer's recognition while grappling with their own disheartened failures. If only I possessed such strength indeed. It was overwhelmingly impressive. The parents of the new recruits, most of whom were Navy officers, nodded in astonishment. Are the rookies truly stronger than us veterans? How absurd. They simultaneously lamented, scolding their sons. How can there be such a disparity among new recruits? The rookies, on the verge of tears from the verbal thrashing, were left speechless. Such a formidable rookie must surely be a student of Admiral Zephyr, right? Not at all. I have heard that this rookie is not only not Admiral Zephyr's student, but has also faced suppression from him during his schooling. This is what my little brat informed me. Is that true? A crowd had gathered to listen. This scenario seemed commonplace in the stands. Zephyr's hands began to tremble beneath the seating. The 10th round commenced. The arena, filled with gravel and dirt, left Qianjie as the sole contender standing in the combat zone. What is the situation? I haven't missed anything, have I? At that moment, a throng of citizens and Navy personnel surged through the entrance, hurriedly gazing toward the battlefield. Is the battle over? Not yet. The 10th round is about to begin. Quick, find a seat and don't obstruct my view. A hot-tempered vice admiral shoved the person in front of him aside. Considering how intense the 9th round was, how extreme will the 10th round be? Qianjie gazed at the opened iron door, devoid of figures and footsteps. Yet, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. A thunderous roar echoed from the pitch-black entrance, accompanied by a clattering sound. As if a colossal iron chain and ball were being dragged across the ground, producing a jarring noise. Such a cacophony, could it be a monster? A sense of dread crept into his heart. The subdued townsfolk felt a chill in the air. Was it the sunlight? A faint voice emanated from within the iron door, mingling with the piercing clamor, as a pair of ordinary-sized feet emerged from the darkness. Soon, the figure stood in the sunlight. The blinding rays, long unseen, evoked a sense of nostalgia. Was it possible to feel nostalgic? He continued to stride forward. Behind him, the thunderous sounds persisted, as he stepped several meters beyond the iron door. Everyone finally comprehended the source of the noise. What was happening? Many gazed in confusion at the slender individual of average height in the arena. His hands were bound by sea stone, and his feet were shackled, attached to a massive iron ball that must weigh at least several tons. How could he endure such torment? Confusion reigned among the crowd. Surely, he could not be strong enough to confront me in such a state? If he were indeed stronger, he would at least possess the prowess of a Yonko. Qianjie, too, was perplexed, staring intently at the disheveled figure obscured in shadows. The sunlight felt wonderfully comforting. The 10th pirate sat casually on the ground, seemingly oblivious to Qianjie. He sat cross-legged, cradling his face with his hand, muttering, "A plate of meat would be delightful right now." What was going on? Everyone understood that due to the 10th pirate's ferocity, even the vice admiral escorting him dared not release his restraints during the journey, waiting only for the moment he would enter the arena. What? Even Qianjie's pupils dilated in astonishment. Could it be him? Kizaru's expression shifted dramatically as Sengoku and the others suddenly recognized the identity. Could it be too ruthless? The inheritor of the Pirate King? Oh dear, this is quite terrifying. Isn't it? Although the 10th pirate was stronger than the participants, surely there must be a limit? This disparity seems excessive. Kizaru exclaimed repeatedly. Indeed, it was rather extreme to bring forth one of the most formidable inmates from Impel Down. Sengoku rubbed his temples in exasperation. This was even more outrageous than our life and death battles. Akainu shook his head. There is no hope. Not even a 1% chance. All the officers who recognized the 10th pirate shook their heads in resignation. To perform for you? To become a jester? The 10th pirate lounged leisurely on the ground. I have no interest. Who is he? How audacious. And they had previously dared not release his bonds? Who could he be? Qianjie gazed at the newcomer, whose unkempt silver hair partially obscured a youthful visage, no older than 30. The slightly gaunt face retained a certain cleanliness, devoid of the disheveled appearance typical of a prisoner. Unfamiliar with this individual, he shook his head, unable to recall who this might be from the original narrative. However, he did not dare to underestimate the situation. The original tale still harbored numerous formidable pirates yet to make their appearance, and the vast ocean concealed countless hidden talents, too many to count. Basking in the sunlight was a welcome reprieve. He leisurely propped up his leg, casting a glance at Qianjie. If you wish to kill me, then strike now. I assure you, I will not retaliate. Everyone stared at him in bewilderment. What was the meaning of this? If he wouldn't he fight back, wouldn't he that allowed Qianjie to easily surpass the 10th round? Wouldn't he it be the simplest way to break the record? Madden Kuanglio, as long as you achieve victory, you shall regain your freedom. The notion that defeating the new rise in a life and death battle grants one freedom? Who do you think you're fooling? Do you even have trust, Navy? Scoffed the so-called madman Kuanglio. Qianjie furrowed her brows, having never heard of such a character, one who was entirely absent from the original work. With such demeanor and aura, should he not remain inconspicuous? To think he is that madman? How ruthless. Many residents over 30 gaped in astonishment, while the younger generation looked at their parents in confusion. Questioning, who is he? Is he well known? He appears to be under 30? How could I not have heard of someone so formidable? Indeed, he is renowned. He is the captain of the 3rd Division of the Roger Pirates. The Roger Pirates? The very crew of the Pirate King? At that moment, all the new recruits and the younger generation stared at him in shock, realizing he was a member of the Pirate King's crew, and moreover, a captain of the 3rd Division? Although the Roger Pirates had long since disbanded and the Pirate King, Roger, had passed away 5 or 6 years ago, with the majority of the remaining crew members having vanished without a trace, the most resounding pirate crew across the seas was neither the Whitebeard Pirates nor the Beast Pirates. It was undoubtedly the Roger Pirates. Though they had disappeared from the seas, their legend endured. Yet, he seems far too young. This implies that when the Roger Pirates disbanded, he was at most 22 or 23 years old. Could someone so youthful truly serve as the captain of the 3rd Division? Such an age still belongs to the realm of novices on the ocean. How could he be deemed capable of commanding the 3rd Division, especially as a captain of the Roger Pirates? This seems implausible. While the specific strength of the 3rd Division captain of the Roger Pirates remains unclear, one can garner an understanding of his prowess through the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, it is he. I remember distinctly. A decade ago, he had already made a name for himself, achieving notoriety as the sole supernova of the sea at the tender age of 18, subsequently joining the Roger Pirates, swiftly ascending to the rank of 3rd Division captain, showcasing astonishing power. The crowd erupted in exclamations of awe. The echoes of countless trials resonated in Qianjie's ears as he gazed in astonishment at the youthful pirate, who was approximately a decade his senior. To his disbelief, this individual was a member of the Roger Pirates, holding such a lofty position. Was this not an insurmountable challenge for Qianjie? Who had made this choice? Was it not rather ruthless? Indeed, Sengoku sighed, reminiscing about the orders he had issued after the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, instructing Kizaru to personally pursue him. fearing his complete maturation. "Kizaru," he inquired, "what can you tell us about his true strength?" "Immensely strong," Kizaru affirmed with great certainty. "5 years ago, I was merely a vice admiral, and with 2 other vice admirals and 3 warships, we cornered him at sea. Even so, he managed to kill 1 vice admiral and inflicted a wound upon me. The only scar I bear was bestowed by him, and that was under circumstances favorable to us and unfavorable to him." "Incredible," Shinji marveled. 5 years prior, although Kizaru was but a vice admiral, he had already possessed the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, and yet he had reached such a level of prowess, surpassing the typical elite vice admirals. He certainly ought to possess such power. Otherwise, after the disbandment of the Roger pirates, I could have chosen not to pursue any of his crew, including Silver's Rayleigh. But he was the one I had to capture, Sengoku asserted gravely. He was so young and yet wielded such strength. Had we failed to apprehend him, he would undoubtedly be among the great pirates of the sea today. A bitter smile spread across his face. I never anticipated that the Roger pirates would be so formidable. Capturing him led to the rise of the red-haired pirates. Had we not captured him, there might be 2 red-haired captains upon the seas now. The red-haired? The expressions of Admiral Akainu and the others grew grave. That is no ordinary pirate crew that can be dealt with by a single admiral. Already, some had dubbed Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and red-haired as the 4 emperors, the pinnacle of pirate factions. I have vivid memories of pursuing the Roger pirates. They were exceedingly active back then. Red-haired was merely a trainee, yet he already made a name for himself, Garp remarked solemnly. Such strength? It is inconceivable that a mere rookie could triumph. Even if extraordinarily gifted, we had no chance upon our graduation. This seems excessive, Shinji exclaimed in shock. While we had a slight chance in the past, it appears that Shinji has no opportunity whatsoever now. Indeed, he was referred to as Roger's heir back then. How swift is your blade? Crazy Six inquired. Do you harbor no animosity towards the Navy? Do you not yearn for revenge? The presiding vice admiral, feeling helpless, gazed at the languid maniac, attempting to stir his inner rage and hatred, hoping it would compel him to fight. Otherwise, why would he engage in such battle? Typically, even if pirates were aware that victory would not grant them freedom, they would not hesitate to confront a prodigious rookie, willing to fight to the death. It does indeed seem that way, Crazy Six remarked, sitting up once more, eyeing Shinji with intrigue. You're remarkably young to have advanced this far. If it comes to battle, should I truly wish to kill you, your comrades may not be able to save you. With his speed and techniques, even I cannot guarantee I could intervene, Kizaru admitted. He may not be the strongest among the admirals, but his speed is undoubtedly the swiftest. If he lacks absolute confidence in stopping him, what of the others? Perhaps we should consider an alternative? Garp suggested. Sengoku pondered the proposal. If we were to choose another individual, we would need to revisit Impel Down's 6th level to select candidates and escort them here, which would take over an hour. By then, Shinji could have regained considerable stamina. Would that still be deemed a decisive life-and-death battle? In any case, it was unlikely he could break through. Simply canceling the 10th match would suffice. Regardless of who was chosen, he would still be defeated, and we would prefer not to wait, Zephyr proposed. Unacceptable. Crazy Six's gaze fixated on Shinji. Moreover, should I kill, it shall be the ones among your navy that deserve death. What significance is there in slaying an unrefined rookie? Unlike your navy, which cowers and fears the growth of a genius, I see my reflection in him, thus I shall not slay him, even if he is of the navy. Crazy Six sneered at the admirals, who exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. They indeed feared his potential growth. What do you truly desire? The presiding vice admiral asked helplessly. Provide me with a platter of meat, a bottle of wine, and my sword. Wine and meat are impossible. But I assure you, you shall have your sword, the vice admiral replied. How stingy. My 3 greatest passions in life are meat, wine, and exquisite blades. Am I to die without tasting a hearty meal? Crazy Six laughed. Die? Everyone in the stands understood his status. Such a formidable individual believed he was destined for death? Did he truly consider himself incapable of besting Shinji? Surely not. This mundane existence is hardly worth living, however. I despise failure and loathe being defeated by someone younger than myself. I will conquer you, but will not take your life. Naturally, you shall have no chance for vengeance. I intend to depart from this dreary world, Crazy Six declared, rising to his feet, the heavy iron ball seemingly not hindering his movements. Oh, is that so? Although it was not a fight to the death, such a complete disregard for one's own life rendered him more formidable. Shinji took a deep breath, calming his mind to a tranquil state. Whoosh! A vice admiral materialized before Crazy Six, displaying a hint of wariness, and presented a sword before him. This is your sword. Are you also a swordsman? 6 blades, no less? Qianjie was slightly taken aback as he scrutinized the madman Quangli. How could he wield 6 swords with both hands and feet? Was he a practitioner of the 6-sword style? Why has anyone released him yet? The madman gazed at the handcuffs and leg chains binding him. Suddenly, 2 vice admirals appeared at his sides, seizing his hands and cautioning, "Do not act recklessly." All of the Navy's formidable warriors are present here. With a dismissive huff, the 3rd vice admiral produced a key and freed him from his restraints. "Yellow Ape, you should not linger here," Sengoku remarked, directing his attention towards the yellow ape, who appeared momentarily puzzled. "If you are not to remain here, then where else would you go?" Sengoku continued, "You must position yourself outside the arena. Should any danger arise, you are to intervene immediately. We cannot allow him to jeopardize the future of the Navy." Indeed. The yellow ape contemplated the proximity of the battlefield, merely 100 meters away, but if anything were to occur unexpectedly, he might not arrive in time. In an instant, he transformed into light, a multitude of photons coalescing outside the arena, effectively taking the place of the 4 vice admirals. 6 pieces of scrap metal? I demand my own sorts. Mo Shui, Duan Lu, Jin Gang, Feng Song, Duan Han, and Zun Dao. The madman, now lazily seated on the ground, let his fingertips glide over the 6 ordinary blades before him. With each name he uttered, the swordsmen present involuntarily narrowed their eyes in astonishment. 3 good quick swords, each with a craftsmanship rating of 50, and 3 great sabers, each rated at 21. While they may not be the supreme great sabers, possessing 6 exceptional blades was a remarkable feat for any individual. Just how formidable could his swords be? The pressure within Qianjie intensified with each passing moment. It is inconceivable that this battle can only be fought with ordinary blades. Navy, could you not exhibit a touch more magnanimity? The deranged Quangli sneered. Without picking up a single knife, he languidly supported his chin, gazing at Qianjie. "New recruit, how swift is your blade?" "I have not attempted it," Qianjie replied coldly. "Then let us see your utmost speed. Go." The 1,000 calamities have vanished, leaving only a select few capable of faintly perceiving a fleeting shadow that darted past the location of the frenzied Mad Six, the blade slicing through his form. "Is this your swiftest strike?" Upon turning, Qianjie found himself behind the Mad Six, his pupils constricting as he beheld the figure still seated there. The blade had indeed pierced his flesh, yet there was no sensation. Had he evaded it? Did he return to his original position in an instant? The posture of sitting cross-legged should render one incapable of exerting force, yet how could he be so swift? Remarkably, he managed to sever a strand of my hair. Extending his hand, Mad Six grasped the floating short hair before him. As for the speed of my blade, even I cannot ascertain it. My fingertips grazed the edges of 6 swords laid upon the ground, until the final one was drawn forward in a swift motion, instantly unsheathing and launching towards the front. Concurrently, Mad Six also vanished, in a heartbeat closing the distance to seize the sword hilt before retreating, surpassing the limits of the naked eye as he surged towards Qianjie. How astonishingly swift! With all his might, Qianjie planted his feet firmly on the ground, vanishing in an instant. Yet, Mad Six was already upon him, the sword sweeping horizontally. Swoosh! Hastily, he raised his blade to parry. Boom! The battlefield erupted in a cloud of dust, extending to the walls. 90 Phantom Beast ability users? Crackle! Sparks flew amidst the clash. In an instant, Qianjie was overwhelmed, rapidly pushed backward. So swift, so powerful. Gripping the sword's edge tightly with both hands, he still could not stabilize his body. Just as his back was about to crash against the wall, he hastily hardened his skin with armed haki. With a thunderous crash, he struck the wall, which was forged from steel and entwined with the haki of a vice admiral, leaving cracks in its wake. You can use haki, I see, but I forgot to mention. You ought to wield more than one sword. Otherwise, even your haki-wrapped blade will shatter. With a hissing sound, sparks flew as Qianjie's sword was swiftly severed. Is it my turn to strike? Huang Yuan's gaze sharpened at this moment. Boom. He quickly hardened his knee with haki and thrust forcefully towards the abdomen of the madman. Mad Six, but there was no contact. The latter had already retreated several dozen meters away. Faster than me, stronger than me. Embedded in the iron wall. Qianjie struggled to emerge, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He thrust his sword forward, rapidly condensing a transparent sword aura that shot forth. Oh, such swordplay? This is my first encounter with it. The retreating Mad Six sidestepped as the sword barely grazed past him, but suddenly the light dimmed, and a figure appeared before him, brandishing a sword aimed at him. Yet, he effortlessly sidestepped the attack. The edge of the sword, having traversed countless trials, momentarily overlapped with the surging sword energy, then swept forth with a horizontal slash. Hiss. although it was momentarily thwarted by the maddened Kuang Lu. The latter was instantly sent flying. Yet, as Qianjie pursued his airborne form, he vanished. The terrifying sword energy cleaved through the wall, leaving behind cracks extending for dozens of meters. Blocked? Turning back, Qianjie gazed at the silhouette amidst the dust. Had the battle already commenced? Yet, I do not see it. On the viewing platform, the residents widened their eyes, gazing down at the arena shrouded in dust. They could not discern the battle, nor even the figures involved. Whoosh! In the swirling dust, two figures suddenly disappeared, converging upon one another. The blades in their hands seemed to have vanished, yet the dense sparks erupted rapidly between them. As the tempest lifted all the dust around, clang! Qianjie's feet glided across the ground until he was several dozen meters away. Who emerged victorious? The swirling dust dissipated, and all eyes were fixated on the two combatants locked in confrontation. Was it truly that terrifying? The ordinary onlookers had not witnessed the clash. Yet even the several-meter-thick steel walls bore the marks of human-shaped indentations, with cracks radiating outward from those recesses. Alongside the extensive fissures spanning several meters, this was steel of substantial thickness, initially providing a profound sense of security to the audience. Yet, at this moment, an unsettling tension permeated the air. In that brief exchange, it seemed Qianjie had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The high-ranking military officials widened their eyes, many of whom were outmatched by the two fighters engaged in the skirmish. With a sharp clang, the sword in Qianjie's hand shattered. The surrounding aura was powerful, yet the quality was insufficient. Had it truly broken? Gazing at the broken blade in his grasp, Qianjie furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Without a sword, how could he continue to fight? It appeared that you were still unable to achieve the hardening of external objects with your armed color. Meanwhile, the sword in the hands of the maddened Kuang Lu remained intact, now transformed into an inky black hue. Qianjie raised his gaze towards the commanding general. Qianjie, catch! Outside the arena, Tina swiftly unfastened the sword from her major general father's waist and hurled it towards Qianjie in the center of the field. I, the major general, stood in astonishment, gazing at my daughter. Has she truly grown so bold? Oh, the sword? Qianjie and the maddened Kuang Lu vanished simultaneously, two shadows racing towards the sword's edge that was hurled into the sky. Qianjie closed the distance, yet he did not arrive before maddened Kuang Lu. In fact, he was slightly earlier. One grasped the hilt of his sword, while the other clutched the scabbard. As they clashed, each delivered a kick towards the other. Their feet met in midair, and both men were propelled backward, tumbling gracefully before landing firmly on the ground. Qianjie's piercing gaze fixed upon his opponent as the sheath of his sword clattered to the ground. How could he have failed to seize it? Is this blade not mine? Mo Shui, the deranged Kuang San, staring at the sword in his hand, felt a fervent glimmer ignite in his eyes. The renowned blade, one of the 50 masterworks. Mo Shui. Thus, I have no choice. Qianjie gazed into the distance at the 5 blades lying on the ground and, in an instant, vanished, propelling himself towards them. His techniques primarily relied on swordsmanship. Without a sword, he would indeed be at a loss. Whoosh! These 5 blades are mine and must not be given away, he declared. Crazy Kuan Lu swiftly positioned himself before Wu Ye. Just as Qianjie was about to unleash his armed hockey-imbued fist, Kuan Lu continued, but this blade can be yours. Tossing the ink-stained weapon to Qianjie, the latter, astonished, caught it. You are bestowing upon me such a renowned blade? And it was once your own? Although it once belonged to him, it no longer did. Compared to the useless major, this blade would suit you far better. Crazy Kuan Lu turned and strode toward the 5 blades on the ground. Meanwhile, Tina's father wore a grim expression, clearly disapproving of the apparent disdain towards others. Observing the razor-sharp blade in his hand, adorned with blood-red cherry blossoms, he wielded it casually, noting its exceptional sharpness and remarkable power retention, far surpassing the ordinary blade he had just wielded. However, it could not be compared to the supreme Daokai 12 crafted at home. In a life-and-death battle, one was only permitted to use standard blades. Famed weapons were strictly prohibited. Zifa stated somberly, it is necessary to retrieve it. Crazy Kuan Lu's strength had already exceeded the threshold of the 10th match. Granting Qianjie a fine blade was inconsequential, especially since a renowned weapon would not significantly alter the current situation, as Sengoku remarked. The Heat Victory Tournament has concluded. Are you prepared to keep pace with me? Kuan Lu glanced back at Qianjie, but was met with the edge of a blade. Whoosh! Completely disregarding external distractions, he fought to his own rhythm, realizing that to defeat Qianjie, he must first disrupt his tempo. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Crazy Kuan Lu's eyes as he regarded Qianjie, however. Attempting to defeat you with a single blade seems rather troublesome, particularly given the frailty of this body. Thus, he grounded himself. And the 5 blades on the ground sprang into the air, his body shifting rapidly. Is this a mythical beast type? How utterly unfair. 6-blade style versus 9-blade style. 3 heads, 6 arms. In the form of the mythical beast Zoan fruit, the 3-headed, 6-armed shape rendered his swordsmanship incredibly potent. Combined with the mythical beast abilities, how could one possibly contend against this? Qianjie couldn't help but curse inwardly. Wasn't it agreed that although the 10th match would feature formidable opponents, there would still be limitations? This was overwhelmingly powerful. You should consider yourself fortunate. This body is currently unable to exert more than 50% of its potential. Moreover, I had just consumed the 3 heads, 6 arms devil fruit before being captured and had no time to develop its abilities. Over the years, I have contemplated various methods of harnessing the fruit's power, but significant development is unattainable in such a short time. Hence, although I possess a mythical beast type, it is of little practical use at present. In the 3-headed, 6-armed form, Crazy Quan Lu wielded a sword in each of his 6 arms. With 6 eyes, he was vigilant against any possible ambush from 3 directions. If he could not unleash even 50% of his power, it was no wonder that although he had demonstrated considerable strength, it seemed somewhat incongruent with his formidable reputation. Qianjie held his swords aloft. During his years in Impel Down, he had been unable to enhance his strength, as the 6th level could only sustain the bare minimum of food supplies, leading to a significant decline in his physical condition. Unless he underwent prolonged recuperation, he could not exhibit his true combat prowess, only managing around 50%, as Sengoku assessed. Though it is merely 50%. It still surpasses Qianjie, he continued. While combat ability may be limited, combat experience and skill have not diminished. They are still somewhat superior to what we previously encountered in the 10th match. It seems the battle is nearing its conclusion. The Admiral's sharp insight rarely misjudged. This form seemed poised to defeat Qianjie within half a minute. Kizaru remained in a state of photonization, having witnessed just how formidable Crazy Quan Lu's form could be. Allow me to offer a word of caution. Do not trust your eyes, nor rely on your observation haki. Instead, fight by instinct, lest you fall behind my rhythm. With that, Crazy Quan Lu vanished from sight. How swift! The eye could discern no trace, only the fleeting sound of movement. Suddenly, 6 blades sliced through the air from all directions toward Qianjie. He hastily swept his sword across in defense, producing a series of clashing sounds. Clang, clang, clang. In a swift retreat, Qianjie accelerated to the utmost limit. The 2 figures vanished from the arena, and the flashes of blades ceased. Only the sharp sounds of slashing and explosions remained. The ground was marred with dense sword marks, and even the iron walls bore numerous cracks. With a swift motion, the already tattered clothing was reduced to mere shreds, leaving Qianjie bare from the waist up, rapidly soaring into the sky. Reaching several hundred meters above, he gasped in shock. Although his body bore no wounds, he felt a searing agony, his skin adorned with white marks, each signifying a sword strike received. The speed was astonishing. Had it not been for the constant hardening of his armament haki at the points of impact, he would have been gravely injured. Yet, even so, the internal injuries were not trivial. He wiped away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. On the battlefield, the frenzied Mad Six halted his rapid advance, astonished. Not defeated, he gazed at the airborne Qianjie in disbelief. With a speed several times that of a shave, he moved freely, unleashing a chaotic flurry of attacks with 6 swords, devoid of any pattern or technique. This extreme velocity rendered the entire arena susceptible to his onslaught, making it indeed challenging to evade, even for those possessing observation haki. The powerful spectators engaged in analysis, their astonishment growing deeper. This technique had left wounds on me. Had I not temporarily developed the Yada no Kagami, trapping him aboard the pirate ship in the sea, defeating him would have been arduous. Kizaru looked up at Qianjie in the sky. What shall the rookie do now? Will you concede? Is Qianjie afraid to descend and confront him? All eyes turned skyward. Is defeat imminent? Has the battle lasted a minute? Quite commendable, nearly matching the time the admirals endured in the 10th match. Surely, you cannot remain airborne for long. Your stamina must falter. If you were to engage me with sword light or the like, even now, my physical prowess should surpass yours. What will you do? Qianjie acknowledged the veracity of his words. His physical strength barely exceeded 30%, falling short of 40. He could afford to squander any more time. Thus, he resolved to employ that singular technique, hurtling towards the ground with great haste. Was it truly necessary to fight desperately, even when defeat was inevitable? Indeed, the madman, Quan Lu, laughed heartily, but I shall not hold back. You cannot withstand my 6 blows. And what of the 9? Qianjie raised his sword high. You wield 6 blades, but I now command 9. The sword's edge carved a vast circle in the air, the shadows of the blades forming a luminous arc. Once the circle of swords materialized, 8 blades of sword energy coalesced around Qianjie, combined with the blade in his hand, making a total of 9. Currently, he could gather a maximum of 8 blades. Any more would be beyond his physical capacity to control, yet this was sufficient. The sword aura, controlled by the 1,000 calamities, whirled chaotically around, forming an impeccable protective layer, capable of slicing through all that it touched. Oh, are you combining your techniques with my offensive methods? You learned quite swiftly, but can you guarantee their potency? Whoosh. The two vanished without a trace. It was initially believed that the 17 swords overlapping, with the sword aura coalescing into a blade, represented the zenith of the 1,000 calamities. Yet, astonishingly, they retained their strength and unveiled such a technique, which was hard to fathom. Nevertheless, the hope for victory remained exceedingly slim. The two appeared as if they were spheres of sword aura, intertwining in the air in an instant, each moment resembling hundreds of clashes, as sparks erupted like fireworks. Countless sword auras fragmented the battlefield into minuscule segments. They had completely disappeared. Only those possessing the observation haki could perceive their movements, while others had no chance to witness this fierce combat. Clang, clang, clang. The sword aura surged skyward, cleaving through even the clouds above. Hiss. A minute later, the 1,000 calamities and the madman, Crazy Lu, reappeared at the battleground, both seemingly unscathed. A gentle breeze swept across, turning the ground's rocks into powder, reduced to mere dust. Unbelievable, they managed to block it? Blood trickled from the corner of Crazy Lu's mouth. My body has become so frail? He wiped away the blood. Glancing at his emaciated arms, though he stood at a height of 1.80 meters, he weighed barely over 100 pounds, a figure too thin for a man. After years of hardship, has my body deteriorated to such a state? During my years in Impel Down, I endured unimaginable burdens, my entire being restrained, immobilized for years. How could my body withstand such torment? Furthermore, sustenance came only once every few days, a mere morsel of bread and a trickle of water. Merely sustaining life was already a remarkable feat over the years, even the divine could not bear such a strain. Incredibly, he managed to block that strike. A technique I had previously struggled immensely to overcome. Although Crazy Lu's physique had diminished significantly, his overall prowess still surpassed that of the 1,000 calamities, right? That young man somehow bypassed an inevitable defeat. Gazara gazed at the 1,000 calamities in astonishment, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Was there a possibility of victory? The onlookers widened their eyes, though they could not perceive the earlier battle. It appeared that the two were now evenly matched. Yet, victory still seemed elusive. Had the 1,000 calamities reached his limit? Even the high-ranking officers could discern that he had little strength left. Had it not been for the inability to unleash his full potential and the more formidable powers of the mythical beast fruit yet to be unlocked, he would undoubtedly be no match for his opponent. The 1,000 calamities exhaled a heavy breath, blood trickling more profusely from his lips. The 8 swords of aura that had hovered around him now dwindled to merely 3, one having faded to transparency, while the others were swiftly dissipating. At this moment, Qianjie assessed his own strength. In ordinary circumstances, he possessed the capabilities of a typical mid-admiral, but he could unleash a short-term burst to reach the pinnacle of mid-admiral strength. However, he was certain that in his prime, the Madin Kuang Lu could undoubtedly attain the status of a warlord, and not merely as an underachiever. He would at least rank among the mid-tier of the warlords, given the opportunity for complete growth. There was also a possibility for him to become a formidable admiral. Currently, his physical stamina was nearing its limit. How should he proceed? The sword energy was unavailable, and he could only execute the overlapping sword technique perhaps once more at full capacity, but even if it landed, it was unlikely to defeat his opponent. Was defeat inevitable? Reluctance gnawed at him, yet no matter how he contemplated or attempted to muster his strength, Qianjie realized victory was unattainable. There was a sense of bitterness within him. Suddenly, a resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. They praised his efforts, astonished that he had managed to hold on until now, equating his performance with that of Admiral Akainu and his peers. The crowd's admiration for Qianjie surged. Having reached this point exceeded their expectations, and such a record was entirely commendable. Was it merely a draw against an admiral? Qianjie acknowledges his profound ambition, aspiring to reach heights unattainable by others. Yet, how shall he proceed? It must be admitted that, given a few more years, he would undoubtedly match the moment I was captured. Madin Kuanglio gazes at Qianjie with approval, not subtly praising himself, but genuinely admiring his own prowess. He has become a legend of the ocean, while Qianjie remains obscure upon its vast expanse. Not only do I see my own reflection in you, but I also perceive the shadow of the red-haired figure. Taking a deep breath, Madden Quanglio states, if possible, I would truly wish to witness you in a few years, but for now, you must endure this defeat. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanishes. He reappears before Qianjie. The ghost blades 6 swords. The 6 swords cross in pairs, their intersecting rays of light tearing towards Qianjie, as if malevolent spirits materialize behind him, emanating a chilling aura. This freezes Qianjie's skin. Hiss. Hastily, he raises his sword before his chest to fend off the 3 intersecting sword beams. Amidst the shower of sparks, he is forced back, crashing violently against the wall. Cracks spread from the impact, embedding into the wall. Break for me, he bellows, swinging his sword fiercely forward, cleaving through the sword light. You have lost, Ghost Sword 6 Demon. Denying Qianjie any chance to extricate himself from the wall, Madman Quanglio charges forward, 6 sword points aimed at him. With only a singular path ahead, the forefront is engulfed in sword light. With a powerful stomp upon the ground, the earth trembles and collapses beneath him, hissing. A cascade of sparks connects from the ground to the wall, and a figure bursts forth from the wall, flipping him midair to land at the center of the battlefield. Oh, the 6 long swords are embedded into the steel wall, and Madman Quanglio gazes in astonishment at the indented wall, which has directly carved a path. Such formidable strength. Indeed ruthless to oneself. Uffed. Though he narrowly escaped, Qianjie coughs up blood, which streams from his hair, staining his face crimson. Although his head is hardened by armed color hockey, it is steel. You have reached your limit. Will you still persist? Madman Quanglio turns to regard Qianjie. What a chilling sight. Qianjie, his body trembling slightly, seems to have ice shards in his hair, and the blood flowing from him has frozen. Does the sword's edge carry a frigid air? Is this his unique sword technique? I shall not yield. Even if defeat is my fate, I will embrace it in battle. With both hands gripping his sword, he bellows, bring it on. Oh. Madman Quanglio gazes at Qianjie with commendation. Rest assured, I shall not persuade you to concede. If you surrender, I will slay you. Those without courage do not deserve the ocean. Ghost Blade Whirling Sword. The 6 sharp swords are positioned in various stances. Then his body spins rapidly. The 6 swords whirl swiftly, transforming him into a perfect sphere of blades. Whoosh. The silvery sphere of swords hurtles towards Qianjie, gliding over the fractured earth, which reveals orderly ravines. Is this the Ghost Blade? A chill akin to the infernal fires of hell? The swift disappearance of Qianjie was astonishing. As he beheld the rapidly spinning sword sphere, it evoked a sense of imminent death upon contact, as if the colossal specter of the underworld king subtly materialized, wielding the very sword sphere that seemed propelled by his mighty hand. How chilling it is. Indeed, it is unbearably cold. The common folk huddled together, feeling the temperature plummet by several degrees. Lacking the ability to freeze, yet still imbuing the blade with such an icy aura, his swordsmanship was undeniably remarkable. Qianjie exclaimed, for he was an expert in the art of frost. The Red Lotus explosive blade, he mused, was a technique I could only aspire to at my graduations. Had my opponent been the Madman Quanglio, I would have certainly faced defeat. Akainu remarked with a mix of admiration for both Quanglio and Qianjie. Whoosh. In the midst of a fierce battle, Qianjie wielded his sword with urgency, unperturbed by the depleting strength coursing through his body, no matter where he moved. The sword ball loomed ever closer, an unavoidable fate. His only escape lay in utilizing the moon step to ascend from the ground. Yet, he was acutely aware that employing the moon step now would push him beyond his limits within mere moments, leading to inevitable exhaustion and defeat. If he were to fall, it would be amidst the throes of battle. With a low growl, he unleashed a powerful slash. The sound of steel clashing pierced the air as the blade met the 6 spinning sword blades, eliciting grimaces of pain from onlookers who covered their ears. Once more, he was thrust backward, the ground beneath him shattering completely. As he neared the wall, there was no choice but to use the moon step, soaring upward and landing back in the center of the arena, while the sword ball embedded itself into the wall, leaving a massive gaping hole. With a hiss, the sword ball shot forth once more, forcing him into a position of defense, rendering him unable to counterattack. Was this truly the limit of his endurance? Was defeat imminent? The spectators watched with a knowing gaze, realizing that Qianjie was destined to lose, devoid of anticipation or disappointment. From the outset, none had expected anyone to surpass the 10th challenge. Thus, reaching this stage was hardly surprising. Even the legendary General Carp had faltered here. To the residents, Qianjie had already become the greatest marvel in a decade, and that was sufficient. In this endeavor, Qianjie had shattered his own limitations. Defeat was inevitable. Yet it was a valiant struggle worthy of recognition. The general could not help but applaud Qianjie, and soon the arena resonated with applause honoring his efforts. It was not merely a comparison, he had indeed surpassed them. Carp clapped vigorously. In what way has he exceeded us? We too fought fiercely and reached the 10th stage. Did we not? Zifa regarded Carp with dissatisfaction. He could not accept that Qianjie performed better in this life and death struggle. Carp, think carefully. We were over 20 when we graduated. Carp shot him a dismissive glare. Look at his age. Does that not indicate he has surpassed us? Indeed, upon graduation, he had already possessed the ice fruit, even though he had yet to fully develop its potential. True, Akainu nodded, recalling his own graduation at over 20, having already acquired the magma fruit. Humph. At least he pales in comparison to us now, Zifa scoffed. What does it matter how prodigious he seems? Many talented individuals on the seas have failed to thrive. Only those who have fully matured can be deemed powerful. Can he truly compare to us now? Carp, do you not feel ashamed? How old were we? Why not compare him to when you were 17? That would be fair, Carp retorted, causing Zifa's expression to darken. Should he continue to defend? He should realize that persisting would lead to swift defeat. Why not expend the last vestiges of strength on an offensive? Even if he were to lose, it would be preferable to cowering in defense. The relentless Mad and Quan Lu did not cease his assault. With a swish, Qianjie narrowly evaded the sweeping sword ball, his body aflame with heat. He understood the dire situation, but he also recognized that if he unleashed all his power in a single blow now, victory would remain out of reach. He resolved to disregard the limitations of his physical state and unleash an even greater force, a gesture of respect toward his opponent. With a rapid spin, the sword ball began to expand, a wave of energy swirling around it. In Qianjie's eyes, this form resembled a spiraling shuriken. The projectile surged forward. Could he evade it? Was defeat inevitable? Sweat dripped profusely as Qianjie gazed at his sword, filled with reluctance. Had he come this far only to succumb? Noticing the heated blade in his grasp, a spark of determination ignited within him. He would test the limits. If he did not try, failure was guaranteed. Raising the blade, he hardened his left hand with armament haki, gripping the sword tightly as its temperature soared to several hundred degrees, glowing red from the countless clashes. Then, with a decisive pull, he unleashed his attack. What is he doing? An assault is coming. Why is he hesitating? The crowd held their breath, anxious for Qianjie. Admiral, hurry and save him, Suddy shouted urgently. Sensing the danger, the yellow ape had already made a move, his form becoming photon-like as he hovered in the air above the battlefield, poised to intervene at the critical moment. With a powerful tug of his armament haki-imbued left hand, the sword transformed into a blazing red blade, akin to a burning brand. This technique was named the Scarlet Lotus Blade. The heated sword slashed forth, exploding with a shockwave that collided with the sword ball, engulfing the arena in a massive explosion. The shockwave was so powerful that several vice admirals immediately activated their haki to shield the surrounding area. Otherwise, the crowd would have faced dire consequences. As clouds of dust enveloped the battlefield, the photon-formed yellow ape dashed into the fray at the moment of detonation. Was it possible that such a technique existed? Why had it not been employed earlier? The audience leapt to their feet, astonished. This must be a newly developed technique. The likes of Sengoku and others were equally stunned into silence. Could it be that the young man had achieved victory? Impossible. Zifa struggled to mask his astonishment. Had he truly won? What was the outcome? Everyone craned their necks, eager to glimpse the battle obscured by dust. Had he shattered the ancient record? Victory. A new record. No one could wait for the dust to settle. In this pivotal moment in history, they were restless. A vice admiral gestured, summoning a gust of wind to disperse the debris. The battlefield transformed into a vast pit, the several-meter-thick steel walls reduced to rubble. The vice admirals who had shielded the area revealed expressions of anguish. He had triumphed. A keen-eyed observer spotted Qianjie still standing, while the defeated madman Quan Lu lay on the ground. He had won, breaking the record that had stood for centuries, a feat achieved only once in 100 years. Or perhaps several hundred. Everyone was astounded, their faces reflecting disbelief, including the admirals, who were rendered speechless. Zifa, you cannot still believe that young man is inferior to you, Carp said, dazed. Zifa remained in a daze, trembling hands hidden within his sleeves. That young man had indeed triumphed over the 10th challenge. With a cough, Qianjie spat blood. Half kneeling and steadying himself with his sword to prevent collapse, he had reached his limit. Yet, he had succeeded. The jubilant cheers reverberated throughout the island, creating waves of elation. Wait. Ha ha ha, that was exhilarating. I was almost finished. The madman Quan Lu, bloodied yet exuberant, raised his head, laughing heartily as his three-headed, six-armed form dissipated. The spectacle was astonishing. To develop such a technique in the heat of battle, was it truly a flame-infused blade? A commendable name, specifically designed to restrain my ghostly sword. The madman, Kuang Lu, gradually rose to his feet amidst the astonished gazes of all. Though his body was drenched in blood and the swords in his hands lay shattered. Was he truly a monster? Qianjie gazed at him in astonishment, pondering how immensely powerful he must have been at the height of his glory. It seems you have been defeated. What a pity. The madman, Crazy Lu, picked up the longest broken sword from the ground and strolled towards Qianjie. Hey. The battle should be considered over, right? The yellow ape, who stood not far from Qianjie, looked at the presiding general, questioning whether the fight could possibly continue. At the very least, I have not yet fallen. Qianjie rose unsteadily, gripping the searing sword blade tightly in his hand. Let us engage, then. Let us battle with fervor once more. My frail body has reached its limits, as has yours. Let us see whose willpower prevails. The madman, Kuang Liu, laughed heartily. With that, both warriors surged forward simultaneously, their speed discernible to the onlookers. Are they truly fighting? Are they madmen? Kuang Liu, known for his obsession with martial arts, had never valued his own life in battle, earning him the moniker of a lunatic. To his surprise, Qianjie exhibited a similar madness. The townsfolk gazed upon the two combatants with deep respect. Even for the pirate madman Kuang Liu, they bestowed a high degree of honor. Such audacity was worthy of reverence. Is that the flame blade? Due to the rapid clashes of their swords, friction with the air, and the blades caused the temperature to rise. Furthermore, the swift movements of his armed hockey-laden left hand created intense heat in an instant. Such remarkable comprehension. It appears he has devised an extraordinarily powerful sword technique. This move is named the Flame Blade. With a swift motion, Qianjie unleashed a crimson sword aura that was faint yet sharp, surging forth with tremendous energy. This move is called the Ghost Blade. A chilling sword light burst forth from the broken sword in the hands of the deranged Kuang Lu. One cold, one hot. Hiss. White smoke began to rise. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords collided, their bodies swaying, footsteps unsteady, yet their grip on the swords remained resolute, relentlessly striking against each other. How many times? It was impossible to count. Vision had begun to blur. Everyone stood frozen, gazing at the two combatants who had long since reached their limits, silently awaiting the moment when a victor would emerge. Many onlookers turned away, unable to bear the intensity. Spurt. Who spat blood? Everyone was bleeding, gasping for breath. Blood mixed with sweat. Qianjie steadied his sword. Kuang Lu mirrored his stance, their backs to each other. I, who had long wished for death, suddenly found myself reluctant to relinquish life. But alas, it was too late. Boom. Kuang Lu's body fell backward. I will remember you, remarkable one. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Had victory been achieved? Huang Yuan stood in the arena, his eyes, which had seemed perpetually closed, now widened in astonishment as he gazed at Qianjie, incredulous that he had truly succeeded. How could this be? Silence enveloped the arena, a deathly quiet with no applause. No cheers. All eyes were fixed on Qianjie as he sheathed his sword and walked quietly towards the stairs. The crowd followed him with their gazes. Exiting the arena, he passed the stands, where he was met with retreating spectators who silently returned to their original positions, including Sudi and her companions. Sudi looked at Qianjie with excitement. He took his seat, picking up the hat he had laid down earlier and placing it over his face. Baby Five reached out, wanting to touch Qianjie. But Sudi quickly held her back. Do not disturb him. Let him rest for a while. Everyone's attention remained on Qianjie, none daring to look away. Such prowess could potentially eliminate both Lao and Xinio. Had he truly progressed to such heights in just a month? Virgo's hands trembled, feeling a twinge of apprehension towards Qianjie's power and a sense of dread regarding his rapid growth. I wanted to kill him, but the chance was slim. If given more time to develop, I could even be at risk of being killed in return. A sudden unease washed over me. Could I fail the young master's mission? September 15th. This day would forever be etched upon the Navy's monument of glory. No cheers erupted, observing the now slumbering Qianjie. The citizens were overwhelmed with emotion, yet they hushed one another, while the new recruits stifled their excitement, bouncing on their toes. It seemed he would not awaken any time soon. Perhaps the graduation ceremony should be postponed until tomorrow. Sengoku looked at Qianjie with satisfaction before turning to leave. Yet, the graduation ceremony time had never changed. Could it truly be postponed for one individual? Will he betray us? Hey, I didn't arrive too late, did I? Countless others continued to stream into the battle arena, hastily glancing at the combat scene. Is it over? Indeed, the 10th match had concluded swiftly. What? How can this be? That was an unbroken record. Curious. I wonder what Admiral Zifa thinks about having such a student instead of someone of Smoker's caliber. Indeed, it seems even admirals can have lapses in judgment. Furious, Zifa snorted and exited the arena. My dear daughter, quickly retrieve your father's sword. Now he will gain notoriety, and his sword will bask in the glory. Tina's father murmured. Dad, why are you so stingy? That sword should be given to Qianjie. He seems to lack a worthy weapon. Tina pouted at her father, unaware of the true significance of Qianjie's sword. That sword is a treasure earned through your father's years of arduous pursuit of pirates. In the arena, the silent Kuang Lu was carried away, not dragged like the previously defeated pirates, but respectfully lifted on a stretcher, granting him his final dignity. It seems there is still a pulse. He is not dead. Oh, if he is alive, then let us return him to impel down. Let him fend for himself since he is a pirate. News of this swiftly spread throughout the Navy headquarters, leaving everyone in shock. Qianjie, however, had long since reclined upon his bed, deep in slumber. None of you are permitted to make a sound, otherwise I shall expel you. Baby Five's delicate visage bore a pout. Yet, the latter raised her head with an air of cool aloofness and declared, I won't allow it. Within the naval headquarters, the vice admiral was equally astounded. Zifa, what is the purpose of our gathering here? Sitting at the head of the long table, Sengoku gazed at Zifa, who had called for the assembly. Opposite Sengoku sat Tsuru. To his right were Garp and Kazuna, while to his left were Zifa, Akainu, and Kizaru. All 7 were present. By the way, Zifa, you scoundrel, I have yet to settle the score with you for nearly causing the Navy to lose such a prodigious talent. Garp glared fiercely at Zifa. Do you see? He has shattered records that we deemed unbreakable. What do you have to say for yourself now? Zifa's countenance was considerably darker today than yesterday. Taking a deep breath in response to the inquiries, he said, I acknowledge that Qianjie's potential far exceeds my expectations, reaching heights no one could have anticipated. I have gathered everyone here to discuss Qianjie. Oh, Qianjie is indeed formidable, especially with that intimidating potential, yet the greater his potential, the more I am concerned, Zifa remarked. Concerned about what? Concerned that he may turn traitor, Zifa replied gravely. Garp rose abruptly, hands slamming down in preparation to roar, but was halted by Sengoku. Zifa, why do you believe this? Sengoku inquired, his brow furrowed with seriousness. If it were an ordinary recruit, he would not care. But this was Qianjie, undoubtedly destined to become a vice admiral, perhaps even reaching inconceivable heights. What if such an individual were to turn traitor? Because his father betrayed us. And so did his brother. Oh, Zifa, you cannot possibly infer that just because of this, he too will betray us? Are you suggesting that his family carries a genetic predisposition to treachery? Garp interjected. Wait until I finish, Garp. Zifa shot him a glance before continuing. The betrayal of his father and brother will undoubtedly have influenced him. Although he was young at the time, the shadows cast by childhood can affect one for a lifetime. Who can guarantee that he will not harbor resentment towards the Navy? At this, Garp fell silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed. Ignoring him and burying him away is something that you would not endorse, Zifa observed as he surveyed the group. While I can trust your judgment regarding others, Zifa, Qianjie is an exception, Sengoku stated. To abandon such a talent based on this reasoning would invite ridicule from the world of pirates. However, it is his character that concerns me most, fearless. He dares to oppose me without the strength to back it up. You may interpret this as commendable courage. But a person with such a temperament, once enraged, could lead to disastrous consequences. He is not one to submit or accept defeat easily. Pride runs deep within him. If he were to become a vice admiral, I fear no one would be able to restrain him, which poses a significant threat. Oh, Zifa, you cannot be suggesting that we take action against him immediately? To act based on mere conjecture against a newcomer who has astonished the entire Navy? What purpose would the law serve then? I cannot endorse what you have said, Zifa. Kazuna shook his head. Character is inconsequential. All strong individuals possess pride. What I desire to know is whether he possesses an unwavering sense of justice, Akainu stated. I have not observed much in the way of justice, at least. He has not contributed anything to the recruit camp, Zifa replied. Oh, Zifa, are you implying that I should take action against him? Without justification? I shall not agree to such absurdity, Sengoku firmly shook his head. No, Zifa countered, aware of the impossibility of that course. I believe we should refrain from granting Qianjie a high military rank for the time being. He should not be allowed to wield too much power. We can observe him for a few more years, and then we will understand his character. If he truly dedicates himself to serving the Navy, then you may bestow upon him any rank without hesitation. If we cannot ascertain whether he harbors an unwavering sense of justice, Akainu furrowed his brow. It is indeed prudent to observe him for a few years. Since he has been self-taught until now, even if we temporarily keep him in the shadows. His strength will not stagnate. In the face of such injustice, if he truly harbors discontent towards the Navy, he will undoubtedly take action. At that point, everything will be clear. If we allow him to cultivate in solitude for a few years and then present him again, this will not only serve as a test but also as a means of protection. Protection? It appears he does not require anyone's protection at this moment, Kizaru chuckled. He has already become so extraordinary that, apart from those of us present, who would dare claim they could defeat him, the Navy does not wish to see a talented individual rise to prominence, wishing instead to quash them in their infancy, while pirates, too, would not desire the emergence of a formidable Navy prodigy, Akainu remarked. Regardless, I oppose this, Garp stated solemnly. Such actions would leave everyone feeling unsettled. Initially, there were no grievances, yet you have created them. If he truly distances himself from the Navy, you shall have no one to blame but yourselves. Indeed. Testing a newcomer in such a manner seems excessive, Kazuna shook his head. However, if you were to become a vice admiral and possess too much power, it could spell disaster for the Navy. We fear the betrayal of a vice admiral far more than that of an ordinary strongman. While there may be pirate captains of vice admiral caliber, their threat, though considerable, can be resisted. But should a vice admiral, who wields real power, choose to betray us, the ramifications would be exponentially greater. Sengoku, you are the admiral. The decision lies with you. The following day, upon awakening, Shinjie felt sore all over. Yet gazed at his hands in wonder, have I succeeded? This power. He swung his fist, although he had not yet fully recovered. He sensed that once he did, his strength would undergo a remarkable transformation. At that time, his overlapping sword techniques could exceed 20, undoubtedly rivaling an ordinary vice admiral. And his overall prowess would likely surpass that of an elite vice admiral, approaching the level of the lower echelon of the 7 warlords, perhaps. In the world of pirates, the categorization of strength is exceedingly vague, leaving Shinjie only able to make a rough estimation of his own capabilities. Shinjie, have you awakened? The graduation ceremony is about to commence. Oh, Shinjie, you were astonishing yesterday, leaving everyone in shock. All are speaking of you. At this moment, passers-by on the street pointed and whispered about Shinjie, but not with disdain as before. Rather, their expressions were filled with respect and astonishment. I believe you will at least be granted the title of a school-level officer today. If it weren't for your lack of a record of achieving the rank of vice admiral immediately upon graduation, you would undoubtedly be awarded that title. Moreover, since you have shattered the record in the deadly battle, you are sure to receive numerous treasures, perhaps even a powerful devil fruit. Oh, the graduation ceremony is not held at the site of yesterday's deadly battle, but rather in a hall. All recruits have gathered here. Many naval personnel and residents attend past deadly battles because they are thrilling. Yet, graduation ceremonies usually see only the parents of the recruits in attendance, as they tend to be rather dull. The audience is not typically large. However, today, the number of attendees for the graduation ceremony is substantial. The seats are nearly overflowing. Hurry, hurry. Point out who Shinji is. Damn it, I missed a historic moment yesterday. A naval officer lamented. And a friend nearby quickly pointed to the corner of the last row in the naval formation, saying, it seems there's no mistake. It's him, the one who shattered the mortality battle yesterday, setting a new record. Him? He looks so young, but why is he standing in the last row? I recall that the formation in the recruit camp is arranged by age, not height, so shouldn't he be the last? Surely not. You see, that's something you might not know. It's said that General Zephyr suppressed him during his time in the recruit camp, which is why he is at the back. Look at that fellow at the front of the first row. He is the top of the recruit camp. Just yesterday, he was eliminated in the 6th punishment round, possessing the most inferior natural abilities. Quite pitiful, really, not even close to Shinji. Can General Zephyr really do that? Some expressed disbelief. Yet, standing at the very end of the formation, Shinji was the center of attention. Historically, the recruits in this position were often overlooked or mocked. However, now even those in front frequently turned to glance at Shinji. The first step of the graduation ceremony involved the instructor's speech, typically concerning the responsibilities of the Navy, followed by the recruits taking an oath before the naval and world government flags. Only then came the conferral of ranks and assignment to units, a rather tedious process that had previously attracted little audience. Smoker stepped forward. At last, they arrived at the final step. Smoker advanced, saluting. During his time as a recruit, he excelled, achieving the highest overall score, earning a first-class merit once, second-class merits 3 times, and third-class merits 5 times, thus being awarded the rank of major and assigned to the elite first unit under Admiral Akiji. Thank you, sir. Smoker's eyes sparkled. Graduating as a major was a significant accomplishment, especially being assigned to a unit led directly by Admiral Akiji. Though their abilities differed within the natural category, Akiji's mentorship would greatly benefit Smoker. Such a unit promised a bright future, serving under a general ensured safety and readiness for significant missions, rapidly accumulating military achievements, leading to swift promotions, which was enviable indeed. The officer received a tray bearing the military uniform, major insignia, and unit number. If Smoker is a major, what rank could Qianjia possibly hold? Many speculated. Although ranks were traditionally not conferred at graduation, heroes like Garp and others had merely achieved the rank of colonel upon graduating. Qianjia was different, having set a new record. It was conceivable that he might be granted the rank of a general officer, and given his prowess, it was likely he would command a fleet executing missions at sea. Indeed, quite possible, someone mused as Shun stepped forward. Shun performed admirably during his time as a recruit, achieving second overall, earning a first-class merit once, second-class merits twice, and third-class merits 5 times, thus being awarded the rank of major and assigned to the fleet commanded by Vice Admiral Itachi. Thank you, sir. Tina then stepped forward. Tina performed well during her time at the recruit camp, achieving third overall, earning second-class merits twice and third-class merits 4 times, thus being awarded the rank of lieutenant and assigned to the K fleet. Thank you, sir. Tina took her uniform insignia and unit number, returning to the formation. Suddy stepped forward. Suddy performed well during her time at the recruit camp, achieving 4th overall, earning a second-class merit once and a third-class merit once, thus being awarded the rank of lieutenant and assigned to the special unit of Impel Down. Huh? Suddy paused, surprised. Impel Down? Does that mean I won't be able to see Qianjia again? She pouted, somewhat displeased. New recruits continued to step forward, receiving ranks and being assigned to various units. While some rejoiced, others felt disheartened. Some were assigned to the 4 Seas, while others remained at the naval headquarters. Some were allocated to auxiliary fleets, while others joined the main combat fleets, all determined by their respective performances. Those assigned to less prestigious fleets accepted their fate, having prepared for such outcomes. Everyone awaited their turn, as more recruits were conferred ranks. Soon, they reached the last row. Finally, the student beside Qianjia stepped out of the formation to the front. He seemed rather pitiful, receiving little attention regarding his rank or unit assignment, while all eyes were fixed on Qianjia. Eagerly anticipating what rank he would be granted, would it break the conventional boundaries set by the naval headquarters? Qianjia steps forward. Qianjia stepped forward. The one bestowing the military rank was Zifa. With a frigid gaze, he addressed Qianjia, stating, "Classmate Qianjia has exhibited exceedingly poor performance in the recruit camp, securing the last position in overall assessments, with no military achievements to his name, and having been absent for 3 evaluations." Zifa paused momentarily. No one expressed surprise, as they were all aware of the circumstances. Thus, Qianjia was granted the rank of Private First Class, assigned to the reserve unit. Qianjia gazed at the military uniform on the tray, which seemed inferior even to that of the new recruits, lacking the insignia of rank. A subtle smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he raised his gaze towards the elegant chamber on the 2nd floor. Aware that a formidable presence resided there, generals and marshals. How could this be? A private? A reserve unit? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them, questioning their own ears. Teachers AFA, could you be mistaken? Some new recruits protested on behalf of Qianjia, lamenting that after achieving the highest honor just yesterday, he was merely a private, while they, at the very least, held the rank of corporal, all of whom were officers. How could Qianjia possibly be just a private? Indeed, it shatters records. Never has a new recruit from headquarters graduated with a rank lower than that of a corporal. Who on earth made such a decision? Are they blind? The audience's emotions were stirred, as the Navy's most promising talent bore the lowest rank. Is this some kind of jest? Moreover, being part of the reserve forces, which is merely a temporary unit, barely qualifies as an auxiliary fleet, lacking even a unit designation. Any ship in need of personnel can draw from it. What does this signify? All voices reached Zephyr's ears. He spoke solemnly. Rank is determined by comprehensive performance. Qianjia's results are merely thus. The life and death battle yesterday did not serve as an assessment. In such a contest, no achievement is counted as a measure of merit. Do you doubt my fairness? His voice fell abruptly. Yet, all present wore peculiar expressions, casting strange glances at Zephyr. This is what you deserve. If you wish to elevate your rank, strive to establish military accomplishments within the forces, Zephyr stated, placing all matters in Qianjia's hands before turning to ascend to the 2nd floor. A private? A temporary worker in the reserve forces? The smile at the corners of Qianjia's mouth was particularly pronounced. One would have thought that after such a display yesterday, he would not have fallen so low. It appears I have overestimated myself. The so-called potential and performance cannot compare to Zifa's. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face. Indeed. The current 3 admirals are Zifa's students, and Sengoku and others are his comrades in life and death. How could I possibly measure up? Well done, indeed. The smile on his lips grew even more intense as he turned and walked toward the rear of the formation. Tenasati and her companion in the front row gazed worriedly at Qianjia's retreating figure, their indignation directed at the instructors. Surely, the teachers have gone too far? Even Smoker felt a twinge of injustice. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Sengoku, is this truly your decision? Carp glared furiously at Sengoku. Have you truly consented to Zifa's command? Carp fell silent. Sengoku furrowed his brow, though he is merely a private. His strength would allow him to rise through the ranks swiftly. Moreover, although he is in the reserve forces, he enjoys certain freedoms and may partake in any mission. Which is hardly detrimental to him. Hardly detrimental? Let us consider this from another perspective. Sengoku, you have just shattered the record for a life and death battle. Yet this is what you receive? What are your thoughts? You are pushing him away, and when the Navy gains a formidable enemy, you will come to regret it. If he dares to betray us, I will personally eliminate him. Zifa declared proudly. The Navy can afford to lose a future admiral. But we cannot tolerate the emergence of a potential traitor. Zifa, this is merely a test for him. In a few years, if circumstances permit, I will ensure he receives his due rewards, Sengoku stated. A few years? I fear that by then, there may not be an opportunity left. Carp stormed away in anger. In the dimly lit room of the 6th scene and impelled down, Crazy Six examined his hands. Did that could spare my life? His last words seemed to suggest, do you wish for freedom? Oh. Then let us see how many more years you can survive. Tenasati, I apologize. But I wish to be alone today, Qianjia said as he walked through the door, addressing Tasadi, who followed closely behind him. Under their worried gazes, Qianjia exited, leaving them to ponder. Surely he wouldn't do anything foolish? Humph. What navy? We won't endure any unjust treatment here. Your strength is formidable at sea. Let us become pirates, Baby 5 exclaimed indignantly. How about we leave right now? No? You 3, I have entrusted you with an important task. Zifa said as he regarded the 3 admirals before him. Immediately proceed to monitor Qianjia's residence and report any developments without delay. The expressions of the 3 men shifted slightly. They had been present at the life and death battle, and with the rumors circulating on the island today, they had speculated why the headquarters would treat such a promising recruit in this manner, yet it was not within their power to intervene or decide. Teacher Zifa, may I inquire if this task is personally ordered by Admiral Sengoku? What? Is my word no longer sufficient? Zifa snapped, his eyes narrowing. Though I may not be on the front lines now, I am certainly not retired. Remember, do not let him discover your presence. Report any situation immediately. Zifa waved them off. Understood. As they departed, Zifa squinted slightly. Given that boy-ass temperament, it is quite possible he will attempt to leave discreetly tonight. I shall personally apprehend him, allowing all who question my fairness to understand that my actions are solely for the benefit of the Navy. Then, Carp, you will realize my true intentions. The night grew deep. It is rather absurd that we 3 must monitor a mere recruit, yet it must be said, even among us, no one can guarantee a decisive victory in a one-on-one confrontation. If he wishes to depart, any one of us would be unable to stop him. Do we truly need to work together? It is the dead of night, the perfect time for departure, yet there are no passenger ships. We can only use a military vessel. Shall we seize a ship in secret? It is hard to fathom that such an extraordinary recruit could be perceived as a potential traitor by the higher-ups. Remain silent. Though he is a recruit, he is formidable and possesses the ability to sense presence and conceal his aura. Do not allow him to detect you. The 3 admirals formed a triangular formation, encircling Qianjia's secluded residence, shrouded in darkness. Qianjia, let us depart. Whoever wishes to serve in the Navy may do so. We shall not continue. Baby 5 tugged at Qianjia's clothing, as if sensing that escape was becoming increasingly difficult. Qianjia gazed calmly at the serene street beyond the courtyard, pondering whether it was time for him to depart. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Baby 5 entered the basement, lowered the iron door, and made her way directly to the sword hanging on the wall. With a sharp clang, the blade gleamed ominously. Her fingertips glided slowly over the icy edge of the blood blade. Ming, it is not yet your time to emerge. When that moment arrives, I shall ensure you drink deeply from the blood of formidable generals. A low hum resonated as the blade trembled slightly in response to Qianjia. Go forth. he commanded with a wave of his hand, sending the unparalleled sword into the heap of scrap metal, completely concealing its brilliance. There was no escape now. Fleeing would only reduce him to the status of a dog. The cold light in Qianjie's eyes intensified. I will leave, but not at this moment. He masked all emotions behind a tranquil facade. Crouching down, he observed Baby 5 as she lightly tapped her head. She spoke softly. What I meant was, I need you to become the sniper on my ship in the future. Can you do that? I can, Baby 5 replied. Your physique is lacking, and your strength insufficient. But now that you possess the powers of the weapon fruit, although still undeveloped, with effort, you can undoubtedly become a strong warrior. Indeed, for now, you can only use ordinary firearms and cold weapons. In the future, you must develop a powerful sniper rifle. As a sniper, you must possess both armament haki and observation haki. The latter will allow you to target enemies beyond your line of sight, while the former will enhance the power of your bullets, proving especially effective against other abilities. Yes, I will teach you haki, and you must also engage in physical training. Although it may be challenging for you to become a top-tier martial artist, you must not be too weak. Furthermore, the powers of the weapon fruit must be diligently developed. Qianjie gazed at her, not desiring the development of ultimate weapons such as nuclear bombs, but insisting that conventional missiles must be created. Only upon achieving this could one stand aboard my vessel. Now, I shall commence your training. Baby 5, your willpower is surprisingly strong. Such resilience is not typical of a young girl. Do you comprehend, Baby 5? This is a sniper rifle, and soon you must learn to transform your hands into this form. Excellent. Observing the girl nestled in his arms, now asleep, Qianjie gently cradled her, cleansing her of sweat and fatigue before placing her upon the bed. Only to realize that dawn had arrived. I will strive diligently, without fail. As he glanced back at her, murmuring in her dreams, a subtle smile graced his lips. If the potential of the future cannot be altered, then what of strength? When I possess the might of a general, with a reward for the life and death battle. I took the money to the market to buy meat and vegetables. Without being a new recruit, one could no longer dine at the canteen for free. Lacking a formal military unit meant no allowances, and henceforth, everything would rely on oneself. Yet, the town offered everything imaginable for sale. And Qianjie currently possessed over 1 billion berries in cash. Years of perseverance would suffice. Open the door. Oh, witnessing the two girls, Suddy and another, entwined and sleeping outside the door, I was momentarily taken aback. What time is it? Qianjie, you finally emerged? The sound of the door startled the two girls awake. Their wide eyes filled with concern and surprise. They quickly stood, disregarding their disheveled hair, and firmly grasped Qianjie's hands. Qianjie, we feared. Last night they were genuinely frightened, fearing Qianjie might impulsively defect from the naval headquarters. If that were to happen, Qianjie would surely perish, unable to escape. They dared not leave. All right, let us go inside and rest. My apologies, Qianjie said with a hint of regret, stepping outside. Qianjie, are you truly unharmed? The two girls watched his retreating figure, bewildered that he had shattered records previously thought unbreakable, yet faced such injustice. Could Qianjie genuinely accept this with equanimity? Do you sense any issues with me? Qianjie replied with a calm smile. There was no forced cheerfulness. He had come to understand that even without a military rank, what did it matter? From the beginning, he had never felt a strong sense of belonging to the Navy. As his strength grew and he gained authority, if this place did not welcome him, then where else could he venture? Would he wallow in self-pity, seeking sympathy from others? With a basket in hand, he made his way to the market. Oh, given that no incidents occurred last night, was he truly dressed to buy groceries? The three admirals, observing him from the shadows, wondered why he carried nothing, not even a sword. Did they think too much of Zephyr? What were the higher-ups truly contemplating? Regardless, I felt some resistance towards this task. Enough complaining. A soldier must fulfill their duty, he reminded himself. Along the way, the early risers cast peculiar glances at Qianjie. Last night, everyone at the naval headquarters received an order. The dissemination of information regarding the life and death battle was strictly prohibited, and any mention of its contents would be treated as a breach of military secrecy. It appeared that the naval headquarters was resolutely intent on burying Qianjie's existence. But why? I truly did not understand the thoughts of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Could it be that General Zephyr was behind this? Mind your words. Be cautious. Regardless, the admirals had their own considerations, undoubtedly possessing insights unknown to us. With such potential, Qianjie was still being suppressed. Perhaps the higher-ups disowned thoughts of defection within him, hence their reluctance to employ him. It was probable. Otherwise, why suppress him so? What a pity that such promising potential harbored thoughts of betrayal against our Navy. No wonder he faced such repression. Hush, they're coming. Do not speak. As he passed by, the residents silenced themselves, returning to their own affairs. No matter how great Qianjie's potential, even if he were of admiral caliber, he could never hope to rival the prestige of Sengoku or Garp in the eyes of these townsfolk. While some may have felt indignation on his behalf, many believed that the higher-ups were acting rightly. Such significant matters could not possibly be dictated by General Zephyr alone. It had to be a consensus among the higher echelons. And there must be a reason behind it. Oh, so they believed I was on the verge of betrayal? One cannot help but admire their capacity for inference. Qianjie nodded, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on his inner transformation, he recalled the exhilaration he felt upon entering the pirate world as a fresh recruit. Eager to embody the demeanor and responsibilities of a soldier from his previous life. However, he ultimately realized, with a touch of resignation, that the Navy was far removed from the military he once knew. It was an entirely different realm. There was no sense of loyalty or belonging. Yet he never contemplated leaving, even when he faced suppression and obscurity in the boot camp. Until yesterday, his ambition had been to ascend to the rank of admiral. To his surprise, he could now foresee his current thoughts. He couldn't help but admire the situation. Indeed, it seemed that both generals and marshals had consumed the fruit of foresight, which was quite remarkable. He procured several thousand pounds of energy-rich meat, alongside an ample supply of vegetables and eggs, sufficient to last a considerable time. After all, with a refrigerator, spoilage was not a concern. With ease, he carried all of this homeward. Upon his arrival, he found the three women at home dozing off, still in a hazy slumber. Just as he set everything down, a school-level officer knocked at the door, announcing, "Qianjie, please report to the Navy headquarters immediately to collect your reward for your performance in the life and death battle." The results of the life and death battle, while not counted as military merit or examination grades, determined that the better one performed, the greater the reward. Oh, the Navy headquarters. He mused. Sengoku had repeatedly instructed, Zifa, the rewards for the new recruits from the life and death battle should be decided by you. But for Qianjie, I urge you to consider carefully. It would be best to choose a devil fruit that will benefit him, complemented by a formidable weapon, as this would be fitting for his performance in the battle. What do you mean, Sengoku? Do you think I would continue to suppress him here? Zifa frowned in dissatisfaction. Of course not. I merely advise you to contemplate Qianjie's capabilities and reward him in a manner that will serve his future best, Sengoku responded, aware that admitting his true thoughts would hurt his old comrade's feelings. After all, Qianjie had not been inactive the previous night, had he? Rest assured, I have already devised a plan that will undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Zifa smiled as he departed. The life and death battle bore no relation to the boot camp assessments. This was rightfully yours. Even if I could not see eye to eye with you, I will not impose any further constraints upon you. All of this is yours, Zifa declared, gesturing toward three items on the table: a sheathed sword, a record book of the strong, and a devil fruit adorned with mysterious patterns. Oh, Qianjie mused, examining the three items. He grasped the hilt of the sword, swiftly drawing it forth, and opened the record of the strong. His mind recalling the entries concerning the devil fruit from the compendium. Everything became clear to him, prompting a smile to spread across his face. A fine blade indeed. He flicked it lightly, and the blade sang. Each swing transmitted power effortlessly. The sword was indeed good, though not renowned. Take it and leave quickly. I harbor no desire to see you, just as you wish to avoid my presence. Zifa waved his hand impatiently. Qianjie set down the knife in his hand, closing the notebook detailing the Navy's 6 styles of training that he had just flipped open. He touched the devil fruit, reflecting, if it were an ordinary fruit, I wouldn't mind it at least quenching my thirst, yet this one serves even that purpose poorly. He did not touch the 3 items before him. Turning towards the door, he remarked, although I am currently in the reserve team, it seems that your only position, Admiral Zephyr, is that of a rookie instructor, isn't it? You have no authority to command me henceforth, so do not squander my time. I am not as leisurely as you. What do you mean, kid? Don't you want it? Zephyr glared with fierce eyes. Such rubbish, Qianjie scoffed. A mere blade that isn't even worth 50 craftsmanship? The so-called Navy 6 styles? An animal-type devil fruit? Who would desire such trifles? Moreover, even if it were indeed a top-tier devil fruit, I would still refuse it. Having long since severed any ties with the Navy in my heart, my disposition will never owe them anything. Over the years, the Navy headquarters has only provided me with meals from the canteen. I have already set aside 30 million berries at home, which is more than sufficient, isn't it? I do not wish to owe anyone, yet I shall not allow others to owe me. Whatever is owed must be repaid double. You look down on it? How arrogant you are, Zephyr sneered. This is something you rejected yourself. Do not come to me with a pitiful excuse, claiming I am deliberately suppressing you to evoke sympathy from others. Oh, is that so? With unwavering determination, Qianjie stepped outside. By the way, do you harbor any hatred towards me? Not at all. He turned back to Zifa, his gaze devoid of any animosity or resentment. Oh, Zifa was taken aback. How could he not feel hatred? Was the lad truly so magnanimous? I shall never resent you, thus I hope that you, General Zifa, will not bear any ill will towards me in the future. A gentle smile graced Qianjie's lips. Zifa's expression stiffened. On the journey home, the earlier events had already faded from memory. In a few days, he would fully recover. How much stronger would he become? He pushed open the door, only to be astonished by the sight of Sudi packing various items. What is this? Qianjie, you're back? Sudi, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, approached him with a hint of reluctance. I'll be heading to Impel Down tomorrow. I may seldom return to the Navy headquarters thereafter. Is that so? She had been assigned to the prison guards at Impel Down. How about a farewell hug before you leave? Sure. Qianjie opened his arms, smiling at Sudi while concealing his own reluctance. Smack. Just as they embraced, Sudi playfully slapped Qianjie on the backside, exclaiming, Haha, I finally got to hit you. Too bad you didn't make a sound. What are you two doing? In the living room, Tina turned shyly, while Baby 5, with her hands transformed into pistols, angrily pointed them at Sudi. With others present, Sudi could no longer linger in Qianjie's embrace. She pinched Baby 5, casting a forlorn glance at Qianjie, saying, How could you act like this? And with that, Sudi departed. Qianjie did not escort her to the harbor. He merely accompanied her to the doorstep and gently assured her that he would certainly seek her out in Advanced City in the future. With a heart full of reluctance and hope for what lay ahead, she departed. Tina also left, joining the fleet to embark on their voyage across the sea in pursuit of pirates. The room fell silent and empty, returning to a state of tranquility. The only remnants of activity were the droplets of sweat shed in the basement. 1-2, 1-2. As he observed Baby 5 emerging from the basement, he assisted her in bathing and tucking her in. Such were those moments. 3 months swiftly passed. Sudi had departed, having sent a letter a month prior, and the fleet had yet to return. One deep night, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the silence, rousing Qianjie from his slumber. He hastily donned his clothing and approached the door. Open up. A figure rushed into Qianjie's embrace, accompanied by sorrowful sobs. What had befallen Tina? Prior to opening the door, Qianjie had already surmised it was Tina, yet he had not anticipated the depths of her despair. Tina, what is wrong? My parents are gone. She wept. Tina, engulfed in Qianjie's arms, wept bitterly, her tears soaking his nightwear. He gently patted her back, offering solace until her emotions began to settle. From her fragmented, sorrowful words, Qianjie learned that Tina's parents, a major general and a colonel, both esteemed officers, had been tragically slain by pirates days prior while fulfilling their duties at sea. The assailants were captained by one of the notorious beast pirates, Kaido. May they rest in peace. As an orphan, Qianjie had never experienced the affection of parents, unable to fathom the heart-wrenching pain, yet he understood it must be excruciating. Tina lamented that she had not even been able to see them one last time. Her father had gone to rescue his comrades but could not save them from the beast pirates. All that remained was this. Tina placed an object into Qianjie's hands. Is this a sword? Qianjie inquired, examining the fine blade, the treasured sword of Tina's father, which he had briefly possessed during a life-and-death struggle. From now on, this sword belongs to you, Qianjie. It serves no purpose left in my hands, Tina stated. But this is your father's relic. You should keep it. He always dreamed of using this sword to make a name for himself. Can you not assist Tina just this once? Tina, once brimming with confidence, now seemed fragile, having endured such profound sorrow. Seeing her in this state, he finally nodded. Very well. Tina, may I stay here tonight? I truly dread returning home alone. Of course. This is your home. After ensuring Tina was asleep, he gently wiped the traces of tears from her eyes and softly closed the door. Kaido of the Beast Pirates, huh? Gazing at the sword in his possession, Qianjie secured its blade at his waist. Tina resided at his home for over a week, gradually regaining some semblance of a smile. Yet one day, sorrow returned, and she lamented, Qianjie, the fleet is leaving again tomorrow, and I must depart as well. Oh. Qianjie stepped into the room, and Tina gazed at his retreating figure, her expression somewhat dimmed. Was he truly so indifferent? Tina felt a pang of sorrow. Soon, Qianjie emerged once more. But this time he held a devil fruit in his hand, extending it towards Tina. Before you leave, eat this devil fruit. This particular fruit was acquired by Qianjia after he vanquished a pirate crew, the very same crew that Nico Robin had once been a part of. It was known as the cage fruit. What is this, Qianjia? Tina asked, astonished as she looked at the devil fruit. You should eat it, Qianjia insisted. Tina, I did not give you the sword for any reward. She hurriedly shook her head. I did not do this for that reason. Qianjia gently took Tina's hand and placed the devil fruit in her palm, speaking earnestly, with this devil fruit, you will have an added layer of security while at sea. Qianjia had resolved not to consume the fruit himself, nor did he intend to auction it off, as he had sufficient funds. To him, giving this to Tina was the best choice, not merely due to their relationship, but also because Qianjia understood that had it not been for him, Tina might have long been awarded a devil fruit by Zephyr, just like Smoker and the others, and would have possessed the original cage fruit by now. Tina stared blankly at the fruit in her hand. The cage fruit had the ability to ensnare enemies upon contact, though its other potential abilities required further development. Qianjia briefly explained, hurry and eat it. All right. Tina replied with a beaming smile, taking a bite. It was bitter and unpleasant, yet her smile remained. After a few hesitant bites, she suddenly lunged forward, embracing Qianjia tightly and kissing him. Huh? Qianjia's eyes widened in surprise. This was his first kiss in this world. And it felt entirely devoid of sensation. How could it be so bitter? How outrageous. Baby 5 shouted in fury. You all are being too much. Qianjia. Others are bullying you, and you don't even know how to fight back. This is too excessive. If it continues, I shall bully you myself. After that, Tina departed. Boss. This is extraordinary. A pirate rushed before the red-haired Shanks aboard his ship in the New World. Oh, what incredible news do you bring? After much effort. It seems a remarkable figure emerged during the recent Marine Rookie Death Match. Oh, the Rookie Death Match? I've heard of it. Has another promising rookie appeared? Shanks displayed little interest. No, a madman named Crazy Six emerged during the death match. What? Shanks sat up abruptly, astonished and excited. The captain? He is still alive? Yes. He's your former captain from the Roger Pirates. Shanks had been an apprentice in Roger's crew, and Crazy Six was indeed his captain. The captain is still alive? Shanks' eyes sparkled with joy. I never expected that. Knowing his character, if he were captured, he would likely take his own life. How could he still be alive? What more can you tell me? Shanks inquired anxiously. As far as I remember, the rookie death match requires pirates to be killed for it to be considered successful. How could the captain possibly? No rookie could harm him. Boss, it seems the Marines are concealing details about the death match. We cannot gather specifics. But it appears your former captain was the last pirate standing in the match, fighting against a rookie, and ultimately seemed to have lost. What? Shanks' eyes widened in disbelief. The captain lost? Although I know I have surpassed him in strength, he remains a figure I respect immensely. How could he lose? How could he lose to a rookie? Even if the captain's strength has not increased while imprisoned and impelled down, he should still be beyond the capability of an ordinary rear admiral, let alone a rookie. Shanks refused to accept this notion. It seems to be true, boss. Who is this rookie? Did the captain? We still do not know who the rookie is. The Marines are quite secretive about this information, making it difficult to ascertain. However, we do know that your former captain did not die and has been returned to impel down. Is the captain all right? Shanks sighed in relief. Though a frown crossed his brow. Is it possible that a rookie could defeat the captain? How could that be? Are rookies becoming so formidable now? On January 1st, the new recruits at Marine headquarters began their training. The number of recruits each year is not large, as candidates come from two primary sources, the eligible children of high-ranking officers and exceptionally promising individuals from around the world. January 1st marks the joyous day of enrollment. Several high-ranking officers accompanied their children, while many recruits arrived alone, burdened with their belongings, gazing nervously at the gates of the training camp. This place was a dream for all recruits. Many could hardly contain their joy upon entering the headquarters training camp, which represented a pathway to becoming officers. Equipped with the finest resources and instructors in the entire military. In stark contrast to the smiling recruits was a lone boy who walked past the gates, lost in thought. His gaze was directed downward, his eyes wandering aimlessly as if he were lost in a reverie. Despite his seemingly absent-minded demeanor, each step he took appeared meticulously measured. His posture as straight as a javelin. After 6 months, his strength and speed had not substantially increased. Had he reached a bottleneck? He could only accumulate power slowly. And it was difficult to make rapid advancements. How could he enhance his combat capabilities? Could he infuse elemental damage into his physical attacks? He had already mastered the flame sword, which could be integrated with all his sword techniques. Could he potentially develop other elemental damages? If the flame sword represented fire, could he imbue his sword with lightning, ice, or wind? Yet, he lacked any devil fruit ability related to these elements. How could he achieve elemental damage solely through swordsmanship? The flame sword generated heat from friction, but how could he produce cold? Lightning? How could that be accomplished? He was lost in contemplation. His mind consumed with thoughts for 3 days, unable to find answers. Thus, Qianjie ventured out in search of inspiration on how to refine his swordsmanship. A small voice called from behind him. A 10-year-old girl, struggling to pull a large load of belongings, had beads of sweat on her forehead. She was likely one of the new recruits. "Excuse me, I'm having a bit of trouble lifting this. Could you please lend me a hand?" The timid girl with glasses looked up at Qianjie. "Oh." Qianjie casually picked up all the items and made his way towards the gate of the new recruits' camp. However, his thoughts remained uninterrupted, constantly pondering how to enhance his offensive capabilities without increasing expenditure. Thank you. The cute little girl hurriedly followed behind Qianjie. Oh. She noticed that Qianjie was deep in thought and refrained from speaking to avoid disturbing him. Instead, she gazed in astonishment at the sword hanging at Qianjie's waist. Was it the legendary Liang Kuai Dao, crafted by the master artisan Mo Shui? How could he possess such a renowned blade? Suddenly, she spotted an obstructive pillar ahead. Qianjie, who was looking down as he walked, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate the obstacle, deftly circumventing the pillar without ever lifting his gaze or directing his attention to the path. How could he achieve such a feat? The adorable little girl stared in amazement at Qianjie. Qianjie placed his luggage in front of the new recruit's dormitory and turned to walk towards the gate. What a peculiar individual, the rosy-cheeked girl said. Thank you. What is your name? I am called. Yet, Qianjie was already nearing the entrance, offering no reply, and soon he would completely forget having assisted a new recruit. The burden was too heavy. At the gate, a new recruit struggled to carry a massive suitcase, and upon catching sight of Qianjie, his eyes lit up. Ah, it's a reservist. Hey, come and help me. A reservist is merely a temporary worker. Any fleet in need can call upon the Navy reserves for assistance. Qianjie continued to advance. Did you not hear? A mere naval recruit dares to confront me. This young man furiously stood in front of Qianjie. Did you not hear my words? Hurry and assist me in lifting the box. The madman, with the 6 demon fruit, is of the mythical beast variety and lacks the capability of coldness, yet his blade emanates a chilling aura. How has he accomplished this? Have you not heard me ask you to move the boxes, after countless moments of deep contemplation? Qianjie continued to ponder deeply as he walked forward. When a young boy reached out to grab him, he was sent flying with a resounding crash, smashing into a tree, and let out a cry of pain. Without even brushing against Qianjie's garments, it struck him as peculiar. How could one imbue a sword's edge with a chill? Shaking his head in confusion, he ventured out of the gate amidst the astonished gazes of the new recruits, all approximately 10 years his junior. A little girl with large, dark eyes stared at him, unblinking. How dare that wretched, worthless recruit scream? An angry boy stood up, ready to charge at Qianjie with a brick he had picked up from the ground. Kid, I advise you to drop that if you wish to live, another young lad jeered. The boy with the brick glanced at the one who had spoken, but upon noticing the high-ranking general officer behind him, he dared not utter another word. He's merely a recruit. What is so special about him? We'll be officers at the very least in the future, right? Fool, the general's son scoffed, well aware of Qianjie's identity, having grown up in the naval headquarters. Remember, do not offend the training camp instructor, and certainly do not cross him. With that, the general's son kindly warned before striding toward the recruit camp. How strange. Who is he? Despite being a mere recruit, the lowest rank in the Navy, he wields a renowned sword? Admiral Mocha promptly escort these devil fruits to Punk Hazard Island. To the Navy Science Unit. Both Caesar and Vegapunk require these fruits for their experiments. Understood. The Admiral replied as he received the box. Aboard a warship in the harbor. The Admiral placed the devil fruits in the lowest compartment of the vessel. Set sail immediately. But sir, we are short 7 or 8 deckhands. A major reported. Go to the recruits and bring a few over, the Admiral instructed. Yes, sir. As Qianjie prepared for duty. Nearly 10 deckhands had gathered within half an hour at the G-16 warship. A second lieutenant officer assigned them tasks while the official Navy personnel inspected the ship, along with its arms and ammunition. You are responsible for cleaning the deck. You handle sanitation on the first deck. You assist in the kitchen. Soon, it was Qianjie's turn. You will oversee the dining area. The lieutenant paused, staring blankly at Qianjie. Prepare a separate room for me. I do not wish to engage in any tasks. I desire solitude. Do not command me, nor disturb me, if you please, Qianjie said calmly. Who is this guy? The other deckhands gaped at Qianjie in shock. He is just a recruit, the lowest of the low, and yet he acts so arrogantly? Who does he think he is? An officer? Some official Navy personnel also cast derisive glances at Qianjie, but many of their companions pulled them back, urging silence. The lieutenant wore a pained expression. Although headquarters had issued orders against discussing matters of life and death battles, far too many at the naval headquarters were aware of this situation, and he was among them. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who brought this freak here? I dare not employ him as a deckhand. Unsure of what to decide. He glanced at the ship's commanding officer, the admiral. Very well. The admiral nodded and commanded loudly, prepare a private room for Qianjie. He shall have absolute freedom aboard this ship, understood? Yes. The Navy personnel, familiar with Qianjie, were not surprised. How could such a prodigy be expected to perform menial tasks? However, some unknowing sailors were astonished, questioning how the admiral would acquiesce to such demands. Is a mere deckhand allowed such arrogance? Is this truly the naval headquarters? Surely. Not even here can a deckhand be so imposing? With you on board, I am utterly unconcerned about our safety, the admiral chuckled as he approached Qianjie, lowering his voice. I witnessed the life and death battle firsthand. You are extraordinary. I was left speechless, truly unaware of what the headquarters. The admiral quickly ceased speaking, realizing the potential for dire consequences if he continued. Admiral, everything is prepared. Set sail. The warship departed from the harbor. Fire is the essence of unwavering strength, while water embodies the utmost gentleness. Can the sword's edge truly harness the element of water? Sitting at the bow of the ship, Qianjie found himself the center of attention. Yet his focus remained on the sea. Shaking his head, he mused. It seems I've been overthinking these past few days. There is no record of a water-based devil fruit among the others. How could one hope to possess the water element solely through swordsmanship? Such notions are preposterous. Are you a newly enlisted sailor? Oh. Qianjie had turned to the side, surprised to see a young girl with sea-blue hair, approximately 10 years of age, seated beside her. Clad in a somewhat oversized new recruit's military uniform. Are you a new recruit just entering the boot camp? Gazing at her, Qianjie was reminded of her own younger self from years past. The little girl nodded eagerly, explaining that she had come to participate in a mission under the guise of a new recruit for the Navy. Qianjie, unfazed, recalled her own initiation in boot camp. Aware that new recruits typically accompany the fleet not to engage in actual missions, but merely to experience the journey upon the sea. Thus, the assigned fleets undertake tasks devoid of peril. Why are they afraid of you? The girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. She hesitated to voice her subsequent question, deeming it too impolite. You are clearly a naval reserve, not a full-fledged sailor, so why do the rear admirals seem somewhat apprehensive around you? It is because I am afflicted with a contagious disease, Qianjie replied, raising an eyebrow. The girl gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps, only to realize, upon seeing Qianjie's smile, that she had been playfully deceived. You are teasing me. I shall no longer engage with you, she said, gradually inching back to Qianjie's side. I am mine, specially recruited into the boot camp. It is a pleasure to meet you. The girl extended her hand with great politeness. Being specially recruited indicated that she was not merely a scion of a military family, but had been identified for her potential and brought to the naval headquarters. Qianjie, a logistical officer. By the way, you must be a newly enlisted sailor, correct? I asked with keen interest. Given the millions of sailors worldwide, it was improbable that all emerged from boot camps. Indeed, the majority were summoned as adults and underwent minimal training before beginning their service from the ground up. It has been many years, Qianjie replied. Oh? An's curiosity deepened as she scrutinized Qianjie. If it has been many years, then with a little effort. Can one not become a full-fledged sailor? Have you been a naval reserve for several years? That seems rather unremarkable. Yet why is it that rear admirals and other sailors show such respect and caution towards you? The young girl's mind was confounded by this enigma. Thus, driven by curiosity, she discreetly approached an officer and whispered, Do you know who he is? Of course, we are aware. To put it simply, consider him your senior. The officer replied, Is there more? I'm pressed. Some things cannot be disclosed. My senior? He also graduated from the boot camp? Was he from the previous class? But why is he a naval reserve? Are new recruits not supposed to graduate as at least non-commissioned officers? She was utterly perplexed as the warship continued its voyage. In the depths of contemplation, Qianjie remained oblivious to the warship passing through the sacred grounds, entering the new world. The following dawn, a voice rang out, Major General. At 2 o'clock, we have spotted a pirate crew belonging to one of the 4 emperors. It was the Jolly Roger of the Beast Pirates, led by Kaido himself. What? Panic gripped the hearts of all Navy personnel aboard the warship, their faces reflecting despair and terror. In the vast ocean, the Navy was not the sole sovereign. While they could pursue pirates, it was also commonplace for formidable pirates to annihilate naval forces. At this moment, the most formidable entities to avoid on the seas were the four emperors, notorious in the New World. The order had been given by the admiral to flee upon encountering the beast pirates, for despite their inferiority to the other emperors, their brutality made any encounter with the Kaido pirates a near-certain death sentence. Have you confirmed? Is it truly the beast pirates? The major general's complexion turned ashen. Not even an admiral could single-handedly confront an entire pirate crew. He glanced at Shinji, certain that he was the strongest on this vessel. Yet even if he possessed extraordinary potential, it was doubtful he could withstand the might of Kaido in the future. Despair washed over the naval crew, many dropping their weapons and collapsing to the ground in defeat, stripped of their fighting spirit. Damn headquarters! How could they not detect the movements of the beast pirates? The major general cursed. Every action of the four emperors could spell disaster for the seas, and the Navy was always on alert. Major General. It appears that this is not the flagship of the beast pirates, but rather a subordinate vessel. Oh? A glimmer of hope sparked in the eyes of the despondent crew. If it were merely a secondary ship, it implied that Kaido himself was not aboard. Perhaps the captain of this vessel was merely a commander or a subordinate pirate affiliated with the beast pirates. While still fearsome, they were not insurmountable. All units, prepare for action. Immediately report to headquarters and set sail at full speed to distance ourselves. Ready the cannons. The major general bellowed. Yes. The Navy sprang into action, fervently obeying orders. All cannons were aimed at the distant pirate ship as the warship accelerated, gradually increasing the distance until the pirate vessel vanished from sight. Wonderful. It seems we are saved, the major general sighed in relief, believing there was no need to request assistance from headquarters any longer. Yet, had they already communicated with the snail? Was it Kaido? Chiandre gazed toward the horizon, where the pirate ship had disappeared. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A fleeting shadow darted past him. Boom. The naval crew, who had just begun to relax, erupted in laughter, only to be interrupted by a deafening crash as a figure plummeted from the sky. Remarkable speed for a warship. No wonder they call the Navy the fleeing type. Sneered a cruel man with a hawk-like nose, surveying the terrified, dazed Navy personnel. Shall I eliminate you all first, or retrieve what my captain desires before playing with you? The choice is yours. He was the sixth captain of the Kaido pirates. The major general's expression shifted in horror. Was the target the devil fruit? How did he know? Had they called for reinforcements? How long would it take for them to arrive? Major General, we are situated in the midst of Dressrosa Island and the Holy Land. There are no nearby naval bases, and it is hundreds of kilometers to both locations. Reinforcements will not arrive in time. Damn it. The Major General's face darkened further as he regarded the sinister newcomer. It seems you have recognized my identity. Surrender willingly. And perhaps I shall spare your lives if I am in a good mood. Lay down your weapons, the sixth captain of the beast pirates declared coldly. Surveying all the Navy personnel, your lives are not worth the protection of a mere Major General. Your fate rests solely in my hands. The Major General's complexion paled. He understood he was just an ordinary Major General, unable to contend with this individual. Though merely the sixth captain, he was not someone he could confront alone. He cast a pleading glance at Chiandre, hoping he might be the only one capable of standing against this foe. What? You refuse to surrender? The Major General shouted. All Navy personnel, heed my orders. Arm yourselves and hold out until reinforcements arrive. Yes. The crew rallied, grasping their weapons. Are you not going to fight? Asked Ian, a frightened girl hiding behind Chiandre, observing his inaction. I am merely a reserve Navy. Currently, I am a deckhand. Deckhands are not obligated to engage in battle. Chiandre replied calmly, lazily resting his chin and thought about how to refine his swordsmanship. How can you be like this? Ian, having just enlisted, was overflowing with a sense of justice and responsibility. She glared at Chiandre with disdain, unwilling to remain by his side. I have lost all respect for you. Chiandre let out a cold laugh, offering neither response nor explanation. Why should I risk my life for the Navy? What have they ever done for me? He scoffed at the audacity of the others. Captain of the 6th Division, a man with a nose like a sewer, derided the Navy, only to vanish in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The Navy fired incessantly, yet none struck their target, as the battle raged on. Kill. The Rear Admiral, accompanied by his officers, charged forth. The fierce combat wreaked havoc upon the warship, causing it to sway violently. With a grunt, he endured for a considerable time, yet ultimately coughed up blood as he was hurled backwards, his chest marred by gaping wounds. Stop him. We cannot allow K to enter the cabin. The rear admiral roared in fury. But could they? K, the captain of the Beast Pirates' 6th Division, with overwhelming strength, sent all the Navy flying, trampling into the cabin, only to emerge shortly after, clutching a box in his hands. Quickly, stop him. He must not escape. Escape? Who says I'm leaving? K sneered, unfurling golden wings behind him. Amidst the hail of bullets, he soared into the sky, landing atop the approaching pirate ship. Boss, have you obtained the devil fruit? Naturally. Now it's time for this lot of Navy to meet their demise, leaving not a single one alive. Not a single one? Does that include me? Qianjie slowly raised his head. It was over. Those devil fruits were ordered to be escorted by the marshal himself. The rear admiral sat despondently on the deck. Devil fruits? Qianjie slowly rose to his feet. With a flash, enormous sword beams erupted from the pirate ship, tearing through the heavens. 105, will killing you summon Kaido? The monstrous sword beams ripped through the sky. Captain, you're too ruthless. How can they possibly survive this? Indeed, Captain, such swift killings are rather dull. We prefer to torment this group of Navy slowly, remarked the 6th Division Captain, K, with a cold chuckle. What is the point in torturing a bunch of worthless Navy? He retorted. Next time, let us find some stronger foes to vanquish. It was over. The menacing sword beams sliced through the ocean, heading toward the warship, capable of reducing it to mere splinters. With a furious roar, the rear admiral, bloodied and battered, brandished his sword and charged forth. You all must set sail, quickly. I will hold them off. He struck fiercely against one of the sword beams, producing a thunderous crash as it shattered, but he was sent reeling back, blood spilling from his mouth. 3 remained. Who would stand in their way? Was it over? The rear admiral, having been thrown back, watched as his broken sword fell helplessly into the sea. Just as it struck the deck, a pair of strong hands caught him from behind. You are a soldier. Rest well, the remainder is in my hands. The rear admiral stared in shock at the figure that dashed past him. I knew he would intervene. Gazing at Qianjie, now poised in the air, the rear admiral's eyes brimmed with ecstasy. I entrust the lives of everyone aboard this ship to you. It's him. A multitude of despairing Navy personnel revealed expressions of exhilaration. Isn't he just a presumptuous errand boy? How could he possibly wield the 6 styles of the Navy? He was no ordinary sailor. Who was he? Ain, with her dark, bright eyes, stared blankly at Qianjie. Swish. The sword in the hands of Qianjie has been drawn, sweeping through with a fierce force, its sword aura obliterating the oncoming sword light. The sea rises tumultuously, waves crashing violently. Yet, the warship remains largely unaffected. How wonderful. We have provoked them. The Navy, having survived the ordeal, cheers, Qianjie, advance and annihilate them. Such strength. The Navy officer Ein, unfamiliar with Qianjie, stares wide-eyed in astonishment. Oh? Is there truly a formidable warrior aboard that warship? On the pirate ship, Kaiying reveals a cruel smile, golden wings unfurling from his back, instantaneously flapping as he ascends into the sky. How quickly do you think the captain can conclude this battle? 1 minute is ample. The pirates maintain a nonchalant demeanor. Whoosh. At the moment Kaiying charged forth, a figure stood before him, a right foot hardened with armament hockey delivering a powerful kick to his chest, resulting in a thunderous crash. He was sent hurtling back onto the pirate ship, crashing through the deck. Swish. The sword in Qianjie's hand swept across with a swift motion, its brilliance cleaving through the air, striking the pirate ship with a decisive blow, severing it in twain. A sense of dread enveloped the pirates as they realized the ship was doomed to capsize. Captain! They screamed in terror, witnessing the mangled wreckage tilt precariously on the waves, sending numerous pirates tumbling into the sea like dumplings. Suddenly, a golden flash erupted from the shattered vessel. Quite impressive, Kaijin remarked coldly, watching Qianjie from above. To think a mere non-commissioned individual could conjure such illusions. Is that box concealing a devil fruit? The gaze of Qianjie was fixed upon the wooden box in his hands. The devil fruit that could entice Kaido to send his minions to seize it must possess considerable value. Wouldn't you agree? In my possession now. Do you still wish to take it from me? Kaiying contemptuously regarded Qianjie. Captain, save us. Captain, please help us. We are going to die. Countless pirates cried out in panic as they sank into the depths of the sea along with their doomed ship. A bunch of worthless fools, if you die. So be it. I can easily gather another crew. Kaiying coldly disregarded the pleas of his subordinates and fixated on Qianjie with a cruel glint in his eye. It seems your strength is commendable. Killing you should prove quite entertaining. Qianjie's prowess should not pale in comparison to that of Kaiying. Surely he could withstand the onslaught. The captains observed the standoff in the sky between the two. Boy, prepare to meet your demise. With a swift motion, Kaiying, his golden wings shimmering, appeared before Qianjie. His right hand morphing into an eagle's claw, slashing towards him, leaving behind a trail of claw marks. The clash of steel erupted as Qianjie parried with his sword. Sparks flying. Simultaneously, Kai Ying's feet transformed into eagle talons, lunging at Qianjie. With a swift retreat, Qianjie unleashed a sweeping strike of his sword. A massive blade of light shooting forth, severing through Kai Ying's form and sending him reeling backward amidst a shower of sparks. What a formidable opponent, Kai Ying thought. As he blocked the sword's brilliance with his clawed arms, forced to retreat 100 meters away, astonishment etched across his face as he regarded Qianjie. This boy is no ordinary Navy officer. Defeating him will not be so simple. Today, the most pressing task is to obey the captain's orders and return with these devil fruits. We must leave first. Kai Ying pivoted, transforming into a golden eagle. Soaring swiftly toward the horizon, casting a menacing remark. Boy, I will come for you in the future. With an urgent application of the moonstep. The technique was seamlessly combined with the shave, creating an array of fleeting afterimages in midair, each one moving with astonishing swiftness, approaching the very threshold of sound. In terms of velocity, my prowess in the skies is unmatched. The golden eagle swiftly accelerates, soon reaching supersonic speeds, and in the blink of an eye. Both have vanished beyond the horizon. Is it possible they are swifter than I? A Zoan-type user of the golden eagle? Indeed. The golden eagle is renowned as the fastest avian in the natural realm. As I observe the distance between us growing ever wider, I realize that the simultaneous use of moonstep and shave cannot be sustained for long. If you possess the skill, then continue your pursuit. As the blade of 1,000 trials lunged forward, it instantaneously coalesced into a piercing sword aura, shooting forth with remarkable speed. The protagonist, Qianjie, swiftly pursued the emanating sword energy, launching a powerful kick that struck the sword aura with a resounding whoosh. In that fleeting moment, the speed of the sword energy surged exponentially, rapidly closing the distance to the golden eagle. What? The golden eagle hastily ascended to greater heights, evading the oncoming sword energy from below, its eyes glimmering with astonishment. I am quite curious to know, do you hold a significant position within the Kaido pirates? If you were to be captured or killed, would Kaido unleash his wrath upon the Navy headquarters? Could you enlighten me? The encounter. A clash between the 106th and the 6th captain of the Beast Pirates piqued my interest regarding the impending conflict between the Beast Pirates led by Kaido and the Navy headquarters. As the golden eagle soared upwards to evade the sword energy, Qianjie seized the opportunity to position himself directly in its path, obstructing its escape. Kid, what are you saying? The golden eagle gazed at Qianjie with disbelief. Was this youth truly deranged? Did he not comprehend the chaos that such a battle would unleash upon the seas, undoubtedly the most perilous and colossal confrontation in history? Do you not find such a grand conflict intriguing? Qianjie retorted. In his current state, his rapid cultivation yielded remarkable growth, with the most significant advancements occurring through extreme combat. In the previous 5 years, Qianjie had engaged in rigorous training, yet his progress paled in comparison to his previous life-and-death battles, particularly against Rao, and in the 10 fierce contests that had substantially elevated his prowess. What he now sought were adversaries of equal or slightly superior strength. Naturally, they could not be overwhelmingly powerful, for that would shift the encounter from a test of limits to a march towards certain demise. The seas were rife with formidable beings, yet most were entrenched within vast powers and colossal pirate crews. To challenge them alone would be folly. A large-scale battle akin to the Marineford War would undoubtedly be exhilarating, presenting a plethora of strong contenders from whom to choose his opponents. Such grand conflicts would be immensely entertaining. As for the toll on the Navy and whether the Kaido pirates would face annihilation, he remained indifferent. You are utterly insane. The Golden Eagle regarded Qianjie warily, perceiving his excessively twisted mindset, reminiscent of their captain, a man who thrived on chaos. He understood that, given his captain's reckless nature, an assault on the Navy headquarters was inevitable. Despite his esteemed rank as the 6th captain of the Kaido pirates, he dared not fathom the catastrophic consequences of such a battle. Wait, he fixated on Qianjie. You mean to capture me? To kill me? You must be a rookie, kid. Do not be so arrogant. I am the 6th captain of the Kaido pirates. And then? Qianjie challenged. You seek death. Before we engage, perhaps you should relinquish that box you hold, and we can commence this fateful duel. Qianjie pointed the blade at him. One hand will suffice to deal with you. The golden eagle transformed once more into his human form, yet his golden wings remained, and his limbs morphed into talons. Clutching the box beneath his eagle-clawed feet, he charged furiously at Qianjie. His talons rapidly darkened, embodying the hardened will of armed hockey. Prepare to meet your end. The razor-sharp talons slashed through the air, unleashing a torrent of claw marks aimed directly at Qianjie. Swish! The sword in Qianjia's hand moved with astonishing speed, releasing a multitude of sword lights that clashed with claw marks in the air, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Two figures swiftly pierced through the turbulent, explosive sky, narrowly brushing past each other, sparks dancing from their bodies. Once more, they turned and charged forward, the sound of clashing steel ringing out. The surface of the sea, hundreds of meters below, was ravaged by the residual waves, fracturing violently as the ocean split apart. Flame sword. With a flick of the blade, it became searing hot. Another flick, and it appeared enwrapped in flames, the sword tip glowing a fierce crimson. Crimson lotus blade. As they clashed once more, the sharp sword in Qianjia's grasp unleashed a scarlet shockwave that crashed and decaying, the crimson energy seemingly extending to the horizon, leaving a clear trail of air currents in the sky. Alas, this is truly monstrous. His clothes tattered and blood spilling from his mouth, Kai gazed heavily at Qianjia. It seemed nearly impossible to fight without relinquishing the box. During the battle, he expended excessive energy to protect the box, which significantly hindered both his attack power and speed. There was no alternative. He rapidly soared towards the sea, placing the box upon its surface, allowing it to float, before once again soaring into the sky. Young one, now I shall leisurely engage you. Come forth. Qianjia wielded a blazing sword, charging forth with a furious stride. Die, he shouted. The golden eagle, moving with greater swiftness, instantly appeared before Qianjia. Its wings expanded to an impressive 10 meters, delivering a flurry of crescent-shaped slashes with remarkable force. Clang, clang, clang. The sword blade continually parried the barrage of crescent strikes. Whoosh. The golden eagle swiftly maneuvered behind Qianjia, its sharp talons aimed at his head and heart. With a sudden thrust, a spray of crimson blood erupted from the talons. Was it this cursed technique again? Hastily, he spun to evade the oncoming sword energy, realizing that stealth was futile. Flameblade. As he pivoted, Qianjia unleashed a colossal scarlet sword aura toward the golden eagle. Retreating rapidly, his limbs transformed into talons, intertwining and slashing through the air. Dozens of claw marks coalesced into a massive imprint, crashing violently against the flame blade. In the ensuing explosion, terrifying shockwaves surged forth as the two ascended higher into the sky. Amidst their ascent, they continued to clash, the sword energy blooming in the air like dazzling fireworks. Sizzle, sizzle. In the lofty heights of 1,000 meters, two figures stood several hundred meters apart, locked in a tense standoff. Is the captain of Kaido's 6th Division truly this formidable? He appears to rival the elite vice admirals. One wonders about the strength of the captains preceding him, and just how powerful Kaido must be. Qianjia harnessed all the strength within his body, the sinews of his muscles transmitting power in a seamless flow. It is astonishing to discover that the Navy boasts such elite talent, so remarkably youthful. It seems that eliminating him here would serve as a boon to all pirates. For if he grows stronger, he could become a veritable nightmare for them. Kaigo's astonishment surpassed even that of Qianjia. Do you know who within your pirate crew recently dispatched a major and a colonel? Qianjia inquired. Oh, they wouldn't happen to be your parents, would they? Kaigo retorted coldly. It was I who dealt the blow. It was merely their misfortune to cross paths with me. Was it truly you? In Qianjia's mind, the heart-wrenching image of Tina surfaced, prompting him to abruptly open his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. Then you possess even less qualification to depart. Do not be so arrogant. It is you who lacks the opportunity to leave. With a thunderous clash, the two figures collided at breakneck speed, creating a colossal explosion in the sky. Their afterimages swiftly engaged in a fierce exchange, separating and then launching at each other once more, the air resonating with thunderous roars. With a resounding impact, both combatants were propelled backwards, soaring several hundred meters before regaining their balance. The Devil Fruit Box contained an exceptionally formidable animal-type power, its defensive and regenerative capabilities astonishing. If I do not unleash my full strength, can I not vanquish an elite vice admiral? Qianjia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. To be forced into such a move, then experience this. The eagle transformed into a golden condor, its wings edged in a deep black hue, the armed color of hockey solidified. Under the supersonic velocity, the wings were enveloped by a sonic boom. Feather slash. 20 overlapping flames of blades. The blade of 1,000 calamities cleaved through the air, as 20 phantom sword edges instantaneously converged into one. The sword shimmered with a searing crimson glow, merging the techniques of the flaming sword and the overlapping blades. With a decisive slash, a piercing sound, The chilling edge of the sword collided with the swift feathers of a deadly strike. Thunderous roars echoed. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, dispersing the surrounding clouds, while a terrifying gale stirred countless waves upon the sea. With a gasp, both combatants were hurled backward amidst the explosion, one of them spitting blood. Indeed, this was the thrill of battle. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a frenzied fighting spirit ignited in Qianjia's eyes. His sleeves were shredded into tatters, and his arms were bruised and swollen. Had it not been for the hardened armament hockey, his hands might have been severed just moments ago. Qianjia let out a low growl and charged forward. Kaiying, too, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, enduring the searing pain in his chest. He lowered his gaze to the enormous sword scar that marred his torso. Bloodless, the wound exhibited a charred black hue. That fiend was unexpectedly powerful. As he observed Qianjia rushing at him with alarming speed, Kaiying once again assumed the form of a golden eagle and swiftly retreated. His speed surpassed that of Qianjia. Was he attempting to flee? Qianjia condensed his sword energy into a formidable sword strike. Impressive, young one. Let us see if you can withstand this move. The golden eagle soared into the heavens, ascending several thousand meters, then dove downward with unparalleled speed, surpassing the speed of sound. Its razor-sharp, hook-like beak, harder than steel, was now fortified with the hardened hockey. A terrifying sonic boom enveloped its body, unleashing a deafening explosion. Sonic boom. That was not his ability. The previous feather strike similarly produced such a sonic explosion. What was this? Could it be a sonic barrier formed by supersonic speed, utilized in such a manner? In a moment of enlightenment, Qianjia grasped the answer to a long-standing dilemma. Supersonic speeds can create sonic barriers, resulting in vibrations akin to the sounds of an explosion, often referred to as sonic booms. With this newfound understanding, he raised his sword, its blade tracing a circular arc in front of him. 10 blades of sword energy coalesced around Qianjia, glowing a fiery crimson, a fusion of sword intent and ignited blade energy. Since this is your most formidable strike, allow me to unleash my strongest move in return. The 10 blades of sword energy converged into a colossal sword, enveloping the blade in Qianjia's hand. He propelled himself through the air, reaching the apex of speed, nearing the sound barrier. As the sword in his grasp approached this velocity, he swung it with unrelenting force, surpassing the speed of sound in that fleeting moment. A sonic boom coalesced upon the blade. Go! The sword surged forward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, amplified by the convergence of 3 potent forces: the sword intent, the ignited blade, and the furious sonic boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of sonic booms as the golden eagle, descending from above, was enveloped in the explosive sound, taking on a conical shape. With a thunderous clash, the sword energy met the golden eagle, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that scattered clouds across the sky. The detonation, occurring thousands of meters above, carved a massive crater in the sea below, unleashing a tempest that swept across the landscape. Impressed by the sheer power, Qianjia retreated to a distance, still feeling the effects of the shockwave. His eyes glimmered with realization. Although the sword lacked further elemental enhancements, the sonic boom constituted an augmentation of offensive capability, bestowing him with a novel swordsmanship. As the terrifying ring of explosion gradually dissipated, the majestic golden eagle, now bloodied, lay in tatters. Such formidable techniques? It gasped in astonishment, gazing at Qianjia, who bore a smile at the corner of his lips. This explosion would have severely injured me had I been caught in its midst. Therein lies the advantage of ranged attacks. Qianjia swiftly soared towards the golden eagle, which exhibited a flicker of panic in its eyes. Given its grave injuries, engaging in further combat would undoubtedly result in its defeat. It decided to retreat, vowing to seek vengeance another day, and hastily flapped its battered wings towards the sea. The coveted devil fruit? Qianjia reached it first, standing atop the floating box on the water's surface. Damn it, the golden eagle cursed under its breath. Charging forward in a furious assault. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce clash at low altitude. What was once an evenly matched battle turned in Qianjia's favor due to the golden eagle's severe injuries. Recognizing the futility of remaining, the eagle cast a resentful glance at Qianjia and prepared to flee towards the horizon. However, in that moment of turning, it was taken aback by a piercing sword energy hurtling towards it, which penetrated its wing. Ah! It cried out in agony. You are the key to igniting this great conflict. How could you possibly escape? As Qianjia seized the opportunity, He did not wield a sword, but instead unleashed a barrage of blows with his armored fists, powered by the Haki of armament. While riding upon the back of a golden eagle, with a resounding thud, the golden eagle plummeted from the sky, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Qianjia's afterimage continued to manifest as he relentlessly struck the creature from all directions. Crack! The bones of the golden eagle shattered under the ferocity of his assault. Drenched in crimson, with a final crash, the majestic bird fell upon the surface of the ocean. I have actually been defeated by an unknown naval officer. And I am to perish here. Cursed fate. In that moment of descent into the sea, Kaido was engulfed in utter despair. As a user of powerful abilities, he realized that even the mightiest could not be saved once submerged. As he sank into the depths, filled with despair and unwillingness, Qianjia grasped him with a swift motion. Do not worry, I shall not take your life. Instead, I will escort you back to the naval headquarters, where the admiral will surely be troubled. Qianjia held the nearly lifeless Kaido and darted toward the floating chest. With a swift motion, he hurled Kaido into the air, then, with one hand, seized the chest, and, with the other, unlocked it. As the unfortunate golden eagle descended towards the ocean, Qianjia kicked it high into the sky. Click! The lock of the chest was finally opened. Success in capturing 108. What fruit shall it yield? With a heart full of anticipation and curiosity, Qianjia opened the box, only to discover not one, but 5 devil fruits within. As he examined each one meticulously, his disappointment grew increasingly palpable. Despite having not memorized every single characteristic of the devil fruits from the illustrated compendium, he had firmly etched into his memory the 20 to 30 varieties that he found desirable, most of which were already claimed. The remaining 5 or 6 fruits, he had committed even the minutest details to memory. Now, he could ascertain with certainty that none of these 5 devil fruits were to his liking. Surely, they must all belong to the Zoan category. With a heavy heart, he closed the box. At that moment, the sky bore witness to the descent of Kaido, whom Qianjia caught in midair. Is your Kaido pirate crew truly so lackluster? All this fuss over a few Zoan fruits? Fool, Kaido retorted. The Zoan type provides the greatest enhancement to physical abilities. It is the most formidable power. I might concede to your claim regarding mythical Zoans. Qianjia grasped the box with one hand while holding on to him with the other, stepping through the air as he surged towards the direction of the previously anchored warship. The distant sounds had faded. What had transpired in the battle? The sailors aboard the warship craned their necks to gaze towards the horizon. Moments ago, faint echoes had reached them from beyond, yet now silence enveloped the scene. Had the battle concluded? Surely, Qianjia would emerge victorious, for he was undeniably formidable. Mused one of the sailors, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Qianjia is formidable, yet he faces the captain of the 6th Division of the Beast's Pirates. At the very least, Qianjia should be capable of self-preservation, the major assured. Is he truly that strong? Ein inquired with curiosity, pondering whether he should be a reserve Navy member. Can a reserve Navy member possess such strength? The rumors surrounding this matter had reached the ears of the major and his companions. Yet they dared not speak recklessly at the highest levels. They merely offered perfunctory assurances. Regardless, Qianjia is indeed powerful, and he is by no means a simple reserve Navy member. Enough with the boasting. Just wait. The captain will soon return with that pathetic navy. And then he will eliminate all of you and rescue us, one pirate declared defiantly. Exactly. The captain's prowess surpasses that of a rear admiral. How could he be defeated by a mere rookie? On the warship, many pirates captured at that moment could only submit to the Navy's capture upon falling into the sea. The alternative would be sinking into the depths of the ocean. Silence. The Navy shouted angrily, glaring at them. Do not underestimate Qianjia. Have you forgotten who just begged like a dog moments ago? The pirates' expressions stiffened, yet they maintained their bravado. The Navy may be formidable, but still, they cannot contend with our captain. You will understand soon enough. For now, release us, and perhaps our captain will spare you. Otherwise, you will all perish. Be silent, or face immediate execution, the major warned. Sir, there are figures on the horizon. A Navy soldier with a telescope shouted from the platform. Is he coming back? Both the Navy and the pirates fixated their gazes on the horizon, anxious about who was returning, as it pertained to their lives. It's Qianjia, the soldier with the telescope exclaimed in excitement, having recognized him first. Is it true? Qianjia has returned? The Navy's faces lit up with joy. This means at least Qianjia has not been defeated, so we might survive. They rejoiced, though they had lost a devil fruit. They believed the marshal would understand. And it was not a total loss. The major reassured himself. Such an outcome was already commendable. Could they truly expect Qianjie to defeat the captain of the Beast Pirates? A feat even elite rear admirals might struggle with? In the eyes of many in the Navy, Qianjie was regarded as a prodigious genius rather than merely a strong fighter. Did the captain not kill the accursed Navy? The pirates' faces turned ashen with fear. Surely that kid could not have caught up with the captain. He is a rare ability user capable of flight, and the fastest at that. How could he possibly catch up? The captain must have prioritized safeguarding the devil fruit. The pirates speculated, casting menacing glances at the Navy. I advise you to release us. Our leader's temperament is well known across the seas. Don't be surprised when he comes to the Navy headquarters to demand your lives. You will be finished then. Indeed, the Major's expression betrayed a hint of concern. The name of Kaido, the beast, was known to all. He was the ocean's most notorious madman, one who relished in self-destruction and cared little for his own life, instilling profound fear in those around him. You are afraid, aren't you? Release us at once. Major, wait. Qianjie, the Navy was interrupted by the sight of Qianjie approaching at an astonishing speed, quickly nearing the warship. The Navy was able to discern his features and details as he drew closer. As their gazes shifted to what Qianjie held in his hands, astonishment washed over them. Qianjie descended onto the deck, casting a box and the barely breathing K into the fray. Do not disturb me, he commanded, striding toward the bow of the ship. His mind occupied with thoughts of how to maximize the development of the sonic boom ability he had acquired. What is in that box? The major observed in shock. Was it not the container that held the devil fruit? Had Qianjie managed to reclaim it from K? How could that be? And who was this bloodied and battered figure? Had Qianjie saved someone from the sea? K, on the brink of death, uttered painful sounds. The pirates widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at the gravely injured figure on the deck. Captain, is it really you? Two Navy soldiers approached the barely conscious K, parting his matted hair to reveal his pale, ghastly face. It was indeed K. Both the Navy and the pirates exhibited expressions of horror. K was in such a state? Had he been captured alive? How could this be? The Navy gaped in shock, while the pirates looked as though they could hardly believe their eyes. Qianjie, the major, stiffly turned his head to the figure leisurely seated at the bow. Qianjie, did you defeat him? Report all of this to headquarters and have them take him back, Qianjie instructed. Understood. The major, filled with astonishment, realized that despite holding the highest rank on the ship, he was compelled to obey Qianjie's commands. In the depths of the ocean, true authority lay in strength. Did we capture the entire 6th Division of the Beast Pirates? The Navy erupted with jubilation. Such an achievement, such military merit, was sufficient to earn them renown across the seas. It was not you, it was Qianjie. I gazed wide-eyed at Qianjie. Though still young, she understood the significance of the Beast Pirates and the terror that K had previously instilled. To think such a formidable monster had been defeated by someone she had just underestimated? Quickly, restrain him with sea stone handcuffs. The major commanded excitedly. Such a victory, even as a mere bystander, was exhilarating. Sir, it appears there is no need for restraints. His bones are shattered, and he poses no threat, a trembling Navy soldier reported. In such a dire condition, even the finest doctor would struggle to heal him in a timely manner. Still, restrain him. Yes. The Navy, overwhelmed with excitement, gazed in awe at Qianjie's figure. How could a reserve Navy member possess such monstrous power? Surely such strength warranted the rank of Rear Admiral? Who had assigned such a unit? Those who previously underestimated Qianjie were now acutely aware of his might, unable to contain their astonishment. This is truly astonishing. Captain? All the pirates stood frozen in despair and terror, unable to accept that their captain had been defeated and captured. How could this be? If the captain had fallen, what hope did they have? They stared at Qianjie, wondering what manner of creature he was. Lock them all up, the major commanded with fervor, pulling out a din-din mushi. This matter was of utmost importance and required immediate reporting to headquarters. Ein, with a shocked expression, approached Qianjie. Her eyes wide as she asked, "Why are you only a reserve Navy member?" At Navy headquarters, Sengoku was anxiously awaiting news. He had just learned that the GL-6 warship had been surrounded by Kaido's 6th Division, and he was filled with dread. Even preparing for the worst, the complete annihilation of the vessel. Beep, beep, beep. Sengoku immediately seized the din-din mushi. What is the situation? Marshal. The captain of the Beast Pirates 6th Division, Kaido, has been captured by us. No, rather, he has been apprehended by Qianjie, alive. All the pirates from the 6th Division have been detained. The voice of the excited major echoed through the transponder snail. Sengoku, the Buddha of the Marines. displayed a look of astonishment. Upon hearing that it was Qianjie, he could somewhat comprehend the situation. But how did Qianjie end up on the ship? Nonetheless, he could not suppress his astonishment. Qianjie managed to defeat Kaido? Had his strength increased significantly in just 6 months? Such rapid advancement? Furthermore, Kaido's speed should have posed a challenge for Qianjie, so how did he accomplish this? It was unfathomable to think of how Qianjie could have triumphed over Kaido. Did he perhaps break through during battle? Marshal, what should we do now? Should we temporarily abandon our original mission and escort Kaido back? The Major inquired excitedly. While escorting the devil fruit was crucial, in his heart, escorting Kaido took precedence at this moment. Wait. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Sengoku needed to regain his composure. After pondering for nearly a minute, he managed to suppress his inner surprise and said, "You shall continue with the escort of the devil fruit. I have already contacted Admiral Kizaru at Punk Hazard Island. He is en route, and you will meet him at sea. Have him escort Kaido back. There is no need to trouble Admiral Kizaru. Let us escort him ourselves," the Major proposed. To escort such a significant pirate back to the Navy headquarters would be a moment of immense glory and public attention. You will face dangers during your escort, Sengoku stated seriously. How could that be? The Major was perplexed. How could there be any danger? Kaido has lost his fighting capabilities, and even if he regains some strength, we have the prodigy Qianjie aboard. What waves could he possibly stir? Kaido will undoubtedly learn of this soon, and if he personally comes to reclaim his men, will you be able to withstand him? Therefore, you must continue with your original task and leave the escort mission to Kizaru, Sengoku commanded sternly. The initial shock and excitement in his heart transformed into a sense of foreboding. Capturing the captain of the Beast Pirates 6th Division may not be a favorable outcome. He could foresee the potential repercussions. Kaido? The Major's face turned pale with fear. It would be best not to provoke such a monster. Yes, Marshal. You shall continue with your mission and report any unexpected developments immediately. Understood. After hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku's fingers absently tapped on the desk. His mind in disarray. This could very well be the beginning of a great storm. Have all the high-ranking officials convene immediately. Yes. The warship continued its voyage. Hours later, a naval vessel appeared on the horizon. As it approached, the ship shimmered with golden light, coalescing on the deck where Kizaru stood. I've heard that Kaido has been captured by you? Kizaru's expression was somewhat astonished as he quickly spotted Qianjie sitting at the bow of the ship. Tsk. You've accomplished something quite shocking. Only this lad would disregard the admirals, it seems. The Navy personnel on the deck saluted Kizaru respectfully, while Qianjie remained seated. Deep in thought. Admiral Kizaru, this is Kaido, captain of the 6th Division of the Beast Pirates. Kaido, having regained some strength, was brought forth, flanked by his dejected crew. Kizaru? Kaido's expression revealed a hint of apprehension. It is indeed true. I never expected the 6th captain of the Beast Pirates to be in such a dire state. I remember 3 years ago when you managed to escape from me. Who would have thought you would fall to Qianjie? Quite the disgraceful defeat, Kizaru smirked. His usual lewd grin in place. Is that a mythical Zoan fruit? Kizaru, don't get too cocky. Do as you wish. For my captain will certainly seek vengeance for me, Kaido growled menacingly. And it was to you who captured me. Don't wear that smug expression. 3 years ago. You failed to catch me. Kaido, huh? Kizaru frowned slightly, clearly troubled. He was indeed a formidable creature. Moreover, recalling that 3 years ago he failed to apprehend Kaido. It stung to realize that Qianjie had achieved what he could not. Kaido was fast, supersonic, yet not faster than Kizaru, who could move at light speed over short distances. However, for long distances, Kizaru needed to use the Pika Pika no Mi's abilities to reflect off solid objects, forming a light path to travel. In the vast emptiness of the sky, without solid objects to reflect, the Pika Pika no Mi could not be employed. Thus, Kizaru had helplessly watched Kaido escape that day. Let us put aside the troublesome matter of Kaido for now. After all, it is Marshal Sengoku who has to deal with it. For now, you shall obediently accompany me back to the Navy headquarters. As the two warships drew closer, the Navy escorted the pirates onto Kizaru's vessel. Qianjie, why don't you come back with us to the Navy headquarters? Kizaru looked at Qianjie's retreating figure. No response. In a state of profound contemplation, Qianjie remained steadfast. Very well, let us disregard that, he mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment. As a vice admiral, he had taken the initiative to engage in conversation. Yet he found himself met with indifference. However, reflecting on the demeanor of his mentor, Zephyr, brought him a sense of equilibrium. 2 warships passed by, swiftly separating from one another. How impressive. Even a vice admiral is initiating conversation, yet remains aloof, such an aura of authority. The Navy personnel gazed at Qianjie with admiration. To them, a vice admiral was a figure of reverence. Merely catching a glimpse of one could evoke excitement for months. And the opportunity to exchange a few words could be boasted about for an entire year. Indeed, you ought to consider who Qianjie is. He too shall ascend to the ranks of vice admiral in due time. Exactly. Can anyone enlighten me as to who Qianjie truly is? Ian's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. The seasoned Navy personnel, however, busied themselves with their own affairs. Unwilling to delve into the conflict between the older generation of vice admirals and the most prodigious of the new. Could you possibly reveal your true identity? Ian implored, approaching Qianjie once more. People, we have arrived at Punk Hazard Island. A colossal island emerged on the horizon, where numerous warships were anchored along its shores. The island, while heavily fortified, was adorned with stunning natural beauty, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. This location served as one of the Navy's critical bases, housing the esteemed scientific division and acting as a premier research facility. Among its ranks were two of the world's most renowned scientists, Vegapunk and Caesar. Naturally, this area was under stringent security measures. The safety of Punk Hazard was the responsibility of the Navy's scientific division, led by Vice Admiral Kizaru, who primarily remained on-site to oversee security, ensuring that no pirate dared to cause trouble here. Gather your belongings and accompany me to the island. It is a perfect opportunity for everyone to recuperate. Understood. After undergoing thorough identity verification, they were permitted to disembark. Qianjie curiously followed the crowd, surveying the island. This was not merely a desolate isle, but a hub of cutting-edge Navy research. It seemed that both Vegapunk and Caesar had conducted studies on the devil fruits. Vegapunk had even innovated a method to imbue lifeless matter with the properties of devil fruits, while Caesar had developed artificial devil fruits. Prior to their research, an extensive examination of numerous devil fruits was essential. This escort mission for the devil fruits was likely just one of many endeavors, surely. They had amassed a considerable collection of them. Might there be some remarkable devil fruits among them? Qianjie pondered curiously, as most sailors sought rest and recuperation. Qianjie followed the Major General and several other officers into the fortress forged from steel within the mountain, a place replete with intricate mechanisms and heavily guarded. Surprisingly, An trailed closely behind Qianjie, pouting and glaring at him. It had been quite some time since she last spoke to him, all because he had not revealed his identity. Humph. I shall not engage with you. Lord Caesar, the devil fruits you require have been safely delivered. They entered a chamber where a figure with long, deep violet blue hair and horn-like ornaments, resembling a creature of the night, was meticulously dissecting a devil fruit. You took your time in arriving. Do you not realize that I had no devil fruits to study yesterday? Caesar set down his instruments, his displeasure evident as he glared at the Major General and his entourage. You inept fools, how could you delay for so long? Apologies. We encountered the beast pirates along the way, which consumed considerable time, came the reply. I care not whom you encountered or how many lives were lost. Your delay has hindered my experiments, and for that, I shall dissect each of you. Caesar's icy gaze, coupled with his ghastly appearance, was indeed unsettling. Ein, frightened, instinctively sought refuge beside Qianjie. While the officers fumed at Caesar, Qianjie's attention wandered, his curiosity piqued by the surroundings. The officers glared at Caesar, indignant. We have risked our lives to escort these. What manner of attitude is this? The Major General, suppressing his ire, placed the box upon the table, stating, This contains the devil fruits. The mission is complete. He turned to exit. Hold on. Caesar approached the box, waving his hand as gas escaped to seal the doorway. Who knows if you might conceal any devil fruits? I must conduct an inspection. You? The officers glared at Caesar, their indignation palpable. You may be an important scientist, but we are officers and will not tolerate such humiliation. Caesar, unfazed by their fury, opened the box and examined the fruits meticulously, counting to the third. Qianjie, seemingly indifferent, suddenly felt a jolt of realization as his pupils constricted. These devil fruits were not the ones he had retrieved. Was it possible that the naval escort had delivered more than 5? Moreover, if his memory served correctly, one of them should be of the mythical beast variety. Indeed, there were 5 feline-type devil fruits. It appears you lack the audacity to conceal any, Caesar remarked, setting the fruits down. Yet, the image of the third fruit lingered in Qianjie's mind. Had he been mistaken? Was that fruit the zoan-type black fruit? Or perhaps the mythical human fruit in its great witch form? The patterns and colors of these two fruits were strikingly similar, with only subtle differences. Had he erred? Or had they? Qianjie felt a pang of uncertainty. The illusory beast species, known for its devil fruit, was among the few that had captured Qianjie's attention. This particular devil fruit was one of those he had meticulously scrutinized. However, the fleeting moment had rendered him unable to discern the contents within the box. Regardless, verification was paramount. Shall we depart now? There are still 5 devil fruits that we must deliver to the Vegapunk scientists. The Major General gestured towards the gas that sealed the entrance. Indeed, you may leave, he replied as the gas dissipated. Yet, just as the Major General and several lieutenants attempted to exit, the gas reasserted its grip at the doorway. You have arrived too late, hindering my experimental research. Such delays warrant punishment. Currently, the island's supply of test subjects is insufficient, and the next shipment will not arrive until tomorrow. Therefore, you shall all remain as my test subjects. A mere handful of lieutenants, surely the Navy headquarters would not hold me accountable, Caesar observed cruelly, his gaze fixed on the officers. As for Wuya and Ain, he disregarded them entirely, deeming them expendable along with the new recruits. If he were to eliminate them, he surmised that the Navy headquarters would likely remain silent. What? Become test subjects? Impossible. The officers roared in indignation, mixed with a palpable fear. They were acutely aware of the grim fates that befell the test subjects on this island, neither human nor ghost. They also understood Caesar's formidable standing within the Navy. As despite lacking a formal rank, his position as the second scientist granted him greater authority than an ordinary vice admiral, making him invaluable to the Navy. If they truly became his subjects, it was likely that headquarters would only impose a token punishment upon him. In a frantic search for an escape route, they realized that the structure was forged entirely of steel, devoid of a secondary exit. The sole entrance was obstructed by the gas, leaving them trapped. They knew well that Caesar was not merely a scientist but a monstrous powerhouse, wielding formidable natural abilities far beyond their capacity to confront. What shall we do? The officers turned their pleading gazes towards Qianjie. Submit and become my test subjects, Caesar intoned, as tendrils of gas began to swirl around him, extending towards them. Ain, already terrified, instinctively sought refuge behind Qianjie, her fear amplified by Caesar's chilling smile. Let us begin with you, little girl, he declared, as the gas enveloped Ain, drawing her towards him while he reached out with a predatory hand. Oh, no, Ain screamed in terror. Reach out. But in an instant, everything halted. Huh? Caesar was taken aback, bewildered by the grip that had seized him. Trash from the reserve Navy? He sneered, glancing at Qianjie. Let go of me, or else, boom. With the hardened armament of the 1,000 Calamities left fist imbued with hockey, a powerful strike landed squarely on Caesar's abdomen. His previously aloof and icy demeanor instantly transformed. His features contorted in pain as a sharp scream escaped his lips. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into numerous experimental tables along the way. Qianjie rushed forward, the blade of his weapon aimed threateningly at him. If you intend to use me as a test subject, are you prepared for death? His gaze, however, drifted to the devil fruit nestled within a nearby box. He missed no detail. His eyes gleamed as he recognized it as the mythical zoantype, the human fruit in its great witch form. How dare you strike me? Caesar's fury erupted, manifesting as a surge of gas. Qianjie furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling feeling of being observed. Was someone employing observation hockey? Suddenly, seizing the opportunity, Qianjie delivered a powerful kick to Caesar's chest, sending him careening backward, blood spewing forth as he crashed into additional experimental tables. What is happening? The gas that had obstructed the door was abruptly swept aside by a pair of large hands, and a throng of Navy personnel surged in, led by the axe-wielding Wanzong. How dare even the most inept of the reserve Navy attack me? Caesar wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes burning with hatred for Qianjie, yet a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. A mere reserve Navy member possessed hockey? How could this be? I will kill you. Caesar spat vehemently. Stand down. Wanzong charged forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Qianjie. This is not a place for combat. Wanzong, your duty is to ensure the safety of this island. Now, someone dares to assault me, and you do not apprehend him, yet still dare to obstruct me? Caesar roared in anger. You shall not harm him, Wanzong declared firmly, having already perceived Qianjie's presence. Am I not permitted to discipline a reserve Navy member, even if he possesses some strength? Caesar replied coldly, dismissing his previous defeat as mere oversight. He was not an ordinary Navy member. Even his uncle could not impose direct punishment upon him. Wanzong spoke gravely. Though he is not stationed at Navy headquarters, he is aware of the truth. He understands that while Qianjie is currently a reserve Navy member, any punitive measures against him must come from the Marshal, owing to his formidable strength and boundless potential. What? Caesar's expression shifted dramatically. The fact that even an admiral like Kizaru could not directly punish him? Caesar retained enough awareness to recognize that both his status and strength were beneath that of an admiral. How could a mere reserve Navy member wield such authority? He was bewildered. Let us depart. Qianjia turned and walked towards the door. Who was it that just now wielded the observation hockey? With Kizaru absent from this island, who else could exert such immense pressure upon me? Is it that enigmatic Vegapunk? Qianjia, wait for me. Bartolomeo exclaimed excitedly, catching up. I never imagined you would grow to this extent. It is truly astonishing. No wonder I am no match for you. Let us have a thorough discussion. Very well. Qianjia followed Jean Tamaru with a purpose, yet he etched every detail of the journey into his memory. Was he truly going to confront Kaido of the 100 Beasts? He left behind a group of astonished recruits and an irate Caesar. After engaging in casual conversation with Jean Tamaru, Qianjia gleaned crucial information. This island, while boasting a formidable naval presence, was sufficiently guarded by the Yellow Monkey. However, he learned that the enigmatic Vegapunk possessed strength surpassing that of Caesar. Indeed, was it Vegapunk whose observation hockey had previously weighed heavily upon me? If I had attempted to seize the opportunity and act impulsively, success would not have been guaranteed. Rather, I might have found myself unable to escape this island. Qianjia emerged from the mountain base. Qianjia, you've finally come out. Let's leave with us. The Major General greeted him. Originally, he had planned to rest here for a few days, but to avoid complications, he decided to depart immediately. Fine. The warship departed from Punk Hazard. Less than 100 kilometers later, as they passed by an island, Qianjia declared, my mission was only to participate in this escort. Now that it's completed, I shall take my leave. With those words, he dashed off the warship, stepping onto the air as he strode toward the island. Huh. The Navy soldiers on the warship stared blankly at Qianjia's retreating figure. Even though he's just a reserve Navy, I feel like Qianjia is the most dashing one of us all. Indeed, I'm a little envious. If you were as young and powerful as him, you could be too. Maybe in the next life. Humph, you still haven't told me your true identity. How stingy. Ein pouted in dissatisfaction. At least I know you were part of the previous batch of recruits. I can always ask the instructor later. Landing on the island, Qianjia mused to himself. Caesar mistook the mythical Zoan type, Dawu form fruit, for a mere Black Panther, Zoan devil fruit. I wounded him, and his injuries should prevent him from experimenting in the short term, meaning he won't discover the fruit's true power anytime soon. As Qianjia made his way towards the heart of the town, a tempest of agitation erupted among the high-ranking officials at the naval headquarters. Haha, that lad has done remarkably well, capturing the 6th squad captain of the Beast Pirates. Although the 6th squad is not particularly strong, his speed has rendered him one of the most elusive pirates. Carp laughed heartily. Only someone of Carp's caliber could dare to consider the 6th squad captain of the Beast Pirates as weak. However, Zephyr interjected coldly, Carp, do not rejoice too soon. You are well aware of that madman's temperament. Capturing someone from Kaido's faction could plunge the Navy into a predicament from which we may never recover. What do you mean? Zephyr, are you afraid of Kaido? The other admirals frowned at Zephyr, disapproving of his stance. I am certainly not afraid, but capturing one of Kaido's men could provoke him to come for revenge, and when that happens, the Navy will be forced into a fierce battle. You all understand the consequences, Zephyr replied gravely. Indeed, the Beast Pirates should not be underestimated. A conflict with them could yield catastrophic repercussions for the Navy. Sengoku, too, was filled with trepidation. Sengoku, are you also afraid? You wouldn't consider letting the 6th squad captain of the Beast Pirates go free, would you? Carp expressed his dissatisfaction. Akainu frowned as well. While it's true that this could instigate a war, it also presents an opportunity to eradicate the Beast Pirates entirely. That young man has performed a commendable deed. I cannot agree with your view, Zephyr. Indeed, in your eyes. It seems that Qianjia's tireless efforts to capture a pirate are misguided, as if merely standing by would have been the correct choice, Carp scoffed. Zephyr's expression darkened. I am considering the aftermath of this situation. Considering what? Are we to shy away from capturing notorious pirates out of fear? Should we let fear dictate our actions? Carp retorted, his disdain evident. The foremost duty is to apprehend the most notorious pirates. Zephyr glared at them in anger. Now is not the time to deliberate on consequences. The capture has already occurred. We must now strategize our next steps. Suraheim interrupted in a low voice. If we continue this argument, we may never reach a resolution. Indeed. Sengoku massaged his temples. The next course of action is straightforward. The crimes of the 6th squad captain of the Beast Pirates warrant execution. we shall publicly announce his execution, which will not only restore the Navy's reputation, but may also lure Kaido into a confrontation, allowing us to eliminate him as well. Akainu's eyes glimmered with the fire of battle. In his view, top-tier pirates like Kaido should have been apprehended long ago. Oh dear. The Beast's pirates are not so easily dealt with. They are a band of madmen and lunatics, Kizaru exaggeratedly remarked. Are you afraid, Kizaru? A capture has been made. We cannot let him go, or else we will be a laughingstock. Once a pirate is captured, there is no room for leniency, Tsuruheim stated firmly, her position as chief of staff necessitating clarity in their discussions. She continued, we now have several options. First, we could send Kaiku to impel down for permanent confinement. But that may provoke an immediate assault from the Beast's pirates, making it difficult to defend the prison. Second, we could execute Kaiku immediately. But Kaido will eventually learn of it, likely leading to catastrophic retaliation. Third, we could announce his execution publicly and carry it out, but on the day of execution, Kaido will almost certainly come, resulting in a direct confrontation with the Navy. Without needing Tsuruheim to explain further, all present understood the gravity of the situation. The first two options were overly passive, placing the initiative in Kaido's hands, leaving them vulnerable to potential reprisals. The third option, however, would grant them the initiative, allowing them to prepare extensively, with the possibility of capturing the Beast Pirate King in one fell swoop. This would not only stabilize the seas, but also temper the arrogance of other pirates. Akainu was decidedly in favor of confrontation. However, such a course could lead to significant losses for our navy. The seas are not solely occupied by the Beast's pirates, Akiji expressed his concerns. There are 4 emperors. After all, what if the other 3 take covert action? He added, highlighting their vulnerability. What do you propose? None of these plans seem feasible. We cannot truly allow Kaiku to escape. The others exhibited expressions of indecision. The stakes of this matter were exceedingly high, and any misstep could lead the Navy into an irrevocable abyss. Major decisions are always daunting to make. I advocate for war, Karp declared solemnly. In recent years, the Navy has accomplished little, and public faith has waned. Rumors abound that the Navy cannot contend with the 4 emperors and fears them. A confrontation is necessary to bolster the Navy's morale and quell the pirates' arrogance. Thus, both Akainu and Karp agreed on the necessity of battle, yet the other commanders remained silent. However, I can't shake the feeling that this was a deliberate ploy by that young man, Shinjia, to ensnare us in a dilemma. Forcing the Navy into a mutually destructive conflict with Kaido, Zephyr frowned, doubting Shinjia's altruism. Zephyr, Sengoku, and the others regarded him with discontent, given the current circumstances. Could you not be more magnanimous and broaden your perspective? All eyes turned to the Buddha Sengoku, the fleet admiral, the one who ultimately held the decision-making power. After enduring the pressure, Sengoku rubbed his temples, deep in contemplation. After a prolonged pause, he exhaled a weary breath, seemingly having reached a decision. He lifted his head and spoke coolly. 1 month from now, we shall publicly execute the pirate Kaiku at headquarters. That's the right course. Karp and Akainu exchanged smiles, emboldened by the prospect. Should Kaido dare to come, we will be ready to capture him. Sengoku stood, resolutely issuing orders. We are now in a state of high alert. Akiji responded, understood. Immediately evacuate all personnel from the naval headquarters to other branches. The headquarters will be transformed into a battleground, as it is no longer safe. Yes, Akainu confirmed. Commence the selection of elite Navy personnel at all major branches. On the day of execution, we must have at least 100,000 elite Navy members at headquarters. Yes, Kizaru acknowledged. Disseminate the news of the public execution 1 month hence through the newspapers, while simultaneously monitoring the movements of the Beast's pirates. Understood. Karp, what shall I do? Karp inquired. Clench your fists and prepare for battle, Sengoku instructed. Each of you should make your preparations. I must inform the world government. A mere ripple could potentially incite a cataclysmic wave. Aboard a colossal pirate ship in the New World, Kaido glared with his fierce tiger eyes. What is going on? Why has the 6th one returned yet? Boss. It seems that the 6th one is preoccupied having fun with the Navy, which is why he has delayed, a subordinate stammered. Boss, this is bad. At that moment, a pirate burst into the room, brandishing a newspaper with a look of sheer terror. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "It's nothing serious. I will kill you." Instantly, the air was thick with the ferocious aura of Kaido, the beast, overwhelming the surroundings like a menacing beast. The pirate trembled, his voice quaking as he reported, "Boss, the captain of the 6th Division has been captured by the Navy, and he is to be publicly executed in a month at Navy headquarters. What? All the pirates aboard the ship widened their eyes in disbelief, a wave of terror and rage surging through them. Bring it here. Kaido seized the newspaper and read the report, his terrifying presence causing the very sea to tremble. Boss, what should we do? We must act now to rescue our sixth. Yes, let's assault Navy headquarters, attack Impel down. Silence. Kaido glared fiercely, and the room fell into a hushed stillness. He tossed the newspaper onto the deck. Can't you see? It states the execution is in a month. To rush in now would imply that I fear confronting the Navy directly. But boss, the Navy is incredibly strong now. Precisely. It would be best if a powerful adversary capable of defeating me emerges. I wonder if that bastard Garp still has strength left in his fists. And Akainu, those three little brats, still so young. Then, boss, we shall make the world tremble. The audacity of the Navy to publicly execute the captain of the beast pirates was tantamount to declaring war against them. Madness. This era had gone mad. One of the four emperors against Navy headquarters. Were they truly prepared to shatter the heavens? How could the Navy provoke the mad Kaido without fearing for their own destruction? The common folk, upon hearing this news, stood frozen in sheer terror, even though it did not directly concern them. Just the thought of such horrifying battles filled them with dread. Countless newspapers were delivered by seagulls to every corner of the world. The shocking news quickly spread, leaving everyone astounded, even the most notorious pirates. Did it seem that reckless actions were spiraling into an epic clash? On a nameless island, a figure named Shanks, engrossed in the newspaper, could not help but smile. A surge of combat spirit ignited within his eyes. Such a great war would undoubtedly be thrilling. He needed to bolster his strength. Otherwise, he would not qualify to engage with the top-tier powers. Shanks arrived in a bustling town, contemplating, if it weren't for me, those devil fruits would have been claimed by others. Now, if I can acquire just one of them, it would not be an unreasonable reward. He chuckled to himself. How hypocritical of me to seek justification. His gaze sharpened. That devil fruit is mine. Whether right or wrong, in this world, no one truly differentiates between the two. Why should I? As long as I am true to my conscience, that suffices. And so he resolved to seize it. In the town, Shanks procured a small submarine and donned a dark cloak. Under the veil of night, he departed the island. The only entity he needed to be wary of was the enigmatic Vegapunk. For now, he would avoid provoking him and would hasten to claim the fruit. Late at night, within the Whitebeard pirates of the New World, a voice echoed, "It seems the Navy is gearing up to confront the beast pirates." After years of tranquility, had the Navy finally decided to act? Whitebeard poured himself a hearty drink, pondering, the calm sea is about to erupt into tumult, is it not? Since capturing the Golden Lion and Roger's demise, although it was the era of great pirates, the Navy had not apprehended any significant figures, only engaging in minor skirmishes. It appeared the Navy had long been planning to capture the beast pirates' captain, compelling them to engage in battle. Everyone knew Kaido was a madman. It was impossible for him to remain passive in such a scenario. Yet, rumors suggested that the capture of the beast pirates' captain was an unexpected turn of events. Unexpected? The Navy couldn't have simply seized the captain of the beast pirates without considerable effort, could they? Whitebeard questioned, observing his sons debating. Whose masterpiece is this? Such a monumental event should be widely publicized by the Navy, yet the papers do not reveal who captured Kaido's eagle. That is rather peculiar. Whitebeard was puzzled. Capturing Kaido's eagle would likely require a rear admiral or admiral's prowess. Such military achievements would surely not go unnoticed. What could there be to conceal? Boss. I attempted to gather information about the life and death battle. Though I found nothing about the battle itself, I stumbled upon some astonishing details. Oh? Red-haired Shanks inquired curiously. Don't tell me the Navy has apprehended Kaido's men, and the world is now aware. Not quite. I have uncovered specifics about the capture of the eagle. It is said that he actively sought to destroy a Navy ship, only to discover a formidable opponent aboard. One who is certainly not among the renowned figures of the Navy today. Who could it be? Shanks pressed. It is rumored to be a reserve Navy recruit. Laughter erupted on the red-haired pirate's ship. A recruit? What nonsense. It's true. They say this recruit is a freshly graduated rookie. The pirate continued, igniting more laughter among the crew. However, the first mate, Beckman, interjected, logically, any rookie who performed exceptionally in a life-and-death battle should have gained some notoriety after graduation, perhaps even attaining officer status. Yet, the most outstanding rookie from the last graduating class was a man named Smoker, and it's evident he is not the one. So where is this remarkable rookie? Beckman, You don't mean to suggest that the rookie who defeated the captain could actually be this reserve Navy recruit? Shanks gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. No way. The recruits at headquarters usually do quite well after graduation. How could the most extraordinary one be just a reserve? I'm merely speculating. The reasons remain unknown. It's possible the Navy sought to protect him, or that there are other hidden circumstances, Beckman replied. Oh? Whether true or not, we shall know on the day of execution in a month. Surely, such a rookie cannot remain idle amidst a grand battle? Indeed. I am eager to see how this rookie dares to defeat my captain, Shanks remarked. News of this incident spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the world. Those who paid even slight attention to significant events, both civilians and pirates alike, soon learned of it. Why are you all so excited? It's just the capture of a captain. Isn't it expected for the Navy to apprehend pirates? Year after year, countless pirates are executed. What is so surprising about it? Fool. That captain stands behind Kaido. A madman who may not care for his subordinate's fate but will not overlook such a potentially catastrophic event. Exactly. That lunatic is a true menace. It seems the Grand Line may become perilous. It would be wise to lay low in West Blue for a while. A notably infamous pirate hastily made his exit. Meanwhile, the Navy began mobilizing. Residents at headquarters commenced their transfers to various branches, while elite forces gathered at the headquarters. Tomorrow, all recruits from the training camp will accompany me in the transfer. Yes, the recruits buzzed with excitement, some even filled with anticipation. I want to remain at Navy headquarters and partake in the battle. Enough, let us go. We cannot defeat any pirates. Indeed. It is thrilling to ponder which officer has captured the formidable beast pirates. I too am curious. On, amidst the ranks, gazed at the new recruits around him. Poised to speak, when suddenly he recalled his earlier inquiry to the instructor. Was Kaikong captured? Was it the doing of Qianjia? Tina, just returned to headquarters. Stood there in a daze. Is it not true? Kaikong had taken the initiative to depart, and Qianjia had already safeguarded us, yet he still exerted every effort to pursue. It is unjust that the Navy headquarters has yet to disclose such news. It is truly unfair to Qianjia. The two naval officers whispered in hushed tones, their indignation palpable. Qianjia? Upon hearing this, Tina covered her mouth in disbelief. It must be that Qianjia is seeking vengeance on my behalf. Oh, how touched I am. The orchestrator of the tumultuous seas is now piloting a small submarine, swiftly approaching Punk Hazard. There are merely a few kilometers left. The submarine's speed is modest. And reaching the shore will not be easy, so it is best to halt here. In the nocturnal ambience, a submarine lingered on the water's surface, resembling a fish's back. A figure leaped into the water, clad in black and shrouded in a dark cloak. With feet firmly planted, he employed the moonwalk technique, propelling himself through the water like a swordfish, rapidly darting towards the island. As he drew nearer to the naval vessel anchored at the water's edge, Qianjie grew increasingly cautious, striving to remain silent while concealing his presence, ultimately finding refuge along a cliff's edge. This was the eastern coastline. Traversing a forest and evading 3 layers of defenses would bring him closer to the base. After disembarking, Qianjie devised a rough plan and stealthily approached the island's base. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Major Virgo contacted Don Quixote Doflamingo via a communication device. Master, Qianjie has finally ventured out alone, presenting an excellent opportunity. However, I cannot use naval intelligence to locate him, as that would expose me if I were to eliminate him. Virgo, are you only now preparing to take action? It has been far too long, Doflamingo replied with dissatisfaction. It has already been 6 months. My apologies, Master. Qianjie's strength far exceeds our expectations. There was no chance to act at headquarters. If I were to leverage my authority to send him out, I too would become exposed. This is a prime opportunity, otherwise. Once he returns, he may not venture out again for a year, leaving only you to contend with him. Oh, is he truly that formidable? Doflamingo asked in astonishment. While killing Rao was indeed impressive, Rao was not the highest-ranking officer in our family. Indeed, he is strong. His current abilities should be on par with mine. I lack complete confidence in being able to kill him. Thus, we not only require the family's intelligence, but also the strength of our family's officers, Virgo replied. His expression grave. Is it possible that even you lack confidence, Virgo? Doflamingo exclaimed, taken aback. You are the strongest among the family's highest officials. The one I trust the most. That is precisely why, Master, if possible, you should take action personally to ensure success. I am currently in the North Sea and cannot return in the short term. Virgo expressed concern. Can I truly defeat him alone? If I cannot subdue him or he escapes, all my efforts with the Navy would be in vain. However, Diamante is overseeing transactions in the Chambord archipelago and has a mission. I shall inform him shortly to assist you. Together, you should be able to overcome him, Doflamingo suggested. Diamante, you say? Of course we can, Virgo affirmed confidently. Excellent. Remember, he must be eliminated. If you feel such pressure now, how much more difficult will he be in a few years? I only require his body, understand? Ensure that you do not expose yourselves. Otherwise, the Navy will surely retaliate against us if we kill such a figure. Master, you can trust me to handle this, Virgo assured. Of course, I trust you. After ending the call, Virgo dialed another number. Is this you, Diamante? It is surprising to encounter such a monster within the Navy. The sea is indeed bustling. Yet, it is unfortunate that none of these prodigies have truly matured, Doflamingo scoffed. It seems that the mad end from the beast pirates intends to clash with the Navy, setting the stage for a grand battle. 3 patrol units and 10 naval guards were on duty, with communication devices along the route, leaving no room for stealth. Swift action was the only recourse. On Dressrosa Island, Qianjie lay concealed within the bushes, surveying the situation between the ambush route and the base's main entrance. If I unleash my full speed, these ordinary Navy personnel shouldn't be able to see me, right? It is already 3 in the morning. There are likely not many on the island with observation hockey. Surely, I cannot be discovered immediately? Qianjie was shrouded beneath a dark cloak, adorned with black gloves, wielding an ordinary sword blade procured for this purpose. Ensuring there were no exposed locations, his eyes glimmered with a fierce resolve. In an instant, he stepped forward, creating a slight sonic boom as the dry leaves and the underbrush were stirred, yet he vanished without a trace. Whoosh! He swiftly traversed before the patrolling Navy, seizing the moment when several scientific members entered through the open doors, rushing into the base and concealing himself in a nearby corner. What was that? Where did that wind come from? Indeed, the breeze felt rather peculiar. The patrolling sailors rubbed their eyes, continuing their rounds, dismissing it as inconsequential. Caesar's chamber was situated at the heart of the base, necessitating a passage down the main avenue, 100 meters ahead, a right turn, followed by 3 successive doors. Then another left, advancing 30 meters to the 6th room, which housed his laboratory. The layout of the base unfolded in his mind. The most formidable presence, Vegapunk, was absent from this facility. As long as he moved swiftly, by the time he discovered his presence, perhaps he would already be far removed. With a deep breath, Qianjie endeavored to suppress his presence. Given the strained relationship between Caesar and Vegapunk, their research facilities were distinctly separate, affording Qianjie the utmost convenience. Commence! In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, only to reappear 100 meters away, swiftly veering right and disappearing into the grand hall at the forefront of the base. Whoosh! Continuing his advance, within mere moments, Qianjie found himself concealed in a corner not far from Caesar's laboratory. Such speed would elude the Navy's detection. Whether the visual telephone bug had recorded the event remained uncertain, though it presumably lacked the capacity to slow down video playback. The door was locked. A formidable entrance forged from steel, several centimeters thick, with the key solely in Caesar's possession. Only a powerful breach could grant access. Qianjie slowly unsheathed his blade, pondering whether Caesar was inside. He likely was, as Warpeach had mentioned that Caesar almost resided there continuously. Inside the room, the wretched scoundrel inflicted such torment. It was excruciating. Adjacent to the laboratory, Caesar clutched his abdomen, reluctantly setting down the equipment in his hands. The searing pain in his stomach rendered him incapable of continuing the experiment. That scoundrel! Should I lay eyes on him again, I shall bind him to the experiment table, sever his limbs, and transform him into the most grotesque of monstrosities. The pain was unbearable. Leaning against the experiment table, Caesar painstakingly shifted his weight. Begin. Outside. Qianjie sprang into action, standing before the steel door with his sword drawn. Swish. Several glimmers of cold light sliced through the iron door, which was cleaved into fragments. With a powerful kick from Qianjie, the shattered pieces of iron flew into the room, resonating with a thunderous crash throughout the base. The trained Navy personnel stared in astonishment at the broken door, yet no figure was in sight. Their mouths agape, they stood in stunned silence for several seconds before erupting. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Inside the room, Caesar stared blankly at the flying debris hurtling towards him, taken aback. The iron shards collided with him, but fortunately, due to his natural affinity, he transformed into gas and emerged unscathed. Damn it! Who dares to invade my laboratory? Do they seek death? After a moment of shock, Caesar glared angrily at the black-clad figure that had suddenly appeared before him. Are you courting death? Chains of gas coiled towards Qianjia. Where are you? Qianjia surveyed his surroundings in search of the coveted devil fruit, while simultaneously hardening his feet with armament hockey. With a thunderous kick, he shattered the gas chains and charged towards Caesar. Once again, hockey was at play. The unfortunate Caesar was sent flying, dissipating into a multitude of gas. Yet he rapidly reformed into a human shape, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite being a Logia type, his physical abilities were undeniably lacking. He had found it. Qianjia beheld a chest placed upon the wall cabinet to his right. Inside lay the coveted devil fruit. In an instant, he approached the wall, seized the chest, and with sheer force shattered the iron lock, swiftly unveiling its contents. Indeed, it was the very one. As Qianjia lifted the chest, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the base, accompanied by the furious roars of the Navy. Enemy attack. A multitude of naval forces is rushing towards us, with more converging outside the base. We must go. Qianjia had no intention of lingering here. As he set foot on the ground, he was suddenly struck by an unsettling sensation, as if he were adrift in water or suspended in a vacuum, devoid of oxygen and unable to breathe. Did he intend to seize the spoils and depart? Had he consulted his grandfather Caesar? In this void, he would perish in suffocation. Caesar looked at Qianjia with triumph, while simultaneously concentrating a sword hilt enveloped in azure flames in his hand. Was he draining the oxygen? With a tremendous force, Qianjia's feet struck the ground. And in the vacuum, the influence of shaving speed was significant. He had to unleash his full strength to swiftly depart from this place. As for suffocation due to the absence of oxygen, he could effortlessly hold his breath for several minutes. Azure Flame Sword. Caesar observed in astonishment as Qianjia charged towards the entrance, wielding a sword engulfed in azure flames, which he swung with ferocity. The areas sliced by the sword wave erupted in azure flames, even melting steel. Whoosh! Without engaging in confrontation, Qianjia hastened towards the entrance, deftly evading the wave of blades. His speed was impressive, akin to a gas-powered spray gun. A torrent of gas and laser beams surged forth, racing towards Qianjia with a velocity surpassing his own. Must he withstand this onslaught? In an instant, his fist became enveloped in the hardened armor of his will, launching a thunderous strike, an explosive punch. With a resounding boom, a violent detonation obliterated everything within the room, sending laboratory equipment scattering and shattering against the walls. The steel-constructed barriers twisted and even melted under the force. Whoosh! Utilizing the shockwave from the explosion, he surged forth from the wreckage of the laboratory. There he was, seize him. In the corridor of the lab, dozens of armed Navy personnel rushed in, completely obstructing the passageway, rendering escape impossible. Snip! In an instant, Qianjia vanished, as a multitude of bullets pierced through his fleeting shadow. A figure, swift as the wind, surged into the Navy ranks, effortlessly propelling them aside with immense force, carving a path through their midst. The sounds of impact echoed bang, bang, bang. The unfortunate sailors, amidst their anguished cries, collided against the walls, crammed together in desperation. Damn it! Someone stop him. We cannot allow him to escape. Within the shattered, smoke-filled laboratory, Caesar, formed anew from the gathered gas, emerged, glaring at the ineffectual Navy personnel, barking orders. Hurry up and pursue him. His frustration was palpable, his agitation causing him to stomp his feet in exasperation. What terrible luck I've had these past few days. Nothing seems to go right. With a thunderous roar, Qianjia surged forward at breakneck speed, nearing the sound barrier. An invisible shockwave emanated from him, sufficient to send the Navy soldiers flying without physical contact. Those in his path were thrown into disarray, sprawling and gasping, blood spilling forth as they screamed in agony. As Qianjia swiftly approached the gates of the base, a voice thundered, "Who dares to disrupt the Navy Scientific Corps? Seeking death?" At that moment, a colossal figure nearly obstructed the entrance entirely. Jean Tamaru, wielding an axe, stood like a mountain at the threshold, directly blocking the way. With a fierce roar, he fixed his gaze upon the rapidly advancing figure clad in black. "I, Jean Tamaru. Stand here. You shall not pass." With a powerful and domineering hand, he struck towards Qianjia, the fierce winds scattering the surrounding Navy personnel. Oh, has Jean Tamaru's strength significantly improved? The relentless acceleration of Qianjia continued unabated. With one hand gripping a box and the other arm enveloped in hardened conqueror's hockey, he struck out fiercely, colliding with the oncoming massive palm. The impact sent shockwaves that toppled the already disoriented Navy soldiers. "I am the mightiest defender of the sea." Accompanied by the anguished cries of War Peachmaru, he was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground outside, overwhelming a substantial number of Navy personnel, who cried out in distress. War Peachmaru, unwilling to yield, attempted to rise, only to have a shadow suddenly appear above him, using his head as a springboard. With a swift stamp on his face, the figure soared into the air. Bang! 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 Below, hundreds of Navy soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the night, the gunshots echoing across the island. Yet, the dark sky only reverberated with the sounds of projectiles slicing through the air, devoid of any visible enemy. Ouch! That hurts like hell. War Peachmaru lamented, his face marked with distinct footprints. From the twisted gates, a furious Caesar burst forth, demanding, "Where are they? Where did they go?" The Navy gazed up at the starry night sky, perplexed by the disappearance of their adversary. Immediately, they ordered all ships at the shore to set sail, determined to prevent any escape. The Navy swiftly coordinated the vessels at the coastline, all ships making their way into the open sea. In the depths of the night, Qianjie employed the moonstep, rapidly darting away from the island with urgency. Though his presence was known, the darkness rendered the naval artillery utterly ineffective. Was a full-scale assault on the island truly the only option? Meanwhile, in a high-altitude laboratory, a mysterious figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, keenly observing Qianjie's swift movements through the night. While there was nothing of great significance within the Caesar laboratory, allowing the enemy to escape unchallenged was simply unacceptable. With a decisive motion, he pressed a red button before him. 117, Vegapunk, are you unharmed? The island is under attack. We have come to safeguard you. A multitude of naval personnel surged in to protect the enigmatic individual who had just activated the button, namely Vegapunk. Suddenly, the ground on the island trembled violently as a steep cliff unexpectedly fissured, revealing hundreds of dark nozzles. Qianjie, who had seemingly exited the island, furrowed his brow and glanced back at the chaotic scene unfolding on the island, a sense of unease gripping his heart. With a hissing sound, countless photons rapidly coalesced at the multitude of nozzles, then erupted forth in a tremendous display not as projectiles, but as hundreds of blinding lasers. Were these lasers? The eyes of Qianjie narrowed in shock, as countless beams of light converged upon him like a meteor shower streaking across the dark sky, dispelling the night. The Navy stood agape, mesmerized by the laser lights traversing above them, while they also discerned the distant figure of Qianjie. "Let us go," he exclaimed, unleashing his full speed. A fusion of the moonwalk and shave techniques. He surged forward, swiftly repositioning himself in midair, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. However, the sheer number of lasers, coupled with their remarkable accuracy, threatened to encircle him from all directions. Was this the work of Vegapunk? The sheer terror of his creation was astonishing. And it was evident that Vegapunk's own strength was equally unfathomable. There was no time to hesitate. He evaded numerous lasers, but some were unavoidable, retreating towards the horizon. He swung his blade, and the edge met the incoming beams with a sudden clash. The sound echoed like fireworks in the night sky. As his sword cleaved through the lasers, the recoil propelling Qianjie back at an even greater speed. The dazzling display illuminated the night, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet it left the Navy outside the island in a state of panic. What kind of monster could slice through lasers? With a resounding boom, Qianjie had retreated to the horizon, plunging into the sea and vanishing from sight. As the multitude of lasers streaked across the sky, darkness reclaimed the night. Was this unexpected turn of events aiding his escape? Such formidable strength? Vegapunk was taken aback as he pressed another button, ceasing the laser barrage. Who was this figure cloaked in black, seemingly reminiscent of a certain recruit from the Navy? Had he perished? It was all too swift. The Navy could hardly comprehend it. As it appeared Qianjie had fallen into the ocean. Is he dead? He must be, roared Caesar in anger. Immediately search that area of the sea. I want to see the body, you scoundrels. The warships on the surface surged towards the spot where Qianjie had fallen. Below the waves, Qianjie employed his underwater moonwalk. Darting through the water faster than a swordfish, and after covering several thousand meters, he located his submerged submarine and swiftly boarded it, diving into the depths and sailing away. What a terrifying defense system. Qianjie felt a lingering fear, hastily navigating the submarine to put as much distance as possible between himself and the chaos. By dawn, after traveling hundreds of kilometers, he finally spotted an island and halted to disembark. In the forest, he meticulously ensured his surroundings were safe before changing out of his now drenched black cloak into ordinary clothing. He placed a box before him and opened it, carefully picking up the fruit nestled in the center. It was confirmed to be the mythical Zoan devil fruit, the hockey form. Recalling the description of the devil fruit, Qianjie found it somewhat lacking in detail. However, having once been part of Earth, he knew that the hockey was a mythical figure, And a mythical Zoan could not possibly be inferior. It should rival that of the great Buddha form. Slowly, he brought the fruit to his mouth, taking a gentle bite. His features contorted in a grimace. It was simply dreadful, perhaps the most repulsive thing he had ever tasted. Ever since the moment Caesar was captured and the decision for a public execution was made, Sengoku had been unable to rest, issuing various commands incessantly. This was a fierce battle, one that even the Navy headquarters dared not take lightly. Beep, beep, beep. What? The Navy headquarters was under attack? Caesar's laboratory had been completely destroyed? Sengoku stood frozen, holding the din mushi in disbelief, urgently inquiring about the losses and casualties. Dressrosa was no ordinary island nor a mere naval base. It was a crucial scientific research hub for the Navy and the world government. The loss of any significant research, inventions, or scientists was simply unacceptable. We lost 5 Zoan devil fruits. Sengoku asked incredulously, are you sure? Confirmed. Just this. He found it hard to believe. While devil fruits were valuable, 5 Zoan fruits were not particularly significant compared to the treasures Dressrosa held. Who was responsible? Were they captured? The enemy remains unclear. There was only one individual, and they have escaped. Sengoku put down the din mushi, contemplating the situation. The loss was not catastrophic, but given the ability to infiltrate Dressrosa, this was no ordinary foe. Acquiring 5 Zoan devil fruits should not have been a challenge. So why would they risk such an incursion? Could it be the beast pirates? Sengoku speculated. This batch of devil fruits was linked to Caesar's capture. Was this the beginning of the beast pirates' revenge? Did they intend to convey that what they sought would be reclaimed, taking back the devil fruits that had eluded Caesar? Were they signaling their intent to arrive on execution day? Sengoku's conviction in his hypothesis deepened. Only this scenario made logical sense. It seemed that a grand conflict was inevitable. Since avoidance was not an option, the Navy headquarters could only strive for victory. On an unnamed island, Qianjia delicately took a bite of the fruit's flesh. Enduring the unimaginable taste that was utterly repugnant, and with great difficulty swallowed it down. He then cast the remaining cursed fruit far away. A single taste was all that was necessary to acquire extraordinary abilities. To consume the entire fruit would be an act of self-torture. What kind of powers might one possess? Rising to his feet, Qianjia clenched his fists, his muscles taut and brimming with tension, as he became acutely aware of the subtle changes coursing through his body. The already perfect musculature began to swell, transforming the once streamlined contours into something more grotesque, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. Was that all? After a few minutes, he noted only a slight bulging of his muscles, then it ceased. No other transformations? This was a mythical Zoan fruit, after all. Qianjia blinked in bewilderment, not daring to wish for the magnificent metamorphosis akin to that of the immortal phoenix, nor the resplendent form of the great Buddha. Yet, what was this? A mere modicum of change? And then, nothing more? Qianjia observed his own body, which had undergone minimal changes, only the muscles appeared slightly more pronounced and taut, and his skin seemed to have developed a touch of coarseness. Beyond that, there was truly nothing else. This was the form of the Great Witch. While he did not aspire to attain the towering stature of the Great Witch, which could pierce the heavens, the transformation he experienced felt exceedingly meager. Qianjia's expression was somewhat stiff. One should not be deceived by the allure of a grand name. Yet, it was too late, as he had already partaken. Gazing at the distant sea, he recalled a time when he could swim freely within its depths. But now, a deep-seated aversion toward the ocean stirred within him. Whoosh! In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear beside an ancient tree, his fist poised to strike. With a thunderous crash, the venerable tree succumbed to the force of his blow. It seemed that his strength had increased somewhat. However, this enhancement was accompanied by a slight decline in speed. Could this be attributed to a minor increase in his physique? This delicate balance of gain and loss cannot be easily categorized as either good or bad. Qianjia continued to experiment with various changes. With a swift flourish of his sword, he cleaved the vast sea before him into countless fragments. His stamina had notably improved, with a marked increase in recovery speed. The sword's edge traced delicate lines across his fingertips, and upon examining the bleeding wound, he observed that, astonishingly, it had scabbed over and healed within mere minutes. The recovery from injuries had indeed seen significant enhancement. He struck his own body, affirming that his defensive capabilities had also considerably increased. Next, he explored other facets of his abilities, only to find little room for further enhancement. Lacking the resurrection prowess of the Phoenix or the formidable visage and devastating shockwave attack of the great Buddha form was disheartening. Despite the overall improvements, the augmentation to his physical form was rather modest. and it seemed that even the most mundane of Zoan-type abilities could achieve similar feats. While Zoan types may lack grandeur, their ability to bolster the physical capabilities of their wielders, enhancing speed and strength, renders them the most formidable support in close-quarters combat among the three types. Was his power akin to that of the most basic Zoan fruit? If so, this devil fruit paled in comparison to that of the Black Panther Zoan, which is among the elite within its category. Frowning deeply, he grappled with his dissatisfaction across all aspects, unable to believe that this was the full extent of his abilities. How could the mythical Zoan be so lackluster? Did it require self-development? A gradual cultivation of power? Were the Great Buddha form and the Phoenix mythical Zoan the results of their own development? Or had they simply attained their current level upon consumption? Given the formidable three-headed, six-armed form of the Crazy Six mythical Zoan, it seemed that self-development was indeed necessary. With a deep sigh, Qianjie exhaled a cloud of murky breath. The prospect of development lingered in his mind. But to what end should he direct this endeavor? Given his form as a great sorcerer, might it be prudent to draw inspiration from the various formidable sorcerers depicted in mythology for guidance in his development? Qianjie was well aware that it was impossible to truly embody the powers of the mythical ancestral sorcerers. Such feats were beyond reach. The Buddha form, too, had not genuinely manifested as the Tathagata or any other enlightened being, remaining firmly within the confines of the pirate world. How then to proceed with this development? Deep in thought, he pondered. Wait a moment, where am I? Qianjie surveyed his surroundings. He recognized that he was on an island in the New World, yet the precise location eluded him. The concept of development could be contemplated at any time, but with only 4 weeks remaining until the execution date, and lacking a warship, he would need to switch vessels repeatedly to return to the Navy headquarters. It was uncertain how many days this would take. Perhaps it would be best to return to headquarters. He could also train and develop at home. Missing that grand battle would indeed be a profound regret. Qianjie discovered this island town. In the underbelly of the town, he exchanged the remaining 4 devil fruits for money, as they served little purpose and could potentially expose him as the culprit if kept close. Ultimately, he chose a passenger ship to depart from the island. With over 1,000 kilometers separating him from the Red Earth continent, this vessel could only reach the next island, necessitating a series of subsequent transfers, a truly cumbersome affair. Aside from eating and sleeping, the journey proved to be quite troublesome. All the trials and tribulations were consumed with thoughts of how to cultivate the fruits and commence their experiments. Yet, it seemed futile, as no abilities had been developed. The great sorcerers were numerous, and the 12 ancestor sorcerers possessed distinct powers, each endowed with a formidable constitution and substantial abilities. It would be prudent to draw inspiration from those legendary sorcerers in mythology for development, although it may be impossible to truly become one of them. Acquiring similar powers would certainly prove advantageous. With his head bowed in deep contemplation, Qianjie made his way toward a town whose name eluded him, needing to change vessels once more. However, despite being lost in thought, his awareness of the surroundings remained keen. As he traversed the chaotic streets, Qianjie abruptly lifted his gaze. Something was amiss. The silence was eerie, and the disarray of the streets suggested a past turmoil. A pungent scent of blood lingered in the air. Raising his eyes, Qianjie observed the deserted thoroughfare. Attuning himself to the myriad sounds, he employed his observation abilities. Where could it be? With eyes wide open in fury, he vanished in an instant, only to reappear beside a vast square, standing against the wall of the street. His gaze filled with rage as he looked ahead. Was this your doing? Before him lay a mountain of corpses. The bodies of the townsfolk were heaped together, their blood staining the earth a deep crimson. Qianjie clenched his fists, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Is this your doing? He demanded. I shall claim your lives. Since you have admitted it, I concede. Indeed, we are responsible for all this. I never expected a survivor to emerge. A grotesque figure, traversing over the corpses, emitted a sinister laugh. Then let us end your life as well. Diamante, be cautious. He is the one we have been waiting for. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forward. Virgil stood on guard, eyeing Qianjie warily. Is he? Diamante gazed at Qianjie in astonishment. He is so young. How could such a youthful naval officer require the combined efforts of both our highest-ranking officials? What merits does he possess? All of this bloodshed was orchestrated by you, was it not? Qianjie's demeanor was exceedingly frigid, chilling to the core. Gazing upon the countless corpses amassed before him, a harrowing sight of common folk, a blend of children, young maidens, and the elderly, he felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. His raven hair billowed, as if he were a harbinger of death, emerging from the depths of hell. Were they awaiting my arrival? the two highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote pirates. Since you have said so, I shall concede. Indeed, we have been anticipating you. For you recognized us, Diamante remarked. You are aware of my true identity? Virgo exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Shinji. Currently, I don the uniform of a colonel. Aside from a select few from my family, no one should possess knowledge of my identity, should they? It is imperative that he be eliminated today. But why must all of this transpire? Shinji pointed to the mountain of corpses behind them, exuding an aura of murderous intent. It is undoubtedly due to you that our family has exerted every effort to investigate, yet we remain oblivious to your precise whereabouts. However, we possess a 50% certainty that you would traverse this island. Thus we find ourselves waiting here. This battle must remain a secret. My identity must not be revealed. Nor should the world know that it is we who have sought your demise. Therefore, these individuals must perish, Virgo stated. Is that so? Shinji silently closed his eyes. It seemed as if he could hear the anguished wails of countless souls lamenting, I shall claim your lives. The piercing gaze of Shinji swept over the two individuals, traversing the distant street. Little did he know, there were two others lurking nearby. Sister Monet, they are terrifying. They have ruthlessly slain so many. Are we truly to consent to joining their family? Yet, if we refuse, death awaits us. A girl with grass-green hair clutched the hand of an adorable 10-year-old girl dressed in a frock. Monet, sugar, come forth. It is the opportune moment for you to witness the true might of our family's highest officials. At that point, you should be inclined to willingly join us, wouldn't you? You two have been specifically chosen by the young master. It is imperative that you accompany us. Diamante addressed the two young ladies. Diamante, be cautious. Virgo suddenly roared in alarm. Whoosh. In an instant, Shinji materialized before Diamante, who was still conversing with Monet. The blood-red blade was swiftly drawn, its edge slashing forward with a crimson arc. What? Diamante's expression shifted dramatically. Crimson lotus explosion. With a thunderous roar, a scarlet shockwave engulfed Diamante, accompanied by a piercing scream. The force of the blast toppled several structures, leaving a wasteland where Diamante's figure vanished from sight. Whoosh. Virgo appeared behind Shinji in a heartbeat. Utilizing the Marine's Six Styles technique, Soru, he aimed a single finger at Shinji, piercing through the afterimage. Had his speed surpassed that of their deadly encounter 6 months prior? Virgo glanced back, warily regarding Shinji, and shouted, Diamante, are you all right? Not bad. From the distant ruins, a figure emerged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his cloak shimmering with a metallic sheen. It seemed that the upper echelons of the Don Quixote pirates were not so easily vanquished. Be cautious, Virgo, he is formidable. Diamante's earlier disdain transformed into sheer astonishment. Had it not been for the cloak's metallic construction, that attack would have left me severely wounded, if not dead. I understand better than you. In a blink, Virgo vanished once more, his afterimage racing swiftly towards Shinji. In a swift descent upon the earth, Shinji employed his technique of shave. Yet, the moment his foot touched the ground, it trembled like the tumultuous waves of a stormy sea, causing his steps to falter. At that precise instant, Virgo was suspended in midair. As Shinji struggled to regain his balance, Virgo swiftly struck with the ghostly bamboo, aiming to strike Shinji. With a leap, he ascended rapidly into the sky. Confronting both adversaries simultaneously proved arduous. Their synergy was impeccable, necessitating the resolution of one opponent before tackling the other. Shinji continued to soar into the sky. What am I to do now? Diamante looked helplessly at Shinji, who was 100 meters high. He could not fly. Nor could he halt the transformation of the earth into a silken, ethereal form. Diamante, coordinate with me from below. I shall confront him in the sky. Virgo swiftly employed the moonwalk technique, propelling himself upward. He was proficient in all 6 forms of the Navy. Virgo, can you manage this alone? Whoosh. In the high altitude, Shinji and Virgo faced each other. Aren't you curious about my identity? After all, I am a Navy officer, Virgo remarked, revealing the paradox of being a pirate while claiming allegiance to the Navy. How could he remain so unfazed? This displeased him greatly. All I know is that you are a dead man. Shinji swiftly advanced, charging towards Virgo. You shall perish. With a hissing sound, the searing blade lunged forward, sparks flying in its wake, only to be seized by Virgo's right hand, hardened by armament hockey. Simultaneously, his left hand, also reinforced, struck fiercely towards Shinji. The blade was caught. Shinji similarly hardened his left hand and launched a powerful strike. The two fists collided fiercely in midair, and as the shockwave surged forth, Both combatants were propelled backward. Their strength was comparable, yet Virgo's mastery of Haki far surpassed Qianjia's. In an instant, Qianjia assessed Virgo's prowess and felt no surprise. It was entirely within reason. Was it possible that even the scorching edge of his sword could not be fully countered by Haki? Observing his own searing red right hand, Virgo regarded Qianjia with a grave expression. In a flash, the two vanished amidst the sparks, brushing past each other. Virgo had yet to halt his momentum when Qianjia appeared behind him, swinging his sword downward. However, Virgo evaded effortlessly, as if he were a mere piece of paper. Gliding away. The Navy's 6 powers, paper drawing. Eluding while swiftly distancing himself, he then kicked off from the air, unleashing a series of crescent-shaped slashes toward Qianjia. The Gale Foot Technique. In a confrontation between the elite 120 and the formidable officer Virgo, a figure darted forward at blinding speed. Wielding a sword that cleaved through the oncoming slashes, carving a path through the sky. Approaching Virgo, the blade struck rapidly, casting shadows of swordplay over him, yet failing to land a single meaningful blow. With a resounding crash, a pitch-black fist hurtled toward Qianjia, raising his hand to block. He was nonetheless sent flying by the impact. The half-moon funeral. From the ground, Diamante wielded a lengthening sword that struck downward. Its sword wave ascending to a height of 100 meters, striking at the opportune moment. As Qianjia retreated, he raised his sword to parry the incoming sword light from below, being forcefully propelled backward. Suddenly, Virgo appeared at Qianjia's right side, his hardened fist aimed at Qianjia's head. With a thunderous impact, Qianjia raised his hand to defend, also hardened with Haki, yet was once again sent crashing away. As he flew backward, he swiftly employed the moonwalk technique to relocate rapidly, narrowly avoiding the sword light that shot up from below. Was 100 meters not sufficient? Qianjia continued to soar towards the lofty skies. Virgo ascended rapidly, while below, Diamante could only watch helplessly as the two rose higher, beyond his reach. If I am unable to contend with you, how could you possibly face us both? You stand no chance. Virgo gazed coldly at Qianjia. For there was no need for any expression when dealing with the deceased. His mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy was extraordinarily high, and his mastery of Haki surpassed my own. Ordinary attacks would find it difficult to breach his formidable physique. Thus, the blade of the 1,000 calamities draws a circle ahead. 10 sword energies coalesce around the body, spinning rapidly to form a sphere of blades. This move, Virgo's expression shifts slightly. At the moment, the 1,000 calamities vanish. He lets out a low growl, iron block. Simultaneously, he employs the moonwalk and shave techniques, swiftly relocating himself in midair while sporadically unleashing his gale steps. Whoosh. The two vanish. Gale steps shoot forth from various points in the air, while the vanished sword energies continuously obliterate them, creating a series of explosions that resemble countless fireworks bursting in the sky. They are formidable. The two sisters lurking in the shadows are astounded by the fierce battle unfolding above. The Don Quixote pirates are a renowned crew, with Virgo as one of its highest-ranking officers. Such power is to be expected. But who is this young man that necessitates the combined efforts of 2 top-ranking officials? Monet gasped. Hiss. The myriad sword energies tear through the white clouds. The sword energies gradually dissipate, yet the two remain locked in combat in the sky. Has he not been defeated? Observing Virgo, bloodied yet still standing, 1,000 calamities exhales a deep sigh, the sword energies around him dimming slightly. Did Iron Block fail to defend? His body is riddled with sword marks, and his military uniform is in tatters. Virgo tears apart his clothing in frustration. That kid is finished, daring to provoke Virgo, who is known for his overwhelming ferocity. On the ground, Diamante mourns for 1,000 calamities. If you have the ability, come continue to strike me. Whoosh. In a moment of fury, Qianjia appeared before the roaring Virgo, his sword aura and blade simultaneously surging towards Virgo's chest. The impact resonated with a sharp sound as the sword energy struck, propelling him swiftly towards the horizon. Flameblade. Qianjia pursued rapidly, closing in on Virgo, who was being forced backward. With a fierce swing, his crimson blade cleaved down upon the now darkened figure of Virgo, subjecting him to a dual onslaught. A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky. The terrifying shockwave surged forth, prompting Qianjia to retreat several hundred meters. Was this all there was? Amidst the chaos of the explosion, a shadowy figure charged forth. Though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he bore no additional wounds. His entire being was enveloped in hardened armament Haki, an indication of a formidable fighter with profound mastery over this power, far surpassing Qianjia's current capabilities. which only allowed him to harden his arms to a limited extent. With a roar, the obsidian fist lunged at Qianjie. The blade met the fist with a resounding clash, showering sparks as the immense force coursed through Qianjie, sending him hurtling backward over 100 meters. Just as he regained his balance, Virgo was upon him once more, his fist crashing down with relentless ferocity. The sword screamed as Qianjie, undeterred, surged forward, the crimson blade creating a sonic boom with each swing. The clash continued, the blade relentlessly striking against Virgo's darkened fists and body. Sparks erupted, and the terrifying energy enveloped the area within 100 meters. Qianjie and Virgo were simultaneously propelled backward, both spitting out a mouthful of blood. Their defensive prowess was astonishing. Qianjie gazed at Virgo, astonished that none of the myriad blades had pierced his flesh. Instead, the sheer force had merely inflicted internal injuries. Indeed, it was a test of endurance, and with Diamante waiting below, the stakes were high. Virgo charged once more, his entire being hardened, forsaking all defense in a desperate, all-out assault. Yet, Qianjie could not afford such recklessness. His defensive capabilities paled in comparison, and he had to ensure that his body remained unscathed. Otherwise, he could not withstand the repercussions. However, maintaining such caution amidst the chaos of battle proved to be an arduous challenge. Qianjie felt a subtle expansion throughout his body, with both strength and defense significantly enhanced. Could this be considered a manifestation of the Great Witch form? Yet, if so, Qianjie would be unable to suppress his expletives. What does it even mean to consider this? If this is the case, then it is undoubtedly the most inferior of fruits, with defense unable to be augmented in the short term. The only recourse left is to amplify offensive capabilities. With a powerful tug, Qianjie tore apart his garments, revealing his perfectly sculpted muscles. Yet his upper body was ensconced in bandages. With a forceful pull, the bindings unraveled, and the blood knife, Ming, which had been secured behind his back, fell effortlessly into his grasp. Unsheathing it, he conjured forth a barrage of strikes. In an instant, it seemed as though countless fingers were aimed at Qianjie, piercing through steel with the ease granted by the hardened application of his armed haki. Swish! The blood knife Ming danced swiftly, transforming its blade's shadow into hundreds of arcs. Clang! In a heartbeat, a multitude of clashes ensued, and Virgo's expression contorted in agony as he hastily retreated. To his horror, he beheld his own index fingers, where flesh had